I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks *. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 3110 How to Save You. Steel Scene's body frame was ruined. He looked as if he had been stabbed in the heart. His eyes opened wide as he stared at Han Sen, an ice snow goddess in the god temple. God spirits were very holy. Everyone in the entire kingdom worshipped them. Even Ice Snow Goddess had a contract that treated the family as a partner. The Steel family never once thought about showing an ounce of disrespect to Ice Snow Goddess. They treated her like a god. They treated her like a protector of the Steel family. Now, the Steel family's protector, Ice Snow Goddess, was bowing before Han Sen. It was like someone lower in status meeting someone higher than them. The deity even referred to him as a Mr. This made Steel Scene unable to believe it was actually happening. Oh God, what kind of monster have I become entangled with? Steel Scene suddenly felt the sky spin. He started to lose his footing and fell to the ground. The Steel Manor's guards and workers were outside the god temple. They saw that it was covered in ice lights and snow air. They were unable to get close and see what was happening inside. A god-class Gene race subordinate was gathering power. He wanted to get into the ice lights and snow air, but he almost turned into an ice cube. He backed away. The hand that touched the ice lights and snow air first already had no feeling. Everyone was shocked. They did not dare to touch the ice lights and snow air. They surrounded the god temple. In the ice snow god temple, Steel Scene's body shook. His eyes were full of blood. He looked at Han Sen with the utmost shock. He tremendously feared death. Impossible. Ice Snow Goddess is the guardian of the Steel family. I have the ice snow blood pulse. She will not abandon me. Impossible. Han Sen did not waste time looking at Steel Scene. He only looked at Ice Snow Goddess and asked, "Is he your man?" Ice Snow Goddess had not been there earlier, but she easily guessed what had been happening. She coldly said, "I had a contract with the ancestors of the Steel family, so the Steel family has my god spirit blood pulse." Han Sen looked at Ice Snow Goddess as he said, "This man wants to kill me. If he is yours, what will you do?" Steel Scene was frightened. He screamed, "You are the guardian of the Steel family. You must save me." In the universe of kingdoms, humans use the powers of god spirits and gene races to get by. They did not really care about the power of their own bodies. Although Steel Scene was at a very high level, and he had a lot of fame, he was still afraid of death. He was superior to many others. He had many wives, and he was tremendously rich. He was not ready to die. Ice Snow Goddess's words sent Steel Scene into an endless hell. The Ice Snow Goddess looked at Steel Scene. She sighed and said, "You have offended a person not even God would dare offend. How could I hope to save you?" Steel Scene suddenly felt as if he was inside an ice cave. The blood drained from his face. After all, he was a person who had held a high position for a long time. He was a general who led an army. Now, he was utterly hopeless. He decided to use all the power he had. Steel Scene suddenly noticed his Ice Snow God Spirit blood pulse was gone. Obviously, Ice Snow Goddess had disabled the God Spirit blood pulse power she had once given him. It had been taken away. Steel Scene felt very sad, but he still looked murderous. Although he had no Ice Snow God Spirit power, he had the seeming demon blood pulse from a land pulse. Although it was not a complete God Spirit blood pulse, it was still stronger than the God Spirit blood pulses that were usually given out by temples. Now, Steel Scene only wanted to live. He cast his Sea God Spirit blood pulse at max capacity. Black air surrounded him. He was like an evil ghost headed outside of the Ice Snow God Temple. His heart was filled with hatred, but he did not dare fight against Han Sen. He was too scary. Even God spirits avoided inciting his ire. He would not dare to fight him again. Steel Scene only wanted to escape the Ice Snow God Temple and run to Jade Wall City. That seemed the only way he would be allowed to keep his life. Before Steel Scene escaped the Ice Snow God Temple, he heard Ice Snow Goddess say, "Mr. For little God Sake, keep his body whole." In Ice Snow City, the king's guard had people rush over to the temple. They had brought Steel family members to the Ice Snow God Temple. Seeing the Ice Snow God Temple was covered by ice lights and snow air, the general of the Phoenix Guard, Lu Xianxia, looked at Steel Scene's cousin, Steel Ying Tang, and asked, "Mr. Ying Tang, what happened here?" Steel Ying Tang hoped Steel Scene died inside the Ice Snow God Temple so he could take over the Steel family and become its new leader, but he pretended to be angry and said, "An assassin invaded the Steel Manor in the hopes of slaying my cousin. Now, they are trapped inside Ice Snow God Temple. I do not know what is going on inside." Lu Xianxian and the other generals all swapped looks of concern. They were shocked. In daylight, someone had tried to assassinate a general of the Qin kingdom. That was far too bold. The Ice Snow God Temple was covered by an Ice Snow God power. They could not enter the place. Lu Xianxian had to question them about the situation and offer words of comfort, such as, "Mr. Scene has an Ice Snow God spirit blood pulse. When he entered the God Temple, he probably combined with Ice Snow Goddess. It does not matter how strong that assassin is. It is unlikely he will be able to hurt him. Don't panic. Protect the God Temple and do now allow the assassin to escape." After that, Lu Xianxian asked, "Do you know who the assassin is?" Lu Xianxian did not expect anyone to answer. If there was an assassin, revealing himself would not have been a very smart move. "It is Han Sen," an old servant madly said. "It is the one who lives with Feng Fei Fei. He killed Mr. Scene, Gong Shuji, Si Tuya, and General Lu." Lu Xianxian and the others were shocked. When they heard the answer, they donned strange expressions. No one expected someone would go to Steel Manor and kill without remorse. They knew Han Sen's name. Lu Sanji was hit in the face by the Crown Prince because of him. He had been made into a joke in Jade Wall City. How could they have not known about him? They could have thought about all of this until their brains short-circuited, but they never would have imagined that Han Sen had the audacity to go to Steel Manor and kill Lu Sanji and Gong Shuji. Lu Xianxian was about to ask something when he suddenly saw the ice lights and snow air around Ice Snow God Temple shift. It returned to crystal and jade. Everyone around instinctively peered into the Ice Snow God Temple. Their hearts went dim. They were all shocked. Steel Scene was kneeling before Ice Snow God Temple. He was bleeding. His body was red like a cooked shrimp. He had no more life force. Someone put his hand near Steel Scene's nose and screamed, "Mr. Scene, Mr. Scene, he is dead. Han Sen, where is Han Sen?" Lu Xianxian and the others were as much shocked as they were afraid. Even after thinking about the key to this whole incident, they still took people into the Ice Snow God Temple. The most unbelievable part was that once they were inside Ice Snow God Temple, aside from Steel Scene's body, there was not a single shadow. The assassin, Han Sen, who the Steel family claimed had just walked in to murder everyone, had vanished. There was no sign of him. Chapter 3111 Qin Bai the witness Steel Scene was murdered inside Ice Snow God Temple. Gong Shuji, Si Tuya, and Lu Sanji were murdered inside Ice Snow City's Steel Manor. The news was heard all over Jade Wall City. The King's Guard's main general was a character who lived in Jade Wall City and enjoyed quite a high reputation. He was in charge of the safety of Jade Wall City, yet he was murdered inside his own house. It had been over a century since something that terrible had happened in Jade Wall City. Assassins from other kingdoms killing officers in the Qin kingdom was not rare. For Han Sen to kill a god-blood noble like Steel Scene so obviously inside his god temple was something the likes of which had never happened before. The ripple effects of this event were likely very bad. Many high-class nobles knew about it. They knew about what had happened. They thought Feng Fei Fei and Han Sen were going to wind up injured, yet Han Sen had turned up fine. He had actually gone to Steel Manor and slew Steel Scene. When they heard the news, they were so shocked that they were rendered speechless. This thing affected too many things. Lu Xianxian and the others quickly reported the events and summoned the elites of the King's Guard. They raced to Feng Fei Fei's castle. The King's Guards had 14 branches. Steel Scene was the leader of the entire King's Guards, but that did not mean he was the strongest in the King's Guards. The real power of the King's Guards resided in Zhao Long from Dragon Guard and Lu Xianxian from the Phoenix Feather. Those two were the true might of the King's Guards. That was especially true of Zhao Long. He was considered the best among the King's Guards. Even though they were more powerful than Steel Scene, they still had to be below Steel Scene on the corporate ladder because their backgrounds were fairly average. They had no choice but to be subordinated. The Dragon Guard and Wind Feather Guard were in charge of the two areas closest to the palace. The power of those two regiments was greater than the rest of the 14 teams. Now, Steel Scene had been murdered. The 14 teams were on the move. Zhao Long and Lu Xianxian were leading the army to Feng Fei Fei's castle. In the beginning, they did not have much hope. It was unlikely for someone to commit such a big crime and return to an obvious place. When they reached Feng Fei Fei's castle, they were shocked to learn Han Sen was inside Feng Fei Fei's castle. He acted as if nothing had happened. He was just relaxing and playing chess with Crown Prince Qin Bai. Han Sen, your method of playing chess is very interesting. We must play again. Zhao Long and Lu Xianxia came before Han Sen. Crown Prince Qin Bai was happily speaking to Han Sen. Mr. Crown Prince. Zhao Long and Lu Xianxia and all the other soldiers bowed before Qin Bai. Zhao Long said, Han Sen invaded the Steel Manor. He murdered the main general of the King's Guard, Steel Xin, and the leader of the Thunder Lion Riders, Lu Sanji, as well as Gong Shuji and Si Tuya. I am going to arrest him and have him judged. Qin Bai looked at Han Sen with shock. He then looked at Zhao Long. Really? When did that happen? Zhao Long answered, half an hour ago. Qin Bai shook his head. You guys must have made a mistake. Han Sen has been playing chess with me all day. He did not leave for 1 minute. How could he have murdered someone? The expressions of Zhao Long and the other people with him changed. If that had been spoken by someone else, they would not have cared about it. They would have even arrested the person who had said such a thing. But this was the Crown Prince of the Qin Kingdom. It was Qin Bai who had said it, and he was the only child of the Qin Kingdom. They were unable to do anything. Mr. Crown Prince, are you sure you were with him all day? Did he not leave your sight at all? Zhao Long asked with a frown. Of course, he has been playing chess with me, Qin Bai said in a hurried voice. He did not leave my sight. I think someone might have wanted to disguise himself as Han Sen to commit the act. You should go and take a deeper look. Do not allow the real assassin to remain lurking out there. Otherwise, Steel Scene will have died for nothing. He obviously wanted all those people to hurry up and leave. Zhao Long did not believe the words of the famous and spoiled Crown Prince, but his identity was too noble. He had to bite his tongue and just say, Mr. Crown Prince, thousands of guards and their family members witnessed Han Sen murder people. If this was really a setup, he has to come and help us with the investigation. If it is a setup, we can prove his innocence. Qin Bai pointed at Zhao Long and the others while he shouted, asshole. Are all you people in the King's Guard rubbish? Are you all idiots? The King's Guard is in charge of the kingdom's safety. He was the general of the King's Guard, yet he was murdered at home. You guys cannot even protect yourselves. Is there any point in keeping the rest of you employed? The Qin Kingdom's safety depends on you trash people protecting us all. I am afraid if someone invaded the palace and cut off my head and my father's head, you guys would have no clue what happened. My apologies. Zhao Long and the others kneeled to make their apology. The main general of the King's Guard had been murdered. That was a humiliation the King's Guard had never had to endure. Get lost. Qin Bai madly shouted. I told you I was with Han Sen the entire time. He cannot be the murderer. Hurry up and find the real murderer, you useless people. Zhao Long and the others looked worried. They knew they could not take Han Sen away. Qin Bai's identity was special. If he was Han Sen's alibi, it did not matter if it was true or false. This boy could not be held up to scrutiny. Zhao Long and Lu Xianxia looked at each other. They bowed and made their exit from the Feng family's castle. If this was another kingdom, it might have been entirely suppressed. Since he was the only heir of the king and the future king of the Qin Kingdom, there was 80% to 90% that this incident was going to be suppressed. The Qin Kingdom was different. Qin Bai's identity was a noble one, but the Qin Kingdom respected its laws. Even Crown Prince Qin Bai was not able to do whatever he wanted. It might have seemed like Zhao Long and the others left, but they did not really leave. They kept some of the king's guards there to protect the castle. They surrounded the entire castle and reported what happened. They waited for a response from their supervisors. Before they decided anything, they were not going to allow Han Sen to leave their sights. The news quickly spread across the kingdom. Many of the government officials thought Qin Bai was a terrible and spoiled crown prince. They believed he was going to be a bad king. If this had happened in another kingdom, the situation would have been different. No matter how many mistakes a royal made, it was not something the officers could talk about. Insulting them was not tolerated. The Qin Kingdom was very unique. Although everyone knew the Qin Kingdom's laws were very twisted and unfair, Qin Kingdom's officers were the people who took the law seriously and dared to speak up. Even if the king did something against the law, the government officers yelled at him for being a bad king. The king and the older officials would only listen and gnash their teeth. They still had to compliment the bravery of the officers. Otherwise, it would have gone against what everyone wanted. They did not want tyranny and bad kings. The Qin kingdom's officers were proud of that. Because the current king was so forgiving and kind, this criticism of the royals was very popular. The Qin kingdom was obsessed with order, and it was crazy about its law system. This twisted law system created the Qin kingdom but also restricted it. Steel Scene being murdered was a hot topic. Qin Bai had angered many officers. The officers who thought they were very righteous even delivered suicide notes that stated if the king did not kill Han Sen, they would kill themselves in court. Of course, it meant what it meant, but it was not written down like quite that. Chapter 3112 Courage King Jing Zhen's office desk was stacked with letters from the officers. Even if he did not open them, he was aware that the content included more bad-mouthing of the prince and requests to take a deeper look into the case involving Steel Scene's death. He knew the content would be very intense. It was like if he did not kill Han Sen, he would be a bad king. It was like they were saying if Han Sen was not dead, he would become a tyrannical villain governing the government. "My king, Mr. Crown Prince is not coming to the palace," a eunuch reported. King Jing Zhen looked surprised. He knew what his son's personality was like. No matter how headstrong he was, he still listened to his father. Qin Bai always listened to his commands. This time, Qin Bai had rejected his summons. This was something that had never happened before. Mr. Crown Prince said. The eunuch behaved quite awkwardly. "Just tell it to me straight," King Jing Zhen said. The eunuch said. The Crown Prince said if he cannot maintain his friend's innocence, there is no point in him being a Crown Prince. He said he would prefer not to be one. Nonsense. King Jing Zhen shouted. In his heart, he had a growing interest in the enigmatic Han Sen. He understood Qin Bai. He was just a kid who was never able to think for himself. His heart did not have any boundaries. Since there were no boundaries, it meant he didn't have a bottom line. He sometimes acted stubbornly. If it involved something that made him feel as if he was dealing with something much bigger than himself, he knew when to retreat. This time, Qin Bai had disobeyed him over Han Sen and said some very bold words. That was something extraordinarily rare. He did not usually act that way. King Jing Zhen thought for a moment and said, "Go and find Grand Teacher Thousand Mile Reach. Have him come here and bring back my son." Sand Mile Pohor scared of Circa. Speaking of Grand Teacher Thousand Mile Reach had taught Qin Bai since he was a child. Speaking of fear, Qin Bai was more scared of Grand Teacher Thousand Mile Reach than Jing Zhen. This small matter didn't actually require Thousand Mile Reach. King Jing Zhen just wanted to see how far Qin Bai was willing to go. That was why he was going to ask Thousand Mile Reach to visit Qin Bai. The case regarding Steel Scene was too big. Even King Jing Zhen was not able to sweep it under the rug. So, he was not going to allow Qin Bai to have his way. Before the eunuch walked out, he asked this with hesitation, "Mister, what if Thousand Mile Reach teacher cannot bring back the Crown Prince? If that happens, we will summon Han Sen here," King Jing Zhen said with a smile. He actually hoped that would happen. Having standards was a sign of someone growing up. That meant, in his heart, he had already established his own rules. Even if the rules were wrong, it still meant his son was growing up. Jing Zhen knew Qin Bai did not know what boundaries and rules were. At least, in front of Thousand Mile Reach, what Qin Bai stood for might not be so stubbornly upheld. Thousand Mile Reach was a very serious grand teacher who was very noble. King Jing Zhen requested him to be a teacher for Qin Bai, but Qin Bai was naughty and a bit of a simpleton. Not even the best teacher had the skills to make him a better person. Qin Bai was always hit by Thousand Mile Reach. It had happened since he was a child. God knew how many times Thousand Mile Reach had smacked him. One time Qin Bai made a big mistake. Thousand Mile Reach struck him 30 times with a ruler. Qin Bai's hands were so swollen that he could not even eat. While Han Sen was playing chess, Qin Bai saw Thousand Mile Reach come in. He was so shocked that he jumped. "Grand Teacher, why are you here?" Qin Bai quickly stood up. His body was a bit stiff as he bowed before Thousand Mile Reach. His face twitched. He lowered his head, not daring to look at Thousand Mile Reach. He was like a schoolchild who had done something wrong. Thousand Mile Reach looked at Han Sen. His personality was very serious. After hearing about it, he didn't like what Han Sen had done. He saw Han Sen just sitting there as if he did not care about anything. He thought even less of him. Although Thousand Mile Reach did not like Han Sen, he did not say anything to him about it. He was not one of the king's guards, and he was not there to observe. He did not capture anyone. He was only there for Qin Bai. Mr. Crown Prince, you have skipped your homework for 2 days. To be successful, you must work harder. Do not just spend your time playing around. To be successful, you must put in the effort. You will not be successful if you keep on messing around. You will one day become the king of the Qin kingdom. That is not something you should throw away, and you should not be this ridiculous. Why don't you just come back with me? Thousand Mile Reach grabbed Qin Bai's hand, ready to depart the Feng family's castle. Qin Bai looked stiff. He looked at Han Sen as if he was asking for help. He did not want to leave, but he was scared of Thousand Mile Reach. He could not fight back. Han Sen smiled at Qin Bai. He did not try to stop his departure. It would have been great if Qin Bai could stay, but if he was taken, that was fine by him. Although Han Sen asked for Qin Bai's help, he did not put everything on Qin Bai. He was a spoiled and stupid child. Han Sen had other things planned. It didn't matter to him if Qin Bai was taken. Qin Bai was pulled away by Thousand Mile Reach. He kept looking back at Han Sen. He wanted Han Sen to say something, but Han Sen did not say anything. He only smiled at him. For some reason, Qin Bai saw Han Sen smile and felt uncomfortable. He did not know where the courage came from, but he stood there and refused to leave. Thousand Mile Reach pulled Qin Bai very slightly. Qin Bai stopped. Thousand Mile Reach also stopped. He looked at Qin Bai and asked, "Mr. Crown Prince, what is it?" Thousand Mile Reach looked at Qin Bai, who had lowered his head. His face looked green and then white. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Teacher, I promised Han Sen I would stay with him. You always taught me that men need to keep their promises and only bad people break them. What a king says is very important. I do not want to be the bad guy who never keeps his promises." Qin Bai's words were not spoken with confidence. He lowered his head and did not even look at Thousand Mile Reach, but his teacher looked surprised. Qin Bai had always been afraid of him. Now, he had mustered the courage to say that to him. This was something that had never happened before. Thousand Mile Reach saw Qin Bai was scared, but he did not want to leave. He looked at Han Sen. He could not force Qin Bai to leave. If he needed to use force, the king would not have asked him there. Thousand Mile Reach nodded and let go of Qin Bai. He walked over to Han Sen, who was still at the chess table. He knew that Qin Bai alone would not have mustered such courage. Whoever gave him the courage had to have been the other young man. If he was able to persuade Han Sen, Qin Bai's courage would vanish. Then, he could be taken away. Chapter 3113 Chess Legion. Thousand Mile Reach knew Han Sen was not an ordinary person. After all, he had been able to kill Steel Scene in Ice Snow God Temple. There was no doubt that Han Sen was a god blood noble, and his blood pulse and gene race was stronger than Steel Scene. What did that matter? The Grand Teacher of the Qin Kingdom was the strongest elite around. He was far greater than Steel Scene. He would not have been allowed to be the king's teacher had that not been the case. Thousand Mile Reach always wanted to be a king's teacher like Gnu. He wanted to raise the king to become a great king. He had achieved so much for the kingdom. Thus far, Thousand Mile Reach had been stuck teaching Qin Bai. He had not achieved much out of his efforts. As for potential awards, he had earned even less. Back in the day, Gnu had taught King Zhen. Compared to Wu Wei Dao Palace, one could say he had the name of a teacher but did not achieve much. Thousand Mile Reach always held Gnu as somewhat of a role model. No matter what, he wanted to teach Qin Bai to become a good person. He wanted him to develop into a good king who was at least as good as King Zhen. Thousand Mile Reach looked at Han Sen and asked, "Are you Han Sen?" "Yeah." Han Sen sat where he was. He did not stand up. Thousand Mile Reach frowned. He was very noble. Even the king referred to him as a Mister. Now, Han Sen remained where he was while speaking to him. He thought the man was very rude. Thousand Mile Reach looked at the game of chess on the table. He sat opposite Han Sen and coldly asked, "Do you mind having a game with me?" Han Sen looked at Thousand Mile Reach and asked, "Do you know how to play checkers?" The Qin Kingdom did not have games like checkers. This was actually a chessboard. Han Sen had used his strength on the stone table. He had squeezed a stone and turned it into an orb to make the chess pieces. He had convinced Qin Bai to play. While he was in the alliance at home, Han Sen always played the game with his little Linger or Bower. Han Sen was very good when it came to formations, so he could play all kinds of chess games. Even in checkers, only Bauer was able to rival him. Not many people won against him. Thousand Mile Reach frowned. Han Sen did not even ask for his name. He was being very rude, but Thousand Mile Reach was not in the mood to address the subject. He coldly said, "It is very simple. To the deepest parts, there are different routes to take. I saw the Crown Prince and you playing chess. I know the rules. If you are interested, then I would like to play with you." Han Sen ignored Qin Bai and coldly laughed. Qin Bai was in a rush. He looked into Han Sen's eyes. Thousand Mile Reach was good at chess. He was so famous that even the king called him the king of chess. If Han Sen played chess against his teacher, Qin Bai was not worried he might lose. If he did lose, he might have to agree to something with Thousand Mile Reach. The situation surprised Qin Bai. Thousand Mile Reach did not establish any conditions. He only set up the chessboard and started playing with Han Sen. Thousand Mile Reach thought he was very good at chess. His chess skills were pretty good, but he did not plan on using chess skills to convince Han Sen. "Please, Mr. Thousand Mile Reach coldly said. Han Sen did not mind. He picked up a stone orb and made his first move. When it was Thousand Mile Reach's turn, he used his finger to pick up a stone orb. He slowly went to the chessboard. Dong. When the stone orb was put down, it was like there was an invisible power in the center of the orb. It suddenly spread and twisted the space around it. Han Sen was sitting in front of the stone board. He suddenly felt the dimension become distorted. For some reason, he found himself standing atop a chessboard. The chessboard was the one he had created on the table. Now, it was massive. The stone orb was bigger than a person. He was standing where the stone orb was. On the opposite end of the chessboard, Thousand Mile Reach was where he had put the stone orb down. Aside from the chessboard and the two of them, the environment around was shrouded by a black mist. It was like the chessboard world resided in an abyss. Han Sen did not move. He looked at Thousand Mile Reach as he said, "That was a good move, mister." Thousand Mile Reach was like a god floating above the chessboard. He was looking down on Han Sen from up high and said, "The chess path is a sky path. Playing chess is a gamble in life. I have a disaster class chess god spirit blood pulse. I have an ultimate chess element gene race. If you can survive the world power of this chess match, I can permit the Crown Prince to stay with you." While he spoke, Thousand Mile Reach pointed at Han Sen. A giant chess piece arose from his back. It was like an asteroid headed for Han Sen. Han Sen's body exploded with purple dragon air. At the same time, there was a weird purple scale on his body. It was growing. It activated the Blood Dragon God Spirit Blood, Pulse and Blood God Dragon Power. Boom! Han Sen unleashed a punch that carried Blood Dragon flying into the weird scene. The roaring big, purple dragon struck the stone orb. A purple air explosion occurred. Dust was everywhere. Under the effect of powerful tremors, Han Sen lost control and stumbled back. His arms were numb. He had been truly shaken. Thousand Mile Reach coldly said, "Destroyed class God Spirit Blood Pulse combined with a rare exclusive God class gene race, it is only a shame that it is juvenile. If it reaches ultimate mode, perhaps it would have lasted longer." Han Sen thought, does a teacher have this much power? This universe of kingdoms has a lot of hidden elites. That was just a disaster class God Spirit Blood Pulse combined with a God class gene race. If there was an annihilation class or reboot class God Spirit combining with an ultimate mode gene race, how strong would it be? Does the Qin Kingdom have such people in its midst? Han Sen looked at Thousand Mile Reach ahead of him. He was a bit hesitant. He only depended on his gene race and God Spirit Blood Pulse power. His power was far inferior to Thousand Mile Reach. If he was forced to break the rules of the world to beat him, it would shock many scary elites in Jade Wall City. Even the God Spirits would come. Although many God Spirits had revealed their fear of him, God Spirits' attitudes were still mysterious. They never explained why they behaved the way they did. Han Sen did not believe the reasons were anything simple. If he shocked a high-class God Spirit, it probably would have ended up being a bad thing for him. Plus, breaking the rules of the world always cost him too much strength. He could never really last long in such a battle. He might not have been able to fight against the attacks of all the elites in the Qin Kingdom. If I cannot win by force, I must rely on my intelligence. Han Sen looked at Thousand Mile Reach. He looked serious. You still won't concede. When Thousand Mile Reach said that with his godly voice, he raised his hands. Every stone orb chess piece arose from the stone board. They looked like giant bombs hovering in the air. They used all kinds of strange flighting paths to strike Han Sen. Chapter 3114 In the sky and on the ground, I am the best. The stone orb was like a sky full of stars. Thousand-Mile Reach used a mysterious way to reach Han Sen. Through the stars and chess pieces, he blocked every possible way for Han Sen to evade. Han Sen squinted his eyes. He wanted to get up and go past the star tracks and appear before Thousand-Mile Reach. No matter how strong Thousand-Mile Reach was, he was not as strong as Han Sen. If he was able to get in front of him, Han Sen could beat him up. In this world, when faced with Han Sen, humans were like sorcerers while he was a fighter. No matter how Han Sen's body was suppressed by the world, his strength remained. Even if it was a small skirmish, it would not have been difficult for him to beat Thousand-Mile Reach. Unfortunately, Han Sen had only just gathered up power. He moved but immediately froze. He looked at the stone orb that was flying down. He seemed to realize something. Because he was restrained by the rules of the world, his powers of sense were weak in the universe of kingdoms. Aside from ordinary vision and hearing, his sense powers were not strong. According to theory, when Han Sen used body power, he felt a strong suppression from the rules of the world. It was like walking up a waterfall. This time, he gathered up power to move and did not feel such a restriction. The chess world is not really a space world. It is just a mental world. Han Sen now understood it. This was a psychological hallucination. It was a world that did not truly exist. His body was still sitting near the chessboard playing chess with Thousand-Mile Reach. His real body wasn't inside this world. This kind of mental world power is weird. As for competing one's mental powers with mine, even a god spirit wouldn't be able to fight me. Han Sen felt a huge relief. If there was a power in that world that Han Sen could still use, aside from his body, it was the mind he used to practice. He did not bother using it. With the power of attacks in the mental world, putting him inside a mental world was like placing a sheep in the mouth of a tiger. If Han Sen discovered that, it would not work to defeat him. The stone orb, which looked like starlight, fell. Han Sen stood where he was without dodging. He just calmly watched it. Thousand-Mile Reach saw Han Sen's lips display a smile. For some reason, his heart jumped. There was some unsettling feel growing in his heart. No way, he has been pulled into my chess world. I am the god here. I can control everything. Thousand-Mile Reach was deep in thought. Seeing the stone orb was going to land on him, Han Sen coldly said. The sky and the earth are like chess. I am a chess piece, but so what? If there is no chess piece, then there can be no chess match. Without me, there is no sky and earth. I am the sky and the earth. The sky and the earth are me. His words sounded very crazy. Thousand-Mile Reach coldly grunted and wished to say something. He suddenly saw the stone orb uncontrollably stop. It was like stars were spinning around Han Sen. Thousand-Mile Reach was shocked. He quickly used Gene race powers for his chess world. He wanted to take back control of the chess world's power. He was frightened to learn that under the chess god's buff, the chess world's mental power was unable to move Han Sen's will. How is that possible? Is his willpower stronger than a disaster-class god spirit? Thousand-Mile Reach looked at Han Sen with shock. He could not believe this was happening. In the sky and on the ground, I am the best. Whoever follows me will be treated nicely. Whoever stands in my way will die. Han Sen's voice was like that of a god. The whole chess world kept changing. Many stone orbs turned into scary knife lights that tore up space. It was like it was destroying the sky and the ground. It was like a tide going into Thousand-Mile Reach. Just as Han Sen thought, their bodies were perched at the chessboard. They were just sitting there. Old Yang, what is going on? They moved one chess piece. Suddenly, Han Sen and the teacher stopped moving. Qin Bai looked at the two of them, unaware of what was actually going on. Crown Prince, I do not know either. Mr. Yang smiled. Li Bingyu was nearby. She looked at Qin Bai's back. She struggled with indecision. Thousand-Mile Reach has a chess soul god spirit blood pulse. He is a high class, god blood noble. He has the ultimate mode god class gene race called chess world teacher. His power is not something Han Sen is capable of dealing with. Han Sen has just made a big mistake. If his psychology breaks and Crown Prince Qin Bai is taken away, he is going to die. This is my final chance to assassinate Qin Bai. Although she thought this way, the entire Feng castle was surrounded by the king's guards. There were also many elites there. If she assassinated Qin Bai, she had nowhere to run. If she missed out on this opportunity, she wouldn't get another. If he can break Qin Kingdom's bloodline, then sacrificing my life would be worth it for that endeavor. Li Bingyu made her decision. She decided to kill Qin Bai. She felt shocked shortly after and looked away. She saw Jianbugu was holding a tea set. He was walking toward them from afar. He had a very innocent smile on his face. Li Bingyu immediately stopped her murder attempt. She could not do it because of Han Sen and Jianbugu. Han Sen was controlled by Thousand Mile Reach, but Jianbugu was still there. Although Jianbugu made the promise not to use power, he used to be the Qin Kingdom's king teacher. He was King Jing Zhen's teacher. Li Bingyu did not think he would just sit and watch the only extension of the Qin Kingdom's bloodline be murdered. Even if I do not fight now, I will not have another chance. While Li Bingyu was still hesitating, the chessboard displayed movement. Li Bingyu looked over there. She saw Thousand Mile Reach sitting there holding a chess piece. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood that dyed the chessboard red. He collapsed onto the floor. Thousand Mile Reach laid on the floor with a pale face. His white beard was colored red due to the blood. He opened his eyes in shock and looked at Han Sen. The people watching were shocked. They wondered why Thousand Mile Reach had become like that after only moving one chess piece. Teacher, you never played checkers before. It is normal for you not to know how to play it. You do not need to rush this. Qin Bai quickly went to hold Thousand Mile Reach. He comforted him, but he was very happy. Inside, he thought, Han Sen is very powerful. He made the teacher end up like this. With Han Sen by my side, he will never bully me again. Qin Bai picked up Thousand Mile Reach. He pointed at Han Sen and wished to say something, but he suddenly saw another person next to Han Sen. He was holding a tea set. Mister, the tea is done. Jianbugu put the tea set down in front of Han Sen. When Thousand Mile Reach saw Jianbugu's face, he was given a shock. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was like he had seen a ghost. He shook off Qin Bai's arm, went forward, and bowed. Teacher Jian, why are you here? Mister, you have mistaken me with someone else. I am only Mr. Han's servant. I am not a teacher. Jianbugu placed a teacup in front of Thousand Mile Reach. He told him to enjoy it and left. Chapter 3115. Teacher Jianbugu. Thousand Mile Reach was very shocked. He almost forgot the way out while leaving Feng Castle. That man had to be Jianbugu. It has to be Teacher Jian, but how could he? Thousand Mile Reach was very confused. He could not understand why Grand Teacher Jianbugu would call himself Han Sen's servant. That was far too shocking. That was Jianbugu. He was one of the very few elites in the Qin Kingdom. Not even the likes of the almighty Wu Dao Palace were able to overcome him. They had all been kicked out by him. They were not even able to start up religion in the Qin Kingdom. Full of suspicious emotions, Thousand Mile Reach returned to the palace and went straight to speak with King Jing Zhen. Thousand Mile Reach said with a smile, "My king, I am useless. I was unable to bring Mr. Crown Prince back. Oh, is my son really being that stubborn this time?" King Jing Zhen was truly surprised. "Mr. Crown Prince is very stubborn," Thousand Mile Reach replied. Han Sen did not ask anything, yet he did insist on staying in the Feng Castle. King Jing Zhen nodded. He looked at Thousand Mile Reach and felt strange. "Teacher, you do not seem to be looking so good." "My king, I used the chess world to deal with Han Sen, but I was the one who ended up being hurt by him," Thousand Mile Reach said with a bitter look. "I believe he must have a very special God Spirit blood pulse. It might be an Annihilation class God Spirit blood pulse that features mental powers." From what he knew, the ability to survive his chess world and use strong enough psychological powers to take over and control the chess world meant the man had to have had a stronger God Spirit blood pulse. There was no other explanation. Annihilation class God Spirit blood pulse. King Jing Zhen frowned. In the whole universe of kingdoms, they had only found 12 Annihilation class God temples. King Qin was the strongest. One country had 4 Annihilation class God temples, which was why the Qin kingdom was once so powerful. The other 6 big kingdoms usually only had 1 or 2 Annihilation class God temples. The strongest one only had 3 Annihilation class God temples. The Qin kingdom had 4 Annihilation class God temples, 2 of which were controlled by the royals. The other 2 were under the command of other nobles who were not from the Qin kingdom. After their country was destroyed, they came to the Qin kingdom and became pillars of it. In fact, After the Qin kingdom established its law system, many elites flocked to the Qin kingdom. Naturally, that led to a strengthening of the Qin kingdom. That was why the Qin kingdom maintained its law system and the king and officers kept talking about it. Aside from the 12 annihilation-class god temples, it was not like there weren't other ways to get an annihilation-class god spirit blood pulse. Within some super god spirit blood pulse, there were original god spirit blood pulse and weird scenes. If one was lucky enough to find one could get an annihilation-class god spirit blood pulse. Those god spirit blood pulse were considered wild. Because there weren't any god temples, there were no god spirits combined buffs. Thus, wild god spirit blood pulse were usually weaker than the average god spirit blood pulse. No matter how weak they were, annihilation god spirit blood pulse were frightening regardless of where they came from. They made King Jing-Zhen take such a thing very seriously. King Jing-Zhen frowned and said, "This Han Sen has an annihilation god spirit blood pulse and is that close with the Crown Prince. Is there some kind of trick or conspiracy at play here?" 1,000-Mile Reach looked weird as he said, "My king, I do not know. If there is a problem with Han Sen, but I saw Jian by his side." "What, are you talking about my teacher?" King Jing-Zhen stood up with his eyes wide open. To King Jing-Zhen, Jian was not just a teacher. It was like the relationship between 1,000-Mile Reach and Qin Bai. Jian watched King Jing-Zhen grow up. He was not just an officer. They were more like father and son. Deep inside King Jing-Zhen's heart, Jian was a very special person whom he had relied on. It was not something people easily understood. Jian was different from 1,000-Mile Reach. He was not a harsh teacher, but he had shaped King Jing-Zhen into becoming a good king. 10 years ago, King Jing-Zhen wanted to kick Wu Wei Dao Palace out of the Qin kingdom. He forced Jian, who had deep ties with the Wu Wei Dao Palace, to fight them. Jian followed the orders and went to the Wu Wei Dao Palace. He exiled them out of the Qin kingdom. After that, Jian left a letter and quit his post. He made the promise never to fight again. King Jing-Zhen did not regret his decision. Wu Wei Dao Palace had affected many citizens. If he had not removed them, the government would not have been able to control the people. Plus, Jian was the only one who could have done it. He did not regret it, but he did feel guilty about Jian. Over the years, he had sent many people to seek out Jian, but the seekers always came back empty-handed. He was shocked to hear he might have suddenly been found. King Jing-Zhen was shaking as he asked, Teacher, how is he?" 1,000-Mile Reach's expression looked strange. He opened his mouth, but he was unsure of what to say. Did something happen to him? King Jing-Zhen's body shook. He understood Jian, who once said he would not fight for 20 years. He was the sort of person to see something like that through. Even if it cost him his life, he would not fight. He had been worrying about that prospect. He was the one who sent Jian to fight strong enemies like the Wu Wei Dao Palace, and Jian lost the protection of the Qin kingdom without the ability to defend himself. It was hard to imagine the consequences of something like this. He was worried Jian was dead. No. You misunderstand. Teacher Jian is fine. He is not injured, but 1,000-Mile Reach hesitated. He could not say it. "Mr. 1,000-Mile, stop hesitating. What is the matter?" King Jing-Zhen now knew Jian was alive. While he was relieved to hear that, he still wanted to learn more about his condition. 1,000-Mile Reach gnashed his teeth and said, "Jian told me Han Sen was his master." "What?" King Jing-Zhen was shocked, which turned into anger. He chomped down on his teeth hard as he shouted, "Goddamn that Han Sen! How dare he humiliate my teacher? I am going to kill everyone he knows." "Please, don't be mad," 1,000-Mile Reach quickly implored. "Teacher Jian is very strong. If he was not willing to, not even a sky full of spirits could make him kneel." "I do not think Teacher Jian was forced. He was really polite to Han Sen. I think there has to be a good reason for it." King Jing-Zhen was not a tyrant. After thinking about it for a bit, his anger faded. "Teacher Jian was next to Han Sen when I saw him today," 1,000-Mile Reach said. "I think he is going to protect Han Sen. If you kill Han Sen, it might destroy Teacher Jian's plan." King Jing-Zhen nodded. If the teacher is next to Han Sen and that guy has a problem, the teacher would do something. If the teacher does not mind him and does not stop my son from getting close with him, I guess Han Sen is an okay individual. After pausing a moment, King Jing Zhen presented a wry smile. The trouble Han Sen has stirred up makes this a difficult situation to navigate. Chapter 3116 Super God Spirit Blood Pulse appears. The whole of the Big Qin Kingdom wanted Han Sen dead, but who would have figured Han Sen would not end up arrested? He was holed up in the Feng family's castle surrounded by the king's guards. Although the king had extended comfort to the Steel family, the king did not talk about Han Sen being responsible for the killing of Steel Scene. The officers on the case only said they were investigating it. Seeing this entire thing was coming to an end, the officers, who were so proud of their law system, could no longer sit back and watch. All of them wrote letters asking King Jing Zhen to right the wrongs and not allow criminals to get off scot-free. Otherwise, the kingdom was to become bad, and chaos would claim everything. There were even officers outside the palace kowtowing. They were shouting various slogans about arresting criminals and upholding the practice of law. It was like if they did not kill Han Sen, the entire kingdom would fall apart. The letters were like snowflakes piling up on King Jing Zhen's table. Usually, he did not receive that many letters. King Jing Zhen had to take a step back. This time, inside the palace, there was not much movement. Only the officers who were on the case were given an answer a few days later. After the investigation, other people were deemed responsible for the murder of Steel Scene. It was revealed that Han Sen was set up. The officers in the government had many sources. Everybody knew that no one had investigated the case properly. Han Sen was not questioned the entire time he was inside the Feng castle. How was the case over so soon? The entirety of Jade Wall City was reeling in shock. Overnight, Han Sen had become the biggest villain in the kingdom. Crown Prince Qin Bai had become the most ridiculous and dumbest crown prince in history. It was unknown who incited all of this. Many nobles were gathering at Feng Castle to protest. There were even some nobles swearing outside the palace, saying the Qin kingdom had an absurdly incompetent crown prince. Something like this had never happened before in the Qin kingdom, and the matters were becoming worse. Not even King Jing Zhen knew what to do about the nobles and officers. The twisted laws of the Qin kingdom were unique. They were what brought the Qin kingdom from being on the brink of collapse to a glorious nation again. They also made the Qin kingdom's glory unable to reach a higher zenith. The nobles of the Qin kingdom were very influential. They fought against royalty. Even King Jing Zhen was not able to do whatever he wanted. He was significantly restricted with what he could do. The royals had 2 annihilation-class god temples. The nobles also did. The royals had elites, but the nobles had even more. There were many times when King Jing Zhen had to concede. It created a strange balance inside the Qin kingdom's government. This time, King Jing Zhen was not going to concede. No matter how much the officers sent letters or how many loyal officers cried and threatened to kill themselves, King Jing Zhen did not say anything. He said the case was over, and that was that. The nobles and officers did not give up. With grand fury, they were still against the decision. Han Sen did not care. He just hid inside the Feng castle, eating and drinking. Han Sen, when I go back to the palace, will father kill me? Qin Bai asked with fear. He thought things had become too big for him. Do not worry, Han Sen said with a smile. If the king did not come in to capture you or me, that means he has allowed you to remain here. Upon hearing that, Qin Bai felt better, but he was still worried. The Qin kingdom's nobles were the most powerful in the 7 kingdoms. They were willing to fight against the royals. Qin Bai knew about that. Outside, many nobles were surrounding Feng Castle. That made him worry profusely. See, it was only now Han Sen learned that the Qin kingdom's nobles had such power. Not even the royals were able to clamp down on them. This time, he had killed Steel Scene and triggered the nobles and their benefits. He had started a conflict between the nobles and royals. From the results, the royals could not take on everything. Seeing Gnbugu, whose eyes were like jade, focus on working, Han Sen really wanted to fight him. He wanted to see how strong the world's strongest elite truly was. It was a shame Gnbugu said he would never fight again. He would not fight back, even if it cost him his life. Han Sen was not going to force him. Han Sen thought the nobles were going to keep annoying them. After 2 days, the nobles were all gone. Are they really that impatient? They should not be. Han Sen thought their absence was weird. With the time he had spent in the Qin kingdom, he knew the people should not have backed off so easily. Feng Fei Fei had other people go to figure it out. The gold crystal system had an infinite light. It covered the whole system, turning it into a rainbow sun. Everyone knew this was the weird scene of a super god spurt blood pulse showing up. The nobles did not have time to keep annoying Han Sen. They all ran to the gold crystal system to dig up a gene egg. According to the Qin Kingdom's first Mr. Wei, who was Bald Guy's master, that god spirit blood pulse had a weird scene that shocked the world. That place probably had a high-class god spirit blood pulse. It made the nobles go crazy. If there was an annihilation class god spirit blood pulse and they had possessed it, then they would go into the skies with one step. Even if they could not get an annihilation class god spirit blood pulse, this was a super god spirit blood pulse. There were many gene eggs, so there would eventually be a god class gene race. I have never seen such a super god spirit blood pulse before. Let's go and take a look. Han Sen knew the nobles and officers would not let him go so easily, but he did not want to be trapped with the Feng family and do nothing. He wanted to explore. After witnessing the power of Thousand Mile Reach, he thought getting a powerful god spirit blood pulse or gene race would be a good thing. It would help him achieve all the things he had wanted to do. After all, breaking the rules cost too much trouble. It cost him too much trouble, especially since he couldn't break them for long. Since the nobles had already fallen back, Han Sen sent Qin Bai back. He did not want Qin Bai to follow him around. If something happened, he could not go back to Jade Wall City. Mr. Yang and Jian Shi, the mother and the daughter, had to run the online shop. They could not go with Han Sen either. Jian Bugu, who was unable to fight, had to remain. Han Sen was ready to go alone, but Li Bingyu insisted on going with him. Han Sen did not reject her offer. Han Sen did not know much about the universe of kingdoms, so having someone knowledgeable along would be helpful. He used a quantum teleporter to enter the gold crystal system's heavy soil area. They saw a giant rainbow sun in the sky. The system around was clear. It was like it was right above their heads. Han Sen knew it wasn't a real sun. It was a giant system, but the light was too bright. That was why it looked like a sun. Chapter 3117 Gold Crystal System, an ink-eye beast, selling an ink-eye beast. On the streets, many people were selling gene races. Ink-eye beasts were the best-selling ones at the moment. Han Sen asked around as to why that was. He was told the gold crystal system was too shiny. Continued. Exposure to the light led to damaged eyesight. If people had ink-eye beasts, their eyes could be shielded from the harmful effects of the light. Also, in the light, they were able to see further than normal. Whichever noble went to dig gene eggs in the gold crystal system typically possessed a gene race like that. If they did not have one, they'd fork over the money to purchase one. Otherwise, if they entered the god crystal system, they could be rendered blind. The ink-eye beast was only a barren gene race, but it cost 10,000 for each one. It was more expensive than the average Viscount gene race. Han Sen's eyes were stronger than god-class gene races, so he did not need the aid of an ink-eye beast. He looked at Li Bingyu and asked, "Ghost Kill, do you require an ink-eye beast?" Li Bingyu shook her head and said, "I have a gene race with a similar function. I do not need a gene race of such a low level. If you need one, it is best not to buy an ink-eye beast. That gene race is too low of a level. Its abilities are poor. It can enable you to go into the early zones. If you want to do deeper into the God Spirit Blood Pulse, the ink-eye beast is not going to be able to shield your eyes from the powerful light. You are going to have to combine with something." Han Sen nodded. He prepared to go to the gold crystal system when he heard someone call out his name. Han Sen, wait for me. A big, bald man was in the crowd ahead, standing out like a sore thumb. He was running toward Han Sen, waving at him. "Bald guy, why are you here?" Han Sen asked. Bald guy looked cocky as he said, "I am a student of Mr. Wei, and there is a word of a magnificent God Spirit Blood Pulse being here. How could I not come?" Li Bingyu was surprised by that. She looked at the man's bald head as she asked, "Mr. Wei is here?" Bald head nodded. "Master and a few other brothers are here too. We are going to conduct a large operation. We are going to find ourselves a God-class gene egg. How about you accompany us?" Han Sen did not answer. Not too far away, he heard another person talking strangely. "Brother bald guy, don't say that. This guy is loved by the Crown Prince. He is very noble. We do not have what it takes to be by his side." A dozen people walked forward. At the center of the crew was an elder with a white beard. The man who was speaking was a middle-aged man clad in armor. The set of armor was beautiful. It was not something cheap. Third brother, how could you say such a thing? Bald guy looked glum. The middle-aged man smiled. Brother bald guy, did you not hear what I said? In that case, I will say it clearly. It is fine that you want to buddy up with evil, but do not bring harm to the reputation of your teacher. It might be fine if you want to be with him, but don't drag us all down with you. I do not want people talking behind my back. Bald guy was incredibly angry. He wished to say something, but the white-bearded elder said, "That is enough, Yufei. Stop messing around. Time is of the essence. We need to find the land pulse. We do not have time to waste around here." Bald guy looked upset. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Do whatever you want. I am going with Han Sen." The white-haired elder frowned. He wanted to say something, but the third brother said, "Big brother, just ignore him. He is not that good. It does not change a thing if we go with or without him. He loves to be with people in high places, so why should we stand in the way of his petty dreams of becoming famous?" The white-bearded elder shook his head. "Yufei, you know where we are going to go. Just come back later." "It is fine, big brother," bald guy replied. "You do not have to wait. Just tell my teacher I will be going to Gold Crystal System with my friend." "In that case, I wish you luck," the middle-aged man said in a mocking tone of voice. "I hope you can find the God-class Gene Egg, brother 3, stop it." The white-bearded elder stopped the middle-aged man and led him away. After they walked away, bald guy laughed. "Han Sen, with me, bald guy, here, you do not need to worry. I promise I will find you something." "I can believe that." Han Sen had no hope that bald guy could find him a Gene Egg, but bald guy still admitted to the others he was a friend. That made him feel touched. After all, Han Sen was a person who was hated everywhere. He was an enemy of all the other nobles. Claiming he was a friend of his would undoubtedly damage his own reputation. It might even have put him in danger. The three of them hit the road. Bald Head was telling Han Sen that the God Spirit blood pulse there was unusual. Because the magnet fields had changed, Gold Crystal System had a super God Spirit blood pulse. According to Mr. Wei's calculations, the God Spirit blood pulse there would have a destroyed class God Spirit blood pulse and some God class Gene Eggs up for grabs. Bald guy laughed. "I do not have a level high enough to find where the blood pulse generates, but it will not be hard to find where the God class Gene Egg is. You guys should just follow me." Because the magnetic fields were very strong, all kinds of tools in the Gold Crystal System were broken. Airships were unable to fly into there. Bald guy summoned a big dragon-like Gene race. He showed it off to Han Sen. "Ha, ha, this is an evolved ultimate God-class Gene race. It is called a God Wind Dragon. Its flying speed makes it one of the best out of all the Gene races. This Gene race does look pretty awesome." Han Sen looked at the 3-foot-long God Wind Dragon and laughed. With a touch of cockiness, he replied, "What do you mean by pretty awesome?" "It is awesome. We need it to traverse the Gold Crystal System. Come on up." Bald guy sat on the God Wind Dragon's back. Han Sen did not decline the offer. Li Bingyu also got on the God Wind Dragon's back. The God Wind Dragon flapped its wings and flew away like a typhoon. It was headed for the shiny Gold Crystal System. They were in space. Han Sen saw many people there. They were all riding different kinds of Gene races, flying into the Gold Crystal System. They were mostly Gene races used for livestock. There were some weird flying tigers and bats. All sorts of weird Gene races were seen. Bald guy pointed at the Gene races and introduced them to Han Sen. "That 4-winged tiger is not bad, but it is not as good as my God Wind Dragon." Han Sen was interested in the topic. He was intently listening when he suddenly felt a big movement inside his Sea of Soul. After it swallowed the black crystal armor, the gold-winged peacock hadn't been able to be used because it was evolving. Now, that evolution process had finished. The gold light, which looked like an egg, had a crack. Some shiny sort of gold light leaked out. When the light cracks were bigger, the gold light grew brighter. In the end, it was like a golden sun shining in his Sea of Soul. Suddenly, the light went dim. As that happened, Han Sen saw that the gold-winged peacock had finished evolving. Its golden feathers looked dreamy. Its body glowed with a god light. It was like a god bird straight out of mythology. Above the gold-winged peacock king, the black crystal armor did not move an inch. It had no life force. It looked as if it was dead. Han Sen looked at the gold-winged peacock king's information. It made him happy. He discovered it had already reached ultimate mode. Chapter 3118 Top Class Talent Gene Race Gold Wing Peacock King. Mutant God Class Gene Race Ultimate Mode. Skills. Gold God Ring, Peacock King Eye, Sky Full of Feathers After. Examining the details of the Gold Wing Peacock King, Han Sen was even happier. That Gold Wing Peacock King had 3 gene skills. It had top-notch talents. Ordinary juvenile gene races only had 1 gene skill. There was a chance of some having none. If there weren't any gene skills, they had to wait until they were adults before receiving their gene skills. Each time they leveled up, there was a chance of gene skills being awoken inside a gene race. Still, that chance wasn't very high. Ultimate mode gene races could have 3 skills at the most. Even if ordinary gene races did reach ultimate mode, they rarely possessed 3 gene skills. Having 2 was already quite phenomenal. Most of them only had 1 gene skill. Some gene races did not even have a single gene skill. The Gold Wing Peacock King had 3. It was definitely the best of the best. If Han Sen wanted to sell it, the price could be a few times or a dozen times more than the same species at the same level of gene race with only 1 skill. This was especially true with gene races with 3 skills. If a gene race was rare and the gene skill was useful, it would go for the highest price. Han Sen had only seen a juvenile gene skill Gold God Wing. After combining, he was given golden wings. After he activated it, there was a break space flying power available, and the gold wings had a scary destructive power. The wings behaved like blades that could cut through anything. As for the Peacock King Eye and Sky Full of Feathers, they were the awakened gene skills. Han Sen did not know what they did. They were getting close to Gold Crystal System. The light was getting extremely bright. Li Bingyu and Bald Guy combined with gene races to block it. Han Sen did not need to combine with a gene race, but he still wanted to try. He attempted combining with his Gold Wing Peacock King. A blurry, gold, glassy god light shone on Han Sen. The peacock wings, which were made of gold, appeared. Han Sen's eyes had a shiny god light in them. It was like they were swirling with gold. They looked weirdly pretty. His long, gold hair was wavy like a waterfall. Every strand of hair was like crystal. It was like there was a glassy god light spinning inside it. After combining with it, Han Sen was affected by the Gold Wing Peacock King's genes and presence. His face and body seemed to become longer. He looked rather pretty but somewhat like an evil king. Bald Guy looked at Han Sen with shock. After a while, he swallowed his saliva and asked, Han Sen, what is that gene race you have? Where did you get it from? Do you still have it? Li Bingyu looked at Han Sen. She had a strange expression. After combining with the Gold Wing Peacock King, Han Sen looked far too pretty and handsome. He looked more handsome than an evil god. His entire body had an evil, pretty aura that was quite attractive. The Gold Wing Peacock King, Han Sen replied. Oh, I dug it up. I do not know if there is another of the same type of gene race. That is a shame. Your gene race looks really awesome after combining with it. If I, Bald Guy, had a gene race like that, perhaps my dreams would come true. Maybe I could have God Thousand Lotus. Bald Guy looked at Han Sen with excitement. He then asked, is your gene race up for sale? If you sell it, the price is of no object. I will squander all of my savings and buy it from you. Han Sen had heard the God Thousand Lotus name before. With Feng Fei Fei, it was the same. She was one of the 3 big singers in the Qin Kingdom. Bald Guy obviously had a crush on her. He always talked about her, but she had no interest in him. I am not selling it. It was not easy for Han Sen to get his hands on that ultimate mode gene race. Han Sen wanted to use it. He wasn't ready to pawn it off just yet. The Blood God Dragon was also under Han Sen's command. It had swallowed the black crystal armor to enter evolution mode. It would be hatching before too long. The only gene races Han Sen had to rely on now were the Gold Wing Peacock King and the Blood Ghost Spirit. It was a shame that the 2 of them could not become an exclusive Blood Dragon God Spirit Blood Pulse gene race. It was hard to receive the boons of a Blood Dragon God Spirit Blood Pulse. Their powers would have been inferior to the Blood God Dragon. Bald Guy thought it was a shame, but he had not even asked Han Sen about the level or power of the Gold Wing Peacock King. That was something very private. It was something unremarkable, so no one would have asked about it. After getting close to the Gold Crystal System, they were able to see that it was not a big sun. It was a system made of many lights. Most planets did not glow. Only planets like a sun glowed. Most other planets only reflected the light. Now, All the gold crystal system's planets were glowing with a scary light. The ordinary rocks and trees on the planets shone like treasures. Even the man-made buildings and machines glowed in the incandescent radiance. The entire world looked as if it had been carved out of precious gemstones. It was incredibly holy. Bald Guy pointed at the god-wind dragon and commanded it to fly to a planet the humans lived on. When he saw what was glowing behind the buildings, his face changed. He said, "This god-spirit blood pulse is too shocking. Even some spiritless items that are man-made have been touched by the scent of the god-spirit blood pulse. It is far scarier than I imagined. Perhaps there is a rare gene race being born." A rare gene race, huh? Han Sen's heart jumped. During the past 2 days, he had not seen the big sky demon. He didn't know if she was still following him around or not. Because the planet was close to the edge of the gold crystal system, many human nobles were able to travel there. They saw many people digging all around and across the place. Bald Guy looked at them with much disdain. He steered the god-wind dragon deeper into the gold crystal system. He said, "They don't know anything about god-spirit blood pulses. They are here to dig gene eggs. They will not be able to dig up a thing. This god-spirit blood pulse is very scary, but not just anywhere will have a gene egg." Han Sen asked, "Where might there be a gene egg?" Bald Guy seriously said, "In this place, the god-spirit blood pulse has a lot of light. Usually, light and heat are elements that mesh well together. Although the light in this place is weird, the temperature has not changed. Judging from the light that is around this place, and if I have guessed it correctly, this god-spirit blood pulse is in the light abyss formation." "Are you saying that the Qin kingdom had a light abyss god-spirit blood pulse 20 years ago?" Li Bingyu suddenly said. Bald Guy nodded with excitement. "Yes. This place is very similar to the light abyss the Qin kingdom had. This light abyss has an annihilation class wild god spirit blood pulse. It created the Qin kingdom. A general there, named Tian Shan, shocked the world. The formation here is similar to that light abyss. Perhaps it will have an annihilation class wild god spirit blood pulse." Chapter 3119, A land pulse that shocks the sky. "You've been talking a lot, but you have yet to tell us where we can dig up the gene egg." Han Sen did not understand anything about the light abyss, and he had never heard of Tian Shan. He just wanted to know where he could find a gene egg. Bald Guy laughed. "There's no need to rush proceedings. Although the formation is similar, in this world, it is impossible to have two god spirit blood pulses that are completely the same. Even if they were similar, there would be differences. You need to calculate the granular details. We should go forward. If we reach an area where there might be a gene egg, I will be able to tell." Han Sen was able to tell the man was very smart. He was clever but not truly excellent. He could not locate a gene egg via discerning the god spirit blood pulse's direction. He could only discover one when it was within his proximity. Even so, he was better at it than Han Sen. Thus, he had to listen to him. The god-wind dragon was headed deeper into the gold crystal system. They traveled past many planets. Bald Guy said past every single one of them until the 4th day of their journey. It was then that Bald Guy's eyes turned bright. He looked toward a planet and said, "That planet has a high-class gene egg on it." Han Sen looked in that direction and saw a lifeless planet covered in rocks and dust. There was also a large crater on it, which had been left behind by a meteorite. At this time, the rocks and dust were shining like gems. They were almost glowing. Han Sen had seen many varieties of this kind of planet the past 4 days. He was not able to tell what was so special about this planet. Bald Guy steered the god-wind dragon in the direction of the planet. He commanded it to fly low and look around. Not long later, he happily said, "This cannot be an incorrect judgment. This place must have a gene egg." Although this god spirit blood pulse was scary, since it had just formed, the gene race inside the god spirit blood pulse had yet to hatch. They did not need to worry. The biggest danger they faced was the other humans there to dig up the gene eggs and gene races that already existed. Such a scary god spirit blood pulse had been born. If there was a gene race that already lived there, and they had consumed many gene eggs, they could have evolved terribly. But this was a lifeless planet. No one was able to see a gene race, so they did not have to worry. As to the presence of other humans, Han Sen had yet to spot anyone else. After the 3 of them came to a halt, they started digging in the area Bald Guy marked. After digging under a stone for 3 feet, they saw a white light gene egg. It was the size of a basketball. It was like a snow-white jade. Bald Guy happily grabbed the gene egg. After looking at it, he determined that he could not identify what sort of gene egg it was. Although I do not know which species this is, judging from its look and presence, it's not a low-class gene race. It should be at least a Marquise-class gene race. We should keep digging. This land pulse should contain more than one gene egg. After saying that, Bald Guy put the gene eggs aside to keep digging. Just as Bald Guy had said, they found 4 gene eggs from the land pulse. They all looked to be the same kind. Bald Guy kept 2 from the haul. Han Sen and Li Bingyu each received 1. The 3 of them remained on the planet searching for land pulses and digging gene eggs. It really was a super god spirit blood pulse. There were many land pulses and gene eggs. It only took them half a day to find 4 land pulses. They dug up a dozen gene eggs. Unfortunately, they were only Marquise and Duke class. Although their levels were not too low, and they were likely worth quite a bit, they were of no use to Han Sen. In the meantime, many humans riding gene races flew through the skies. Most of them left when laying eyes on the God Wind Dragon. The God Wind Dragon's ultimate body was quite intimidating. It made Bald Guy's cockiness increase. Han Sen and Li Bingyu followed Bald Guy. They all managed to dig up a trove of gene eggs. Bald Guy kept leading the God Wind Dragon to locate land pulses. After finding a land pulse, he gave it to Han Sen and Li Bingyu and continued the search. The 3 of them worked together quite well. Han Sen did not think there was a problem, but Li Bingyu felt scorned. This Bald Guy is very good at bluffing, but his God Spirit blood pulse knowledge is fairly average. The gold crystal system really is a place like a light abyss, but the gold crystal system itself is made of 7 planets. It has a 7-star fighting formation, which affects the light abyss formation. It will become a ghost star light formation. Once in that formation, there are only 7 real places that can yield a god-class gene egg. This planet is not one of 7 planets with 7 stars. Li Bingyu was quite knowledgeable about land pulses. She also had deeply investigated God Spirit blood pulse skills. Although she was not as great as Mr. Wei, she was better than Bald Guy, who had only learned half of what she knew. How do I lure Han Sen to the real 7 planets? Li Bingyu followed Han Sen. Her primary purpose was not for digging up a gene egg. She wanted to know how strong Han Sen's power truly was. Although everyone claimed he murdered Steel seen in the Ice Snow God Temple, it was seemingly just a legend. No one had actually witnessed what Han Sen was really like. Bald Guy seemed hurried as he rode the God Wind Dragon to where Han Sen was. He shouted at Han Sen, who was in the middle of digging, "Old Han, stop digging. You should come here. I found something good. I have almost finished here," Han Sen said while he kept digging. "I can go there later." Bald Guy jumped down and pulled Han Sen with him. He dragged him out of the hole and said, "What are you digging for?" "I found a land pulse that can shock the sky. It might have a god-class gene egg. Let's forget about this one. We can come back later." After that, Bald Guy pulled Han Sen onto the God Wind Dragon. He invited Li Bingyu along for the ride. They flew toward a mountain that had high and low spots. Li Bingyu thought, "I'll be damned if they can find a god-class gene egg here." The God Wind Dragon flew to the upper part of the small, stone mountain. Bald Guy looked at the stone mountain's position and said, "Look at what is over there." Han Sen and Li Bingyu went toward where Bald Guy pointed. They saw the little stone mountain had an old tree at its center. Han Sen did not know any land pulse skills, and he could not feel the presence of the old tree, but he knew that the old tree must have been very special. This was a planet without life, so this was not just any old tree. Even bacteria were unable to live there, so how could an old tree be growing? Han Sen had a closer look. The old tree had a lot of fruit on it. The branches bloomed with pink flowers. It was like a plum tree. The entire gold crystal system was affected by the God Spirit blood pulse's weird light, but the old tree did not shine. It was like an ordinary tree. It was full of flowers. Although it looked very average, it was strange for this ordinary plum tree to be where it was. Chapter 3120. Under the plum tree. Han Sen looked at Bald Guy and asked, "What is this land pulse's plum tree weird scene?" Bald Guy touched his big, bald head. He looked rather embarrassed as he said, "Although I cannot tell what this weird scene is, I am pretty sure it is an amazing one." Han Sen looked disdainfully at him. Bald Guy wasn't really making much sense. Although he had never learned God Pulse skills, he could tell there was something odd going on there. Li Bingyu was shocked. Via her observational talents, she knew the planet was not one of the key God Pulses of the Gold Crystal system. It should not have been able to produce a powerful weird scene. But that plum tree was far too strange. It was hard for people to imagine. Do not think about it too much. Let's just dig it out of the ground. There must be some good stuff here. Perhaps we will even find a god spirit blood pulse. After saying that, Bald Guy started to dig. He did not plan on scoping out any other land pulses. Han Sen and Li Bingyu helped out. On the mountain, the terrain was rocky everywhere. Below the plum tree, there was only soil. It was much easier to dig there. Han Sen only dug a little bit. The soil was harder than steel. It was loose, but it was still difficult to dig up a lot of soil at once. Han Sen put a sprinkle of the soil into his hands to examine it. He discovered that the soil had white dots on it. They were metallic. They looked like metal from a mine. They eventually dug 9 feet deep when they found something hard. They brushed away the soil around it. They found a root that looked like a sea dragon. The root was as black as ink. It was as if there were scales on it. It looked extremely weird. Upon closer inspection, one thought it looked like a dried snake. The three of them kept digging around the root. Bald Guy kept digging and said, "Be careful. I am unfamiliar with the situation here. Do not dig too deep. It will not be good if you end up digging into an evil spirit spring." More and more roots were dug up. Han Sen and the others noticed there were more roots than there were branches on the plum tree. The roots were like many dragons all tangled up into each other. They were all over the place. They covered an area of at least 30 feet. They were much wider than the tree branches too. Han Sen and the others had to widen their region of digging. They ended up digging 90 feet away before reaching the end of the roots. They followed the roots and kept digging down. Lots of tree roots were layered on top of each other like a lattice fence outside a house. Bald Guy was hastily digging into it. He used his shovel to dig into a tree root that was only the size of a finger, but he did not even leave a white scrape on it. It's a very hard tree root. Bald Guy was shocked. His body combined with a very powerful king-class gene race. The shovel was very unique as well. Despite trying like that, no marks were left on the tree's roots. Han Sen's curiosity had been completely snagged. As he kept digging, he said, "This plum tree is so weird. Whatever is down there must be unique. We should keep digging." The three of them were digging for half the day before they reached a depth of about 90 feet. One of the plum tree's 3 roots was visible. From what they saw, the big beard of roots looked slightly like a ball. It covered the entire area and did not allow the wind to affect. Bald Guy put down his shovel and wiped the sweat from his brow as he said, "Stop digging. I do not think there is anything down further. The good stuff is inside the roots of the tree." The metal, ore-like soil was too hard to dig. Although he had the power to combine with a gene race, it was still very tiring for him to dig for so long. Han Sen and Li Bingyu agreed with Bald Guy's assessment. They had dug a hole that was 90 feet deep. If the gene egg was deep inside, some weird scene should have been playing by now. Nothing of the sort was going on. There was an 80 to 90% chance that nothing more would happen if they went deeper. If there was something good to retrieve, it had to be lurking within the roots. The plum tree's roots did not grow normally. They crossed each other to form a wall. It was as if they were all protecting something. Bald Guy used his shovel to dig around. He could not leave a mark on the roots, so he looked to Han Sen. "Old Han, are you able to break any of these roots to see what lies inside?" "Ghost kill, you give it a go," Han Sen said to Li Bingyu. Li Bingyu did not object. After all, she was as interested in the plum tree as the others. Her body generated a flame and cat ears. Her back sprouted a cat tail. Her fingernails extended like 5 lethal blades. They were burning with flames. "I have an adult god class fire god claw cat," Li Bingyu said. "Its fire element is very effective against creatures that are a wood element. Perhaps it will work." She then put her claws into the tree roots. Her nails displayed some fire blades. She slashed the tree roots. Sparks flew everywhere, but the tree roots weren't cut off. They also did not burn. Li Bingyu's hands shook. The flames on the nails were shaking. It looked like she had been shaken a lot. "It's very hard." Li Bingyu frowned. She really wanted to summon her strongest gene race to test it, but that would expose who she truly was. So, she denied that thought. Han Sen used his hands to touch where Li Bingyu slashed. 3 light marks had been created on the surface, but they were still quite difficult to make out. The fire god claw cat's power was effective, but not by much. Without hesitation, Han Sen spread his giant, gold peacock wings. The gold god light wings flickered. It made the gold wings become a set of extremely sharp blades. Kacha. Cracking sounds penetrated their ears. Bald Guy was very happy. He looked at the tree roots. He saw a dozen roots had been cut half a foot, but they were not completely severed yet. Han Sen was shocked. Li Bingyu and Bald Guy might not have known, but he did. Along with his power, the mutant ultimate mode god class gene race could only cut half a foot deep. The tree roots were scarily strong. But if he was able to damage the tree roots, it was only a matter of time before he cut his way deeper. Han Sen kept using the gold god wings. The peacock's wings continuously flashed. The gold light was flashing everywhere as he kept slicing the tree's roots. After a few times of doing that, many of the tree roots had been cut off. It revealed the shadow on the inside. Looking in from the hole he had made, the tree roots were wrapped around ice. It gave them all an instant chill. The three of them looked at the ice. There was a white-clothed woman frozen within the ice. The white-clothed woman sat inside the ice without moving. She did not look dead. It looked more like she was asleep. Han Sen was shocked, but he was not shocked about there being a woman inside the ice. He was shocked about the presence the ice released. Jadeskin, no, it is the Cold Sutra. Han Sen thought this was weird. When he touched the ice, he almost screamed aloud. Chapter 3121 Moon God Han Sen practiced Jadeskin. It came from Moon God's Cold Sutra legacy. In the Alliance and the Geno universe, it was related to the Cold Sutra. Han Sen was never entirely sure about the true creator of the Cold Sutra. He believed it was just some character called Moon God. As to what class or race Moon God was, or perhaps even if it was a god spirit, Han Sen simply had no idea. In the universe of kingdoms, there was a power that was similar to Jadeskin. Aside from the Cold Sutra, Han Sen could not come up with any other idea as to where this had come from. It was different from pure ice power. The power of the Cold Sutra was not purely based on the cold. The cold was surface deep. The core of the Cold Sutra was a Geno art that could purify one's body to reinforce genes and perfect a body, allowing a person to reach a zenith of performance where one had no flaws. But he was in the universe of kingdoms. To the Alliance, it was considered an anti-material world. The Cold Sutra, by all accounts, should not have been able to work there. But the coldness ahead of them was collected by the Cold Sutra, and it was not restricted by the world. It made Han Sen quite curious. He looked at the woman, who was encased in ice. He was not able to see anything clearly because of the thick layer of ice. Guessing from her shape, Han Sen sensed that she was a beautiful woman he had never seen before. No, this is not the Cold Sutra. Han Sen touched the ice. He felt the power on its surface and did not think that was right. Although it was very similar, he sensed something different when he felt it. Bald Guy looked at the woman inside the ice and excitedly said, "I am going to be rich. What is inside cannot be a pretty, humanoid gene race. Don't you guys dare fight for it. I want this pretty humanoid gene race. I can pay you your share." Li Bingyu coldly asked, "Are you crazy? Does this ice look like a gene race? Ice snakes and many ice gene eggs use ice for a shell. Perhaps this humanoid gene race does the same." Bald Guy looked at the woman encased in ice with saliva drooling from his mouth. It was not as if he had never seen a beautiful woman before. It was just that humanoid gene races were extremely rare. Li Bingyu said, "If I were you, I would not be so optimistic." Bald Guy wished to say something, but he soon saw the ice start to melt due to the exposure to light. Cold air arose from the thaw, creating a white fog. "Careful," Li Bingyu said as she retreated. She seemed to be afraid of the cold air. Han Sen fell back too. He pulled Bald Guy away. He knew the Cold Sutra was powerful, and that ice would not just possess cold air. Bald Guy fell back a little slower. The cold air touched his sleeve, which was instantly crystallized. Bald Guy ripped it off. It turned into shattered crystals scattered across the ground. Bald Guy was in shock. He did not hesitate any longer. He hurried to retreat and escape the area. He witnessed the tree roots develop a white, cold fog that wrapped the entire plum tree. When there was light all around, it shone like a rainbow. When the cold air arose, the plum tree's petals started to die. Many of the pink petals surfed the cold air. It was weirdly pretty. It was like a showering of flowers in reverse. In between all the flower rain, the voice of a woman was very vaguely heard within the cold. Thousands of nights filled with a feeling of emptiness and hatred. I would rather be drunk and not wake up. That woman is alive. Bald Guy's eyes opened wide as he peered into the mist. He saw a white shadow approaching. When she heard the woman's voice, Li Bingyu's face morphed. Oh, no, she is the Qin Kingdom's night god No Moon. Run! Han Sen and Bald Guy were shocked. They had never heard of night god No Moon before. After hearing Li Bingyu's shout, they knew this must have been a powerful adversary. They were going to follow Li Bingyu and retreat, but they heard the woman quietly say, "I can't believe someone can still recall my name." While she spoke, the woman emerged from the cold fog. It was the white-clothed woman who had previously been encased in ice. Her bare feet touched the ground. A scary cold light flashed with each step. It turned everything around into ice. Li Bingyu tore through space to escape. She was frozen in the air. Bald Guy's mouth was wide open, as were his eyes. He turned into an ice statue. Han Sen's body flashed with gold light, but he was restricted by the ice light. He was unable to leave. He had cold air all over him. Fortunately, his body was resistant to it. He had already practiced something similar to Jadeskin. If he had not, even with the gold-winged Peacock King, he would have been reduced to an ice cube. "Have you practiced the Cold Sutra?" the white-clothed woman asked as she looked upon Han Sen with shock. She observed him closely. Han Sen looked at the white-clothed woman and asked, "Have you practiced the Cold Sutra too?" "Who are you?" The white-clothed woman did not answer. Her feet were light. She was like a fairy from the outer sky as she landed in front of Han Sen. She pointed her fingers at Han Sen's eyebrows. The way she moved was elegant, but it still made Han Sen develop goosebumps. It was like some wild flood or a crazy tiger was looking at him. He flapped his gold god wings, generating gold light. A gold light feather formed behind Han Sen. A sky full of feathers went flying toward the white-clothed woman. The gold peacock feathers flying through the air were frozen mid-flight. Han Sen was flying extremely fast. Since the scary, cold light froze the wings on his back, his airborne travel was slowed down a lot. The woman's body did not change. Her jade fingers were still pointing at Han Sen's eyebrows the same way. She was coming closer. Han Sen looked very glum. The woman's Cold Sutra expertise was frighteningly strong. It was stronger than Han Sen fathomed it could be. Even the ultimate gold-winged Peacock King could not fight against it. Boom! In the next second, Han Sen was forced to tear through the restrictions of space. A scary power exploded through him. At the same time, he cast his Jadeskin and pointed toward the woman's finger. Two fingers collided against each other in the air. Two scary powers hit against each other. The ice, jade air did not create a scary explosion. It did not make a sound or a sonic wave. It was like the two powers melted each other and disappeared. "You come from another world," the woman said to Han Sen with shock. "Who are you?" Han Sen's vision was like a knife. He looked at the woman in front of him. His full power attack had only been able to even out against that woman, so she was a terrifyingly strong person. Plus, Han Sen was now able to confirm that the woman's Cold Sutra had a problem. Her power could not really be counted as the Cold Sutra anymore. It was just like the Zhen Yellow Sutra. It was the Cold Sutra in reverse. So, it counter-attacked his Jadeskin. When the two powers hit each other, they cancelled each other out. "If you learned the Cold Sutra, you should know of the witch race and moon god," the white-clothed woman coldly said. Chapter 3122 Lawbreaker, are you really the creator of the Cold Sutra? Are you moon god? Hang on, did you mention the witch? That must mean you are from the Geno universe. Wait, no, that can't be it because you aren't restricted by the powers of this world. Han Sen looked at the white-clothed woman in shock. His mind was racing for answers. The woman did not answer him. She reached out her hand and pointed at Han Sen. This time, her presence changed. Two different powers were gathering in her fingers. It made the hairs on the back of Han Sen's neck stand. Han Sen saw with clarity that Night God No Moon was able to cast the Cold Sutra and the reversed Cold Sutra at the same time. Those two powers were able to manifest as one. It was an extremely scary thing to witness. It was some scary power that even frightened Han Sen. Suddenly, Han Sen's body was floating. He was glowing with white light. All his power was corroded by the white light. He entered Super God Spirit mode and threw a punch at Night God No Moon's jade finger. Scary power shook Night God No Moon back, but Han Sen's fist felt a coldness that struck his bones. He lowered his head and discovered that his fist had a wound after being stricken with frosty air. Although it did not damage his bones, it still gave Han Sen a bit of a shock. While he entered Super God Spirit mode, he was still injured. Night God No Moon's power was not any worse than Qin Shu. She might have even been greater. Huh, What is the power that you have? It can block my break world power. Night God No Moon looked just as surprised. Han Sen wished to say something, but he felt the space around him was moving quickly. A scary presence was coming. That annoying guy is here. Let's go to another place and talk. Night God No Moon put away her presence. She waved her hand. She took the frozen Li Bingyu and bald guy with her. Han Sen knew there was a god spirit on its way, so he put away his power. He put away the gold god wings to follow Night God No Moon. The two of them got away. They saw the god spirit approach with a terrifying presence. He looked around and did not locate his target. When he looked at the dead and dried plum tree, his face changed. Oh, no, Night God No Moon has appeared. I must go back and tell the mister. Without pausing, the god spirit broke space and departed. He simply disappeared. Night God No Moon landed on an isolated planet. Han Sen followed. She looked at him with interest and said, I can't believe that aside from Qin Shu, there are other people able to travel between the two worlds. Who are you? I am Han Sen. I am a human. I am a good friend of the witch Han Yufei. If you are one of the witch, how did you end up here? Han Sen name-dropped Han Yufei. Night God No Moon did not answer him. She just asked, was you Cold Sutra given to you by Han Yufei? No. Han Sen explained how he came to practice Jideskin. Night God No Moon nodded. The witch didn't properly inherit it, but you inherited it from Moon God Hall. That means you are technically my student, but you are not one of the witch. Before Han Sen could speak, Night God No Moon said to herself, so, what if he isn't one of the witch? Han Sen suddenly thought of something and asked, might I ask if you are still considered one of the witch? Night God No Moon shook her head. I am no longer one of the witch. Moon God is dead. In this life, there is only Night God No Moon. Han Sen suddenly understood what Night God No Moon was saying. He looked at her strangely and said, does this mean that when you were reborn, you maintained the memories of your past life? Night God No Moon nodded and said, yes, although I was unable to crack reincarnation in my past life, I am not like ordinary creatures. I still maintained my mark. It works like an extension of my life. Do you know what all of this is about? This reincarnation and the two-world stuff? Han Sen asked. Night God No Moon looked at Han Sen and said, reincarnation and the two worlds are not a simple concept. It is not purely a belief in reincarnation. It is all about the spirit's reincarnation. Only can the spirit reincarnate in these two worlds, and the spirit is pure. It has no memory. It has no emotion. In this life, you are a human. If you die and are reincarnated in another world, everything about you is erased. Only your spirit goes to another world to be reborn and provide you with another life. That life can be human, but it can also be in a different life form. Regardless, it won't be you anymore. The spirit can reincarnate an infinite number of times, but you cannot. What about God spirits? What about them? Han Sen asked. Night God No Moon was silent a moment before replying, the spirits that exist between these two worlds can reincarnate an infinite number of times. Do you sense something familiar about all of this? Are you talking about a perpetual motion machine? Han Sen had thought about that before. The lives in two worlds reincarnating were like a perpetual motion machine that never stopped. Yes, it is a perpetual motion machine, Night God No Moon said. In fact, we know perpetual motion machines do not exist. The so-called perpetual motion machine theory involves a third party's power. Are you saying that the god spirits are the third party with the power, and they keep the perpetual motion machine running? Han Sen asked. Not exactly. Some part of that assumption is correct. The god spirits restrict something powerful, and they will kill whatever is uncertain to them. That can include Qin Shu and even me. After saying that, Night God No Moon looked at Han Sen. Your situation confuses me. According to the theory, you are just like Qin Shu. You are a lawbreaker. You might trigger the perpetual motion machine in this universe and cause it to lose balance. You might end up destroying it. Back in the day, Qin Shu entered the Geno universe. If he was not protected by my race, the god spirits would have killed him. After all these methods, it is unknown how many times he almost died. He stayed in the Geno universe. After saying that, Night God No Moon looked at Han Sen strangely. She said, you are obviously a lawbreaker of the universe, but the god spirits have not made you a target. They have enabled you to go wherever you please. You also obviously break the rules of the world. If Qin Shu behaved like you, the god spirits would have killed him many times over. Maybe it is because my body has the genes of Qin Shu. Therefore, I count as a human in this world. Han Sen told her where he came from. I don't think so, Night God No Moon said with certainty. That is surely not the reason. Regardless if some of Qin Shu's genes are in your blood, even if you were Qin Shu's son, breaking the rules the way you do is something no god spirit could allow. I am a human in this world. I only have the marks of my past life, yet I became a rival of the god spirits. What about you? Do you think it might be because I saved the world once? Han Sen asked. Save the world? Which world did you save? Night God No Moon looked at Han Sen with profound confusion. Chapter 3123 Break World Power. Han Sen told her about Qin Shu wanting to break the Geno Hall and that he had fought him. Night God No Moon was shocked after hearing the story. She checked him out in greater detail. After a while, she said, having evolved to that level, World King God was beaten by you. Your body and power are weird. Are you saying I did not beat Qin Shu? Did I merely beat his gene race World King God? Han Sen was pretty suspicious about the claim, but Night God No Moon appeared to be adamant. That is what it should have happened, Night God No Moon quietly said. At least, that was not all of Qin Shu. He was human, so how could he have had blue blood? Unless he combined with World King God, his blood wouldn't have been blue. If he really did combine with World King God, he would not only have those skills. Han Sen nodded. He thought Qin Shu was not as strong as he thought he would have been. After pausing, Night God No Moon shook her head and said, the god spirits have not focused on killing you. This should not be the reason either. Even if you did not defeat World King God, the Geno Hall would not have been destroyed. Why not? Han Sen asked with shock. This was the first time he had heard this theory. Night God No Moon asked, do you know why the highest class of god spirits is reboot? No, I don't know, Han Sen replied while shaking his head. Night God No Moon looked into space and said, reboot god spirits have the power to reboot. That includes the entire universe. What does that mean? Han Sen's expression changed. He had guessed this a little, but he had never been too sure. It was way too scary. Night God No Moon lifted her lips and said, it is just as you said. Let's compare the universe to the computer. A reboot god spirit has the power to restore the system. By doing that, a high price has to be paid. No one knows what happens to the universe after it is rebooted. Perhaps all life is wiped out, or perhaps some old lives can remain. Maybe it is not that bad. Maybe only the universe's damage is restored, but no one is killed. One thing I know for certain is that if you simply destroyed the Geno Hall, you could not defeat a reboot god spirit. After hearing that, Han Sen developed a cold sweat. If things were indeed like that, it was way too scary. Night God No Moon laughed and said, don't worry. Even a reboot god spirit cannot pay the price of rebooting. If it is not forced to do so, they will not reboot the universe. Therefore, you helped him defeat World King God. That person in the Geno God Hall must really appreciate your work, but it would not have been the sole reason for letting you be here as a lawbreaker. Then, why? Han Sen asked with a frown. How am I supposed to know? I am not a reboot god spirit. Night God No Moon rolled her eyes at Han Sen. She suddenly asked, if you know Han Yufei, do you know a man from the witch called Tai Yi? I have seen him and spoken to him, but I would not say we are close, Han Sen said. Is he okay? Night God No Moon's eyes shimmered. Her cold face seemed to suddenly melt. Something is going on there. Han Sen was smart, so he had noticed something. He was curious about what was going on, but he had to hold it in. He told her about Tai Yi repairing the Metal God Temple and breaking space. Ah, so, he is here, he must be coming for. He did not forget me. Night God No Moon looked excited. She had looked like a goddess moments before, but she now looked like a giddy teenage girl. Are you saying Tai Yi came to the universe of kingdoms? Han Sen did not believe that. After thinking about it, he thought it might be possible. Only god spirits and god temples existed between the two worlds. Tai Yi had broken space and left after fixing the god temple. Han Sen thought the Metal God Temple would go to the Geno God Hall. From what he understood now, going to the universe of kingdoms was a more likely possibility. I am going to go find him. Night God No Moon no longer cared about Han Sen. She readied herself to leave. Hey, don't go yet, let's chat some more. Don't you want to chat for another minute? Han Sen wanted to slap his mouth. He should not have mentioned Tai Yi. Now, Night God No Moon leaving while he had many questions to ask. As a reward for telling me about Tai Yi, this is for you. It should help you. Night God No Moon's voice echoed from space. A jade bracelet suddenly fell from the sky. It flew in front of Han Sen. He grabbed it. A wry smile appeared on his face. He saved Night God No Moon from a plum tree. She had not thanked him. Since he mentioned something about Tai Yi, she was now thanking him. She was a very strange character. Han Sen examined the jade bracelet he had been given. It was like a white jade crystal, but it did not really look like jade. It was unknown what sort of material it was made of. Han Sen sent some of his power into the jade bracelet. It started to move. A mysterious message was going toward Han Sen. His mind was suddenly imbued with a lot of information. The normal and reversed versions of the Cold Sutra. Han Sen was shocked. The contents inside the jade bracelet were the original Cold Sutra. This was the two worlds version. That wasn't the most important part. In the end, there was a method to combine the two Geno arts. Night God No Moon called this power the Break World Power. When she had arrived in the universe of kingdoms, she discovered her inability to make use of Geno arts. Therefore, she invented the Reverse Cold Sutra. When it achieved a certain level, she suddenly thought about breaking the restrictions of the world. She discovered that when she cast a combination of the normal and Reverse Cold Sutra, there was a power cast. The Break World Power could kill a God spirit, but it was very annoying to practice. Because the bodies of the people of the universe of kingdoms were not ideal for practicing, and the rules there did not really allow humans to practice, he wanted to practice the Cold Sutra. To do that, he had to find a suitable gene race. After he combined with a gene race, he could practice the Cold Sutra that had been reversed. Because of that, the gene race determined how powerful the Cold Sutra could be. So, he had to find a top-class gene race that was well-versed in the same element. Night God No Moon used a gene race. It was a very rare Yin God Lady. She had leveled up the Yin God Lady to ultimate mode. Therefore, her Reverse Cold Sutra was almost as good as Cold Sutra. If things are like that, how can I practice the Blood Pulse Sutra and Zhen Yellow Sutra? Han Sen was confused. After thinking about it, he understood. His body had the blue blood genes of the World King God, which was a gene race that came from the anti-material world. Han Sen thought, if ordinary and reverse Cold Sutras can produce the Break World Power, then my normal and reverse Blood Pulse Sutra should be able to do it too. There is no way Night God No Moon can do it and I can't. Chapter 3124 Ghost Starlight Land. Although he had the reverse version of the Cold Sutra, Han Sen did not combine with a gene race for the Cold Sutra. Therefore, he could not practice it. If the Cold Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra can be reversed, will I be able to reverse the story of genes in Dongshuan Sutra? Han Sen wondered. At this time, Han Sen did not have the time to do that. He needed gene races. It wasn't just the caste god court that required gene races. If he wanted to reverse Geno arts, he needed gene races. If Gold Crystal System has a rare gene race, that would be awesome. With Caste Gold Court's method of making a rare gene race breakthrough, I wonder how strong it might be if it could be combined with a reverse Geno art. Han Sen could not help but let his imagination run wild. Even if the Gold Crystal System had a rare gene race, there was no guarantee he could find one. If I can beat the Big Sky Demon to an egg, perhaps it will go well with the reversed Cold Sutra. Han Sen thought about the Big Sky Demon. The Big Sky Demon was too ghostly. She was always coming and going. Han Sen never knew where she was. The chance of turning the Big Sky Demon into an egg was lower than digging up a god pulse. Li Bingyu and Bald Guy were still encased in ice. Han Sen used Jadeskin to remove the Cold Sutra's power on them. They woke up. When Bald Guy came to, he was shocked. He asked, "Who was that woman? She was so scary." "Fortunately, you were here, Han Sen. If you weren't here, it would have ended up very poorly for us." "Did you kill her?" "I am not her enemy," Han Sen said with a shrug of his shoulders. She ran off. Night God No Moon had two sets of memories. In each life, she had reached the top of the world. She had combined ordinary and reverse powers into Break World Power. To achieve that, two universes were required. It would have been hard to find a creature stronger than her. Even you could not beat her. Bald Guy was shocked. His neck shivered. Li Bingyu looked at Han Sen strangely. Han Sen and Bald Guy did not know who Night God No Moon was, but she did. It was a legend just below Qin Shu, but Night God No Moon was not as famous as Qin Shu. That was because Night God No Moon had not become the Qin Kingdom's king. She was merely a teacher. In the Qin Kingdom, there were a few women grand teachers. Night god No Moon was one who was not as famous. Thus, she had not appeared to be too special. In Night god No Moon's era, the Qin kingdom had turned to a system of law. The king then was called the Alpha King. He was the first king. Li Bingyu had seen the records of Wu Wei Dao Palace. She read a classified file about Night god No Moon. That woman teacher was the one who started the changes in the Qin kingdom. She was integral to the process of the waning kingdom reclaiming its former glory. Back then, Night god No Moon took advantage of Wu Wei Dao Palace. Although it was not as bad as being kicked out of the Qin kingdom, they were restricted. While Night god No Moon was around, the Wu Wei Dao Palace was unable to do anything in the Qin kingdom. Night god No Moon basically had used them. Considering a character like that from a legend, and Han Sen turning out just fine, it made sense that Night god No Moon had departed. If it wasn't like that, it would have turned out quite scary. Bald guy, stop talking. Hurry up and find the land pulse. It is best if we can find a high-class gene race land pulse. Han Sen was impassioned about finding new gene races. Dig. We will be digging, and we have to dig hard. Bald guy was emboldened. Han Sen had sorted out a scary woman, so Bald guy did not think there was anything more to be afraid of. Bald guy had been worried about digging up an extremely scary land pulse, especially one they could not have dealt with. After the last ordeal, Bald guy knew Han Sen was stronger than he had imagined. Since Han Sen said what he had, there was nothing more to be afraid of. Let's go. We should go deeper into the gold crystal system. This place doesn't seem to have a high chance of getting us a rare gene race. Let's go hunt ourselves something bigger. Bald guy gnashed his teeth. Han Sen was speechless. If he knew the chances of getting a god-class gene race here were low, why were they even there in the first place? Still, it was fortunate Bald guy had decided to go there. If they had not stopped there, Han Sen would have missed the chance of encountering Night god No Moon. Bald guy summoned the god Wind Dragon and took Han Sen and Li Bingyu away from the planet. They went deeper into the gold crystal system. Li Bingyu quickly realized that Bald guy was rather useful. Earlier, she had not thought highly of him. She had not thought he understood land pulses. It had actually been because he was afraid of going to Ghost Starlight Land. Normally, big land pulses were followed by scary weird scenes. No one could have blamed Bald guy for not wanting to go. Bald guy led Han Sen to one of the 7 places. Ghost Starlight Land was one of them. The god Wind Dragon had yet to get close to the planet when they saw a group of flying gene race knights patrolling the outskirts of the planet. They were not letting anyone get close to the planet. Clearly, someone rather important had already laid claim to the zone. When Bald guy saw them from afar, his face instantly changed. That is Sky King's Sky Wing Knights. We should just go somewhere else. Han Sen had heard about Sky King before. He was one of the kings who had a different surname. He was one of the ones with authority. He was a highly valuable asset to the Qin kingdom. Of course, Sky King was famous because he and his people were nobles through heritage. They had an Annihilation class god temple. Every generation was blessed by the Annihilation god spirit. The gold crystal system was massive, so there was no reason for Han Sen to start a rivalry with Sky King. He was just going to follow Bald guy and leave. They hadn't gone in a new direction for long when they suddenly heard a scary beast sound come from behind. The 3 of them looked back. They saw the planet, which was surrounded by Sky Wing Knights, burst with light. The gold god light fired into the sky. The planet, which had a rocky terrain, was suddenly turning into an ocean of lava. The entire planet was like a newborn sun. Its temperature was getting higher and higher. The scariest part was that there was a green sprout within the burning lava sea. It was growing large vines amid the fire. It quickly developed into a giant vine that was hundreds of miles long. It was still growing fast. Ordinarily, wood element plants or gene races were afraid of fire, but it was like this giant vine was absorbing fire to grow. The planet was burning, and the vine was growing swiftly. Not long later, it was around 10,000 miles long. It looked like a green monster resting atop lava. The Sky Wing Knights on that planet came flying away from it. Many of them were melting from the lava's high temperature. Not even their bodies remained intact. The knights able to escape felt relieved. Suddenly, vines from somewhere else shot out of the lava and grabbed them. It was shockingly fast. The vines were like a nest of wild snakes. After wrapping up their bodies, the vines pulled them down into the sea of lava. They cried horridly in the lava sea. Chapter 3125 Fighting for a blood pulse. Aside from the knights guarding outside the planet, the misters and gene casters that had ventured onto the planet were all dead. It was very scary. The other Sky Wing Knights were starting to flee. Bald Guy, Han Sen, and Li Bingyu were completely shocked. That planet had become weird and brutal. The many powerful gene casters on it could have teleported away in under a second, yet they had been unable to escape the vines ensnaring them. Once they were pulled into the lava, no matter how strong the gene casters were, they all ended up dead. God Spirit Blood Pulse. That planet must contain a God Spirit Blood Pulse. Bald Guy looked at the planet that now shone like a sun. Are you going to tell me the old vine is a God Spirit Blood Pulse? Han Sen frowned. Of course, that is not a God Spirit Blood Pulse. If I have guessed correctly, the old vine must be the gene race that lives on the planet. When the God Spirit Blood Pulse formed there, the old vine gene race absorbed the land pulse's gene eggs to evolve. The scariest thing about it is that the element suits the God Spirit Blood Pulse. It must have a God Spirit Blood Pulse buff, which is what makes it so terrifying. Bald Guy paused for a moment and then said, let's not incite its ire for now. The people from Sky King won't stop, so let them try and find out just how powerful the old vine gene race is. There was something Bald Guy had not said. There was a scary God Spirit Blood Pulse there, and Sky King might end up going there himself. Since Sky King had created so much trouble there, other elites were also likely going to show up. If they were to go for the land pulse now, there was far too much risk. Can you determine the location of that God Spirit Blood Pulse? Han Sen asked as he looked at Bald Guy. He knew Bald Guy's hesitation, but he was thinking differently than Bald Guy. Han Sen thought this was a good opportunity. Since other elites had yet to show up, now was the prime time for him to nab a God Spirit Blood Pulse. Do you want to get a God Spirit Blood Pulse? Bald Guy knew what Han Sen was thinking. Do you know where it is? Han Sen asked for confirmation. Bald Guy gnashed his teeth and said to Han Sen, if I am correct, the God Spirit Blood Pulse should be at the core. People from Sky King must have just dug the core and triggered the God Spirit Blood Pulse, which immediately wreaked havoc across the planet. If this was a normal situation, we would have to find where they dug. Now, we do not have to go to such trouble. The entire planet has become liquid. You just need to be able to withstand the frightening temperature. If you do that and can access the core, you will find the God Spirit Blood Pulse. After pausing, Bald Guy added, if you do want to fight for it, it is best that you hurry. The God Spirit Blood Pulse has not completely blown up yet. When it does explode, there will be many weird scenes that will shock the world. It will attract countless elites. I am afraid if you get the God Spirit Blood Pulse, you will not be able to escape. Okay, you guys wait somewhere far away. Once I have the God Spirit Blood Pulse, I will come and find you. After saying that, Han Sen flapped his peacock wings. He turned into a gold light and flew toward the planet that looked like a sun. Li Bingyu looked as if she was wrestling with her thoughts. She knew more than Bald Guy. That planet's core had created a very scary God Spirit Blood Pulse. It was unlike any other God Spirit Blood Pulse. A person had to have a very high level of fitness to accept that God Spirit Blood Pulse. Now, the planet had another old vine gene race to guard it. Li Bingyu recognized the old vine gene race. In Wu Wei Dao Palace, it was recorded as a rare ancient gene race called a Sun Spirit Gourd. It was a fire and yang gene race. The Sun Spirit Gourd must have hatched inside the core because its life cycle was so long. It was unknown how long it had been growing inside the core. It had not shown up above the ground, and no human had been able to detect it before all of this. Because the land's magnetic field had changed, the gold crystal system harbored a super god pulse. That planet had come to look like gold starlight, one of the 7 key points. It created an incredibly scary god spirit blood pulse and many gene eggs. That god spirit blood pulse was a fire element being with Yang the sun spirit gourd, which required 1 billion years to evolve, had absorbed a lot of gene eggs and earned the buff of a god spirit blood pulse. It was in ultimate mode. Thinking about the ultimate mode of the rare sun spirit gourd with its scary god spirit blood pulse buff, it was hard for her to imagine how strong it was. No matter how strong Han Sen was, it would have been hard for anyone to survive wherever the sun spirit gourd inhabited. She was hesitant about telling Han Sen any of that. Han Sen moved too swiftly. He did not give Li Bingyu time to think about her decision. Li Bingyu called after Han Sen, but he did not hear her. He rushed into the sun-like planet. Never mind. With his power, maybe he can emerge from there alive, Li Bingyu said with a sigh. She did not know what to think. Han Sen jumped into the burning hot lava. Rather, it was not considered lava anymore. Due to the high temperature, it had become some sort of weird fluid. Even metal and stone were like crystal clear water. Although the gold-winged peacock king offered protection, Han Sen still felt very hot. Fortunately, his body was strong, and he was not afraid of the heat. He picked a place far away from the old vine to fly. The deeper into the core he went, the hotter it became. To Han Sen, this was no big deal. His eyes shone with a weird gold light. He shot through the scary, high-temperature liquid. His god powers reached 1,000 miles. This was the god-winged peacock king's combined gene skill Peacock King Eye. If he did not have that power, Han Sen would not have been able to see any further than 30 feet ahead. While he was flying, a dragon-like shadow started coming toward him from the lava. It was suddenly in front of Han Sen. It was a giant vine bigger than a water tank. It was larger than the old vine outside. Han Sen was ready. He knew the old vine had been created from the core. Whatever was hidden underneath must have been the source of it all. Han Sen did not think about that. The old vine covered the entire core. His gold god wings flapped. Behind Han Sen, the peacock wings shone with gold light. His entire body became a gold light moving toward the vine. Dong! The indestructible gold god wing left a light mark on the old vine. The old vine was still madly going for Han Sen. The gold god wings flapped again. He dodged the old vine's attack. In the next second, a few more vines appeared. They came at him from several different directions. The vines were like dragons. They were like sea dragons. Han Sen was like a flying peacock. He flew elegantly and fast. He dodged one old vine while another old vine tried to stop him. He went straight toward the core. Although many Geno arts were not available for him to use, he was very good at judgment and formation. These were talents that could be used anytime. Amid the countless numbers of vines trying to strike him down, he was still able to swiftly make his way to the core. He was almost unstoppable. Chapter 3126 Sun Spirit Gourd. The core was terrifying and hot. Han Sen saw that the scary old vine had wreathed itself around the core. It created a giant orb-like object that replaced the shell of the core. Many vines were coming out from the vine orb. Like a legion of dragons, they came at Han Sen. They made Han Sen accelerate his movements to avoid being struck. Han Sen used the Peacock King Eye at its maximum potential. He looked through the vines and saw a glimpse of what might have lain inside. The high-temperature liquid inside had turned white. They were more like crystal. Within that liquid, Han Sen saw a weird fish that appeared to be sleeping. That fish looked white. It looked as if it was real, but it also looked as if it wasn't real. From the outside, the fish looked like an eel, but its body was longer than 3,000 feet. It was within the sphere of vines. Its life force was active. It looked as if it was on the brink of waking up. Han Sen felt a very scary flame power arise from the fish's body. Within its god spirit presence, it was without a doubt a god spirit blood pulse that had been born inside the scary land pulse. Han Sen wanted to rush in there, but he noticed the vine orb had more than just a white fish. A gourd was hanging between the vines and above the fish's head. That gourd was about half the size of an average person. It was snow white like a crystal. It was hanging right above the fish's head. It looked like a small gourd pendant. When Han Sen had a closer look, he was hit by a wave of pending danger. He felt as if that gourd was far more intimidating than the god spirit blood pulse fish. What Han Sen thought was even more strange, though, was that the gourd, which had no eyes, appeared to be staring at him. It certainly weirded him out. Han Sen kept dodging the attacks of the vines while examining what he could see. Within the giant, old vine was that gourd. The gourd seemed to be absorbing the power of the god spirit blood pulse fish. A light came out from where the gourd touched the fish's head and melted into the gourd. That thing is absorbing a god spirit blood pulse. Han Sen stopped hesitating. He found an opening and rushed toward the sphere of vines. A gene race that had evolved to that level could not be tamed. Letting it absorb all the god spirit blood pulse was a waste. Han Sen did not enter the vine orb yet. He suddenly saw the gourd release a scary white flame. The entire gourd shone like a sun. Pang! Light shone on Han Sen's body was. It felt as if his body was inside a sun stove. Even with the strength of his body and the power of the gold-winged peacock king's power, he could not block the effects of that heat. The feathers of the peacock wings on his back smoldered. His hair was singed. His blonde hair erupted in flames. His eyebrows and eyelashes were burning. Han Sen suddenly broke the rules of the world. He was forced to use power to wipe the flames off his body and quickly fly back. The fire the gourd had shot out was too scary. It was probably at the same level as an annihilation god spirit. Just one flame was as good as moment god. If there had been no restriction on his power by the rules that governed that world, Han Sen should have been able to withstand what the gourd threw at him. Now, he was in shackles. If he needed to use all of his power, he could only do so for a short amount of time. He had to face the prospect that he might not be able to take on the gourd. He did not dare break the rules of the world either. Han Sen used his power and stopped it. After leaving the vine orb, he used the power of his gold-winged peacock king to break the lava and fly. Han Sen did not plan on giving up though. He circled the vine ball and flew fast. He wanted to find the gourd's weak point so he could potentially kill it with one hit. That thing was very scary. Even if Han Sen used his Zhen Yellow Sutra, he did not have the confidence he could turn it into an egg. Still, he was going to try his best. Before Han Sen did anything, he saw the lava suddenly erupt with big movement. The scary body of a human broke the high-temperature liquid and arrived. It was near the orb of vines. Han Sen looked over and saw a strong elder wearing black and white armor. Behind him, there was a halo that looked like yin and yang. It was spinning. It was like some god's god light. The yin and yang Tai Chi light spun. Countless vines headed toward him. The old man did nothing. The vines were pushed back by the yin and yang Tai Chi light. Is he Sky King? Han Sen was able to guess who the person likely might have been. Sky King had inherited an Annihilation God Spirit blood pulse. The Annihilation God Spirit was Sky God. Legends claimed he was a God Spirit who controlled the sky and ground. He had Yin and Yang, which were two air powers. Now, Sky King had combined with Sky God. He had an Annihilation God Spirit power, or perhaps something even stronger. After all, Sky King had accepted an Annihilation God Spirit's power and combined with a gene race's power a long time ago, so he must have had many exclusive gene races by now. Sky King could not be too good with eye powers. He did not see Han Sen from a distance. He went straight to the vine orb. He must have gone there for the God Spirit blood pulse. Let him fight first. I want to see what the gourd's powers can do. Han Sen's heart jumped. He gave up trying to steal the God Spirit blood pulse for now. He used his Peacock King eye to observe the scene. Sky King was extremely strong. He immediately reached the point where Han Sen had been. The gourd released light that was like a sun. Sky King coldly grunted, but the yin and yang Tai Chi light covered his body. The fire was unable to break the shield of the two airs, yin and yang. Seeing Sky King rush into the sphere of vines, the gourd mutated. A scary white light flame exploded. It turned into a 3-foot gold sunbird that roared at Sky King. Sky King's face looked very serious. He punched the 3-foot gold sunbird. It released god light like a sun. His strong yang power was no weaker than the gourd. Pang! The 3-foot gold sunbird was blown up by Sky King's gene combined skill, Sun God Punch, but the punching light of Sun God Punch exploded too. In the next second, the sun-like gourd had many 3-foot gold sunbirds come flying out. They had sun god flames that fired into the sky. To Sky King, they had turned into a scary flock of crows. Sky King was like a reborn battle god. He kept throwing out sun god punches. He blew up many of the 3-foot gold sunbirds. He was still able to slay amidst that flock. He was surrounded by a flock of birds. Sky King could not get to the god spirit blood pulse fish. Sky King also seemed to be afraid of something. He did not delay for too long. Suddenly, his hands glowed with a god light. One hand was like a sun in the air, and one hand was like a moon lighting up the ground. His fists punched each other to create a scary black hole that sucked all the lava and 3-foot gold sunbirds into it. The 3-foot gold sunbirds could not fight back. They were swiftly consumed by the black hole. Sky King used this window of opportunity. Like a bolt of lightning, he hurried to the orb of vines. He was going straight for the god spirit blood pulse fish. Chapter 3127 Flying Fish. Sky King's black hole consumed everything in its path. The sun spirit gourd expelled a surge of the 3-foot sunbirds, but they were all quickly consumed by the black hole. It was futile for it to even try. Sky King rushed in front of the sun spirit gourd, which looked like it was going to be swallowed by the black hole. The god spirit blood pulse fish's eyes below the sun spirit gourd suddenly opened. They burned with a white flame. Suddenly, the entire world went white. Not even the Peacock King's eye enabled vision through that white light. No one was able to see what was happening. The god spirit blood pulse spirit fish exploded with light. It came and went fast. The lights suddenly started to dim. Han Sen quickly used his Peacock King eye skill to see. The god spirit blood pulse fish had vanished, but the sun spirit gourd's body was still burning with a white flame. It incinerated everything around into nothing. Even Sky King's black hole, which was getting close to the gourd, was burned by the white flames. Sky King's expression changed. He pushed the black hole to keep attacking the gourd. No matter how terrifying the black hole appeared, it was burned into nothing once it got close to the gourd. It was unable to consume the gourd. Gotcha! There was a crunching noise. The gourd had a crack. Upon seeing that, Sky King was happy. Clearly, the gourd was unable to endure his suppression powers. He raged on and produced more black holes to fight against the gourd. Han Sen was not feeling as good about it as Sky King. The gourd breaking did not mean it had failed to withstand the pressure. He thought that perhaps something else was emerging. He recalled having had such a feeling before. He remembered how it had seemed like there were eyes inside the gourd looking at him. He did not believe it was just the mere presence and aura of the gourd. Perhaps the gourd was just a shell harboring something else. Perhaps what resided inside the shell was the true nemesis that had to be contended with. Plus, Han Sen had witnessed Bauer being born from a gourd. Whenever he saw a gourd, he tended to feel as if there was something inside it. Sky King was different. He had never seen life emerge from a gourd. He thought that cracks appearing in the gourd meant it was a gene race he was on the verge of killing, so he did not stop. He kept pumping power into the gourd. The gourd developed more cracks. It looked as if it would be unable to endure much more pressure and was sure to break. Han Sen did not feel safe and retreated. The gourd consumed the god spirit blood pulse. According to the Caste God Court's theory, the gourd must have reached ultimate mode. If it was going any further, it might evolve into a scary life level. Although it was a gene race, it might become a wild god spirit. Of course, this was Caste God Court's method. It required other people to achieve. Han Sen did not know if a wild gene race could accomplish this life level change. Boom! The gourd finally exploded. The snow-white shell, which looked like jade, was obliterated into pieces. It quickly melted into the white fire. It was suddenly reduced to nothing. The expressions of Han Sen and Sky King changed. There was a weird creature amidst the exploded gourd. The creature looked like an eel, but it had wings. It was like a fish and a bird combined, but it was not like the little red bird that could change into a fish or a bird at will. This was a bird and a fish at the same time. It was better to call it a flying fish. When the flying fish emerged, its eyes peered at Sky King. It opened its mouth and cast a frightening amount of white fire. Sky King looked glum. One of his hands clutched yin and while the other hand grabbed yang. He stuck them together to create a giant black hole. He flew at the flying fish with fire power that did not look very powerful. Chila. The white flame perforated the black hole. It went into Sky King's hand. Sky King's expression changed. The flying fish quickly broke the high-temperature liquid. Its body was glowing with a cold light. It was like a strong current heading for his armor. The white flame wasn't put out. It just would not go out. It spread onto his gauntlets. Sky King was shocked. He did not bother to think. He cast away his ravaged gauntlet to ease the pain of his burning hand. The flaming flying fish did not want to let him go. It flapped its wings and followed him, spewing more storms of fire. Sky King still wanted to kill the gene race. Even without a god spirit blood pulse, that powerful gene race was a good ingredient for a sacrifice. Now, he wasn't so sure. He did not know what sort of gene race he had combined with, but he had thunder wings. He flapped them and flew away. The flying fish was faster than him. Han Sen heard a scream. Sky King's ass was on fire. It looked as if he was doing poorly. Sky King kept running and throwing away parts of his armor. He did not have the courage to return and resume a fight like that. Han Sen hurriedly flapped his wings and flew up. He saw Sky King get chased by the flying fish as his armor burned. He kept taking off parts of his armor and tossing them aside. He was actually willing to abandon the armor. Both Sky King and the flying fish were very fast. They were so fast that it was like they were teleporting. They raced off of the planet and into space. Han Sen tried his hardest to catch up, but the lead they had over him gradually increased. Seeing he was going to lose them both, Han Sen had to break the rules of the sky and use galaxy teleportation to get closer to them and not lose them. A normal people's vision was unable to witness their movements. They could not see Sky King and the flying fish, but Han Sen could. The Qin Kingdom's king with different surname, an existence who shocked the universe, was being chased by a flying fish. He was chased all the way from the ground and into space. His hair was messed up. He looked terrible. Sky King used all kinds of scary gene combination skills to try and stop the flying fish's pursuit. Everything he tried was in vain. Nothing worked. The flames were terrifying. At such an extreme level, they charred everything into nothing. Everything around was easily ignited. If one touched it, one could not put it out. Everything that came into contact with the flames was roasted. Sky King carelessly let his hair catch on fire. Without hesitation, he cut off his white hair. He did not want the fire to touch his head. This flying fish is against the sky. Han Sen was shocked. The unstoppable flames and scary speed were something an annihilation god spirit was unable to defeat. This god spirit blood pulse must be annihilation class. If it wasn't, the flying fish would not be that powerful. Although Han Sen wanted to turn the flying fish into an egg, he calculated that if he broke the rules of the world to fight, he might not be able to accomplish that goal. Sky King was chased on the ground and into space. It was unknown how many Geno armaments were burned, but he did not dare let the flame touch his body. He felt very sad about the losses, but he had no choice. In the end, without his Geno armaments, he would summon a gene race to take the damage for him if he could not evade the fire. Han Sen would have felt bad for him if he had to see God-class gene races burn to dust. Chapter 3128 Sky King managed to escape the gold crystal system, but the flying fish did not relent its pursuit of him. It looked like it really hated Sky King and would not stop until its enemy was burned to death. Han Sen had to fly to follow them. He wanted to find a way to deal with the flying fish. He had to confess that Sky King really was the most powerful person in the Qin Kingdom. His family was huge, and he had money. All the high-class gene races he had did not appear to be valued too highly since he used them all to save his skin. Of course, if Sky King wasn't as powerful as he was, he would have been unable to do what he was doing to survive. Suddenly, Han Sen thought something had to be wrong. He looked at the map and understood. This Sky King really is a very powerful character. Han Sen guessed that Sky King was going to draw the enemy to another place. He was going toward the border between the Han Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom. He was obviously leading it to unleash carnage in another place. Han Sen's guess was right. When he reached the border between the two kingdoms, he went to a planet in the Han Kingdom. Sky King fearlessly entered the planet. While he was in the Qin Kingdom, he never once dared do that. While he was escaping, he avoided all the planets that contained life. The Qin Kingdom is in the wrong this time. Han Sen had to admit ginger became spicier the more it matured. Sky King had a big disadvantage. He wanted to get some interest from the Han Kingdom. Han Sen did not need to guess what he was doing. Sky King and the Han Kingdom's relationship must not have been good. This might have even sparked a conflict. Otherwise, he would not have brought the flying fish all the way there. If he really was leading it elsewhere, going to the Wei Kingdom would have been closer. Yet, he went to that very faraway planet within the Han Kingdom. Obviously, he was prepared. The flying fish chased Sky King to the planet. Wherever he went there was a big city. It made Han Sen sigh. With the flying fish's power, if there was no top-class elite fighting it, the planets might end up being destroyed. Han Sen was surprised. When the flying fish breached the cities, it did not produce the scene of a city burning badly. It was quiet. Nothing seemed to happen. Han Sen thought the flying fish had not done anything. After a while, it still had yet to do something. There were no fires in the sky. Weird. What is going on? Did Sky King set up a trap to catch the flying fish? Han Sen thought the probability of that happening was next to nil. Still, not knowing what was going on, he inched his way closer to the planet to find out what was happening. He did not get too close. His Peacock King's eye skills were better than a satellite. Han Sen's vision flashed. He was now able to clearly see what was happening down there. Sky King looked like a very broken, poor, and dirty hobo. He was standing on the street like a statue, not daring to move. His face was gray, and his body was covered with scorch marks. His hair was ragged. His clothes were full of holes. No one would have been able to guess that was Sky King. If it was known who he was, people would have been laughing to death. Even so, many people on the streets discussed his identity. Sky King was not moving a single inch. He did not care for the laughing and whispering. He stared ahead, not moving an inch. A cold drop of sweat fell from his forehead. The flying fish was just 1 foot away from Sky King. The fish stared at Sky King, but it did not immediately incinerate him with fire. The flying fish was being held by a little, white hand. When Han Sen saw the master of the little, white hand, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He could not help but scream, "Bauer, why is she here?" Sky King's forehead kept developing a cold sweat. Seeing the flying fish and the little girl, he felt extremely strange. Still, he could not move. He really was trying to do what Han Sen believed. He had lured it there. He wanted the flying fish to harm the Han Kingdom, so he landed directly in the city. The flying fish caught up. When it landed in the city, it did not spit out fire and force the defenses of the planet to hopelessly try and fight back. The flying fish landed on a little girl. The most surprising thing about this was that the little girl reached out her hand to hold the flying fish as if she was holding a doll. Even more surprising was that the flying fish did not attempt to fight back. It allowed the little girl to hold onto it and used its head to rub the little girl's hand. Sky King's entire body was frozen stiff. It would have only taken a second for the flying fish to teleport in front of him and lock him down. The distance between them was very close, yet neither the flying fish nor Sky King moved. Otherwise, if Sky King revealed his flaws, the flying fish might have killed him. Since the flying fish did not produce flames to harm the city, the planet's defenses weren't activated. Sky King's plan had failed. Sky King looked at the little girl approaching with the flying fish in hand. She touched the flying fish's head as if she was petting a cat or a dog. His eyes could not help but twitch at the sight. He had never seen anything like this happen. Such a terrifying gene race was willing to adhere to a little girl. Things like that had never happened. Even the leaders of the 7 kingdoms could not do something like that. It wasn't just the leaders. Even if the elders of the kings were there, the scary flying fish would spray their faces. Who is this little girl? Sky King strangely looked at the little girl. He forced a smile and asked, "Little girl, why don't you tell the flying fish to go away? I will give you some money to buy candy." The flying fish was being held by the little girl, but it was still hungry for him. If he revealed a flaw, it would kill him. Sky King did not dare move. He wanted to treat the little girl well so she would take the flying fish away. He would have then been free. What is money? The little girl, who was holding the flying fish, looked at Sky King with confusion. Money it's something you can use to buy candy. Sky King suddenly noticed he could not explain to the little girl what money was. What is candy? The little girl still looked confused. Sky King thought it was weird that the little girl did not know what candy was. Upon looking at the little girl's innocent face, it did not look as if she was lying. That candy is something very sweet that you can eat, Sky King tried to explain. Really? In that case, give me some candy, and I will try it. The little girl looked at Sky King with excitement. I do not have candy on me, but I can give you money to buy a lot of candy, Sky King said. Bring it out, the little girl said, reaching out her hand. Sky King thought this was difficult. He did not have money on him. Even if he did, it would all have been burned. He did not dare move either. The flying fish was looking at him. Little kid, put the flying fish away, Sky King said, with a look of genuine fear. I am scared of it. I cannot give you the money right now. If ordinary people saw Sky King acting like this, they would not have believed it. This was the overbearing Sky King. The little fish is so cute, the little girl said. Why are you afraid of it? She lifted the flying fish in front of Sky King, whose mouth was 1 foot away from it. Sky King's legs went soft. He started to shake. Cold sweat soaked his tattered clothes. Chapter 3129. Teach him to be a person. Little girl, do not joke around with me. I will have you know that I am old and cannot be scared like this, lest it bodes poorly for my health. I think it would be best if you move with haste. After you have done that, I will happily take you on a trip to buy some candy. Sky King was shocked, but his face still displayed a smile. He had not been this soft in many, many years. I see. In that case, okay, I think I can do that. Bauer nodded. She held the flying fish as if she was going to have it retreat. Sky King was delighted. Once the flying fish exited his proximity and the little girl turned around, he could get free of the flying fish's lock on him, break space, and escape it. Even if the flying fish caught up, it was going to be hard to lock onto him. He could certainly find a way to escape the pursuit of the flying fish. The feeling of being on the cusp of death for so long was not an easy one to endure. Seeing Bauer hold the flying fish and turn around, Sky King's heart felt excited. As the little girl was about to turn around, Sky King gathered up all the power in his body. He was ready to break space and flee. The power in his body almost burst out, but the little girl suddenly turned around. The flying fish got closer to Sky King again. Sky King felt as if he wanted to vomit. He held onto the power, which was almost bursting out. He let himself stay where he was. His face was becoming red. The little girl looked at Sky King with an untrusting expression as she asked, "You are not going to lie to me, are you? Are you going to run away as soon as I turn around?" Sky King had been through many things. Now, he could not help but blush. He had planned on doing that, but he was Sky King. He was now going to lie to a little girl. His plan had been exposed. His emotions were very complex. "Why would I? I have been very honest. I mean what I say." Sky King immediately explained himself. "Yes, but the thing is that adults always lie. They never stop. So how exactly am I supposed to know whether or not you're the same? What if you are lying to me like all the others do?" The little girl continued to stare at Sky King untrustingly. Sky King was in a hurry to get out of there, but there was nothing he could do. The flying fish kept staring at him, locked onto his presence. "Have you know that I am old and cannot be scared like this, lest it bodes poorly for my health. I think it would be best if you move with haste. After you have done that, I will happily take you on a trip to buy some candy." Sky King was shocked, but his face still displayed a smile. He had not been this soft in many, many years. "I see. In that case, okay, I think I can do that." Bauer nodded. She held the flying fish as if she was going to have it retreat. Sky King was delighted. Once the flying fish exited his proximity and the little girl turned around, he could get free of the flying fish's lock on him, break space, and escape it. Even if the flying fish caught up, it was going to be hard to lock onto him. He could certainly find a way to escape the pursuit of the flying fish. The feeling of being on the cusp of death for so long was not an easy one to endure. Seeing Bauer hold the flying fish and turn around, Sky King's heart felt excited. As the little girl was about to turn around, Sky King gathered up all the power in his body. He was ready to break space and flee. The power in his body almost burst out, but the little girl suddenly turned around. The flying fish got closer to Sky King again. Sky King felt as if he wanted to vomit. He held onto the power, which was almost bursting out. He let himself stay where he was. His face was becoming red. The little girl looked at Sky King with an untrusting expression as she asked, "You are not going to lie to me, are you? Are you going to run away as soon as I turn around?" No, Sky King had been through many things. Now, he could not help but blush. He had planned on doing that, but he was Sky King. He was now going to lie to a little girl. His plan had been exposed. His emotions were very complex. "Why would I? I have been very honest. I mean what I say." Sky King immediately explained himself. "Yes, but the thing is that adults always lie. They never stop. So how exactly am I supposed to know whether or not you're the same? What if you are lying to me like all the others do?" The little girl continued to stare at Sky King untrustingly. Sky King was in a hurry to get out of there, but there was nothing he could do. The flying fish kept staring at him, locked onto his presence. If he did something suspicious, it would launch the scariest attack yet. Sky King did not dare risk inciting that ire. If he did not move, the flying fish could not do anything to him. If he moved, and there was a flaw, he would end up either severely injured or dead. "Little girl, I swear I am not lying to you. You should just take that thing away. I will give you lots of money if you do that. I can guarantee you a life of luxury. You will live in wealth and be able to buy many, many fashionable articles of clothing and glam yourself up with eye-blinding jewelry." It had been so long since a woman had put Sky King at a disadvantage. At this point, he was tempted enough to pick up the little girl and run. The little girl examined him a bit closer. She pointed at one of Sky King's items and said, "I do not know what money is, and I do not know how to use it. How about this? I think that looks quite pretty. Why don't you give it to me?" Sky King was clad in a host of tattered clothing. His chest had a lot of burn marks on it, so he could not hide his body. She was able to see the jade-like pendant he was wearing. The jade was circular. It had a Tai Chi symbol that was half white and half black. It was not particularly pretty, but it exuded a sense of mystery and age. Seeing that the little girl wanted his jade pendant, Sky King's expression changed. That jade item was very important. It took him a lot of effort to claim. It was an item he dug up from a scary life pulse. It had the power to suppress a land pulse. He had dared to travel to the core alone because of that item. In a critical moment, it meant the difference between life and death. That was not the most important facet of the pendant. That jade represented his identity as Sky King. Many of his friends, allies, and even the big nobles of the Qin Kingdom recognized that jade. When they had something classified to do, he simply allowed his men to use the jade. With that jade, people treated a person with great priority. Things like that stood for his identity as Sky King. He could not just give it out to someone random. "Little girl, this is cheap and not worth much," Sky King said with a smile. "Why don't you select something else?" "Yes, mother taught me not to take just any random stuff, especially expensive stuff," the little girl said with seriousness. "Cheap is good. I will take it. Didn't your mother teach you not to take a random person's things?" Sky King could not help but fight back. "Yes, but my dad told me I should take advantage of stupid people," the little girl said with a laugh. "I always have to balance who I listen to between my mother and my father." Sky King almost coughed up blood. He swore in his heart. Who is this asshole father of hers? How could he teach his child to behave like that? Damn it, old uncle, are you going to lie to me? Are you not going to give it to me? The little girl looked at Sky King with confusion. Sky King gnashed his teeth and looked stiff as he laughed. "How could I do such a thing? This thing is not worth much. If you like it, I will happily give it to you. But first, you need to." Before Sky King finished, the little girl merrily proclaimed, "Thank you, old uncle. You are such a nice person." After that, the little girl let go of the flying fish. It went behind Sky King and jumped on his back. It took the necklace off of his body. Sky King's eyes were twitching, but he did not move. He let the little girl take the necklace away. The little girl received the jade and proceeded to wear it around her neck. She looked at Sky King, waved the jade, and said, "Old uncle, does it look good on me?" "It looks good. It looks very good. You are so beautiful. You would look beautiful no matter what you were wearing." It had been so long since Sky King had last complimented someone in such a fashion. With his identity, if he liked a woman, he only just had to say the word. He never made the effort to please them. Seeing that the little girl was so happy, Sky King quickly said, "I gave you my stuff. Could you send the flying fish away now? I am so scared seeing it." "Okay." The little girl was going to put away the flying fish, but someone walked next to it. When the little girl saw that person, she was shocked and happy. She ran straight to him. She happily jumped into that person's arms and said, "Dad." Sky King's hope was depleted once more. His chest hurt. He heard the little girl call out for her dad. He looked over and thought, "I want to see who can raise such an asshole kid. I will lock him up in a cell 24/7. I will teach him how to be polite. If he can't learn, I will smack him across the face until he does. He needs to know how to be respectful and not teach his child to be a delinquent." When he saw who that person was, his heart jumped. It was a man who looked to be in his 20s. He had never seen him before, but he knew who he was. As one of the Qin Kingdom's high-class people, if he didn't know about an event as big as Steel Scene being murdered, his title of a king would have been worthless. Sky King had watched Han Sen's videotape once before, and he had analyzed Han Sen. Han Sen was really tight with the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince were to be the successor, Han Sen would be a great friend of the king. Sky King did not care for Han Sen, but he had to treat the future king nicely. He was a character that could sway the direction of Sky King's life. Chapter 3130 Big Nice Guy, she is Han Sen's daughter. Is that just a coincidence? Sky King's heart flashed with many thoughts, but his face did not seem to change. He behaved as if he did not know Han Sen. Han Sen stroked Bauer's head as he asked, "Bauer, what are you doing here?" He really wanted to know why Bauer was there and how she reached the anti-material world. In front of Sky King, Han Sen could not ask such questions. Bauer understood, which was probably why the DNA test read positive for her being his biological daughter. She understood and said, "Dad, I was playing here. I picked up this cute flying fish and this Mr. Nice Guy. He gave me a beautiful pendant." After that, Bauer showed off the new pendant that was hanging around her chest. She seemed to be very fond of it. Bauer, is this really how I've been teaching you? In the past, I'm pretty sure it isn't. How could you do such a thing? Han Sen looked seriously displeased with her. When Sky King heard Bauer claim to pick up a cute flying fish, his eyes twitched. Can you just randomly pick something like that up? How much luck would a person need to have such good things happen to them? Then, Bauer had called him Mr. Nice Guy and said he had given it to her. It was not just his eyes twitching. It felt as if his heart was going to twitch. Hearing Han Sen tell off Bauer, he felt a bit better. It looks like this Han Sen has more morals than I gave him credit for. It's just that this kid does not behave. Bauer looked wronged. It's not like I wanted it or even asked for it. He just decided to give it to me. Really? Han Sen asked Bauer. Let me have a look at that pendant. He collected the Sky Order and examined it closely. Sky King thought, with this Sky Order here, Han Sen is sure to recognize who I am. That is fine. Although it looks bad, I think Han Sen will respect me. He will give it back to me. Sky King saw Han Sen walk in front of him. He thought Han Sen would give the Sky Order back to him, but Han Sen held the Sky Order and asked, "Old mister, you gave this to my daughter. What is this?" Sky King was surprised. He could not believe Han Sen did not recognize the Sky Order. Looking at Han Sen's face, it did not seem as if he was pretending to be unaware. "Oh, it was nothing much. It was just my gift to her. It is just a silly little jade pendant. It is nothing of any significant value or meaning. It is only worth a bit of dosh, but that's about it." Sky King gnashed his teeth and thought, I suppose it is a good thing he does not recognize it. If he did, that could probably lead to some embarrassment of sorts. Han Sen lifted the jade pendant before Sky King. He thought Han Sen was going to return it to him, but Han Sen said, "You are very nice, old mister. You gave my daughter such a nice gift. You are a very nice man." "Of course, not. I just thought our encounter was destiny, and she is such a lovable girl. That is why I gave her this gift. It was so I could be nice." Sky King had to force his pleasant behavior, despite his earnest unwillingness to say such things. The flying fish was still staring at him. Sky King did not dare move. If Han Sen attacked him, he would have been absolutely destroyed. He did not dare to offend Han Sen. "Well, it is nice to know you are an honest man. My daughter is indeed quite lovable. Everyone who sees her says she is so smart and nice." Han Sen looked cocky as spoke. He seemed very proud of her. When Sky King heard Han Sen say that, he wanted to stomp and spit on his face. He wanted to curse him. He thought, what is this? You raised such a horrible daughter, yet you are so proud of her. Although he felt bad, his mouth only returned an affirmative. He unwillingly had to agree with what Han Sen said. Han Sen went on to say, "The daughter always resembles the father. Old mister, do you think my daughter looks like me? Do you?" Sky King unwillingly looked at them both. He did not think the two looked similar. Bauer had a circular face, whereas Han Sen's face was quite long and sharp. Bauer's eyes were obviously bigger than his, so Sky King did not think the two looked similar at all. "Very similar. Everyone says me and her look like clones," Han Sen seriously said. "Right." Sky King could not be bothered to talk to Han Sen. He just nodded. "I say, you must also think we look similar." "Yes." Han Sen looked delighted. He put the Sky Order in front of Sky King. Sky King was happy. Although this guy is talking nonsense, at least he has the courtesy of showing respect. Han Sen just waved the Sky Order in front of him. It did not look as if he was going to give it back. He went on to say, "You are getting along with my daughter so well, and I look so similar to my daughter, fate must want us to be together. You even gave my daughter a pendant and said so yourself. In that case, I will." Sky King was so angry that he almost started spewing blood. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone this shameless. He understood why he had said the two looked so similar. They were both extremely obscene and shameless. They were the same. It was like they were a clone of each other. Fortunately, Sky King had seen a lot and kept his cool. He knew that Han Sen must have recognized him and only pretended not to know him to scam him. Sky King was not afraid of Han Sen's scamming. He was just afraid of being scammed and attacked. If he did that, he would lose his money and life. When he looked at the flying fish that was ready to go, Sky King gnashed his teeth and said, "Of course, fate did bring us together. The three of us are fated to be together, but I only have this one pendant to give." I do have something that is associated with fate though. I just don't know if you will like it. After that, Sky King transferred a gene race to Han Sen. God class gene race 8-armed evil dragon. Growth mode is ultimate. Old mister is very nice. It is an honor for me and my daughter to have met you. Han Sen smiled and thanked him. Sky King gnashed his teeth, planning on how to respond. When Han Sen finished, he took Bauer and turned around. Bauer was holding the flying fish. She kept walking and looking back, waving at Sky King. Mr. Nice Guy, let's play again next time we meet. Sky King did not expect Han Sen to just leave like that. He was frozen. Surely he cannot actually recognize me. He did not think this was possible. If Han Sen did not know him, when he saw the 8-armed evil dragon, he would have reacted. Even a fool seeing the ultimate mode, 8-armed evil dragon would have known he was a superior sort of person. This guy is so weird, and his daughter is too. Why would the flying fish be so nice to his daughter? It was a gene race that consumed a god spirit blood pulse. The very powerful Sky King thought the father and daughter were mysterious. As he watched them walk a good distance away, he could hear Han Sen speaking to Bauer. Bauer, don't do this again. If you meet a nice person like that, how could you only take one pendant? That is not respectful to a nice pendant. You have to at least take two. Yes, I am sorry. Hearing the two of them talk that way, Sky King's face turned lime green and then dark green. It was colorful. Chapter 3131. Going back to Gold Crystal System. After taking Bauer to a safe place, Han Sen asked her how she had got there. The old liar brought me here, Bauer said. The old liar? Which old liar? Han Sen was shocked. He is the one who wears weird clothes and has the flag. Bauer then angrily said, he is such a liar. He kept scamming people out of food, drinks, and all sorts of things, yet he never gave me anything. Han Jinji. Han Sen's heart jumped. He quickly asked Bauer for more details about the process that led her there. Han Sen learned that the 4-sheep cube could lead people to the anti-material world. To do so, all sheep heads had to be pushed down together. The old liar was going to scam Bauer out of her 4-sheep cube, but Bauer was not that gullible. She did not give it to him. So, the old liar took Bauer to the anti-material world. The worst part was that after scamming her out of the 4-sheep cube, he left Bauer behind. This is terrible. He took the 4-sheep cube and left Bauer here all alone. Han Sen was angry. Han Sen had no idea that it was not because Han Jinji did not want to take Bauer with him. It was because he was scared of Bauer. He needed to provide Bauer food and entertainment, which was very hard for him to do. It was like a very sad slavery story. In the end, he was unable to afford to have her around, so he made a calculation. He calculated that Han Sen might come there, and Bauer would end up meeting someone. Therefore, he left Bauer there to wait for Han Sen. Regarding Bauer missing Han Sen's appearance, the old liar had no fear of that. After being with Bauer for a while, it was fine if Bauer did not scam others. At least, no one was able to scam her. As for the 4-sheep cube, the old liar had spent a fortune getting it from Bauer. It was not how Bauer made it sound. Dad, do not leave me behind again. I missed you. I always want to follow you. Bauer held Han Sen's neck. She sounded very cute. Han Sen looked hurt. He rubbed Bauer's head and said, in the future, I will always be with you. We will not be separated again. By the way, how are Little Flower and Ling? Is your mom okay? Bauer nodded. They are fine. I told Mom and my brother and sister that you will be fine too. Mom is waiting for you to go home. That horrible old liar scammed us of the 4-sheep cube, Han Sen madly said. We could have reunited if he had not done that. Yes. Bauer felt guilty, not wanting to keep talking poorly about the old liar. The universe of kingdoms was really big, so Han Sen did not know where he could find the old liar. He would have to wait and see where he ended up. He was going to take Bauer with him to the gold crystal system so they could dig up god pulses together. Han Sen asked about Bauer's situation. She was not really restricted by the rules of this world. As to why the flying fish followed her, she did not know the reason. Han Sen was used to her peculiar circumstances. It did not matter what creature it was, but they always loved Bauer. The higher class the creature, the more they behaved lovingly to her. Bauer's history must be unique. What is her race? Han Sen had a few guesses, but he did not think any of them were correct. He took Bauer back to the gold crystal system. He went to the planet to find Bald Guy and Li Bingyu. Fortunately, they had not moved. They were still there, so Han Sen easily found them. Han Sen was told what happened after he and Sky King departed. He learned that many elites had arrived. None of them were able to earn rewards from the planet. Besides not getting a god spirit blood pulse, they were also unable to find any gene eggs. Of course, you could not find anything. All of the good stuff was ruined by the flying fish. Han Sen thought as he looked at the flying fish next to Bauer, which was acting like a dog. Bald Guy looked at Bauer with curiosity as he asked, "Old Han, where did you get this little girl from? How did you bring her here?" "This is my daughter, Bauer. Bauer, this is Sister Ghost Kill and Uncle Sha Yu Fei." Han Sen introduced the pair to Bauer. "Really, you have such a big daughter, and she is so cute." Bald Guy looked at Han Sen in disbelief. He then looked at Bauer. He also realized something and complained, "Why is she a sister and I am an uncle?" "What is it?" Han Sen asked. "Are you not like one? People always say we look very similar." "I can't tell, but your daughter looks much better than you," Bald Guy said with a laugh. He took out a gene egg and presented it to Bauer. "Bauer, this gift is from me." "Thank you, Uncle Sha." Bauer took the gene egg and politely thanked him for the gift. "You can just call me Brother Bald Guy." Bald Guy wanted to impress her, so he told her about the gene egg and its level. He wanted to make her happy. Bauer threw the gene egg at the white jade. Flying fish's mouth. The flying fish swiftly swallowed it. Bald Guy suddenly shouted, "No, it was too late. The flying fish had already eaten it." Bald Guy was so sad that he wanted to throw up. "Quick, cut his belly open and get the gene egg back. That is a very rare king-class gene egg." Bald Guy was depressed. He wanted to grab the flying fish, kill it, and take back the egg. Han Sen was shocked. He hastily stopped Bald Guy. If he dared touch the flying fish, it would have been a massive death wish. Han Sen looked at Bald Guy and said, "Forget it. It has already swallowed it. It wouldn't hatch even if you got it back." Bauer looked at Han Sen with confusion and asked, "Dad, did I do something wrong? Did you not say gene eggs are for feeding gene races?" Bald Guy had a wry smile as he said, "It depends on what gene egg. That was a rare king-class gene egg. It was very rare. To feed it to a flying fish was a waste." The flying fish had heard Bald Guy say he wanted to kill him, so it was not happy. It stared at Bald Guy with murderous eyes. Han Sen saw that, and it frightened him. If Bauer was not there, Bald Guy would have been dead. With the vengeful personality of the flying fish, it would have undoubtedly used fire to turn Bald Guy into a heap of ash. The flying fish opened its eyes wide. Bald Guy was still unaware of the crisis he had put himself in, so he stared back. He shouted, "Dead fish, what are you looking at? Your ancestors' graveyard is smoking. To be able to eat a rare king-class gene egg, I am afraid you can only have this one chance." Han Sen saw Bauer holding onto the little flying fish. If she hadn't been, the flying fish would have attacked Bald Guy. "All right, let's go find a land pulse," Han Sen said with a smile. "The god pulse here is so strong, so it should be easy to find king gene eggs. If we are lucky, perhaps we can find a god-class gene egg." "This place is so dangerous," Bald Guy worriedly said. "Why are you bringing your daughter along? She used to follow me around everywhere," Han Sen said with a smile. "I have been away from home for too long, and she was not used to it. Her family sent her here, so I picked her up. But it is fine. While I am around, no one will be able to hurt her." Bald Guy felt as if Han Sen was too confident, but there was no other option. They had to take Bauer along with them. "Bauer, if something happens, follow Brother Bald Guy," Bald Guy told Bauer. "I will keep you safe." "Thanks, Brother Bald Guy, I understand," Bauer nicely replied. Chapter 3132 Getting Hide. Han Sen and the others sat atop Bald Guy's God-Wind Dragon. The journey seemed hurried. Bald Guy knew where the key planet of Ghost Starlight was. The first planet had been destroyed. They had to leave the system. They needed to find the next Ghost Starlight land. Bald Guy could not help but ask, "Old Han, did you find a god pulse in the core?" "I found it, but the god pulse had been absorbed by a gene race," Han Sen replied. "I was unable to retrieve anything." He was not lying. He really didn't get anything out of it. All of the good stuff had been claimed by the flying fish, and the flying fish followed Bauer. He only got an ultimate 8-armed evil dragon from Sky King out of it. A god-class, ultimate gene race took a lot of time and resources to raise. For ordinary people, Having a god class, ultimate body gene race was an insurmountably difficult task to accomplish in their lifetimes. The 8-armed evil dragon had 3 skills, which was exceedingly rare. Han Sen was satisfied with acquiring it. If he had not received something so wonderful, he would not have allowed Sky King to get away so quickly. It was the same for Han Sen as it was with the others. Many powerful nobles were looking for Ghost Starlight. They saw many groups of flying gene races flying around. There was a battleship-sized purple and red dragonfly breaking space. It sounded scary. Every gene race made sure to get out of its way. Even the god wind dragon was so afraid that it made sure to fly away from the fiend. When the purple and red dragonfly broke space and departed, they continued traveling on their original route. The dragonfly looked very good, Bauer said with jealousy. Bald Guy lifted his lips. Of course, it is. It was the first reward from a god battle. It was a rare gene race called a mutant dragonfly. There is only one of them in the entire universe. It once belonged to the Qin Kingdom's first swordsman, Gnbugu. He got it from a god fight, but he gave it to the Mo family. Now, the Mo family's Mo Shang Kang owns it. Why did Gnbugu give the mutant dragonfly to the Mo family? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Bald Guy's eyes flared with a nosy flame. He laughed and said, the old grandma of the Mo family was the Mo family's matriarch. She loved teacher Jian very much. When she was younger, she did a lot for him, but teacher Jian only practiced with the sword. He only treated the Mo family's matriarch like a little sister. When he vanished, he gave the mutant dragonfly to the Mo family's matriarch. The Mo family was a second-class noble. Because of the mutant dragonfly and Gnbugu, the king has always treated her differently. Now, they are a top-class noble family. Han Sen knew Gnbugu must have been full to the brim with great stories, but he never expected his stories to be that amazing. While they were talking, a white crane flew over to them. When it approached, it put them on alert. The sky was wide. Even if a group of knights flew by, they would never have to get so close to them. The white crane, however, seemed to be headed in their direction. I mean no harm, Brother Han. When the white crane drew close enough, they saw a beautiful man sitting atop it. He waved to Han Sen. Mr. God One Gong Zhen Jun. Why is he looking for you? Bald Guy whispered with a frown. Ah, it is Mr. God One. What inspires you to come to see me? Han Sen looked at Mr. God One, who was now very close. Mr. God One and Gong Shujin, the man Han Sen had murdered, were both one of the top 4 misters of Jade Wall City. Although the 4 misters were famous, in the eyes of real nobles, they were nothing. Mr. God One laughed. I just randomly saw Brother Han, so I thought I would drop by and say hello. Now that I think about it, there is something I would like to talk to you about. Please tell me, Mr. Han Sen said. Mr. God One was silent a moment before saying, I found a land pulse, but the land pulse is extremely dangerous. My power alone is not sufficient for digging it up, and I do not have friends or family here. So, I thought I might ask for your help in digging the land pulse there. After that, we can share the loot. How does that sound? Han Sen did not answer. Bald Guy lifted his lips. This gold crystal system has many land pulses. Why don't we go do it ourselves? Why do we have to share with you? Mr. God One smiled. Brother Shah is Mr. Wei's student. You must have heard about skinning hide. You found a skinning hide? Bald Guy was shocked. Mr. God One nodded and said, if it was not for a land pulse that shocked the sky, I would not have asked Mr. Han to help. SC Han Sen looked at Bald Guy, who explained, skinning hide is a land pulse with a weird scene. A strange grass grows on the land pulse and absorbs the weird scene of the land pulse. If you do not see the grass up close, you would not know that it was a land pulse. When a skinning hide appears, there will be a land pulse that shocks the world. There is a very high chance of getting a God-class gene egg there. But, after saying that, Bald Guy hesitated. Mr. God One interjected. Things like skinning hide are what many gene races adore. This is a skinning hide with a land pulse air. Even God-class gene races seek to guard it. They wait there for skinning hide to mature. The skinning hide I found has a lot of scary gene races protecting it. That is why I am asking for your help. What do you think? Han Sen looked at Bald Guy and Li Bingyu for their opinions. If it really is a skinning hide, we can at least go check it out. Bald Guy admitted to his temptation. Han Sen wasn't entirely sure about it, yet he agreed. Mr. God One led the way. They headed in a different side direction. Mr. God 1 was targeting a planet with life, but one without humans. Gene races were all over that planet. If the super god pulse had not appeared in the gold crystal system, most humans would not have ventured there. Now, a super god pulse had appeared. The gene races there had achieved breakthroughs, and they had wildly mutated. The places were many times scarier. Ordinary people would not dare go to that planet. Bald Guy felt a bit surprised that Mr. God 1 dared going there to dig up a gene egg alone. It was very brave of him. After entering the planet, Mr. God 1 steered them all to land carefully atop a mountain peak. He pointed at another mountain. About halfway up its slopes was a skinning hide. Han Sen used his Peacock King's eye skill and was able to see a platform around the size of a football halfway up the mountain. There was a lot of strange grass on it, decking the entire breadth of the platform. The grass was half a foot tall. The leaves were yellow. It was like aloe on the ground. A red baby bucket was at the center of the grass. It was unknown if that was the seed, grass, or what. Upon closer inspection, one would have thought it was a baby that had been skinned alive. It had red flesh that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. The skinning hide was not glowing, but it looked bloody. It was definitely not something ordinary. Chapter 3133 Blood-Eye Butterfly, Where are the gene races? Han Sen saw the skinning hide, but he did not see any of the gene races that were said to be protecting it. If you can see that far, look toward the skinning hide's grassy heart person's face, Bald Guy said. Han Sen looked and noticed something weird. He thought the grassy heart person had a face. When he looked closer, he realized it wasn't actually a face. It was a red butterfly that had weird markings. The butterfly was lying on the grassy person's face. The pattern on its back resembled eyes. Its body was like a little person's nose. Mr. God 1 went on to say, the skinning hide looks weird, but it is still some kind of grass. The grass heart looks a bit like a child, but it is not actually a child. It does not have facial structures like eyes or noses. In fact, what is on the grassy person's face is a gene race that is called a blood-eye butterfly. Ordinarily, the blood-eye butterfly is Marquis class. That level wouldn't be too hard to deal with. If there was a boss blood-eye butterfly around, we'd be tussling with a Duke class 1. If there is a blood-eye butterfly king, it would be king class. Even a king class blood-eye butterfly wouldn't be hard for you to deal with. Han Sen did not believe Mr. God 1 was unable to deal with a king-class gene race. Mr. God 1 presented a wry smile. You overestimate me. The level of the blood-eye butterfly is not high, but it can punch above its weight. If there are similar powers to fight back, even a god-class gene race might be beaten by it. Oh, what power is that? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Mr. God 1 looked at Bald Guy and said, Brother Shaw is a student of Mr. Wei. He is better in that department than me. Let's allow Brother Shaw to explain things to us. Bald Guy was not shy. He said it straight. The blood-eye butterfly is very weird. Its name contains the word, eye, but it does not have any eye powers. It is a toxic element gene race. Its body can release toxic powers that can make others fall into an illusion. If it touches your skin or is breathed in by your mouth or nose, it can make you hallucinate. People tend to die during those hallucinations. The illusion-creating toxic powder is not what is most important about this beast. You just need a gene race that is powerful enough to combine with or use a gene race that can protect you. Do that, and you will not get infected by the toxic powder. After pausing, Bald Guy went on to say, the butterfly wings have patterns like eyes. They have a special ability that enables them to detect the approach of enemies. If that happens, the butterfly's eye patterns release a red light. It might not look strong, as it looks like a red firefly, but if you see the red light, even god-class gene races might end up hallucinating. What if you don't see it? Han Sen asked. It doesn't work, even if you don't look at it, Bald Guy replied. Did I not say the blood-eye butterfly is not an eye gene race? It is toxic, and the red light is toxic. Even if you close your eyes and the red light touches you, you will still end up hallucinating. Against ordinary blood-eye butterflies, you will be fine. If there is a king-class blood-eye butterfly, even a god-class gene race might end up defeated. While they were talking, a big snake was going down the mountain. It was as thick as a barrel. It reached the platform. Han Sen was seeing what Bald Guy had described. The eye patterns on the blood-eye butterfly's back flickered. It was like the grass person was opening and closing their eyes. The big snake looked very powerful. It opened its mouth, wanting to eat the skinning hide. Before the snake's mouth could touch the skinning hide, it stopped. Han Sen watched a crazy scene unfold. The big snake went completely mad. It began eating its own body, using its mouth to eat its tail. Half of his body was inside itself. It created a snake ring. It looked very weird. Bzzzt. A sky full of red butterflies fluttered. It was like a cloud of blood going into the non-moving big snake. A moment later, the big snake only had bones left. With the blood-eye butterfly's power, the leftover bones were tossed off the mountain. Han Sen looked down the mountain. The Peacock King's eyes were flickering. They peered through the mist of the mountain. He saw the bottom of the mountain possess a large mound of bones. Who knew how many gene races had been eaten and thrown down there by the blood-eye butterfly? That is a very powerful blood-eye butterfly. Han Sen had to compliment it. Mr. God once said, "From what I have seen, in this group of blood eyes, there is a king. It might be a mutant king class." "Really?" Bald Guy asked with shock. Mr. God one presented a wry smile and said, "I am not going to lie. I have a toxic removal toad gene race at my disposal. This gene race is only king class, but it is very effective against toxic gene powers. I thought I could use this gene race to remove the blood-eye butterfly, but who would have known there was a mutant king class blood-eye butterfly? It almost died there. That was why I asked for Han Sen's help. The toxic removal toad gene uses a skill called toxic removal shield," Bald Guy said with a nod. "It can break all kinds of toxic gene skills, but it cannot block the toxins unleashed by a king-class blood-eye butterfly. There might be a mutant butterfly king." Mr. God One looked at Han Sen and said, "I heard Brother Han has a blood ghost spirit that can remove all toxins and debilitations. We will most surely require Han Sen's aid. In that case, let me give it a go." Han Sen put Bauer aside. He summoned the blood ghost spirit and combined with it. After he combined with the gold-winged Peacock King, his evil-looking body looked to possess a blood aura. He looked even eviler. He was like some evil and handsome demon that had emerged from hell. With the strength of Han Sen's body, he should have been able to be immune to the blood-eye butterfly. Mr. God One and the others were there with him. He did not want to make himself look too almighty. "You guys wait for me here. I will be right back." After saying that, Han Sen flapped his wings and flew toward the skinning hide platform. In an instant, Han Sen landed on the platform. He saw the blood-eye butterfly atop the skinning hide. The butterfly wings' eye patterns shone. It was like many small red lanterns were glowing with a weird crimson light. The red lights did nothing to Han Sen. It was not able to invade the blood air from blood ghost spirit. Han Sen saw a lot of red dust scatter in the air. It had to have been the toxic powder from the blood-eye butterfly that could cause hallucinations. To Han Sen, the toxic powder was practically useless. Han Sen landed on the platform. Suddenly, there was a sky full of butterflies. Amidst all of those blood-eye butterflies, Han Sen saw one blood-eye butterfly that was stranger than the rest. The blood-eye butterflies were the same size. It was unknown if they were Marquis or Duke class. Aside from their powers being different, their appearances were the same. This blood-eye butterfly was different. It was about the same size as the other blood-eye butterflies, but it was purple. That should be the mutant blood-eye butterfly, Han Sen thought. Chapter 3134 Saying no means no. The purple blood-eye butterfly king looked very weird. It was like some butterfly that came from hell. Its wings had markings that looked like flickering eyes. The mere sight of them gave people the willies. Although the amount of blood-eye butterflies was shocking to witness, Han Sen did not turn his gaze away from them. The Peacock King's eye skill and blood-eye butterfly king's purple eye patterns looked into each other. It suddenly made Han Sen have a hallucination. He saw two shadows. He was seeing things. It was only for a moment. After his body adjusted to the toxins, the effect was immediately diminished. It was merely about Han Sen being shocked. It was just a king-class gene race that could go through the protection offered by both the Blood Ghost Spirit and Gold-Wing Peacock King. It was weird. The Blood Ghost Spirit still had a young body. Han Sen understood that it did not have enough power, but the Gold-Wing Peacock King was ultimate mode. Yet, it was still unable to fully repel the power of the blood-eye butterfly's toxins. That was hard to believe. Fortunately, Han Sen's body was also really powerful. If he was someone from the universe of kingdoms, even if he did have God-class gene races to protect his body, he would have been damaged already. After Han Sen gave it some thought, he understood the meaning behind all of it. The universe of kingdoms was all about gene race power. The Gold-Wing Peacock King was strong. It had an indestructible blade. Comparing the power and powers of destruction, the blood-eye butterfly was hardly comparable. No matter how sharp its blades were, it could not hinder the fire. The two of them were not of the same element. The blood-eye butterfly king's toxic power was like that. With the gold-wing peacock king's power, it was not the same. No matter how strong the gold-wing peacock king was, it could not block the blood-eye butterfly king's power. Just using power will result in a problem. In a place like the universe of kingdoms, if I use a gene race correctly, even if I use a low-level gene race, it can kill a high-level elite. Let's not talk about assassinations. Han Sen now understood. He was used to being in the Geno universe. He felt the elites there were very strong and did not have many weaknesses. Lower-level beings fighting higher-level beings never came easy. In this world, the rules were a bit different. Ordinary humans did not combine with gene races 24/7 because it would cost them energy. Using different gene race powers correctly was the key to victory. One didn't need very powerful gene races. They only needed one of the same attack gene races. Wasting time to grow another same element gene race was pointless. This mutant blood-eye butterfly king's toxic power is interesting. Why don't I turn it into an egg? Perhaps it will end up useful. Han Sen's heart jumped. The peacock wings on his back spread. Suddenly, a sky full of gold feathers descended like a rain of arrows that killed many red-eye butterflies. In the blink of an eye, aside from the mutant blood-eye butterfly king, all the other blood-eye butterflies were killed. After all, it was a god class, ultimate mode, combination gene skill. Besides the ordinary blood-eye butterflies being unable to block the attack, even the mutant blood-eye butterfly king could not. Han Sen wanted to take the mutant blood-eye butterfly king with him, which was why he allowed to live. The mutant blood-eye butterfly king was shocked. It flapped its weird purple wings as Han Sen tried to catch up to it. The blood-eye butterfly king had just turned when Han Sen cast the Zhen Yellow Sutra. A scary power struck the mutant blood-eye butterfly king, turning it into a purple, crystal-like egg. He picked up the mutant blood-eye butterfly king egg. When Han Sen flew back, Mr. God 1 and the others were already near the platform. Mr. God 1 offered a compliment by saying, "Mr. Han really is different. You do not just have a blood ghost spirit power, but you have that gold arrow gene race. That is even scarier. It cannot be an ordinary ultimate god class gene race." Han Sen did not plan on hiding anything. He laughed and said, "You are smart. This is a mutant god class gene race. Holy sh*t. Old Han, you are rich. You even have a mutant god class that is in ultimate mode. With the blood ghost spirit, you'll have enough money to afford a city." Bald Guy really admired Han Sen. "What do we do with the skinning hide?" Han Sen ignored Bald Guy. Mr. God 1 replied, "The skinning hide is good for feeding a gene race and evolving them. Using a skinning hide to evolve a gene race provides a high chance of one learning new skills. Let's just put it away and share it when we return." "Okay," Han Sen said with a nod. Everyone started to pull out the skinning hide. There were a lot of skinning hides. There were 10,000 of them. Mr. God 1 prepared a giant bag in which they could stuff them into so the presence of the skinning hide could go undetected. After putting the skinning hide away, everyone started to dig. Without the temptation of the skinning hide, no more gene races approached that place. The digging process went smoothly. Not long later, they dug up a jade gene egg speckled with black dots. A weird light emanated from it. A powerful presence surrounded it. Han Sen felt it. Bald Guy said with bright and wide eyes, "If I have guessed right, this is a god-class gene race called Half-Sky Hawk. It's its gene egg. What a shame. There is only one god-class gene race here." Mr. God 1 thought for a moment and suggested, "How about this? The Half-Sky Hawk gene egg can be considered one half of the goods, and the skinning hide can be considered the other. I will let you choose, Brother Han. If you let me pick, I will have to go for it." Han Sen receded into thought for a moment. He turned to Bald Guy and asked, "What do you think?" "The Half-Sky Hawk is good stuff. It is a rare flying gene race, but the skinning hide is rare too," Bald Guy quietly said. "It is very good for the evolution of gene races, whatever, pick the skinning hide. You already have one mutant god class gene race. Having a Half-Sky Hawk will be pointless. In that case, I will take the Half-Sky Hawk," Han Sen said while pointing at the Half-Sky Hawk gene egg. Mr. God 1 handed Han Sen the gene egg and honestly said, "Okay. That actually benefits me. After all, the skinning hide is rarer." "That's fine." Han Sen collected the Half-Sky Hawk gene egg. He gave it to Bald Guy and said, I will give it to you now. When we next share things, you have already earned your share. Han Sen had seen Bald Guy staring at the half-sky hawk Gene egg. It was obvious that was what he wanted. He was only thinking about what was best for Han Sen, which was why he picked the skinning hide. Bald Guy was shocked and happy. Old Han, I am not going to say much. I will take the Gene egg, and I will return the favor. From this point on, you can have everything of mine. I do not need anything more. Are you sure you don't need anything? You're not going to regret it, are you? Han Sen looked like he was smiling at Bald Guy, but he wasn't smiling. Ha. Ha, Bald Guy, keep my promises. When I say I do not need anything else, I do not need anything else. Bald Guy touched the Gene egg as he spoke. Chapter 3135b Planet. When Han Sen and the others reached the next planet in Ghost Starlight, there was a mountain of dead bodies and a sea of blood. The bodies of all kinds of creatures and human elites were on this giant planet. The planet looked like it was full of holes. It almost looked like a beehive. The scarier thing about it was a giant horde of bees in the sky that looked like a cloud. They covered the sky, and they almost covered the entire planet. Many nobles were far away from this planet. They only watched it. No one dared to approach the planet. Brother, what's going on? Bald Guy asked someone nearby. That person should have been alone. He had an ice-cold personality. When he heard the question, he said, this planet had countless toxic bees emerge from underground. They killed everything on the planet. Everyone thinks this planet has a land pulse that can shock the sky. After a few powerful people entered, no one has made it out alive. These toxic bees are scary. While they were talking, someone called out for Bald Guy. Han Sen looked over and saw it was Bald Guy's classmates. The person who spoke was an old mister. It should have been Bald Guy's teacher, Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei was sitting atop a holy wen white deer. He asked Bald Guy, "You Fei, why are you here now?" It was the same holy wen white deer as the one Han Sen had, but the one Mr. Wei had was better. It was stronger, and its body contained holy text. It was likely in ultimate mode. Mister, I have made friends here, so I went with them, Bald Guy politely answered. Brother 3 sarcastically said, Mister, Brother Shaw is famous now. He only makes friends with big characters. Did you not know that? This is Brother Shaw's good friend, loved by the Crown Prince, the one and only, Han Sen. The man who murdered the general of the royal guards. Upon hearing that, Mr. Wei frowned. Han Sen was loved by the Crown Prince. Because he assassinated Steel Scene, he offended all the nobles. He was the crux of the issues currently plaguing relations between the royals and nobles. Han Sen was hated throughout the Qin kingdom. Mr. Wei was one of the nobles. He was born a noble and obeyed the law. He did not really like a reckless person like Han Sen. Yu Fei, the land pulse that shocked the world has opened. This place is very dangerous, so I think it would be best if you followed me. Mr. Wei did not want Bald Guy to be good friends with Han Sen. He did not want to see his reputation dragged through the mud by him. Bald Guy gnashed his teeth and said, Teacher, I made a promise to do this with my friends. I am not going to break my promise. Mr. Wei wanted to say something, but Brother 3 asked, Master, do you not understand? Brother Shaw only looks for friends in high places. He thinks we are too lowly for him. What nonsense are you talking about? Bald Guy was angered by the remark. Brother 3 wanted to fight back, but they suddenly heard the sound of a big dragon roaring. It was like a thunderstrike that shocked the whole sky. Everyone looked in the direction of where that dragon roar had come from. They saw a group of riders riding atop a big dragon. They were coming their way. There were 10 of them. They were very powerful. In between the big dragon riders, 8 powerful big dragons were pulling a stagecoach. It was beautiful. The carriage looked very elegant. It was an unusual sight. Sky King is here, Brother 3 said. Mr. Wei looked at Bald Guy and sighed. Yu Fei, be wary of the friends you make. If you do not, only harm will come to you. Teacher, I understand, but Han Sen really isn't how you think it is, Bald Guy attempted to explain. After hearing Bald Guy insist, Mr. Wei shook his head and said nothing else. He led his students towards Sky King. Ghost Starlight's planets were too dangerous. Although Mr. Wei had some power, he did not have enough power to dig up the scary land pulse. Therefore, he decided to cooperate with Sky King. Mr. Wei led everyone to the carriage. All the students bowed to Sky King. Sky King was one of the leaders with a different surname in the Qin Kingdom. He was an important person among the nobles. Although Mr. Wei was famous, he would not behave superior in front of Sky King. "Greetings, Mr. Come on in for a meet." Sky King's voice came from inside the carriage. Someone opened the door and invited Mr. Wei inside. Mr. Wei told his students to follow him in. He entered the carriage. The students behind the carriage were jealous. Brother 3 spoke to the brother next to him. "I wonder when I can be as cool as teacher, sitting in the same carriage with a noble king." That brother replied, "You just need to focus on learning from teacher. When you get to his level, you will be just like him one day." "That will not be easy," Brother 3 said with a sigh. Land pulse skills are very hard to learn. They are not easy to master. While they were talking, they soon discovered that the team going to the planet changed direction. It was unclear where they were going. "What is going on? I thought we are digging up a land pulse on the planet. Why are we changing locations?" Many brothers were confused. They had met Sky King there for the sole purpose of digging up a land pulse on the Ghost Starlight planet. Although they had just arrived there, Sky King's team opted to go somewhere else. It was unknown where they were headed. Although the people did not have a clue what was happening, they did not have the guts to ask. They just followed the others with confusion. Not long later, the team went past where Han Sen was. Brother 3 looked at Bald Guy cockily. He lifted his lips and looked at him with disdain. He really hated Bald Guy, but that was mainly because Bald Guy was not a noble from Jade Wall City. He was the son of a city leader. He counted as a noble, but Brother 3 was a noble from Jade Wall City. Bald Guy was just someone from an underdeveloped place. If it was not for his luck, he would not have become Mr. Wei's student. Brother 3 thought, "What an ignorant redneck. He does not even know much. He wants to be friends with Han Sen, who does not know how high the sky is. The Crown Prince is just the Crown Prince. No one knows when he will be king. Besides, the Crown Prince is immature. He might like Han Sen now, but it won't be long until he is bored of him. One day, with the Crown Prince not being a king yet, Han Sen will get nothing. If the Crown Prince forgets about him, he will be nothing. People like Sky King are the most important in the country. Being a Mr. Under Sky King provides the most benefits." While he was thinking, the team suddenly stopped. Brother 3 and the others were confused. There was no planet or land pulse. It was unknown why the team was stopping there. While they were standing there confused, Sky King's carriage opened. This time, it was Sky King who emerged. Chapter 3136. You are too weak. Brother 3 was confused. He did not know why Sky King had disembarked. There were no big characters around him to interact with either. Brother 3 quickly noticed that after emerging from the carriage, Sky King was walking toward Han Sen. Sky King must have recognized Han Sen. He is going to teach him a lesson. Brother 3 coldly laughed. Bald Guy wanting to be friends with Han Sen is like having a death wish. While everyone was watching, Sky King walked before Han Sen. Bald Guy was not looking too good. He was a bit worried. His line of thinking was not too far off from Brother 3. He thought Sky King had come looking for some trouble with Han Sen. Li Bingyu thought the same thing too, but she was rather excited. If Sky King did something to Han Sen, she could see what Han Sen's power was really like. No one would have imagined that Sky King was going to walk in front of Han Sen and smile. He looked like a pleasant old man. He said hello to Han Sen and bowed in his arms. "Little girl, do you remember me?" Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Sky King to talk to the little girl in Han Sen's arms. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Bauer's answer made Mr. Wei and his students look on strangely. Sky King's expression had yet to change. He smiled at her and asked, "Little girl, have you forgot? I gave you a beautiful pendant." "Ah, it is you, the very nice guy." Bauer now understood. She pulled out the Sky Order from out of her clothes. When everyone saw the jade pendant, they were shocked. They witnessed this happening with looks of sheer disbelief. Not even Bald Guy believed it. That was the Sky Order. Besides how much it cost, it represented Sky King. It was a priceless treasure. It was hard to imagine Sky King had given Sky Order out to others, especially a girl who was only 4 or 5 years old. What is going on? Who is this little girl? Why would Sky King give her his Sky Order? Is she royalty? Is she a child of some noble? Brother 3 had many questions he wished to ask. Sky King's subsequent actions made Brother 3 and the others even more confused. Sky King's face was still lit up with the brightest of smiles as he greeted Han Sen. "Brother Han, I really like your daughter. I want to take her as a student." What do you think about that, Brother Han? After he said that, everyone was in shock. They only now learned that the little girl was Han Sen's daughter, and Sky King wanted to take her as a student. That was way too shocking. They did not think big characters like Sky King would randomly take a student. Plus, she was Han Sen's daughter. That reminded them of many more things. Does this mean Sky King is trying to be friends with Han Sen? What does that mean if he is? Does that mean Sky King is going to be friends with the Crown Prince? Everyone had these complicated thoughts running through their minds. Han Sen smiled and said, although I am Baoer's father, accepting a teacher is dependent on Baoer. Before Sky King said anything, Baoer rejected him and said, I don't want to. Sky King was not mad, and he continued to smile as he replied, why? If you are willing to accept me as a teacher, there will be a lot of good stuff to eat and a lot of fun things to play with. There will be endless gifts for you. You are too weak, Baoer said with honesty. Those words, in the ears of others, had them believe Baoer was ignorant. This was Sky King, who was an Annihilation God Spirit Blood Pulse inheritor. Out of all the Qin Kingdom's gods, there were only 4 Annihilation God Spirits. People were happy to admit Sky King was one of the Qin Kingdom's top 5 elites. Yet, the little girl had called him weak. They thought they were ignorant people who did not know much. I want to see what Han Sen is going to do. Brother 3 coldly laughed. Bald Guy was worried about Han Sen. He tried to remind Han Sen who he was dealing with through a glare in his eyes. He wanted to quickly go against what Baoer said. I am sorry, but you heard it from her, mister. Han Sen finally said something, but what he said only made the faces of others look stranger. They could not understand why Han Sen was not willing to accept Sky King accepting his daughter as a student. The most surprising thing about all of this was that the father and the daughter were being treated like this by Sky King, but he was not angered. He continued to smile and said, that is fine. If Baoer does not want to, then that is fine. Are you guys going to the B planet to dig up a land pulse? Why don't you all hop in the carriage with us? We can all go together. It will get our work done faster. We have so many people here, Han Sen said. Is that appropriate? It's fine. The more the merrier. I'd like to talk to Baoer anyway. Sky King looked like some sort of kind elder. Han Sen did not decline the offer. He led Bald Guy and the others into Sky King's carriage. Brother 3 and the others were frozen as they watched Bald Guy, Han Sen, and the others all climb into Sky King's carriage. They could not accept the fact that this was happening. Sky King was inviting Han Sen and the others inside. Even the people around Han Sen were permitted into the carriage. Not even royals received that sort of treatment. What is going on? Brother 3 gnashed his teeth. He disdainfully watched Bald Guy entering the carriage. He did not understand. It wasn't just Brother 3 who was unable to understand. Even Li Bingyu did not understand. She understood the Qin Kingdom had conflicts. Han Sen was the Crown Prince Qin Bai's friend. He was technically in the Qin Bai's faction. That was royalty. Sky King, however, was one of the kings with a different surname. He was considered a noble. If Sky King was willing to treat Crown Prince Qin Bai like that, no one would have been surprised. But Han Sen was regarded as a pet of the Crown Prince. He was considered a traitor. Saying it straight, they compared Han Sen to the Crown Prince's dog. They could not comprehend Sky King's willingness to treat him that way. No one understood, but Sky King understood a lot. Although Baoer and Han Sen had scammed him of his items, they had technically managed to save his life. If Sky King ever had to battle Han Sen, he would be the one dying. This father and daughter are special. Sky King looked at Baoer as she held the white jade flying fish. He did not believe this was just a coincidence. Brother 3 thought it was glorious for them to be permitted to follow Sky King's carriage. Now, his thoughts were on a different matter. Bald Guy was a special guest of Sky King himself. He was happily sitting inside the carriage. Because Brother 3 could only follow the carriage, he felt terrible. It was like 1,000 eyes were on him laughing. He felt grossly uncomfortable. Sky King's carriage was very beautiful and extremely comfortable. It was like a luxurious battleship with lots of space. Master, Bald Guy saw Mr. Wei and bowed. Mr. Wei was surprised to see Bald Guy there. He then saw Han Sen and Sky King pleasantly talking and merrily smiling as they entered. His face looked even weirder. He knew Sky King went out to greet a friend, but he never expected it to be Han Sen. And it was not just Han Sen being invited inside the carriage. Even the people next to Han Sen were invited in by Sky King. Mr. Wei understood Sky King, so he was more surprised than anyone else. He knew Sky King took the carriage very seriously. Normal people were never allowed to climb on board. Even if other kings were there, they could only ride their own vehicles. Friends and family had to wait outside the carriage. Chapter 3137 30% Benefit. Mr. Wei, please explain to me the details you have about B Planet, Sky King said to Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei remained silent. He did not speak. Sky King understood what Mr. Wei was worried about. He said, "Mister, please explain it to me. The people in this carriage are all my friends. There are no outsiders in here." After hearing Sky King say that, Mr. Wei was surprised. One would have expected Sky King and Han Sen to be rivals due to their associations with different factions. Now, all the nobles were supposed to hate Han Sen. Sky King was the biggest noble in the Qin Kingdom, and he was saying that Han Sen was not an outsider. Mr. Wei thought it was ridiculous. Mr. Wei did not know why Sky King had to be like this. Others did not know about the power the fish in Bauer's hand possessed. Sky King knew it very well. Regarding the personalities of the father and daughter, he knew about them all too well. To prevent Han Sen from coming to mess things up while digging land pulses, they might as well have given him a cut to stop him from starting anything. Of course, Sky King was hoping to use Han Sen and the little fish's power. With the help the flying fish could provide, even they were all in danger, there was something crucial that could always turn the tides in their favor. Mr. Wei remained silent for a moment and then finally said, "This planet is one of the 7 planets of Ghost Starlight. This planet is now filled with scary toxic B gene races. There is only one possibility for why that happened. When the God Pulse was formed, this planet already had a powerful B gene race that was at least God class. Mr. Wei, the planet's beehive is so scary. Did the Bee King swallow the God Pulse on this planet?" Sky King was scared of everything. Mr. Wei shook his head. "My king, you think too much. Although the beehive on this planet is huge, there is only one toxic bee. The entire bee legion you see was summoned by him. The power of that toxic bee is probably summoning those bees." After pausing, Mr. Wei said, "I have been watching them for a while. Although the toxic bee legion is scary, there isn't the presence of a god spirit. I cannot tell what the toxic bee's level is, but it did not consume the god spirit blood pulse. From what I have been able to determine, this planet does not have a god spirit blood pulse." "That is very good," Sky King said with a nod. "If things are this way, then there is no use in delaying things further. Let's go to the planet and slay the toxic bee gene race. I do not want it to ruin the gene eggs in the land pulse." "I totally agree with that." Mr. Wei agreed with Sky King's decision. Sky King did not make any orders yet. He looked at Han Sen and said, "Brother Han, as for the benefits we claim from the planet, you and Mr. Wei can have 30% each. Since we will use my power and resources, I will get 40%. "Sure, we'll do as you tell us," Han Sen said. Mr. Wei and Bald Guy felt weird. Mr. Wei was in charge of seeking out land pulses. He provided a lot of support, but he was only going to get 30%. Han Sen did not use power or resources, and he was still going to get 30%. That was hard for them to believe. They did not know that Sky King only wanted Han Sen and Bauer, the father and daughter duo, to not mess things up for them. He did not actually expect them to do anything. Li Bingyu thought, why does Sky King treat Han Sen like this? How did the two even meet? If they used to know each other, Han Sen's identity wouldn't be so simple. That must be right. Han Sen must be the hidden heir of some family in the Qin Kingdom. Otherwise, why would Sky King give his self-identifying Sky Order to Han Sen's daughter? It wouldn't make any real sense otherwise. Why else would he treat Han Sen so nice? Li Bingyu thought that had to be right. The big dragon space riders headed down into the planet. The toxic bee crowds were scary, but having big dragon riders ahead of them made them not as scary. The big dragons spewed fire to burn down the cloud-like assembly of toxic bees. With haste, they sped into the planet, but there were too many toxic bees. It was hard to clear them. The big dragon space riders could only clear the toxic bee legions around them. Just as Mr. Wei said, the crowds of toxic bees were not real. Once they were killed, the bodies disappeared. The vast amounts killed did not litter the planet. They were not genuine gene races. Sky King looked at Mr. Wei and asked, "Mister, is there a way to find out where the real toxic bee is hiding?" "It is not hard," Mr. Wei said with a nod. He summoned a gene race. The gene race looked like a turtle, but its head was shaped like a snake. Many mysterious symbols were present on the turtle's back. There was a needle inside the creature too. It looked very weird. Mr. Wei bit into his finger and dropped a spot of blood onto the needle in the turtle's back. Once it came into contact with Mr. Wei's blood, the needle started to spin. When the needle stopped in a direction, Mr. Wei quickly said, "The toxic bee's real body is that way." Sky King immediately commanded his riders to go that way, but the needle on the turtle's back kept changing its orientation. They were quickly able to find out where the toxic bee was actually hiding. When the toxic bee changed direction, the needle on the turtles changed direction to follow it. After finding out where the toxic bee was, Sky King did not need to do anything. His elites were already able to slay the king-class toxic bee. Han Sen thought this was rather interesting. No matter if it was a scary summon power toxic bee or Mr. Wei's compass turtle, they all had magical powers. That was especially true of Mr. Wei's compass turtle. It was just a Duke-class mutant gene race, but without it, it would have been difficult to find the God-class toxic bee. The gene race powers really do change a lot. The level of something is not the problem. It all depends on the caster. If a gene race is used well, that is how victory can be determined. Han Sen noticed a gene race's utility was not defined by its level. Of course, higher-level gene races did provide greater benefits. Compared to a gene race with a similar element, one at a higher level was still better. The toxic bee king was killed. The entire planet's toxic bee legion vanished. The big dragon space riders controlled the entire planet. Mr. Wei and his students searched the land pulse. They found the land pulse and had the big dragon riders do the digging. Han Sen and the others did not even have to lift a finger. He was just there, chilling with Sky King and idly chatting. What makes Han Sen and the others worthy of having a 30% cut? They did not do anything. Brother 3 knew about that, and it made him angry. The big brother quietly said, "Brother 3, stop talking crap. If Sky King gave him 30%, that means Han Sen was worth it. You should stop trying to provoke him." Brother 3 was not happy, but he knew he was right. His face turned green, but he no longer dared to say anything. Including Mr. Wei, everyone was busy. Only Sky King, Han Sen, and a few others were free. They gathered before a table, watching and talking. "Brother Han, are you and Bauer interested in the god fights?" "It depends. I will join if I have the time," Han Sen casually said. He sounded really chill about it, but he did not actually know what the god fights were. Thus, he did not answer clearly. Chapter 3138 Snake Turtle Hide. The planet was part of Ghost Starlight. The whole planet was full of land pulses. One only needed to take 3 steps to discover another small pulse. If one took 10 steps, one could probably find a big pulse. If one used a shovel to dig a bit, one might get a gene egg. Of course, that was a bit exaggerated, but there were many land pulses and gene eggs. In a few short days, they were able to dig up 1,000 gene eggs. Although there were no God-class gene eggs, there were a lot of King-class gene eggs. On the 5th day of their dig, something happened. A big dragon space knight died. In the beginning, no one noticed it. The rider was sleeping in a tent with a few other riders. The next day, he just stopped breathing. His body was already cold when it was discovered. He had no wounds, and the other night riders had not heard anything. They thought he must have died from a sickness of some kind. Over the next few days, one rider died during their sleep each night. They all passed away quietly without wounds. The medics examined the knight's bodies and found no problems. There was no poison in them, and their organs were fine. It was as if they had died naturally. Sky King thought someone had come to fight him for the land pulse, so he sent someone to scour the area. He also had powerful gene casters in place to defend the area. In the end, they were unable to find anything. One person was still dying daily. It was no more and no less. It worried all of the big dragon riders. None dared to sleep. They were scared that they would be the next one to die. "My king, I do not think this is about a potential enemy doing something," Mr. Wei said to Sky King. "What do you mean by that?" Sky King asked with a squint of his eyes. He looked calm, but people who knew him knew that his mood was secretly sour. The riders who mysteriously died one by one were digging in the same zone as the land pulse, Mr. Wei said. "From what I can tell, they should have been affected by the same land pulse." "Are you saying there is a gene race near that land pulse?" Sky King asked with surprise. Mr. Wei shook his head. "It might not be a gene race. Many land pulses have unlucky powers, such as an evil spirit spring weird scene. I asked, but they did not find an evil spirit spring there, Sky King answered. Mr. Wei said, an evil spirit spring is a rather obvious weird scene. There are some worse powers out there that are not as easy to trace. I want to go to that land pulse and see what happens. Sure, I will go with you. I would like to see what is causing this. Sky King spoke with a murderous look. Han Sen and the others followed as well. After all, Han Sen had taken a 30% cut, so it would not be very nice if he sat there doing nothing at all to contribute. The dead riders had dug at different locations of the land pulse, but they were always near the same river. That river was the biggest one on the planet. It was more than 10,000 miles long. It also had several branches. Other creatures on the planet had almost entirely been wiped out by the toxic bees. Some had managed to stay alive in the water. Sky King believed it must have been a gene race that survived in the water causing the problem. After investigating it, they discovered nothing. Mr. Wei brought a few students with him to follow the river. They observed the river and how it flowed. They took out something that looked like a disc to confirm their location. They eventually reached the land pulse where the knights had been digging. On the way, Mr. Wei did not have much to say. For the duration of their journey, his face looked gloomier by the minute. After he checked out a few spots on the land pulse, Mr. Wei looked at Sky King with seriousness. Mr. King, we cannot dig this land pulse within 300 miles of this river. Why is that? Sky King asked with genuine curiosity. Mr. Wei pointed at the river and said, please look over there. The river starts from a snowy highland. It should go to the sea, but halfway down this river, it goes underground. It creates an underground river. Although it still flows to the sea, in this formation, the land pulse has a name. It is called a snake turtle hide. What is a snake turtle hide formation? I have never heard of such a thing, Sky King asked. Mr. Wei had a wry smile. The river above the land pulse is called a dragon pulse, but dragons fly through the 9 clouds. They do not go underground. Right now, half the river is underground, and thus it is like a snake hiding in a turtle shell. That is why it is called a snake turtle hide. What is so special about this formation? Why can't we dig here? Sky King asked. Mr. Wei replied, Mister, have you heard about snakes and turtles fighting each other? I have seen a lot, Sky King said with a nod. Mr. Wei nodded and went on to say, if snakes want to eat turtles, they have to bite their necks. When the turtle is in pain, it will bite the snake's body and retreat its head back into the shell. The snake's head will be brought in with it too. During this kind of snake and turtle fight, they will bite each other and let go until they are both dead. It ensures that if one goes down, the other goes down with it. The snake turtle hide formation is like that. If we dig land pulses near this river, it is like we are digging the snake's body and turtle shell. The snake and turtle that killed each other might now be set free. The person who digs the snake's body and turtle shell will be in bad shape. This is an extremely bad formation. It is one of the evilest land pulses in existence. If we keep digging here, something negative will happen. Even if you do get some gene eggs out of it, it will never be worth it. The area of this river is very large, and there are many land pulses, Sky King said. If we do not dig within 300 miles of the river, we will take on at least 10% to 20% additional damage. Do you have a way to fix that? The evil pulse is here now, so there is nothing I can do, Mr. Wei said, looking rather sad. If things are indeed like that, then let's not dig up anything. Sky King understood. He ordered people to replan their excavation efforts and avoid any area that resided within 300 miles of the river. As for the river that led underground, Mr. Wei calculated where it went so they could avoid it. After that, the big dragon riders stopped having a fatality every day. No more knights died during their dig. They thought things were now okay. After a few days, lights began to glow inside the river. It was like a nightlight river. Looking out at the planet, a shiny, real dragon was lying on the ground. It looked very bright. Anyone was able to tell that this was a weird scene with a land pulse that could shock the world. It was a shame that it was within the snake turtle hide formation. There was no way to get at it. After Sky King sent a group of knights to the river to dig up a land pulse, the riders all died within a few days. There was not a single survivor. After that, Sky King did not dare send anyone out there to dig land pulses. Every day, he watched that land pulse that shocked the sky, but he did not dig. He was very upset. Chapter 3139 Repel Evil Rhino. Han Sen and the others were incredibly free to as they wished. After Han Sen heard that something weird happened there, he planned on taking Bauer there to dig. He did not believe the land pulse could harm them. If there was a god pulse that could shock the world, perhaps they could find a rare gene egg there. Han Sen was lacking in those. He chatted with Sky King. When Sky King heard about his plan, he felt very happy about it. You guys go and dig. You can keep every gene egg you dig up. There is no need for you to share it with us. A few tens of thousands of miles away, half of the river was underground. The radiation's radius was wide. There were many land pulses there. There were as many as there were hairs on cows. Han Sen and Bauer, the father and the daughter, prepared to go dig. There were so many land pulses that they could have probably dug there for the rest of their lives. Therefore, Sky King was not too worried about them digging up all the gene eggs. After they entered, his army would be able to go in and dig if they broke the snake-turtle hide formation. He knew how to calculate that. Even if Han was unable to break it, it did not do any harm to Sky King. He would be doing Han Sen a favor, and that was cool too. Old Han, I will go with you guys, Bald Guy said while chomping his teeth. Why are you coming with us? Han Sen asked. Do you have any idea how dangerous that place is? If you guys are not scared of it, then I am not scared either, Bald Guy madly said. Han Sen thought, of course, we are not afraid, but you are different. Your body is too weak. If you cannot endure the snake-turtle hide, you are going to die. Han Sen did want Bald Guy to go with him. Bald Guy said, if I do not go with you, will you be able to read land pulses? Do you know where and how to locate gene eggs? Do you know how to dig them up? After Han Sen heard that, he was shocked. That was a big question. Even if they knew there was good stuff to be found along the river, they could not dig up every inch of it. The gene eggs were different from other things. Before they hatched, they were weak. If Han Sen used too much strength while digging, the gene eggs might break with the soil he toiled. Let's go together, Li Bingyu suddenly said. I have a way to protect Bald Guy. What is your plan? Han Sen and Bald Guy looked at Li Bingyu with surprise. It was a formation that not even Mr. Wei was able to break. Li Bingyu coldly said, don't you guys look at me like that. I am sure Mr. Wei knows about this method too, but it can only make 1 or 2 people unaffected. It will not work for many people, so a large-scale digging venture is out of the question. Although, just having a few people won't allow us to dig up much. What is this method? Bald Guy quickly asked. I have a gene race called a Repel Evil Rhino, Li Bingyu said. After combining with it, even if you are in danger, you will not be affected. It only works if you combine with the Repel Evil Rhino. Other people will not be protected. Bald Guy was shocked. The Repel Evil Rhino is a treasure the Mr. uses to dig into land pulses. I cannot believe you have one too. But there are 4 of us. One evil Repel Rhino will not be that helpful. Li Bingyu replied. Han Sen said he has his own way, and I have other gene races to use. You can use the Repel Evil Rhino. She then transferred the Repel Evil Rhino to Bald Guy. Bald Guy accepted the Repel Evil Rhino. He looked surprised. The Repel Evil Rhino is just king class, but it is extremely rare. Any mister who receives one would think of it as a most valuable treasure. My teacher has one, but not all the students do. I cannot believe I, Bald Guy, can use a Repel Evil Rhino today. I am only lending it to you temporarily, Li Bingyu coldly said. I don't need it forever, Bald Guy merrily said. Using it just once in my life is enough of a privilege. The 4 of them readied themselves and set off for the river. Old Han, is it really okay to bring Bauer? Bald Guy was worried about Bauer. Don't worry, Han Sen casually said. I have a way to keep Bauer safe, but it only works on those who share the same blood as me. Before the 4 of them reached the river, they saw a group of people digging up land pulses ahead of them. This is a small world. When Bald Guy saw them, he spat on the floor. The person who was commanding the people digging up a land pulse was Brother 3. Brother 3 saw them approaching. He rode a big bird over to them. He had a remarkably different attitude. From afar, Brother 3 smiled. Brother Shaw, where are you and Mr. Han going? I am familiar with this place, so I can lead the way for you. Bald Guy was surprised. He had never seen Brother 3 talk to him in this way before. He then realized why Brother 3 was willing to change his attitude. Bald Guy did not expose Brother 3's thought process. He looked like he was smiling at him, but he did not smile at him. We are planning to dig up Gene races near the river. Are you interested in going? When Brother 3 heard that, his face changed. He smiled. That place is too dangerous. If you want to dig up Gene eggs, this area has enough land pulses as it is. Why go somewhere so dangerous? Bald Guy laughed. Digging normal land pulses does not show ourselves off as students of Mr. Wei. If you do not go there, then we will go. After that, Bald Guy summoned the Repel Evil Rhino. He rode atop the rhino, staying behind Han Sen. Upon seeing the Repel Evil Rhino, Brother 3's face cycled through a variety of colors. He looked super jealous. Good. That felt good. After walking far away, Bald Guy laughed loudly. Li Bingyu coldly said, by behaving like that, it is only a matter of time before someone stabs you in the back someday. Bald Guy did not care. He said, he has been stabbing me in the back enough as it is. I have been learning from teacher all these years, but he has never stopped bullying me. Now, I have what it takes to fight back. We are almost there, Han Sen said to Bald Guy. Combine with the Repel Evil Rhino just in case something happens. Bald Guy selected the Repel Evil Rhino and combined with it. Bald Guy was very strong. After combining with the Repel Evil Rhino, his body was stronger. He was like a slab of meat. His nose possessed a silver rhino horn. The four of them entered the 300-mile radius of the river. No matter what a person did, experience was always necessary. Before, Bald Guy did not have land pulse experience. Although he had learned a lot, when it came to getting down to it, it never panned out too well. Now, he kept digging all kinds of land pulse. He had many special land pulses. His level was certainly increasing, and his skills were certainly improving. After having a look, he discovered a land pulse near the river. Han Sen could not feel if there was anything different there. He dug up a few land pulses and found something. He obtained a dozen Gene eggs. 3 of them were king class. Bald Guy suddenly pointed at Han Sen's neck and asked, "What is that on your neck?" "What?" Han Sen took out a mirror and checked himself out. He noticed his neck had a very small, black line. If he had not examined it closely, he would have thought he was wearing a black necklace. Chapter 3140 Break head wire. Han Sen used his hands to rub it. It was like the black line was under the skin. He was unable to rub it away. Bald Guy pointed at Bauer and screamed, "Bauer's neck has it too." Han Sen frowned. He looked at Bauer's snow-white neck and noticed there was a black line. In fact, it was not just Bauer who had it. They soon noticed that all 4 of them had somehow developed a strange black line. Li Bingyu looked terrible. If I am correct, this black line is the legendary break head wire. What is the break head wire? Han Sen and Bald Guy looked at Li Bingyu. Li Bingyu looked at Bald Guy and said, "Bald Guy, you are a student of Mr. Wei. You must have heard the legend of Qi Kingdom's Mr. Tian Kuang." She did not answer the original question. "I have. 300 years ago, the Qin Kingdom's big Mr. Tian was very famous. He dug up many god pulses that shocked the sky. He was greater than my teacher today. He is like the first Mr. of all the 7 kingdoms." Bald Guy nodded and said to Li Bingyu, "There are many legendary stories about Mr. Tian. Which one are you referring to?" "The last one," Li Bingyu said. Bald Guy was surprised. "The last one, is that the legend about Mr. Tian bringing his students to dig a big land pulse and never returning? No one was able to learn about what happened to him. The hundreds of students he took with him vanished too. Is that the story?" "Yes, that one," Li Bingyu said with a nod. "What is so special about it?" "Mr. Tian had a mysterious god pulse and summoned his students to go dig up the god pulse together. They did not return." Bald Guy looked at Li Bingyu with confusion. He was not sure why she had brought it up. Li Bingyu had a wry smile. "That is just one version of the legend. I have heard another version. The legends say Mr. Tian took a few hundred students to that god pulse, and they dug there day and night. The soil became weird. It was dark red and difficult to dig into. They dug for 7 days and 7 nights. After all that time, they were only able to dig 9 feet deep. At that time, they dug up something that was like a green, stone tile." Bald Guy had never heard this version of the story before. Just like Han Sen, he raised his ears to listen to Li Bingyu speak. Li Bingyu went on to say, "Mr. Tian and the other students felt weird. When they dug the land pulse, it was on a lifeless planet. Why would there be a stone tile there? So, they kept digging down. They soon found an old, broken building deep in the earth. The walls were all demolished. It was unknown how it had been buried underground. They excavated the entire building to get a better look. They saw a stone sign near the front door. 4 words were written on it: Broken Head God Temple. After hearing her tale, Bald Guy did not believe her words. God temples are undying. Even the ultimate elites of the 7 kingdoms cannot destroy a god temple. How could one end up broken and buried underground? This must be a prank. That is what Mr. Tien said. Everyone thought so too. The temple had no statue. They thought it was a god temple replica built through human hands. Plus, the location of that god pulse was below the Broken Head God Temple, so they had to remove the god temple to keep digging down. The next day, after they had removed the Broken Head God Temple, everyone's neck had a small, black line. When Li Bingyu said that, her voice started to change. Bald Guy felt a chill run down his spine. He reached his hand up to stroke his neck. Li Bingyu went on to say, that black line did not hurt or itch. There was nothing inherently weird about it. Mr. Tien did not know what happened. He thought of many ways to try to remove it, but he could not find any success. Scary things started to happen the next day. While they were asleep, a few of the students had their heads chopped off. The black line defined the precise point they were decapitated. After that, if anyone fell asleep, their heads were mysteriously cut off. Mr. Tien made students watch other students sleep. The students did not dare sleep, but humans are humans, and humans have to sleep eventually. No matter how strong they are, it's a need. In the end, they could not help but fall asleep. The students were said to have seen a very strange scene. When a student fell asleep, the black line fell off. It was like someone had used an axe to cut it. Blood went everywhere, but the students who watched this did not see anything. Mr. Tien used every method he could to stop it. He was unable to find out what caused the black line to manifest. In the end, he had to let one of the students who could not stay awake fall asleep. He then scraped away the skin so he'd lose the skin but survive. Who would have been able to know that the black line did not actually exist on their skin? It was deep inside the flesh and bones. To skin the skin was entirely useless. Eventually, the student's head was chopped off while he slept. If things are like that, anyone who falls asleep will lose their head and die. They were able to avoid sleep for 10 days or half a month. Some even lasted 1 or 2 months, but humans cannot avoid sleep forever. Like the others, as soon as they fell asleep, death came. In the end, Mr. Tien and his students fell to the same fate. They all died through decapitation. The black lines on their neck were given the title, Breakhead Wire. After hearing all of that, Bald Guy felt a chill. He forced a smile and said, that is just a legend. If Mr. Tien and the others were all killed, then how was their story about the broken head wire preserved? Who lived to tell the tale? Plus, we did not find the broken head temple. The black lines on our necks cannot be the breakhead wire. I hope that is the case, but this is too similar to the legend of the breakhead wire, Li Bingyu seriously said. She was obviously not meaning any of this as a joke. Han Sen frowned and said, the riders that died before did not have their heads cut off, and their necks did not bear black lines. Yeah, and we didn't unearth a god temple, Bald Guy said with a trembling voice. We did not break a god temple either, so how could we have possibly provoked Breakhead God? His hands kept rubbing the black line on his neck, unable to erase the mark. Han Sen did not believe in karma regarding things like that. It was obvious that some power was around. It was just very weird the power could make them develop a black line. Li Bingyu sighed. Even if it is not the breakhead wire, it will still be big trouble for us. If it wasn't, Bald Guy's repel evil rhino should have worked. It doesn't matter, Bald Guy said while gulping his saliva. We should think about going back first. I will allow my teacher to examine it. He is old, so perhaps he knows what the black line is. While he was talking, Bald Guy suddenly screamed. He held his neck as the black line on his neck started to bleed. Bald Guy clutched his burning neck, and he screamed with fear, Holy sh*t. I thought a beheading only comes while you are asleep. Chapter 3141 Breakhead God Temple. Bald Guy's neck black was becoming redder and redder. It was like there was blood soaking through it. It was a very bloody and scary sight. It looked as if it was tightening and going to crack his neck. Although Bald Guy had combined with the repel evil rhino, it did not seem to work. It could not stop the blood coming through. Is that really a god spirit power? Han Sen asked with a frown. The repel evil rhino was able to repel evil. It could reduce the effectiveness of evil. Ordinary gene races could not accomplish something like this. If it was a god spirit power, it might work. The repel evil rhino only repelled evil. It could not repel gods. During their entire journey, they had dug up many land pulses and not seen a single god spirit. They hadn't discovered a god temple either. The skin on Bald Guy's neck was becoming tighter. It would not last long. In the next second, it looked as if his head was going to be severed. The blood dyed his neck and his hands red. It looked like he was in pain. Li Bingyu used a few gene combination skills, but nothing seemed to work on the breakhead wire. Han Sen frowned. He summoned the blood ghost spirit and combined with it. He placed his hand on Bald Guy's neck and let the ghost blood spirit power go into breakhead wire to try to stop its power from working. It was a futile effort. The power of the blood ghost spirit was unable to prevent the breakhead wire from digging into Bald Guy's throat. At the same time, Li Bingyu's breakhead wire started to bleed. Li Bingyu's face looked green. She immediately summoned a few gene races to suppress the scary power that sought to decapitate her, but nothing she tried worked. Old Han, I am not going to make it. If you don't die, go to Bamboo City and tell my father I will be his son in the next life too. Tell him to find a woman and make another baby so I can be reborn with him again. Bald Guy clutched his neck. He was in great pain as he cried that out. He sounded as if someone was squeezing his neck and could not breathe. With me here, nothing is going to take your life. Han Sen's eyes flashed with a godly light. He cast the power of the Zhen Yellow Sutra onto Bald Guy's neck. It was strange. The Zhen Yellow Sutra's power touched Bald Guy's neck and worked like an eraser. It erased some of the black lines on Bald Guy's neck. Han Sen saw it worked, so he went around the entire length of the black line until the breakhead wire on Bald Guy's neck was wholly erased. Eventually, no trace of it remained. Han Sen thought that if the Zhen Yellow Sutra did not work, he would break the rules of the world and see who was doing this to them. If the Zhen Yellow Sutra worked, there was no need for him to go through such trouble. The black line around Bald Guy's neck was gone. He felt immeasurable relief. He was like someone who had just been spared a hanging. He sat on the ground and gasped. The breakhead wire around Li Bingyu's neck bled. She revealed her identity by making use of a few of the Wu Wei Dao Palace's secret skills. None of those worked either. The breakhead wire was like a seamless blade. It tightened around her neck. The blood on her snow-white neck was getting thicker. It made her feel depressed. Han Sen ran in front of her and placed his hands on her neck. Li Bingyu immediately felt much better. Han Sen glided his hands around her neck until Li Bingyu was completely freed. She did not suffer as much as Bald Guy had, but she still felt as if she had escaped death. She looked at Han Sen. A power that the Wu Wei Dao Palace's skills could not erase was easily brushed away by Han Sen. The power he had unnerved her. Li Bingyu and Han Sen had been together for a long time. She thought this person was very mysterious. She could never treat or think about him as an ordinary person. The black line around Bauer's neck didn't do anything, but Han Sen still wiped it away. He only let his neck keep the black line around it. He knew the breakhead wire was a mark or a marking. The breakhead wire itself did not have a powerful power, but the frightening power that decapitated came from elsewhere used the black line like a conduit. He left the breakhead wire on him to see if it was possible to trace where the severing power came from. After a while, Han Sen felt as if his neck was getting tighter. It felt as if there was a very strong, thin wire being used to strangle him. It got tighter until it eventually felt like it was going to break his neck. Han Sen touched his neck, but he could not feel any wire. He could only feel his skin tightened where the breakhead wire was. Old Han, what are you doing? Why don't you erase the breakhead wire around your neck? Bald Guy asked. No matter who it is, if he tries to harm me, I will make him pay, Han Sen coldly said. He did not want to erase the breakhead wire. The breakhead wire released a scary power. With Han Sen's fitness level, the power was unable to do anything to harm him. Even though the scary power kept increasing, it never reached the point of drawing blood from Han Sen's neck. The black line just tightened his neck a bit. It was like an invisible wire being used to strangle him. Time passed. Han Sen continued to fight the breakhead wire. Bald Guy was nervous watching him, but Han Sen's neck had yet to bleed. The water in the river was starting to show signs of unrest. It was moving a lot more. In the end, a giant wave formed in the wide river. The wave was crazier than the waves at the sea. Li Bingyu and Bald Guy glumly looked at the river. They sensed a scary presence spread across the river. It appeared to them as if something was getting ready to emerge. Voila! A green, stone tile came out of the water. It revealed its back. It was a roof composed of green tiles. A broken temple appeared in the river. Bald Guy looked at the old temple's door frame. He saw a plaque and screamed, "Breakhead God Temple, it really is Breakhead God Temple, it's the Breakhead God Temple that killed Mr. Tien and all his students back in the day. It is here." The God Temple was very old and broken. If ordinary people saw it, they would have thought it was a broken temple. With Han Sen's peacock king eyes, he knew the God Temple had purple-black flames rising. It was like it was covered in demonic power. Han Sen clearly felt that a scary creature was inside the God Temple looking at him, but the creature's presence was strange. Han Sen could not determine if it was a God spirit or a Gene race. After the God Temple completely emerged from the water, Han Sen and the others were able to see what was inside it. Half of the old temple's door was closed, and half of it was open. Han Sen peered inside the God Temple and saw a God altar. The God Temple did not have a God statue. Instead, there was a very bloody guillotine. Chapter 3142 Weird Temple. The guillotine was an execution device used for carrying out death sentences. In ancient times, some countries used the guillotine to legally execute people. A famous queen was once brought to the guillotine after being sentenced to death. The guillotine looked like a doorframe. It had a platform at the bottom and a blade above that. Looked like a gate. When the blade was brought up to the highest point, the prisoner's head was placed on the platform below. Afterward, the rope holding the blade up was cut. The small gate-like, heavy blade then dropped. No matter how strong someone's neck was, it was still severed. The guillotine was 12 feet high. The frame was made of old, bronze-looking wood. The platform and blade were composed of black metal. The frame looked very bloody. No one knew how much blood had been spilled or how many heads had rolled beneath that frightening machine. The entire guillotine was full of a devilish, scary presence. It was like countless angry spirits were there crying out in pain. Before they walked close to the God Temple, they already felt countless demons pulling them closer to the guillotine. Han Sen examined the guillotine. He noticed Bald Guy walking straight toward the guillotine inside the God Temple. He looked like a doll with no soul. Even the way he walked was mechanical. "Bald Guy!" Han Sen roared. The bald man, who was near the river, woke up. Bald Guy noticed he was standing in the river. The water was above his legs. In shock, he ran back. "This thing is so evil," Bald Guy said with shock. "As I looked at the guillotine, I felt as if I want to put my head there. It's making me confused." "It's okay, I am going to have a look at what it is." After Han Sen said that, he walked toward the God Temple. He sensed that the God Temple and guillotine were very weird. This was not like an ordinary God spirit. Han Sen had entered many God temples and met many God spirits, but people like Evil Lotus God, Qin Jun, or even the person in the Geno Hall had given Han Sen the feeling of being restricted and bound. No matter how powerful they were, they did things with order. This Breakhead God, however, made Han Sen feel that the God spirit very overbearing and extremely evil through and through. It was unlike an ordinary God spirit. Bauer sat on Han Sen's shoulders. She held the little flying fish. Her small face looked glum. When Han Sen stepped into the ancient temple, he saw something behind the decapitation platform. The blade that connected to the guillotine had a rope in the back. That rope was not tied to anything. It was as if it was being held by a hand. The hand was not a human hand. It belonged to a doll. It was an old doll that looked like a woman wearing pretty noble clothing and a crown. Because the doll was so old, it had lost most of its color. It had touched a lot of dirty blood and looked very old and weird. Han Sen observed the doll. The doll's eyes, which previously had been shut, were now open. Its blood-red eyes peered down on Han Sen. The mouth, which could move, let out a strange laugh. "You are here. I have waited for you for a long time." The voice was ghostly. The voice made people's teeth sore. It sounded like a voice that came from the depths of hell. "Do you know me?" Han Sen asked the wooden doll. The real God spirits must have recognized him. This God temple was very strange. It made Han Sen wonder if it was a real God temple or not. "Of course, I know. I have been waiting for you for 1,000,000 years. You have finally arrived. Come to me, be a god like me forever, let's not spend time apart again." The doll let out a shrill laugh. As its vocal cords were still rattling out a laugh, the doll's body moved. It pulled a black rope that was soaked in blood. The blade was pulled up. When the blade went up, the entire guillotine's purple and black flames exploded. It was like there were tens of thousands of evil spirits crying and roaring. The entirety of the Breakhead God Temple was surrounded by scary, black, and purple flames. When the blade went higher, the scary purple and black flames blazed stronger. When the purple and black flames rose, it was like countless evil spirits came roaring and jumping toward Han Sen. A sky full of flying feathers. Han Sen's body exploded with gold light. The peacock feathers formed a gold ring. A sky full of feathers fired at the evil spirit like a hail of arrows. In the next second, Han Sen shockingly discovered that the sky full of flying feathers was unable to damage the evil spirit. It pierced through the body. The peacock feathers were like a storm that struck the pedestal. The scene broke into a shower of godly light, but his power was unable to move the guillotine at all. It is pointless. I am God. No matter how powerful ordinary people are, they cannot fight against a god. Normal people are just a pathetic joke. Obey me, and you can achieve godly powers. You can become immortal like me. You can look down on everything in this world. The doll sounded a bit crazed. The voice echoed throughout the temple. The heavy blade squeaked with horrible, metal scraping sounds. It amplified the sense that everything inside that tomb was evil and scary. Han Sen frowned. The gold-winged peacock king powers he wielded did not seem to deal the slightest amount of damage to the guillotine. While that was very concerning, it did help to dispel all doubt and prove one thing. It meant that the old temple they had discovered was nothing man-made. It was a real god temple. If it was a real god temple, it meant the guillotine and doll inside were real god spirits. When Han Sen was in the Geno universe, he had seen this sort of thing quite often. The power of ordinary people did not work on god spirits. To hurt a god, a person needed a special sort of power. If it was not for Qin Shu or World King God breaking the space barrier and making the Geno Hall reveal itself, fewer people could have hurt a god spirit. The universe of kingdoms was the same way. Even a god-class mutant gold-winged peacock king was unable to hurt the guillotine and doll. Han Sen was not sure which power was required to damage them. While he was thinking, the purple and black flames landed on him. It was like he was being pulled by countless evil spirits. Han Sen was unable to control his body. He found himself compulsively walking toward the guillotine. Come over here, remove that head of yours, lay it down and become a god alongside me. Become a being that transcends the trappings of mortality. Join me and become immortal. The doll kept pulling the rope while screaming and laughing. Han Sen cast the Zhen Yellow Sutra to fight the evil spirit. Although he immediately extinguished the evil spirit, more evil spirits were coming. It was like they were endless. Even Bald Guy and Li Bingyu, who were standing far away from the river, were affected. Li Bingyu was able to resist a small amount, but Bald Guy was already in a complete daze. He walked straight to the old temple. Han Sen was ready to break the restrictions of the world. He wanted to use his powers to break the guillotine, but he suddenly saw the small flying fish in Bauer's arm react. It was spitting out a swath of white fire. Chapter 3143 God Chaos Party. When the white flame touched the evil, black, and purple spirit, it was like it had met gasoline. The entire god temple lit up in a fire. The power possessing Han Sen and Bald Guy vanished. They regained control of their bodies. When he saw the little flying fish spit out a fire to battle the guillotine, Bald Guy's mouth opened wide. He was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. The scary fire was able to do battle with a god spirit, and it showed no sign of being at a disadvantage. The whole god temple was bathed in fire. Only the god altar, which had the guillotine, was not burning. The guillotine released black and purple flames and evil spirits. The flying fish suppressed the flames that came out of it. Bald Guy thought about the time he had talked about skinning the flying fish and all the other stuff he had said to it. He now felt very happy. He was glad that he hadn't acted on his desires. Li Bingyu was flabbergasted. She had already thought that the small flying fish was weird. She knew it was not a low-level gene race, but she did not expect it to be that scary. It was effectively combating the powers of a god spirit. A gene race with that power suggested only one possibility. It proved that it must have absorbed a god spirit blood pulse before. It had already become a god spirit gene race. Han Sen was a bit surprised too. It looked like gene races that absorbed god spirit blood pulses could fight god spirits. In the future, he only needed to use Caste God Court to evolve a god spirit gene race. Then, he did not have to break the rules of the world to fight a god spirit. Now, Han Sen hoped the blood dragon would evolve faster so it could absorb the god dragon blood pulse faster. He did not know how strong the blood god dragon would become after that. How is it possible for such a powerful god spirit gene race to obey a human? The doll looked at the flying fish with shock. Han Sen was shocked as well. Han Sen looked at the doll and coldly asked, "Now, can you tell me where you are from?" The doll was speechless. It could not have been any ordinary god spirit. The doll suddenly laughed and said, "You are cocky far too soon. Your god spirit gene race is strong, but if I am not mistaken, it is a rare gene race that absorbed an annihilation god spirit blood pulse. It is one of the strongest in the universe, but it is a shame." Han Sen's face didn't change as he asked, "What is a shame?" The doll replied, "It is a shame that it does not have a god temple for support. It is just a wild god that is down upon the table." The doll grabbed the rope and pulled the heavy blade to the highest point, which made the cord straight. Suddenly, the entire guillotine released extremely scary purple and black flames. It was like a volcano erupting. It fought the small flying fish's flames. In the next second, the doll let go of the rope and let it fall. The heavy blade went down like it was insane. It snapped itself into the guillotine very hard. Boom! The guillotine exploded. It was like hell cutting open a door. Countless scary spirits emerged. It was very scary. The purple and black flames incinerated everything. The small, flying fish was in front of Han Sen. Its body was puffed up like a circular ball. It spewed white fire and fought the scary power that the guillotine had produced. The flying fish's mouth was full of blood. It was injured and fell back. Bauer picked up the injured little flying fish. Her angry eyes looked murderous. This was a rare feeling for her to express. The doll laughed as if it was insane. "I told you, no matter how powerful it may be, it is just a wild god on the table. Compared to a real god like me, there is a gulf in power that cannot be closed." Amid the doll's very sharp laughing voice, the self-destructive guillotine reformed on the god altar. It looked just like the old guillotine. The powerful presence did not change. The guillotine's power was as strong as the small flying fish. It might have even been weaker than the small flying fish, but it had the protection of a god temple. It was able to keep rebuilding itself atop the god altar. The guillotine was able to keep burning the small flying fish. It could have been blown up 100 times and still kill again. The little flying fish was not able to be reborn in the same fashion. Han Sen looked murderous too. He coldly glared at the doll and said, "You are using the immortal power the god temple gave you. So, what? That is the power of a god. That establishes the difference between a god and a commoner." The doll continued pulling the rope. It again pulled up the blade of the guillotine. It greedily looked at the small flying fish. "This is a god spirit gene race. If I can absorb it and use it, I can push myself to be a superior reboot class being. God must have given me this chance today." Li Bingyu suddenly screamed with shock, "Han Sen, fall back. I know what this is. It is not a god spirit. It is a member of the god chaos party." The doll laughed harder. "I did not expect humans to still remember the god chaos party. This is becoming rather interesting. What is the god chaos party?" Han Sen asked with a frown. Li Bingyu's voice trembled as she said, "It is an organization of special creatures. In the god chaos party, every creature can fight god spirits. They are not god spirits themselves, but they have the power to make god spirits feel fear. In ancient times, the god chaos party was known throughout the universe. It made a sky full of god spirits descend. The universe was almost destroyed." The doll laughed weirdly and interrupted Li Bingyu. "You know nothing. The god spirits are where the evil comes from. The world is supposed to be lawless. God spirits enforce laws and control the universe. That is an insult to the universe. We just want the universe to be how it should be. Does that mean you are not a god spirit?" Han Sen now understood. He knew why the guillotine and doll did not carry the same presence as a god spirit. "No, I am a god spirit, but I am a real god spirit. I am not like those rubbish god spirits." The doll suddenly stopped laughing and looked serious. "Allow me to introduce myself. My god name is Decapitation Queen. I control the universe and death penalties. I am the god of death sentences." "What a shame," Decapitation Queen said. "The small flying fish would have fit in well with the god chaos party and become a real god, but it is now fighting me. That means you will all have to die." She pulled the cord and lifted the blade to its highest point. Boom! The heavy blade descended. The guillotine released scary purple and black flames. Countless evil spirits burst out like it was the end of the world. It has been so long since I killed a god spirit. Han Sen faced that tsunami-like, scary purple and black flames. His body did not turn black. His body started to turn white. Suddenly, his entire body looked white. Long hair was draped down to his ankles, and his eyes had turned white. Chapter 3144 Annihilation God Base Super God Spirit Mode was activated. A scary power suddenly tore through the rules of the world. It made Han Sen feel like a god as he glowed with a white flame. How is that possible? As that presence, Decapitation Queen's face froze in shock. Han Sen had no time to listen to her gibberish. He was able to break the rules of the world, but his time was limited while doing that. If it was not for this being a critical moment, he would not have used that power. If he had already followed through with the rule breaking, he knew he had to end the fight as soon as possible. Otherwise, his power would be exhausted. Encountering an enemy in that state could have spelled his doom. Han Sen's body went through the guillotine's self-exploding scary power. He didn't incur any explosive damage. It was like the purple and black flames and evil spirits were nothing to him. Suddenly, Han Sen was in front of the doll. He put his hand on the doll's head. Pang! Han Sen slapped the doll's head. The head turned into dust along with the rest of its body. The power of his super god spirit mode was obscenely powerful. Even an annihilation god spirit had no hope of surviving its wrath. It was completely obliterated. Li Bingyu and Bald Guy witnessed the guillotine's self-exploding explosion mixed in with the glow of Han Sen's light. He ignored the scary powers that challenged him and slapped the doll, which broke it. Although Li Bingyu thought highly of Han Sen, she never thought Han Sen was able to kill a member of the God Chaos Party. Although members of the God Chaos Party were not god spirits, they were actually scarier than god spirits. They wielded the powers of god spirits and were like god spirits in the way they could infinitely respawn. Yet, they were not like god spirits in that they didn't play by the rules. Something scary like that had been blown up by Han Sen with just one hand. How terrifying was that? Li Bingyu thought. It looks like he must have an annihilation god spirit blood pulse. If he didn't, there is no way he could have killed the Decapitation Queen. The destroyed Decapitation Queen and guillotine did not disappear. They gathered up on the god altar and returned to life. That is a strong power. It looks like you have an annihilation god spirit blood pulse. It is a shame that no matter how strong you are, it won't work on me. I am going to eat you and that small flying fish for dinner to level up to that highest reboot class. Decapitation Queen screamed and laughed weirdly before using her strength to lift the blade. Han Sen frowned. He fell back and exited the god temple. Are you running now? Don't you think it is too late? Decapitation Queen coldly laughed. Her body blazed with purple fire. Han Sen did not run far. He stood in front of the god temple. He looked at Decapitation Queen and replied, "Who said I was running? If this god temple gives you immortality, I will destroy the temple to stop that." Decapitation Queen looked as if she had just heard a joke. Her doll-like jaw kept shaking. Ha, ha, you want to destroy the god temple? Did you know that god temples are indestructible? It is an annihilation class god temple. Even if a reboot god spirit came, it would not be able to destroy this place. Really? Han Sen did not have time to talk to her. He exploded with his super god spirit mode. At the same time, he cast the strongest skill of the Dongshuan Sutra. It was called Super Spank. Han Sen slapped the sides of the god temple. The entire god temple seemed to shiver and shake because of it. By the time Decapitation Queen realized that, Han Sen was back on the god temple's stone steps. Doesn't it work? Bald Guy sighed. He had never heard of anyone being able to destroy a god temple. Decapitation Queen noticed her god temple was in tip-top condition. The door had not been damaged. She laughed even harder. Crazy and ignorant fool, you cannot. The god temple, ca pang. The entire god temple shattered. It was like it was split up and forced to become a point of light. The god pillars broke, and the god altar crumbled. The guillotine was wrecked. The entire god temple was dissolving. Decapitation Queen was scared as she screamed, "No, impossible, I am an immortal god, spirit." Before she could finish, her body fizzled away. In the blink of an eye, the god temple was destroyed. It was suddenly rendered into nothing. Ding! There was a crunching sound. Something had made itself known in the broken god temple. Han Sen's power was unable to destroy it, so it fell into the lake. Killed god spirit Gene race, Decapitation Queen. Found an annihilation class god base. Han Sen reached out his hand to pick up the item that had fallen from the destroyed god temple. It was a cube made of wood. It was like a Rubik's cube, but it could not be spun around. It looked very old. It had some weird, old symbols on it. One side displayed a carving of the guillotine. In Decapitation Queen, Li Bingyu and Bald Guy looked at Han Sen standing on the lake. They were in awe. They could not get their minds straight. Han Sen had just managed to destroy a god temple. Not only was that unbelievable, but it also made their minds blank and unable to focus. In that universe of kingdoms and the hearts of humans, the god spirits were supreme. A god temple was what stood for a god. They had never heard of a human being able to destroy a god temple before. Even in mythology, humans were only able to replace a god spirit's spot and guard the god temple by becoming a god spirit themselves. They had never heard of a god temple being destroyed. Now, it was something that had happened right in front of them. Li Bingyu felt a chill run down her spine. She wanted to use Han Sen to get close to Crown Prince Qin Bai and destroy the last of the Qin kingdom's royal bloodline. Now, she had found out the person she had been following around was far scarier than the Qin kingdom's king. He had the potential to change the entire universe. After Han Sen destroyed the god temple, he put away his power. He felt very tired. He felt as if he might pass out. Breaking the world's rules cost too much power. Now, Han Sen was unable to do battle against another god spirit or god spirit gene race. Han Sen's thoughts roamed. Suddenly, the space around the area moved. The presence of a scary god spirit was fast approaching. Han Sen had a wry smile as he said, "The good hasn't come. Only the bad has. I hope this is not Decapitation Queen's friend." The scary power was not just something a god spirit could have. With Han Sen's body being what it was, he could not fight as he had earlier. Bald Guy's reactions were a bit slow. He did not notice anything, but Li Bingyu could already tell the atmosphere was shifting. Her face morphed along with it. Boom, boom, the space around them shook. A god temple burst into formation as it descended. The god temple's atmosphere was scary, and its power was almighty. This was not an ordinary god temple. It was likely an Annihilation-class god temple. Li Bingyu was shocked. While she had seen 12 Annihilation-class god temples before, she had never seen this one. It meant this god temple might have been one owned by the god Chaos Party. Chapter 3145 God of Wealth descends. When the god temple revealed itself, Han Sen was a little afraid. This god temple was too familiar. It was the god of wealth temple. He had used the sky god crown to enter it. When he went to the universe of kingdoms, the sky god crown could not be used. Han Sen never entered the god of wealth temple again, and he had no clue where it might have been. Now, the god of wealth temple was revealing itself. Han Sen thought it was weird. He did not know if the god of wealth temple was occupied by a new god spirit or not. When the god of wealth temple showed up, Han Sen felt the sky god crown shake. It seemed to have been summoned by the god temple. The sky god crown, which had no prior reaction, was now reacting. This delighted Han Sen. He stepped toward the god of wealth temple. Li Bingyu and Bald Guy were shocked. They thought Han Sen was addicted to destroying god temples and was also going to destroy the god of wealth temple. The god temple was surrounded by mist. Han Sen entered the temple. The door closed behind him. "It's you." Han Sen looked at the god altar in the center. He saw the man who frequently called himself God there. He was sitting atop the god altar with a cup of wine in his hands. He kept drinking and smiling at him. "Long time no see. You have been doing well recently." God put down the wine cup and smiled at Han Sen. "I am doing okay." Han Sen knew this wasn't just a social call. God sighed. "You are doing well, but I am not doing well. That is because I have to keep wiping your ass. Don't you think this is getting rather depressing?" "But I didn't stir up anything." Han Sen put out his hands and denied it. Although he was a supreme god spirit, somehow, he was a very chill person whenever Han Sen spent time with him. God couldn't be bothered arguing. He asked, "Do you think all of this is fine? You keep breaking the rules of the world. If you were anyone else, a sky full of god spirits would have crushed you. Do you think you've been safe from any god spirits coming for you through dumb luck? Do you think the god spirits are scared of you or something? Did you help me?" Han Sen wasn't sure what to think. He was strong, but the rules of the world suppressed him too much. He was able to deal with 1 or 2 annihilation god spirits, but his body would have been unable to deal with any more than that. In this world, the power he used was difficult to replenish. That was why he could not fight very often. God did not answer him. He asked Han Sen, "Do you know why the god spirits have destroyed, disaster, annihilation, and reboot classes? Do you know why they have these 4 classes?" "I don't know," Han Sen said. He shook his head in honesty. "When god spirits descend, they unleash a lot of destructive powers," God said. "From creating unnatural disasters and those that seem natural, they might want to punish you or others that seek to break the rules of the world. Only by doing that can the universe be kept safe and not be destroyed. Will the universe really stop running because someone can destroy it?" Han Sen recalled Night God No Moon talking about the universe being a perpetual motion machine. He had been wondering about that ever since. Of course, every substance has life. It can either be short or long. The universe is the same. Even though the universe is running normally now, it is only a matter of time before it is brought to ruin. People like you keep trying to destroy it. Sooner or later, it will at least accelerate its decay. God looked at Han Sen and went on to say, "If you keep doing this, I will have to get rid of you. That way, the universe can keep running normally." Han Sen developed a wry smile. "I did not want to do this, but I can't lay down and die the next time I encounter grave danger." "Is that what you expect me to do?" "That is the whole reason I got you the God of Wealth Temple," God said with seriousness. "In the future, you can use the God of Wealth Temple's power. Just don't break the laws of the universe again. If you do it again, we cannot be friends anymore, and I will be forced to kick you into hell. I cannot beat the God Chaos Party members with just the God of Wealth Temple's power," Han Sen said to God, hoping it might be one avenue to retrieve answers from. God did not say anything. He looked at Han Sen for a while. Han Sen felt uncomfortable being stared at like that. God asked, "Can you become a dog and bite a dog back if a dog bites you?" "If it dared to bite me, I would not be opposed to turning into a dog to bite it back," Han Sen answered. God was speechless. After a while, he said, "I do not care what you think. You are not allowed to break the rules again, got it? I am giving you the God of Wealth Temple. You can use the God of Wealth Temple and Gene races to fight. If you use them well enough, even a member of the God Chaos Party will be unable to rival you. And let me give you a friendly reminder," God said. "Killing the members of the God Chaos Party will nab you some very decent benefits. The Gene race power will help you a lot." He did not wait for Han Sen to answer him. He turned around and vanished. He obviously didn't want to connect with Han Sen. Remember, do not break the rules of the universe. If the universe is getting destroyed, perhaps you can live, but your friends and family will never survive. God's voice was very unstable. It kept echoing through the halls of the God of Wealth Temple. "Hey, can I use the God of Wealth Temple to return to the Geno universe?" Han Sen asked. He didn't receive an answer. He did not know if God had left or if God simply didn't want to answer. Han Sen shouted a few times, but no one answered. Eventually, he gave up. He summoned the Sky God Crown. This time, the Sky God Crown answered his summons. It appeared on his forehead. Han Sen suddenly felt some weird connection with the God of Wealth Temple. He turned into a real God of Wealth. The weird messages in Han Sen's head helped him understand what he hadn't before. Of course, the messages were from the God Temple. The most direct message was about blood pulses. Han Sen knew the rules about them, such as how God spirits gave them to humans. It was quite restricted. If a random human was given any blood pulse, it would be pointless for the God spirits. It might have even harmed them. Han Sen had seen that. He had forced the Feather Fairy to give Mr. Yang a God spirit blood pulse. It was very awkward for the Feather Fairy. If he was not careful, the Feather Fairy might have been harmed because after giving Mr. Yang a blood pulse. Giving humans a blood pulse was good for God spirits, but the humans who received a God spirit blood pulse needed to use their God spirit blood pulse to develop. The stronger the human was, the greater the benefits a God spirit could receive. It made the God spirit stronger. If a human with the God spirit blood pulse died, the God spirit was also damaged. Selecting a good human to give a blood pulse to was a very serious proposition for a God spirit. That was especially true when it came to inherited God blood nobles. It might have far-reaching consequences that plagued the rest of their life. To summarize, they had to pick humans with talent and potential if they wanted to give out a God spirit blood pulse if they wanted to earn things and not lose things. Chapter 3146 God of Wealth Temple Picking the right human to give a blood pulse to was like venture capitalizing. It depended on whether or not one had good eyesight. One also needed variety. If 1 or 2 humans were able to develop quite well in the future, benefits could be reaped. It was a shame the God of Wealth temple was there. Not many humans were able to go there. The places Han Sen could select were minimal, which made him feel quite depressed. For things like God temples, once one was established in a place, it could no longer be moved. An example was Feather Fairy's God temple. Almost no humans traveled there, but Feather Fairy had to stay where he was. He was unable to relocate his temple, so he had to make do with where it was. Han Sen did not know how Mr. God moved the God of Wealth temple there, but he knew he could not move it. Han Sen discovered something interesting from the information he had just learned. In one God temple, it was not just one spirit that could be there. The God temple did not determine the number of God spirits allowed. It was the God base in a God temple. Because a default God temple only had one God base, it could only allow one God spirit. If there were more God bases, a God temple could harbor more God spirits. The higher the level the God temples were, the more God spirits that it could have. A destroyed God temple could only have one main God and 2 sub-gods. A disaster God temple allowed for one main God and 4 sub-gods. An annihilation God temple could have one main God and 8 sub-gods. Every God temple could only have one main God, which meant that all the sub-gods had to adhere to the will of the main God. To get sub-gods, the main God had to acquire God bases. Thus, not many God temples had sub-gods. Ordinary sub-gods were usually wild gods. By having more sub-gods, the God temple had more godly authority. For example, Han Sen's God of Wealth temple, which he had authored Wealth, was able to enlist a fire sub-god. The God temple could then be authored fire. The sub-god could also protect the God temple so it was not affected by the powers of the outside world. Even if Han Sen was not in the temple, he did not have to fear the God temple being brought down. Han Sen tried bringing out Decapitation Queen's God base and putting it down in his God of Wealth temple. The God base flew to the side of the hall. It formed a new God altar in its corner. At the same time, Han Sen felt weird power come from the Sky God crown. It made the Sky God crown much stronger. The Guillotine and Decapitation Queen were next to the God altar. Seeing Han Sen come before her, Decapitation Queen kneeled before him. Small God greeting the Mr. Decapitation Queen said. This was the God base, so she had no memory of her past life as Decapitation Queen. She also didn't seem to have a will of her own. Like Han Yufei had described, this was a new spirit. The appearance and power were the same as the old Decapitation Queen, but it was a brand new life form. Han Sen looked at Decapitation Queen and immediately checked out her information. Decapitation Queen, Annihilation God Spirit, God of Wealth Temple Sub-God, God Authority, Death Sentence God Power, Guillotine. Han Sen told Decapitation Queen to massage his back. Decapitation Queen did not resist. She was like a slave and willing to do everything he wanted her to do. One thing Han Sen did not like was that the God Temple did not provide him access to the Geno universe. It was like Qin Jun or Sky God. The God spirits of God temples could enter the Geno universe for a set amount of time, and there were many restrictions. It was the same for Han Sen entering the Geno universe as God of Wealth. He could not hurt any creature, and he needed to keep the Geno universe as it was. Even if he destroyed a stone or a piece of wood, he was punished. In fact, even if God spirits wanted to hurt the Geno universe, it was impossible for them to do so. The power of God spirits was restricted there. Unless they were in a God temple, their power would accomplish nothing on the creatures of the Geno universe. Of course, if the creatures of the Geno universe made a wish to them, that was a different story entirely. Through the process of making a wish, they could use power and not be restricted. They could control them. Han Sen calculated that he needed another 2 months before entering the Geno universe, and he could only stay for 4 days. Han Sen frowned and thought, why do God spirits in the Geno universe have more restrictions than in the universe of kingdoms? Why are the creatures of the Geno universe not like the humans of the universe of kingdoms? They do not get blessed by God spirits, and they cannot be combined with God spirits. There was a big difference in the way the 2 universes operated. Han Sen knew it had to mean something. Li Bingyu had been guarding outside the Gene God Temple. Bald Guy asked Li Bingyu, Ghost Kill, do you think the God Temple belongs to the God Chaos Party? I do not know, Li Bingyu said with a shake of her head. She had only learned about them from Wu Wei Dao Palace. She had read books about the God Chaos Party. The members of the God Chaos Party were usually some very powerful, wild god spirits. They killed the main gods to earn god spirits. They disturbed the flow of things in the universe. They were very much like outlaws. Back in the old times, the God Chaos Party was very powerful. It had almost replaced the sky full of main god spirits to create a new god kingdom. In the end, the god spirits beat them. They vanished down the river of time. If it was not for Wu Wei Dao Palace having such a large vault of historical records, the God Chaos Party would have long been forgotten. When the God Chaos Party was in its prime, there were not 7 kingdoms yet. Decapitation Queen was one member of the God Chaos Party. Li Bingyu had casually read a book about it. There were 2 or 3 sentences that referenced Decapitation Queen. Due to there being such a small amount, she did not remember too much. While they were both feeling restless, the door to the God Temple suddenly opened. Han Sen came out from the God Temple in perfect shape. Bald Guy ran up and asked, "Old Han, are you okay?" "I am fine," Han Sen said with a smile. "This God Temple was opened by my old friend. He invited me in for a chat, but I've finished now." "Are you a friend of a God spirit?" Bald Guy asked Han Sen in shock. He thought there was going to be a fight, but Han Sen had actually gone in to chat with a God spirit. "Yes," Han Sen said with a smile. "This God Temple's main god is God of Wealth. He is my brother. If you want to change your God spirit blood pulse, just go in and say hello. I promise you a complete God of Wealth blood pulse." Bald Guy sounded excited as he asked, "What element is God of Wealth? What kind of God authority does it have?" "The God of Wealth is a wealth element god," Han Sen happily said. "It has a wealth god authority. If you have a God of Wealth blood pulse, you will be extremely rich." God spirits did not give out blood pulses easily, but it did not mean they did not have to give them out at all. They needed humans to have their God spirit blood pulses so they could go on and do things. That way, their God spirits and God temples would become stronger. Han Sen decided to go back. He was going to give Feng Yin Yin, the genius little girl, to the God of Wealth. He was sure she would achieve a lot. She would benefit from the God of Wealth temple. Chapter 3147 The use of a God temple. Upon hearing it had a wealth authority, Bald Guy lost all interest. He immediately shook his head and declined with a firm negative. After all, his father was the leader of a city. He was not exactly rich, but he never had a lack of money. Earning a lot of money wasn't something that interested him. If it was some God spirit blood pulse skill that could help a God spirit or a power that could increase one's combat proficiency, Bald Guy would have immediately accepted the offer. A God of Wealth God spirit blood pulse was useless for him. After all, he has a complete blood pulse, even if it was a low-level God spirit blood pulse. It was only destroyed class. While the 3 of them discussed things, the God of Wealth temple, which hovered above the river, went into the river. That was where the Breakhead God temple had been. Holy sh*t. I am not a river god. Why did you sink into the river? This planet has nobody. If it sinks into the water, who is going to go inside and pray? Han Sen felt depressed, but he could not move the God temple. The God temple was moved by a god's power earlier. Now that he had left the God temple, the God power in the God temple was gone. Therefore, it sunk. After the Breakhead God temple was obliterated, Han Sen and the others did not encounter any more strange goings-on. The whole river glowed, but the land pulse weird scene did not really have a connection to the Breakhead God temple. After that, Han Sen and the others dug up land pulses around the river without fear. They could do so freely. Although the land pulses themselves might cause harm, the repel evil rhino could deal with whatever was thrown at them. No injuries were sustained. They dug up many gene eggs. Plus, this was now a territory belonging to the God of Wealth. It was protected by the God of Wealth temple's power. The buff powers hardly did a thing to them. Han Sen decided to name the river God of Wealth River. He would have to think of a way to earn ownership of the planet at a later date, so he could go ahead and name the planet God of Wealth Planet. That way, he could invite more people and earn more resources for the God of Wealth temple. If he did not do that, the broken temple residing at the bottom of a river on a planet where no humans ventured would see no visitors. The land pulses around the God of Wealth River were very good. They were able to get king-class gene eggs by randomly digging. After digging for a whole day, they found a God-class gene egg. Bald Guy was happy, but he had already told Han Sen he didn't want anything more when he accepted the hawk. Now, Bald Guy's sudden excitement was crushed by depression. Han Sen was not interested in ordinary gene eggs. He kept looking at the flying fish next to him. After the fish absorbed the god spirit blood pulse, it had become a god spirit gene race that belonged to a wild god. It would make for a nice sub-god in his god temple. But the little flying fish's situation was rather complicated. If he wanted to make it a sub-god like Decapitation Queen, it would be difficult because the flying fish had no god base. A god base was needed. Aside from destroying other god temples to earn one, the only other way to get one was through giving humans blood pulses. Later, when the humans developed, the god spirit would reap their benefits. The god temple would then grow stronger. The gene race would become a new sub-god and have an empty god base. Unfortunately, Han Sen's god of wealth temple had only just appeared. There were 7 slots for a sub-god, but there weren't any god bases. If a god temple had more sub-gods, it would become stronger. If Bald Guy kneeled before God of Wealth Temple's main god, he could get a main god spirit's authority buff. He would have wealth, and he could also have the sub-god's death penalty authority buff. The more sub-gods Han Sen claimed, the more authority buffs Bald Guy could be given. Of course, Han Sen wouldn't use the god of wealth's identity to impart a blood pulse. If people obeyed the sub-god, they could only claim the sub-god's blood pulse and authority buff. The main god had nothing to do with the temple and other sub-gods. If all the members of a sub-god achieved something, the main god would benefit. Feng Yin Yin had to be taken by the god of wealth. Han Sen still counted on finding another buff with a Sonic-class sub-god. He did not want to waste her Sonic-class talents. As for other people, it depended on their attributes and preferences. Ordinary geniuses could give him a sub-god blood pulse while the real rare geniuses could be taken by him. Hang on, the cast god court method, why am I sensing that it can create a sub-god? After Han Sen thought of that, his face looked strange. The god of wealth river was too big. Han Sen and the others went digging for a few more days, but they did not dig up much. This place has too many land pulses. Bald Guy, you might see it. Which land pulse makes this river glow? Han Sen was not interested in digging ordinary land pulses. The gene eggs were great, but he wanted more god spirit blood pulses. If he found one, he could create a god spirit gene race. Otherwise, with only ordinary gene races at his disposal, he could not make a god spirit gene race. According to the formation of snake turtle hide, that is the most dangerous land pulse, Bald Guy said. It should be in the lower stream of the Dark River. It is where the snake and turtle bit each other before receding into the turtle shell. Where they fight is the most dangerous place. In that case, let's go check it out, Han Sen said. Bald Guy had a wry smile. I don't think we should do that. The river is underground. I do not have enough knowledge to survey land pulses that reside underground. If we dig slowly, I do not know how long it might take. Unless my teacher is willing to help us, we cannot do much about it. If things are really like that, then let's go and ask Mr. Wei, Han Sen said after a think. Bald Guy said, I know you are strong, but others don't know that. This is the most dangerous place of the snake turtle hide. I am afraid he might not dare come with us. Well, we don't know if we don't try, Han Sen said with a laugh. We have been here digging for days all for nothing. I am sure Mr. Wei will at least consider it. Bald Guy said nothing. After packing up, he went back to the base where Sky King was. After leaving the God of Wealth River, they met Brother 3. When Brother 3 saw them all return safe and sound with plenty of gene eggs, he looked angry and jealous. Weird, even with Bald Guy's repel evil rhino protecting him, they cannot all make use of it. That little girl cannot even use a gene race, yet she returned just fine. Does that mean the snake turtle hide formation is not as scary as we thought? If I do not go close to the underground river, I should be fine. Brother 3 was awfully tempted. After all, if he dug gene eggs there, he would have to give a lot to Sky King and Han Sen. His teacher, Mr. Wei, could only earn 30%. He would get even less than that. If he went near the river to dig, no matter what he got would belong to him. That was a big difference. Humans died for wealth. Humans died over food. Brother 3 felt determined. He ran to the river and started digging land pulses. He did not get too close to the stream. He stayed 200 miles away from it. He used a gene race to repel evil, but it was not something as good as the repel evil rhino. It was a lower level. The land pulses here are so good. I got a king class gene egg on my first dig. Brother 3 was feeling perturbed. After digging up a gene race, he almost jumped up for joy. Huh, that bald guy is nothing. If he can dig up these land pulses, I can do it too. I can do it better than him. Brother 3 was excited, but he did not notice the black line on his neck. Chapter 3148 Vice President Sky King saw Han Sen and the others return from their venture safe and sound. He wasn't too surprised. He laughed and asked, "Brother Han and Bauer, what are the fruits of your labors like this time?" Han Sen did not beat around the bush and told it to him straight. The rewards were average. We only managed to dig up one God-class gene egg. We are only coming back to ask Mr. Wei for help. We want Mr. Wei to help us locate the primary land pulse in the river. I am afraid that might prove difficult, Sky King quietly said. It is not that I do not want to help you, but Mr. Wei is not one of my men. He has always avoided such dangerous formations. I am afraid it will be a lot to ask of him. How about this? I will come with you to seek out Mr. Wei. He might be more inclined to agree with me there. Thank you very much, Han Sen said. Sky King laughed and said, "Do not worry, Mr. Han. I really love Bauer. I still want to take her as a student. Speaking of that, you are no outsider to me. I would like to help you all that I can." Although Sky King was there to convince Mr. Wei did not agree to help dig up land pulses around God of Wealth River. He said that place was death, and it was a place that should not be meddled with. He also tried to convince Han Sen and Sky King not to trifle with the area. Otherwise, only bad things would come to pass. It was fine if Mr. Wei did not want to go with them. Han Sen just asked him where the main pulse was along the God of Wealth River, but Mr. Wei wouldn't say. He did not want to be responsible for someone coming to harm. Han Sen was speechless. He wanted to convince him further, but someone soon arrived. He explained that one of Mr. Wei's students had died outside of the base. Everyone went to have a look. It was learned that Bald Guy's brother 3 had been beheaded. He was a crumpled, headless corpse on the floor. Blood was everywhere. Han Sen and the others knew he had been the power of the breakhead wire. Han Sen laughed and coldly thought, that guy was brave. How dare he dig land pulses along my God of Wealth River? God of Wealth Temple was currently overseen by Decapitation Queen. The God of Wealth River would not allow anyone to get close to the temple. Without Han Sen's permission to go digging land pulses around the God of Wealth River, there was a guaranteed death sentence. Li Bingyu and Bald Guy were shocked. They had watched Han Sen murder Decapitation Queen, so they did not understand why the breakhead wire was still working. Thinking about that, they looked at Han Sen, who pretended he hadn't seen anything. He did not want to explain. After this, it was guaranteed that Mr. Wei would not tell anyone where the main land pulse was along the God of Wealth River. There was nothing Han Sen could do about it now. If he couldn't find the main land pulse, it was pointless digging up ordinary land pulses. The area around God of Wealth River was his territory. He could go digging whenever he wanted to. So, Han Sen planned on going to the other 5 planets of Ghost Starlight. Perhaps he would find something there. Sky King told Han Sen that the other 5 planets had already been taken by people with powers as big as his. Han Sen frowned. Sky King went on to say, the god fights are to begin soon. If you are going to risk doing battle with people on other planets, why don't you ready yourself to participate in the god fights? If you win the first god rank, you can get a rare gene egg as a reward. Wouldn't that be better than digging up some random stuff from a land pulse? It wouldn't be bad. Han Sen had heard Sky King mention the god fights before. He asked Bald Guy what the god fights were. The so-called god fights were about fighting all types of god temples. It was a traditional event associated with god temples that took place every 10 years. They just had to go back to the god temple where they got their blood pulse from and could then represent their god spirit in battle. If a challenger managed to defeat all their enemies in these fights, the challenger was rewarded with a rare gene egg. Even if they did not achieve first place, they got a gene egg as a reward. Everyone in the top 100 got one. If people performed well in the god fights, they were admired by the god spirits and had the chance to inherit a blood pulse. Across history, many nobles had been able to earn an eternal god blood noble status through the god fights. It was still weird. Every 10 years, there was one rare gene egg. The universe of kingdoms had many billions of years in its history. Many of the rare gene races should have been seen by now. Now, the universe did not have many rare gene races. There were only 7 or 8 days left before the next god fights. Sky King had already prepared a return trip so he could participate in the god fights. Han Sen did not have a god spirit blood pulse, so he wanted to go back to the God of Wealth temple and see if he could join the god fights. There were still 7 or 8 days until the next god fights, so Han Sen was not in a rush. He followed Bald Guy to dig up more land pulses. He then asked Sky King to send people to deliver the useless gene eggs to Mr. Yong in Jade Wall City. At least, his shop would blow up in popularity. Before Sky King departed, he asked Han Sen to look after the planet. He did not want him to leave the place open for someone else to swoop in and rob all the land pulses. Han Sen immediately agreed. He had a 30% stake in that planet. For the sake of that 30%, he was not going to allow anyone to take over the place. After Sky King left, the big Sky Demon, which had been missing for a while, appeared next to Han Sen. "My little lover, you made a big mistake." The big Sky Demon was next to Han Sen, reaching her hand out to stroke his cheeks. "What mistake did I make?" Han Sen casually asked. "You killed a member of the God Chaos Party," the big Sky Demon said with a sigh. "You slew Decapitation Queen. People from the God Chaos Party will not let you go. If I can kill the Decapitation Queen, I can take down others," Han Sen coldly said. The big Sky Demon behaved as if she was comforting Han Sen. She continued to stroke his cheeks and said, "My little lover, you are strong. You were able to kill Decapitation Queen, but challenging the God Chaos Party will not get you anything if you do not do things right. There is an 80% to 90% chance you will die. Why was I told that the God Chaos Party members were already killed by a sky full of God spirits and there weren't any surviving members?" Han Sen asked. The big Sky Demon shook her head. "Those guys in the God Chaos Party cannot be easily killed. Many of them died in the past, but a few of the core members were able to remain. The most important thing to know, however, is that the president of the God Chaos Party was not killed. After a billion years of rest, the God Chaos Party is on the cusp of returning. You seem to know a lot about the God Chaos Party." Han Sen looked at the big Sky Demon and asked, "Are you a member of the God Chaos Party?" "Yes, I was one of the God Chaos Party's 3 vice presidents," the big Sky Demon replied with a laugh. Han Sen was shocked. He had not expected the big Sky Demon to confess to it so simply. Han Sen looked at the big Sky Demon and asked, "Does that mean you are going to try and avenge Decapitation Queen?" The big Sky Demon put her face on Han Sen's chest and said, "Of course not. I would never dream of killing my lover. Plus, I left the God Chaos Party a long time ago." Chapter 3149 Qin Bai's Trouble. Why did you leave the God Chaos Party? Han Sen asked with surprise. Although the legends claim the leader was not killed, he never showed up again. Now, the God Chaos Party is being run by one of the vice presidents. I had a conflict with him, so, the big Sky Demon did not finish, but it was understandable. The big Sky Demon put her lips next to Han Sen's ear and seductively whispered, "Who is the vice president? I cannot tell you that unless you truly are my lover." The Han Sen did not move. "You already argued with the God Chaos Party. Why would you maintain their secrets?" The big Sky Demon pushed herself up against Han Sen's chest and said, "The legends claim the leader is still alive. I don't know if that is true. If he comes back one day, I will have to keep myself alive, right? In that case, you should just leave," Han Sen said without moving. "You are here. If the people from the God Chaos Party come, they are going to think I am with you. Do you know how much of a risk I have taken for you?" The big Sky Demon rolled her eyes angrily at Han Sen. She went on to say, "But you are my favorite little lover. No matter what it costs, I will refuse to sit idly by and watch you get killed. So, I have thought of a way that you will not be pursued by the God Chaos Party, and you can make the God Chaos Party never come looking for you in trouble." Han Sen looked at the big Sky Demon and asked, "Oh? How is that?" "It is very simple," big Sky Demon seductively said. "Just become my student, and I will protect you." What is that supposed to mean? Han Sen could guess what she was alluding to, but he had to confirm it to be sure. "It is like other humans getting a god spirit to give them a blood pulse," big Sky Demon said with seriousness. "I can give you the big Sky Demon blood pulse. You have a god temple." Han Sen looked at the big Sky Demon with surprise. "Of course," the big Sky Demon said with a roll of her eyes. "Where is your god temple? You are a gene race. Even if you consumed a god spirit blood pulse to become a god spirit gene race, you still can't have a god temple. Han Sen was very confused. Han Sen had been shocked about Decapitation Queen having her own god temple. He did not expect the big sky demon could have one too. If the members of God Chaos Party each had a god temple, that would be scary. It is no wonder the God Chaos Party was able to kill god spirits, Han Sen thought. Big Sky Demon smiled, I know where my god temple comes from. You do not need to care about that. Are you going to join me or not? Of course, not. Han Sen rejected her offer. He also thought, it looks like Big Sky Demon does not know I have the God of Wealth temple, but she knows I was able to kill Decapitation Queen. All of that happened almost together. How does she not know about the God of Wealth temple? When the God Chaos Party people come and you seek my safety, finding me won't be so easy, the Sky Demon said. Then, she disappeared. Han Sen wanted to ask her about the God Chaos Party some more, but Big Sky Demon was already gone. Han Sen was going to wait until the god fights began. Suddenly, someone came to the team of big dragon riders and delivered an urgent message from Qin Bai. Qin Bai said he was in trouble, and he asked Han Sen to go and help him immediately or he would end up dead. The messenger did not know the specifics of the trouble Qin Bai was in. He only said Crown Prince Qin Bai needed Han Sen to return with all haste. If he was slow, things were sure to turn out bad. Han Sen was confused. He did not know what sort of trouble Qin Bai was in, but Qin Bai's letter sounded extremely serious. So, he hurried back to Jade Wall City. Han Sen, you have to save me. Otherwise, I am going to die. When Crown Prince Qin Bai saw Han Sen, it was like he was seeing Jesus in the flesh. He ran at him. He looked terrible and almost cried. Han Sen held Qin Bai as he said, Crown Prince, chill out first. Tell me what happened to you. Qin Bai looked as if he was in pain. He said, Teacher Jia is back. Who is Teacher Jia? What does that have to do with you? Han Sen asked with confusion. Qin Bai anxiously replied, Teacher Jia teaches me to combat. He was an ambassador to the Qi Kingdom until only recently. He has been away for a few years. Now that he is back, and he has seen my homework, he is furious. He gave me a sword skill and told me to learn it in 7 days. If I don't do it, he will punish me. Upon hearing this, Han Sen was frozen. This extremely spoiled crown prince was able to be scared by someone like that. He was curious about what this Teacher Jia was truly like. Qin Bai had also made him come back in such a rush for a matter that was rather trivial. Han Sen did not know if he could join the god fights now, and that made him want to cry. Han Sen could not be bothered scolding him, so he just said, You are the crown prince. Even if you can't learn it, can he really do something? To you, Qin Bai hurriedly said, You do not understand. Teacher Jia is a good friend of my father. He is a very cold-blooded man. It's not just to me. He even beats my father. If he can do that, he will be extra mean to me. This one time, when I couldn't hand in my homework, he beat me. My ass was in such poor condition that I couldn't even lie down on a bed for a few days. Then, he left for the Qi Kingdom. He was there for a few years, so I never thought he would return. Who would have known? After saying that, Qin Bai's face looked like he was in pain. He was really scared of Teacher Jia. What sword skill did Teacher Jia want you to learn? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Qin Bai took out a fist-sized scroll and said, He has made me practice a skill called Wavy Sword Skill. This sword skill needs to be combined with a water element gene race to practice. Teacher Jia gave me a water element god class gene race called a 9-wave fish. He made me combine with the 9-wave fish, expecting me to get good with it in 7 days. He also wants me to be able to cast Wavy Sword Skill, that is killing me. A god class gene race combination is hard enough to control, but he wants me to practice that in 7 days. It is impossible, I think. Teacher Jia is just looking for an excuse to beat me up. Qin Bai begged Han Sen, you are very good at finding your way out of trouble. Please, find a way to save me. I don't want Teacher Jia to break my ass. Han Sen laughed. You are just a kid. Controlling a god-class gene race is a lot to ask of you. Learning how to practice with one in 7 days is impossible. I know, right? Qin Bai nodded. That does not mean it is impossible, Han Sen said in a very chill manner. I have a way. I can help you practice the 9-wave fish quickly. In 7 days, you will be able to cast the Wavy Sword Skill. Qin Bai was surprised, so he asked, Really? What way would that be? Is it hard? If it is too hard, I can't do it. Of course, It is real, Han Sen said with a smile. It is not hard either. You just need to know how to play it, and then you can do it. I am very good at playing. Please tell me, how do I play? Qin Bai looked both surprised and happy. Ahem, Crown Prince. Allow me to introduce you to my daughter Han Bauer. Han Sen smiled at Bauer and introduced her to Qin Bai. Chapter 3150 Qin Bai practicing with the sword. Han Sen, you have a daughter that old? Qin Bai looked at Bauer with shock. Qin Bai wasn't in the mood to concern himself with that. He quickly asked, Han Sen, do you have a method or not? Tell me quickly. Han Sen smiled and said, my method is simple. My daughter has already learned some sword skills from me. Just have her practice with you. Qin Bai's eyes opened wide at Han Sen. He said, Han Sen, you must be joking. Your daughter is so little. How can she know any sword skills? Even if she did, she could not beat my guards. If I wanted just anyone to help me practice, I could ask the people all around me. I don't need a little girl to practice sword skills with me. Han Sen smiled mysteriously. There is no need to be hasty, Crown Prince. My daughter's sword skills are average, but there is something miraculous about her. She enables anyone who practices with her to improve their sword skills in a short amount of time. Qin Bai did not believe it. He looked at Bauer and asked, really? Han Sen sincerely said, you have been nice to me. Why would I lie to you? My daughter is talented. In fact, practicing is not the most important thing. You only need to spend some time with her, and your sword skills will be vastly improved in just a few short days. You can practice that wavy sword skill with ease. If it is like that, then let's begin. Qin Bai had some doubts, but he accepted. Han Sen shook his head. Mr. Crown Prince, this is the palace. If you guys play here, it is not very appropriate. Yes, 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 Bai Qin said with a nod. We cannot let Teacher Jia see this. Let's go to your place. He was now looking quite excited. That's good. I have been living in Feng Castle. You should come with me. Han Sen smiled at Qin Bai and left the palace. They went straight to Feng Castle. Han Sen and the others were still living in Feng Castle. The primary reason was that Han Sen wanted to frequently see Feng Yin. If he didn't, Han Sen would have already moved out. Wait, it's been so long since I last watched a concert, Qin Bai said with a nod. I will ask Feng Fei Fei to sing a few songs for us. Han Sen took Qin Bai to Feng Castle, but Feng Fei Fei was not home. Feng Yin said she was out performing and would not be back for a while. It is good that she is not here. Qin Bai was disappointed, but Han Sen was happy about it. Please follow me, Han Sen said as he went to the garden. The garden looked like a garden, but it was the best yard in Feng Castle. Feng Fei Fei had people create it for Han Sen. The place made him feel very happy. He loved the little garden, the design was exceptional. Crown Prince, you stay here and be with Bauer, Han Sen said. I have stuff to do, so I will have to go for a bit. Go do your thing, Qin Bai said. I will watch after Bauer. We will be fine. Han Sen did not say anything. He smiled and went back to his room. Although Han Sen was not someone who used a sword, his sword skills were fairly high level. He was not as good as the truly strong swordmasters. Only rare powerful swordsmen, such as Six Paths King, were a bit stronger than Han Sen on a sword path will. Teaching Qin Bai the wavy sword skill was going to be easy. Even so, Han Sen understood Qin Bai quite a bit. He was a person who was always fooling around. He was a bona fide spoiled brat. It was normal to have a kid like that in any ordinary family, but he was born to a royal family. Furthermore, he was the only successor to the kingdom's throne. A royal son wanting to play all the time was seen as much worse. With Qin Bai's personality, if he had been born in a normal family, he would have been happier. But that was fate. People could not change that. Han Sen knew that if he taught him sword skills seriously, he would only end up being bored after a short while. If he did not practice, and Han Sen could not beat him, it would have been a futile endeavor. It was best left to Bauer to sort out a problematic child. In the garden, Bauer and Qin Bai spoke happily with each other. Han Sen thought, you asked for this. Han Sen shut the door and summoned the Sky King crown. He tried using the Sky King crown to return to the God of Wealth temple. He was able to use it in the Geno universe, but he did not know if it worked there. Fortunately, the Sky King crown was still usable there. After God took away the prior restrictions of the universe of kingdoms, Sky King crown had now become usable. Han Sen wanted God to remove the restrictions of all his God personality armaments, but he had not yet seen him again. Han Sen stood atop the altar. He felt the Sky God Crown's power connecting with the God Temple. The God Temple was like a tree with deep roots. With a touch of the roots, Han Sen wore the Sky King crown to feel what was happening in the God of Wealth River from a few 100,000 miles away. If the God of Wealth River led underground, the Sky God Crown's sensing power did not work. It was blocked by something. What lies beneath the underground river? Han Sen wanted to find out, but the underground river was at least 10,000 miles long. There were no coordinates either. It was going to be hard to find. While Han Sen was thinking, he suddenly felt something. His mind jumped. His brain pictured something. He saw a woman holding a child rushing to the God of Wealth's area. A few people were chasing her. The person behind her shouted, "Woman, stop running. That child is bad luck. He will harm you and hurt Big Brother." He did not relent in his pursuit. The woman did not speak. She ran for her life. From the look on the woman's face, Han Sen knew that she was dying. She was using all her will to support her flight. Just as she got next to the river, the people in pursuit caught up with the woman holding the child. "Lady, why are you doing this for an unlucky person? Look at what has become of you. Is this really what you want?" One of the people sighed as he spoke to the woman. "Please, I beg you. Just let us live." The woman, holding the child, kneeled and kowtowed before the person. "Lady, it is not like we want to kill you, but this child really is harmful to Big Brother. If he does not die, Big Brother will not get well. You are his wife. You do not want to see something bad happen to him, do you?" The person gave a signal, which led to the others close in on her. "This is our son. Is he really that cruel?" The woman clutched the child while crying. Han Sen thought this was a strange scene. Has something like this really happened in this place of all places? For the most part, the whole planet is controlled by Sky King. Is this woman related to Sky King? Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at the child in the woman's arms. He was shocked. The child was 2 or 3 years old. It was in the woman's arms. Its eyes were open, but it did not cry or shout. That was not the problem. It was the child's face. It looked very cute and pink, but it was bald. Its head displayed 9 different lumps. It sort of looked like a Buddha. Han Sen thought the child looked very familiar. He thought about it for a while and noticed it looked like someone. No way. This child, is he the reborn burning lamp, the alpha of the Buddha? Chapter 3151. My fate is entwined with this child. Han Sen thought the child looked just like Burning Lamp. He calculated the time from when Burning Lamp died to what the age of that child was now and thought it was a perfect match. It is a shame for this alpha, Burning Lamp, to reborn into such circumstances. Han Sen sighed. Back then, Burning Lamp was able to flip the clouds into rain. He once turned Han Sen into an ant. How powerful was that? It was a shame he might not be able to grow up and live the life of an adult in this life. Han Sen knew that if the little boy was Burning Lamp in his afterlife, past grudges meant nothing. The afterlife was just one spirit. None of Burning Lamp's persona or memories carried over to define him. In this world, one just had to picture a sheet of paper with lots of text and symbols scrawled on it. Although it contained meaning, if that paper was recycled to remove the text and drawings on the paper, it was just a new sheet of paper. I wonder what Burning Lamp's talents are in this life. Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at Decapitation Queen in her sub-hall. Decapitation Queen immediately said, "I understand." The woman outside was holding her child and pleading for a chance, but the men were determined to kill the child. The man in the center said, "Woman, do not take it out on us for being cruel." After that, they moved to kill the child. The woman had some power, but she had been running for too long. She was like a lantern that had burned through all its oil. She was no longer able to fight her pursuers. "Please, someone save my child. If my child can live, I will gladly die." The woman held her child as her eyes brimmed with desperation and sadness. Seeing the knives about to fall, a "Kacha" noise sounded. The heads of the aggressors were suddenly lopped off. Blood soared through the air as their headless bodies slowly crumpled to the ground. The woman's eyes opened wide. She watched what happened in frightened awe. She then saw a giant, bloody guillotine floating in the air. Behind the guillotine was a queen-like doll pulling a cord. The woman was shocked. She looked at Decapitation Queen in horror. Her first impulse was to put her child behind her. Whoever saw Decapitation Queen would not have believed her to be a god spirit sent to save them. She was like a scary gene race that could consume all life. If you want your child to live, come with me. Decapitation Queen pulled the guillotine toward the god of wealth river. The woman's face kept changing, but she was determined. For her child's security, she would live no matter what. The woman was still like a lamp that had run out of oil. Now, she was following Decapitation Queen. She had totally used her will to go. Her body was wobbly, so she stumbled a lot. If there had been no will to protect her child, she would not have been able to walk at all. She finally walked to the bank of the river where the god of wealth temple resided. Decapitation Queen pointed at the river. There is a god temple 10,000 miles deep. If you can take your child there, your child will be protected by a god spirit. He will inherit a blood pulse. In this world, no one will be permitted to kill him. If you do not want to go, you are free to leave. After that, Decapitation Queen pulled the guillotine into the river and disappeared. The woman knew her body was not going to last. She would have to rest for a long time before getting her power back. If she swam down with the current state of her body, there was an 80% to 90% chance she would perish. She looked at the child in her arms. The woman's eyes flashed. She stroked the child's cheek. The woman looked to be in the throes of profound sadness as she said, "My child has had a hard life. Even if he escapes today, you and I will still probably die alone. If you can really give my child a blood pulse, I would swim through a river of fire and knives to see him receive it. I hope the god spirit will let my child live." After that, the woman kissed the child on his forehead. She picked him up and went into the river. The god of wealth river was not normal. The woman dived in. She summoned an injured gene race to protect her child so her son would not drown and die. The woman only had that one injured gene race left, and she used to protect the child. She would just have to dive in on her own. In this world, the fitness level of humans was very bad. This woman's fitness level was not too bad. She was able to dive 1,000 miles deep, but it was now becoming a struggle. The woman gnashed her teeth and dived deeper. She felt powerless. Although she gritted her teeth and tried her best, she wanted her own will to push her down deeper and reach the god temple. Some things did not work because of fate's intervention. The woman's body could not hold on. She opened her mouth to breathe, but the water went in. The woman knew it was going to be bad, but she had no other choice. She looked at the child and put all of her power into the child. She wanted to call out his name, but when she tried, water went into her mouth. The heavily injured gene race was controlled by the woman. It was bid to swim down deep into the river. The woman could only watch her child sink into the dark of the river's depths while her vision started to fade. Han Sen watched this happen from his god of wealth temple inside. In the end, the woman decided to give her life up for the child. Decapitation Queen, Han Sen. Summoned. Decapitation Queen understood what Han Sen wanted. She nodded and left the god temple. Just as the woman's will was going to be snuffed out, a blood-dyed rope came up from the depths of the water. It wrapped her body and pulled her deeper into the river. The woman was shocked, and her consciousness came back a bit. She saw a light. Deep in the river, a god temple was shining with gold. The river water around was kept at bay by the god temple. It enabled a large vacuum zone for it to exist. The rope came at her from the god temple. Decapitation Queen held the other end. Decapitation Queen held the child in her other hand. Cough, cough. My name is Du Ru Lan. Thank you for saving me. I do not know how to pay you back. The woman fell in front of the god temple's plaza. She got up as she started coughing at Decapitation Queen. Come with me, Decapitation Queen coldly said. She held her child and entered the god temple's main hall. Du Ru Lan saw the god temple's plaque read, God of Wealth Temple. She was shocked. Decapitation Queen looked strange, but she was a god of wealth. It surprised her. When she walked into the god temple, she noticed Decapitation Queen wasn't the actual god of wealth. There was a god statue at the god altar that looked very powerful. Decapitation Queen did not dare stare at the god statue. She kneeled before the god statue and said, "Mister, I brought them." Du Ru Lan now knew that Decapitation Queen, who looked like a god and a ghost, was just a subordinate of the temple's true master. She kneeled to the god spirit with Decapitation Queen and thanked it for saving her. My fate is entwined with this child, God of Wealth said. Will you allow him to join me? Chapter 3152 Fighting 300 rounds, I am willing to. Du Ru Lan kowtowed. If you are willing to, Decapitation Queen, you should take him to the side hall and test his blood pulse. Han Sen did not plan on giving Burning Lamp God of Wealth's blood. He wanted it to be given by Decapitation Queen. As to what blood pulse he would give to Burning Lamp, that purely depended on his talent. He was willing to take care of him, but he would not force Decapitation Queen to give him a lifetime of blood pulses for him. When Du Rulan heard the God of Wealth statue speak, she was shocked. She watched Decapitation Queen walk to the side hall. After she thanked him, she followed Decapitation Queen. Du Rulan was from a good family. She saw the side hall's Decapitation Queen statue and knew Decapitation Queen was God of Wealth Temple's sub-god. She felt disappointed. The main god of the temple was the strongest. No matter how good the blood pulse was, obeying the sub-god was as good as the main one. Considering everything that had happened, Du Rulan could not really voice a complaint. It was miraculous enough that she was still drawing breath. Beggars could not be choosers. Decapitation Queen took the little boy to the altar. She placed the boy on it and told him, "If you are willing to obey me, pick up the knife and cut one of your fingers. Place your blood on the god stove. Mister, he is still so young. Let me help him." Du Rulan stood up, ready to help him. Suddenly, she was unable to move. She was kept in place by some scary power. "This is his choice," Decapitation Queen coldly said. Du Rulan could neither speak nor move. She was looking at her son with a heart that raged like a fire. The little boy was special. After all that had happened, he had not cried and or shouted. He listened to Decapitation Queen and stood up. He picked up the sacrificial knife from the altar and cut his finger. He let the blood drop onto the god stove. Boom! A purple and black fire was on the god stove. It turned into demon fire that shocked the sky. The whole side hall was full of a murderous air. Some of the air rushed out into the sky from the guillotine. Han Sen was in the main hall laughing. Burning Lamp really is Burning Lamp. Although he has been reborn, he is still very special. Thinking of Burning Lamp being able to raise the Buddha from being a no-name race to a race that was full of elites and had almost become a high race, it proved his power was very strong. "Mister, Decapitation Queen wants to make a god spirit deal with him," Decapitation Queen said while kneeling before the God of Wealth statue. "I want to make him an inheritable blood pulse." "Sure." Han Sen only said that one word. Decapitation Queen did not hesitate. A purple and black flame arose on the guillotine and doll. They turned into a scary fire that headed for the little boy. The little boy's body was wrapped up by a purple and black flame. His forehead possessed a strange marking that resembled a guillotine. Within that mark, there was another mark that referenced it to be an annihilation god spirit. Decapitation Queen is an annihilation god spirit. Du Rulan was as much shocked as she was happy. She could not believe what she was seeing. A god temple sub-god was an annihilation god spirit. The main god must have been a supreme existence. She could not imagine how scary it had to be. "The gods pity us. My child finally has hope." Du Rulan was so happy that she cried. Han Sen saw the little boy compose a deal with Decapitation Queen. He was now an inheritor of Decapitation Queen's blood pulse. Han Sen's face looked weird as he started to think about some strange scenes. He thought about the little boy growing up to be very kind, just like Burning Lamp Alpha, but his hands would be holding a guillotine, killing countless droves of people. Han Sen thought it would be extremely weird. In the Feng family's castle's little garden, Qin Bai and Bauer were sitting next to each other while playing chess. "Bauer, do you know how to play checkers?" Qin Bai cockily asked. "I can teach you how to play it." Bauer looked at him with disdain. She lifted her lips and said, "You learned checkers from my father." "Oh, I forgot that," Qin Bai said with a laugh. "You are Han Sen's daughter, so how could you not know checkers?" "That is good. How about we play 300 rounds? I won't let you win once." "You need to keep your promise," Bauer said with a smile. "You have to play 300 rounds. Of course, you can go first." Qin Bai sounded very confident. He loved playing checkers. If he did not need to practice with his sword, he would not mind playing a few rounds. Bauer accepted the challenge. She picked up her chess piece and made the first move. After doing that, Bai Qin thought it was not normal. It felt as if there was a sword air that shocked the sky coming at him. It gave him the feeling that the sky could break. Qin Bai wanted to scream, but he noticed he was unable to move. He watched the sword air that shocked the sky go into his brain. He peed himself. Of course, that was not a real sword air. It was just Bauer's heart sword path. That sword skill was 6 Path King's sword skill. Han Sen had learned it as well. He had not mastered it, but he used it now and again. Bauer had learned it from him too. Now, Bauer used the heart sword skill to simulate the wavy sword skill's sword mind. She used it to attack Qin Bai's will to feel the sword skill's sword mind. Learning was very hard, especially for people who did not want to learn. It made it much harder. There was one condition in which people could learn fast and never forget. There was a saying, if one failed once, one would learn from the mistakes to get better. It meant the more disadvantages one had, the more one would remember. It did not make a person smarter. The more it hurt, the easier it was to recall the mistake. Bauer used that method. She wanted the Crown Prince to remember the wavy sword mind. Qin Bai's tragic life had now begun. He noticed he could no longer scream or move. His body was uncontrollably playing a chess game with Bauer. Whenever Bauer made a move, it would become a scary wavy sword mind attacking him. Even though he knew the sword mind would not kill him, it still made Qin Bai experience a lot of pain. The sword mind's pressure was something extremely difficult for most people to endure. The pain from the heart sword was not just pain in the body. Qin Bai had to get attacked by that scary sword skill again and again. Every time it happened, it made Qin Bai feel as if he was dying. He felt absolutely awful. Furthermore, the guards had no idea what was going on. They thought Qin Bai was peacefully playing chess with Bauer. No one knew Qin Bai was suffering pain that was too unbearable for most humans to endure. Teacher Zhen was in a good mood. Crown Prince Qin Bai was scared of her. No matter how naughty he was, he always listened to her. He always did her homework seriously. This time, Qin Bai had not practiced the sword skills. He had left the palace to go and play. Zhen was very worried about the future of the Qin kingdom. Chapter 3153. Zhen, hearing that Qin Bai had been playing checkers for 2 days in the Feng family castle, without his ass leaving the chair once to touch the sword, Zhen was extremely worried. Other kingdoms had many inheritors. There was always a choice in who succeeded the throne. The Qin kingdom only had one crown prince. He was sure to be the next one wearing the crown. If Qin Bai continued his ridiculous behavior, the Qin kingdom's lofty position would likely fall. A bad officer is able to destroy a kingdom. Zhen kept thinking about that phrase. The officers always spoke those 9 words. After she returned to the Qin kingdom, those 9 words were what Zhen heard the most. Every time she heard them, it seemed to be connected to Han Sen, another 2 words she frequently heard. In the beginning, Zhen had the attitude to not totally trust those words. She did not believe them. After this experience, she was starting to believe that Han Sen was a bad influence. He was a very bad influence. I want to see this reckless nobody and what he is doing to trick Mr. Crown Prince. Zhen decided to go to Feng Castle. She wanted to meet the very famous bad influencer. Han Sen returned to Feng Castle and saw Bauer playing games with Qin Bai. Bauer seemed happy, but Qin Bai did not look to be faring as well. Feng Yin was watching their engagement with interest. In fact, during the past 2 days, she and Bauer had been playing games with Qin Bai. She had just learned checkers, so she was really interested in it. She thought Qin Bai was like her, which was why she gave up her rest time to play checkers with them, as only God knew that Qin Bai now hated playing chess. For as long as he lived, he never wanted to play another game of chess. He believed he would throw up the next time he heard someone even mention the checkers. Upon seeing a shadow in the garden, Qin Bai looked at Han Sen as if he was asking for help. That look was worse than that of a sheep going to be slaughtered. Han Sen pretended as if he did not know anything. He walked up to Qin Bai and asked, "Crown Prince, are you having fun with Bauer?" Qin Bai felt relieved to gain his freedom. He fell out of the chair. Han Sen immediately picked him up and shockingly asked, "Crown Prince, are you okay?" Qin Bai felt as if he was so angry that he could explode. He was going to yell at Han Sen. When he saw Bauer, he felt more fear than anger. He madly whispered to Han Sen, "Han Sen, I treat you like a friend. I treat you nicely. How could you do this to me? Mr. Crown Prince, what are you talking about? Why would I want to harm you?" Han Sen looked at Qin Bai and spoke with a tone of shock. "You didn't bring me harm, but why is she treating me like this?" Qin Bai looked at Bauer and sounded weaker. He was scared of quite a few people, including Zhen, but even she didn't make him this scared. Zhen was now viewed as being much nicer when compared to Bauer. The girl's pretty face now looked demonic in his eyes. Han Sen seemed to understand. I thought you wanted to practice with the sword. Bauer is here teaching you the ways of the sword. Is she not? How has she harmed you? Qin Bai suddenly did not know what to say. Han Sen did not wait for him to formulate a proper response before asking, have you been playing chess games with Bauer? We have been playing games of chess for 2 days and 2 nights. Qin Bai loudly chomped his own teeth. Han Sen did not wait for him to speak. He looked at Qin Bai with shock and said, Crown Prince, you really are a man with a mind like steel. It is no wonder you are the Qin Kingdom's Crown Prince. You will be the greatest leader. You'll be a leader that can conquer the world. A normal person's will is weak. To play a game of chess against Bauer, they would break. Yet you have been playing against Bauer for 2 days and 2 nights. You are strong. You are very strong. I have never admired anyone before, but I have to admire you, Crown Prince. Qin Bai was frozen. He was just a child who loved goofing around. He did not think that sounded right. Seeing Han Sen's shocked face, Qin Bai at least thought it was rather surprising. Cough. Cough. It was nothing. It was just a few rounds of chess. To a crown prince, it is not much of a feat. Based on the way he was now speaking, Qin Bai seemed to enjoy the praise. Bauer, did I not tell you to allow him to rest? Why do you keep playing chess games with the crown prince? You are so rude. Han Sen looked cold as he told off Bauer. Bauer looked innocent as she said, I planned on that, but the crown prince wanted to play 300 rounds with me. He is the crown prince. Why would I disobey his wishes? How could you take this out on me? Bauer's face looked as if she had been wronged. Even Crown Prince Qin Bai felt sorry for her. After thinking about it, he had said something like that to Bauer. He really wanted to slap his mouth. If he had known this would happen, he would not have said something so brash. I will punish you this time so you will not be so ignorant. You could run into trouble someday. Han Sen looked glum. It was as if he was ready to really teach Bauer a lesson, but he gave her a subtle wink. Han Sen's hand had yet to touch her when Bauer started crying. She was crying as she said, Crown Prince made me do this. Why don't you punish him instead of me? It is fine. It is fine. It was me that did not clarify things. Please, do not punish Bauer. Qin Bai felt really guilty as he spoke. Go and thank the Crown Prince. Don't do it again after that. Do you hear me? Han Sen let Bauer go. I am so sorry, Crown Prince. Next time, when you play a game of chess against me, I will let you rest after 10 rounds. Bauer made a promise. When Qin Bai heard that, his legs felt soft. He was shocked. He fell to the ground and shook his head. No more games. No more games. I will never play chess again. Han Sen thought it was funny. He wanted to say something, but someone suddenly made a declaration from outside the garden. Mr. Han, Teacher Jia wants to see you. After the person said that, a woman with a cold-looking face walked in. Qin Bai saw the woman. His body started to tremble. He immediately bowed to her and said, Qin Bai greets Teacher Jia. You are welcome, Crown Prince. When Jia Zhen spoke, she did not look at Qin Bai. She looked at Han Sen. He was different from the figure she had often heard about. There were no legends about his remarkable sharp mouth and monkey throat. He looked like a handsome man. His face was very sharp. It was hard to tell his age. Judging from his looks, he looked like he was in his 20s. Jia Zhen was not someone who determined a person's character via their appearance. Her thoughts of Han Sen did not change because of the way he looked. Mr. Crown Prince, what are you doing here? Jia Zhen did not speak to Han Sen. To her, Han Sen was just a rankless, albeit loved, officer. Talking to him made her mouth feel dirty. Chapter 3154 Wavy Sword Mind. Qin Bai looked frightened. He kept stuttering, unsure of what to say. Han Sen said, Mr. Crown Prince has been practicing sword skills here. I am addressing the Crown Prince. Since when were you permitted to talk to me? Jia Zhen looked into Han Sen's eyes with flickering rage. The way Han Sen spoke was like he was lying without blinking. It enabled Jia Zhen to confirm that he was a dog without any boundaries. The match of chess was only halfway done. There was no time to put it away. Thus, to still tell her Qin Bai was practicing sword skills was ridiculous. No one would have believed his words, let alone Jia Zhen. As teacher, I really was practicing sword skills. Jia Zhen did not believe him, so Qin Bai felt as if he was been wronged. He had suffered so much there, but Jia Zhen believed he had done nothing but play around. He felt awfully wronged. Seeing Qin Bai lie without blinking, Jia Zhen's frown tightened. In the past, Qin Bai had always been naughty, but that was fine because he never lied and always admitted to what he had done. Now, Qin Bai's behavior had obviously worsened. It was likely affected by Han Sen, who was a dog. Jia Zhen was not a dumb fool who had no brain. She did not want to immediately expose Qin Bai. She coldly asked, "How did you practice? Did you run into trouble?" Qin Bai wasn't too sure. He looked at Han Sen. He had been tortured for 2 days, yet he had not held a sword once. He had not combined with the 9-wave fish either. That did not really fill him with courage. Han Sen nodded at him. To learn a sword skill, the most important thing was understanding. Skills and other things were not really important. Bai Qin had been tortured for 2 days by Bauer's simulation of the wavy sword mind. No matter how dumb he was, he should have at least learned something. Qin Bai was not actually dumb. He was just very playful. Qin Bai still looked frightened and desperate for help. Han Sen coughed and said, "The Crown Prince has only been practicing sword skills for the past 2 days. He has not practiced combining with the 9-wave fish. Why don't you test the Crown Prince's sword skills first?" Jia Zhen did not stop Han Sen this time. She coldly laughed. "This is ridiculous. If there was no combining with the 9-wave fish, he could not feel the water element power and wave power. Without those two feelings, the wavy sword skill cannot work. What in the world has he been practicing? The skills of the universe of kingdoms had to be used when combined with a gene race. Otherwise, a skill was just an empty shell." Jia Zhen was not inclined to hear Han Sen's nonsense. She did not object. She told Qin Bai, "If you have practiced a sword skill, then show me how you practiced it." Qin Bai's heart did not really have any power in it. He looked at Han Sen, but Han Sen just gave him a sword. He winked at Qin Bai to make sure he could perform the wavy sword skill. Qin Bai gnashed his teeth. He accepted the sword and walked into the field. He was going to perform wavy sword skill. Jia Zhen did not say a word. She watched Qin Bai's performance. She was not going to be surprised if Qin Bai performed it terribly. She wanted to use this as an opportunity to keep him away from bad people and encourage staying in the company of good people. That was especially true of evil influencers like this dog, Han Sen. It was best for everyone involved if they stopped staying in contact with each other. Jia Zhen had even composed a speech and thought deeply about how it could prove educational for Qin Bai. Qin Bai was not hopeless when it came to sword skills. After all, he had followed a few teachers for many years. He was not very good, but he could use ordinary sword skills. The wavy sword skill was something he had not practiced much, but he knew what it looked like. He was now performing it. The skill was not done smoothly, so everyone could tell that he had not spent time practicing it. Jia Zhen looked as if she had expected this result. She was not surprised. She coldly looked at Han Sen. She saw that he was behaving very chill. It was as if Qin Bai's terrible performance had nothing to do with him. She thought the guy had to be incredibly shameless. If the Crown Prince was not allowed to play freely, he could have been spending the time practicing. On top of all this, it did not appear that Han Sen felt guilty. People with an attitude like that must stop having contact with the Crown Prince, Jia Zhen thought. Seeing Qin Bai looking clumsily performing the wavy sword skill, Jia Zhen could not bear to watch him much longer. If she did not want Qin Bai to be embarrassed, she would have already stopped him. The formation of the sword skill Qin Bai performed a little later started to surprise Jia Zhen. When he first started, Qin Bai was too nervous. He had no idea what he was practicing and was freaking out. After trying it out a few times, it was unknown why, but he had started to think about the sword mind performed by Bauer. It was the one that shocked the sky. It was like reading 300 poems from the Tang era. Even if one did not write them down, one could still remember them. Qin Bai could not completely understand the will of the sword mind, but he had been hurt by it. Now, he was performing it. It was kind of close. The more he did it, the smoother it went. Plus, Qin Bai was the sort of person to treat a dead horse as a living horse. He just kept performing. In the beginning, Jia Zhen did not see the real thing. As Qin Bai started to perform more, that changed. Although his sword skills did not look experienced, within the sword skills, there were elements of the sword mind of wavy sword skill. Jia Zhen could not believe it. Things like sword wills were very rare in the universe of kingdoms because it drew on power from the outside. Not many people were able to practice like that, so ordinary gene casters went for powers that combined. They did not pay attention to the mind very much. Only some powerful elites would turn their focus to the mind when they reached the zenith of their body's capabilities. At Bai Qin's age, he was not interested in studying. Even if he was, there was no way he could learn the mind. Now, Qin Bai's sword skill featured the mind. Jia Zhen was shocked. She was unable to believe what she was witnessing. Jia Zhen had to double-check it more than a few times. She eventually realized that she was correct. There was a sword mind at work in Qin Bai's sword skill. The wavy mind had to be correct. Qin Bai kept displaying the sword skill and showing it to Jia Zhen. He was that Jia Zhen. Looked surprised. He felt really happy about it. Jia Zhen had trained him for a few years, but he had never seen Jia Zhen look like this. She used to be very mean to him. She was always harsh and treated him like wood that could not be carved. This was the first time Jia Zhen had looked at him this way. His confidence was given a major boost. He felt as if he had just eaten a life fruit. He felt as his body was surging with energy. Qin Bai was scared of Jia Zhen. He was nervous, but the nervousness seemed to suddenly vanish. His sword skills seemed smoother. The wavy sword skills mind was becoming more prominent. Jia Zhen was becoming more shocked. She could not figure out how Qin Bai's sword skills had developed a sword mind. Chapter 3155 Comparing Sword Skills. Teacher Jia, what do you think of my sword skills? After Qin Bai finished his performance with wavy sword skill, Jia Zhen looked surprised. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Qin Bai suddenly exploded with confidence. He looked at Jia Zhen with confidence. Usually, he never dared to talk to Jia Zhen like that. Now, he was cocky. He did not have the fear he usually harbored. Mister, your wavy sword skills are very good, Jia Zhen said with a nod. If you combined with the 9-wave fish, you could conduct a miraculous performance. She was very surprised, so she asked, how did Mr. Crown Prince practice in the past 2 days? You have got the wavy sword mind. You are a genius. When Qin Bai heard that, his cockiness was amplified by a few more levels. He did not want to tell her Bauer tortured him to learn it. He made it sound better. You wanted me to learn sword skills, but I did not know where to begin. So, I asked Han Sen for help. He allowed his daughter to practice with me and help train the wavy sword skill. During the past 2 days, I have been practicing sword skills. If you think I'm doing all right, then I guess I succeeded. Qin Bai was a person who could just heal the sky and forget the pain. He thought Han Sen had done well. Even Teacher Jia was complimenting him. He never thought something like this could ever happen, so he mentioned Han Sen for him to earn some credit. In a critical moment, Han Sen is the most helpful. If it was not for him, Teacher Jia would not be complimenting me. Qin Bai was overjoyed. Jia Zhen frowned. She looked at Bauer and thought, this little girl is only 4 or 5 years old. How could the Crown Prince learn a sword mind by practicing with her? I do not believe this one bit. She did not believe it, but Qin Bai did learn a sword mind in 2 days. If he had not practiced, then it would not explain his achievement. It looks like many myths cannot be trusted. This Han Sen might not be as useless as I first suspected. Jia Zhen looked at Han Sen again. She now put everything on Han Sen. After all, Han Sen had killed Steel Scene. If there was someone who was able to teach Qin Bai a sword mind, it would have had to be Han Sen. Do you know the sword? Jia Zhen spoke to him with a different tone of voice. I know a bit, but I am not very good. Han Sen was being very honest. Han Sen's sword and mind skills were not as good as Six Paths King. He was not as good as Lone Bamboo either. They were the real swordsmen. Han Sen did not put much effort into learning the sword skills. Words like that going into Jia Zhen's ears seemed wretched. To be able to teach Qin Bai a sword mind was an extraordinarily difficult thing. No worries. If you do know a few sword skills, why don't we at least compare sword skills? Jia Zhen really wanted to give it a go. She wanted to know what skills Han Sen had. If he was someone good, then it was fine for Qin Bai to spend more time hanging out with him. If he had used some sort of trick to let Qin Bai learn a sword mind, she could not let Qin Bai hang out with him. The knife and the sword do not have eyes, Han Sen said. I am afraid hurting each other is bad. That's fine, Jia Zhen said with a frown. You and I can compare sword skills. We don't have to use gene race power. By saying, hurting each other is bad, Han Sen meant it would be bad to hurt her. Jia Zhen was determined. She did not want to accept his answer. If the teacher really wants this, then I have no choice but to comply. Jia Zhen did not speak. She picked up 2 swords and threw one to Han Sen. She held one in her hands. When she waved her sword, it was the beginning of wavy sword skill. It was called Calm and Calm. Han Sen watched her perform Calm and Calm. He knew precisely what she meant. Jia Zhen was going to test out his wavy sword skill. Wavy sword skill was not a very powerful sword skill. Skills in this world were not as great as the ones in the Geno universe. They depended on the outside power too much. It made their own powers possess extraordinary flaws. Aside from some powerful elites, no one could do them both well. Sen already had skills that were similar to that. After he saw Qin Bai's performance, he was already familiar with wavy sword skill. He used the Calm and Calm beginner's skill. When Jia Zhen watched Han Sen perform the same skill, she frowned. She used Calm and Calm as a beginning skill because she wanted Han Sen to strike first. Han Sen did the same thing as her, which meant he wanted her to go first. She was a teacher of the Qin kingdom, and she was widely renowned for her sword skills. Han Sen's behavior suggested he was underestimating her. Jia Zhen did not mind that. She readied herself to attack Han Sen first. When it came to the point where she needed to unleash a strike, she wasn't sure where to begin. Han Sen just stood where he was, using the Calm and Calm skill she was very good at. When Han Sen used the skill, it looked fairly average. Yet, when she wanted to attack, she could not discern a single flaw in his performance. When she couldn't find a flaw, it gave Jia Zhen the feeling of being in a crisis. It was as if she'd receive a deadly counterattack if she dared try to strike. If that happened, the next strike would determine life and death. Jia Zhen stopped her actions. She looked very serious. She looked at Han Sen's sword skill, wanting to find a breaking point. Try as she might, Jia Zhen could not help herself from thinking about how incredibly weird Han Sen's wonderful performance of the sword skill was. It was like an endless sea full of danger. It looked like a calm sea, but under the water, many beasts lurked in wait. Jia Zhen's forehead started to produce sweat. She did not dare move. If she moved, she was afraid she would be the recipient of a very scary counterattack. She never thought Calm and Calm, which was not a very powerful skill, could produce such a scary mind and atmosphere. Jia Zhen thought Han Sen was a mysterious individual. She thought the sword skill he used was like an endless sea with many scary tricks and things hiding beneath the waves. Jia Zhen felt like she could not attack. She felt as if she was a lone human facing an endless sea. The power made her feel small and insignificant. If she was able to use a gene race, she could have used its special powers to fight back. Unfortunately, this was a fight based purely on their sword skills. It made Jia Zhen's entire body develop a sweat. Her clothes were wet. She was unable to move. If she moved, it felt like Han Sen would cast a deadly skill and kill her. Who is this Han Sen? How can his sword skills be so scary? It was just a very normal skill, yet he has made it so scary. It is no wonder he can teach Qin Bai a sword mind. Jia Zhen's impression of Han Sen had radically shifted. Jia Zhen did not believe someone who had such good sword skills and mind was an evil influencer like a dog. Chapter 3156 Researching Positivity and Negativity. As one Qin Bai looked at Han Sen and Jia Zhen. He did not understand the very high-level swordsmanship on display, but he could read people's faces. Han Sen looked calm. Jia Zhen looked serious. She even had a cold sweat. By seeing that, he could tell which of the pair were winning. Han Sen is so awesome. Even teacher Jia cannot beat him. Qin Bai was happy. He had the feeling one felt when finding someone to depend on. This feeling was different from how others experienced it though. There were 2 types of people around Qin Bai. One type was the good subordinates that made him happy, and the other was like 1,000-mile teacher and teacher Jia, who taught him stuff. Because he was not in charge of the kingdom yet, the officers around him did not have too much authority. They were just there to make him happy. They could not really sort out things for him. But the teachers were too hard on him. Every time he saw a teacher, he acted like a mouse seeing a cat. His mother died when he was young. Qin Zhen was a good king, so he was always busy with work and did not spend time with his son. When Qin Bai ran into issues, the officers could never help. He never talked about things with his teachers. They would not help him. They would merely tell him off. A person like Han Sen, someone who could support him, was the first person of this type that Qin Bai had ever met. Steel Scene, 1,000-mile reach, Teacher Jia, and the others annoyed Qin Bai feel, yet Han Sen was able to deal with them just fine. He even suppressed them. The confidence and power he repeatedly saw made Qin Bai feel as if he needed to lean on Han Sen completely. This type of reliance was like a little brother depending on a big brother. Qin Bai was not scared of him. He just relied on him. No matter what he did wrong, he could always ask Han Sen for help. Han Sen would come and make things better for him. Teacher Jia's mood was not as positive as Qin Bai. She was in a place where she could not move forward or backward. Han Sen's calm made her unable to fight back, but she could not just quit like that. They were just frozen where they were. "Dad, I am hungry," Bauer suddenly said with a blink. When Han Sen heard her, he put his sword away. He smiled. "Mr. Teacher, why don't we stop here for today?" Teacher Jia felt an immediate wave of relief hit her. The pressure was gone. She looked at Han Sen weirdly. After a while, she seriously said, "I lost. I will come and ask you for further demonstrations of sword skills another day." Jia Zhen was no longer seemed as proud as she had earlier. Her tone of voice had changed. On her way back, Teacher Jia kept thinking about what happened with Han Sen. She found it very hard to believe. That very famous dog of Jade Wall City had such a powerful sword skill. In 2 days, he had managed to make that troublesome student, Qin Bai, learn a sword mind. All of that did not sound like the same Han Sen she had heard about from other people. "Teacher Jia, the mister has asked you to come to the study." When Jia Zhen returned to the manor, Qin Jingzhen summoned her to the palace. "Did you go meet Han Sen?" Only Qin Jingzhen and Jia Zhen were inside the study. The other maids and guards were kicked out by the king. Jia Zhen nodded. "Yes, my king, I met him today. What do you think about him?" Qin Jingzhen asked. Jia Zhen quietly said, "He is unpredictable. It is hard to grasp his aim with accuracy." "Why do you ask?" Qin Jingzhen sighed. "He is getting closer and closer to my son. Ergo, I wish to know more about him. Do you think it is good or bad for my son to remain close to him?" When Jia Zhen heard him, she thought about it seriously. She did not answer his actual question. She asked, "Do you know where he came from?" Qin Jingzhen shook his head. "I have already had others investigate him. There is not much information to be learned. I only know that he is a villager from Big God Mountain. There is nothing else to be learned about him." Jia Zhen looked serious. "I see. I think it would be best if the Crown Prince does not remain too close to him." "What makes you say that?" Qin Jingzhen asked. Jia Zhen replied, "He is unknown, and his power is horridly strong. If he helps the Qin Kingdom and the Crown Prince, he will be a magnificent ally. If he does not help, he could do great harm to the Qin Kingdom. It would be best to keep some distance." When he heard her, Qin Jingzhen nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. There is one thing about Han Sen I should tell you, and do not repeat this to anyone else." "What is it?" Jia Zhen looked surprised. Qin Jingzhen rarely spoke like this. Qin Jingzhen said, "Teacher Jian is next to Han Sen." Jia Zhen could not react. She was shocked. When she was able to clear her mind, she happily asked, "What are saying? Is it Jian Teacher Jian?" Before Qin Jingzhen could answer, Jia Zhen said, "It is no wonder this has happened. Han Sen must be a student of Teacher Jian. That has to be why his sword skills are so good. With Teacher Jian's student to teach the Crown Prince, Mr. Crown Prince will grow up to be a great man." Qin Jingzhen had a wry smile. "You are wrong, teacher." "What do you mean? How I am wrong?" Jia Zhen asked with confusion. Qin Jingzhen's expression descended into being weirder and weirder. He looked at Jia Zhen and slowly said, "Han Sen is not Teacher Jian's student. Teacher Jian is with him. He claims he is Han Sen's servant." "What?" Jia Zhen was frozen like a wooden chicken. She opened her mouth wide and could not think straight. Qin Bai did not stay in the Feng family's castle. He was still afraid of Bauer. Whenever he looked at Bauer, all he could see was an angry dog. He wanted to avoid her the best he could. After Bai Qin left, Han Sen played a bit with Bauer. After eating dinner, he went off to do his own things. He wanted to research the positives and negatives of combined skills. The Reverse Cold Sutra did not have a suitable gene race, so he could not practice it. These days, Han Sen had already researched the core components of the Reverse Cold Sutra. He focused on the positives and negatives of the combined skills. He researched them for a long time. Han Sen wanted to use Night God No Moon's experience to put his Blood Pulse Sutra and Zhan Yellow Sutra together. He wanted to see if he could craft a power that might break the world. After all, the two of them were different skills. Night God No Moon's experience could be used as a reference, but most of the time, Han Sen had to depend on his own ability of modification. Han Sen had to find a way to combine the negatives and the positives. His progress was not going in leaps and bounds. It would be great if I could find a gene race that was suitable for practicing the Reverse Cold Sutra. Han Sen started to look at the God fights. If he was able to get first place in the God fights, he could earn a rare gene race. If the element fit, he could practice the Reverse Cold Sutra with it. Even if the element did not fit, he could use it for the Cast God Court or perhaps even match it with the Dongshuan Sutra or the story of genes. At the very least, it would certainly be of some use. Chapter 3157 Rocky D. When it came to dealing with positive and negative skills, the biggest problem was striking a fine balance. The power of the Zhan Yellow Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra had to be perfectly balanced if they were to be merged. That was integral. In the universe of kingdoms, Han Sen was unable to use the Blood Pulse Sutra's power unless he broke the rules of suppression that dictated the world. Breaking the rules was the only way he could use of Blood Pulse Sutra. Even so, in a situation in which one power received support from the rules of the world and the other was repelled by the powers of the world, wanting to strike a perfect balance between the two powers was extraordinarily difficult. Because of God's warning, Han Sen did not want to destroy the rules of the world. That had become obvious. Thus, his careful practice wasn't yielding many results. While Han Sen was practicing, a servant of the Feng family came running up to him and informed him about the peculiar guest. "Mr. Han, I believe there is a Mr. called Rock that wants to see you. He told me that he wishes to talk about some business exchange with you or something like that." "Bring him to the conference room," Han Sen quietly said. When Han Sen went to the conference room, he saw a man waiting there. That man was wearing a black suit. His entire body and image were strikingly tidy. His suit did not have any wrinkles. His shoes were as polished as the surface of a mirror. Atop his head was a black top hat. When he looked at the face beneath the brim of the top hat, the most impressive thing to see was two mustaches. People who had a beard usually were dirty and wild. This man had two little black mustaches that made people think they were suitable on his face. Without those two little mustaches, he would have looked less manly. With those two little mustaches, the man was very attractive and mature. His eyes were as black as the night. It gave the man a charm and allure that was difficult to describe. When Han Sen looked at the man, he had to confess that his first impression was him being a man who left a good impression. "Hello, Mr. Han. I am Rocky D. It is nice to meet you." The man saw Han Sen walk in, so he stood up. He took off his top hat and brought his other hand forward to shake with him. He was very polite. Being appreciative of his manners, Han Sen saw no reason to reject a nice, friendly handshake. Therefore, he merrily shook Rocky D's hand. He could not help but immediately remark how Rocky D was such a gentleman when it came to the art of shaking hands. His touch on Han Sen's hands was very gentle, and the shake was graceful. He shook Han Sen's hand softly and let go. Han Sen let Rocky D sit down before asking, "So, why you have come all this way looking for little old me?" Rocky D replied, "Mr. Han, it has come to our attention that you recently killed Decapitation Queen of my God Chaos Party. It is because of this villainous act that the leader has asked me to come here in search of compensation." "Oh, what sort of compensation should I give you?" Han Sen was shocked. He was not shocked because Rocky D was from God Chaos Party, as there were weirder things than that. It was really strange to know that Rocky D had simply come looking for him in such a fashion. Rocky D seriously said, "There is a saying that if you take a life, you pay back with life. If you owe someone money, you pay them back with money. The God Chaos Party has been fair. You killed Decapitation Queen, so we lost a good member. We hope you, Mr. Han, can join the God Chaos Party to replace her position and call things even." "That sounds fair, but I am not interested in joining the God Chaos Party," Han Sen said. Rocky D was not aggravated by the rejection. He maintained his elegance and smiled. "That is okay. If you do not think that will work, I have another suggestion." "Tell me." Han Sen looked at Rocky D with interest. Rocky D looked sincere as he said, "If you keep working for the party, it will be hard for you. Decapitation Queen was one of our core members. She cannot have died for nothing. So, I have a way to resolve this. You must do 3 things for the God Chaos Party. Accomplish these tasks, and we will call things even. What do you think? What 3 tasks do you have in mind? Han Sen asked. Rocky D said, I don't know yet. But do not worry, the God Chaos Party will never force someone to do something impossible. It will be something within your capabilities. Sorry, I never agree to things I don't know the details of, Han Sen said. Rocky D dimly looked at Han Sen and asked, does that mean you are not planning to compensate us for what you owe? I owe people many things. If I was to pay everyone back, I would die many times over. How could I still be alive? Han Sen did not plan on agreeing. He just nodded. I hope you rethink this decision. If you change your mind, call this number. This number will work before midnight. Rocky D gave Han Sen a card and said, excuse me. After all that, Rocky D put his top hat back on, patted his clothes down, and exited the room. Be polite first and then be mean. This God Chaos Party is interesting. Han Sen looked at the card. The card was made of black metal. Rocky D's name was written on it. There was a number on the back, and below, there were a few words. It said, God Chaos Party's Minister of Foreign Affairs. He turned the metal card over. There were no words on the backside. There was just the symbol of a clown. When Han Sen saw the symbol, it looked familiar. He had seen that somewhere before, but he did not remember where. The clown symbol was dark red. It looked as if it was jumping or running. Its face was turned 90 degrees, so it was looking forward. Atop its head was a clown hat. The clown's eyes were like moons. Its lips were up. It had a weird smile that made people feel rather uncomfortable. Han Sen thought he had seen this clown symbol before. He was certain of it. As he held the card, he tried to remember where he saw it. After a while of brainstorming, he recalled where he had last seen that symbol. In the beginning, he, Exquisite, and Li Kier had entered a crystallizer laboratory in the core area. He had spent some time there with the big and small crocodile gods. It was there that he discovered many crystal cans the crystallizers used for their tests. It was there Han Sen saw the remains of an arm. It was on that arm there was the tattoo of a clown. No, it was not just similar. It was the same. I remember the size was almost similar. Is that just a coincidence? Han Sen thought it was weird. He looked at the clown symbol as he receded into deep contemplation. He remembered the arm and bones had some text. The content stated, M67 test subject has mutated. The test results are unknown. Number 7586 core created God plan failed. It was some information like that. Chapter 3158 Death Silhouette. The crystallizers were powerful, but they were not strong enough to overcome reincarnation. How were they connected to the God Chaos Party? Han Sen wondered. He could not figure out why. Han Sen was certain about one thing. Rocky D's phone number only worked before midnight. It meant that after midnight, the God Chaos Party would deal with him in their own way. Regarding the God Chaos Party, Han Sen wouldn't dare be careless in their presence. Back in the day, they were almost able to usurp the God spirits. Their might was not inferior to Qin Shu. Han Sen was also restricted by the rules of the world. Even if he did not pay heed to God's warning, breaking the rules of the world would not provide Han Sen much of an advantage due to the short amount of time his rule breaking would last. Han Sen spent his time researching the positive and negative combination skills, waiting for the clock to strike midnight. In an old building, Rocky D was waiting in a living room. There was a big bell in the living room. He was waiting for that hour to come as well. Mr. Minister, just kill Han Sen. Why even give him a chance? Next to Rocky D, there was a maid-like creature. She was not described as a human because her head possessed a black draconic horn. Rocky D smiled. The God Chaos Party failed last time because we underestimated the power of humans. This time, we are going to try our best to control the powerful humans. We will not allow the God spirits to take advantage of them. I see. Mr. Minister is very smart. The maid looked at Rocky D with admiration. Rocky D sighed. Han Sen was able to kill Decapitation Queen and destroy Breakhead Temple because his power is as strong as the 12 main gods. It is a shame that his power is hard for us to use. Mr. Minister, are you saying he is not going to call? If he isn't going to, why are we waiting this long? The maid was shocked. Well, there is no need to be super hasty. Besides, he is a genius. It is a firm belief of mine that geniuses like Han Sen should always be given a chance to prove themselves. Rocky D looked deeply into the clock as he spoke. Time went by, second after second. When all the needles pointed to 12, the bell made some dong sounds. After it rang 12 times, Rocky D got up off his couch and sighed. The God Chaos Party has not received fresh blood and a bright mind to join in a long time. I was hoping to have a good start with Han Sen. I was hoping something might happen between us. But I'm afraid. The maid's eyes opened wide. She happily waited for Rocky D to say something. Her eyes looked sparkly. Mr. Minister, are you going to use that? Rocky D did not answer. He raised his right hand. He looked at his hand seriously. His fingers were very long and powerful. They looked awfully pretty. His hand did not have a single scar or scratch on it, neither was his hand old and wrinkly. It was the sort of hand that could be a hand model. On that beautiful hand, a black flame arose. It was like some demon air from hell. In fact, it was not just his hand. Rocky D's entire body burned with a strange, black flame. The look on his face had changed. His eyes brimmed with passion. His other hand reached into the sky. A paper appeared. Rocky D mumbled, "The art of light and shadow. The passionate strikes between life and imagination. It gives the lifeless things the most beautiful of souls, death silhouette." His right hand's black flame gathered up quickly. It was like Han Sen's shadow was jumping in that black flame. Han Sen was in the Feng family's garden when he felt it. He looked at his right hand and felt something, but it only lasted a second. Does that mean, when I shook hands with Rocky D today, Han Sen thought of something, which made him frown. In the living room, Rocky D held his right hand. The black flame generated the shape of scissors. He held them in his hand. In the next second, Rocky D's eyes glowed. The paper and scissors started to move. The action was incredibly fast and elegant. There was a crazy amount of cutting going on. It unfolded like a dance. One could almost see the countless shadows of the hand. It was like a demon that had many arms. It only happened in a moment. The very square, white paper was cut into a human-shaped body, and the white paper turned into black. Upon looking closer, one noticed death's silhouette was the side of Han Sen's face. Even though it was just a black shadow, there was no face or emotion displayed. Anyone who knew Han Sen would be able to recognize it was him. It is no wonder you are Mr. Minister. No matter how many times I watch this, death's silhouette just blows me away. The maid looked at Rocky D with nothing short of sheer admiration. Rocky D did not seem to listen to the maid's compliments. He was very focused. His eyes looked at the silhouette passionately. It was like he was admiring his own handiwork. What a shame. Such an interesting soul is going to disappear like this. After that, the silhouette's right hand scissors turned into a jumping black fire. It was like some purgatory fire that was burning Han Sen. Rocky D looked at the silhouette. He then moved it to the black fire. The silhouette that touched the black fire was ignited. His feet started to burn. At the same time, Han Sen, who was in the garden, started to burn with an invisible fire that started in his feet. It wrapped up his feet and quickly started to spread higher. The black fire was very weird. It seemed to burn hard, fast, and violently. Despite that, Han Sen's clothes weren't actually immolated. His legs weren't really on fire either. Han Sen started to feel some kind of pain that came from deep within his soul. He felt as if his legs were being charred into dust. It made people like him, who had such a strong will, feel so much pain that he wanted to scream. His body trembled. Han Sen's face changed. He immediately cast the Zhen Yellow Sutra, wanting to get rid of that weird, black flame that suddenly sought to claim him. Quite concerningly, the Zhen Yellow Sutra did not work on the black flame. Within the blink of an eye, the black flame had already reached his thighs. Below his thighs, he could not feel anything. His legs were still there, but he did not feel anything at all. Without even thinking, Han Sen summoned the Sky God Crown. He wore it and became an annihilation god of wealth. He went back to the God Temple for a retreat. He used the God Temple and Sky God Crown's God Spirit power to fight the black fire. All of that started to work. Under the God Spirit's power, the black fire was suppressed. It could not spread any further, but it was not extinguished. It still ravaged where it could. The paper man in Rocky D's hands was like that too. The black fire stopped around his thighs. The flames could not go any higher. Very good. Let me, the paper god Rocky D, have a look at how strong you really are. Rocky D's eyes were suddenly burning. The black fire coming out of his eyes was like a volcanic erupting. Chapter 3159 Breaking the World, underworld silhouette, Rocky D coldly shouted. The black flames on his body turned white. The flames were strong. They were like ice that could not be broken. The black paper man was burned by the white fire, which turned it white. It was wrapped up by the white fire. The white fire was burning on Han Sen's body too. The scary fire felt like it was ravaging his soul. The god temple and the god of wealth's power were insufficient. They could not keep the white fire at bay. The light of the god temple started to go dim. Mr. Decapitation Queen's body had a purple fire burning with god light. The guillotine and doll shone with a lot of god light. It helped the god temple and Han Sen fight the scary white power. They fought it together. It made the invasive white fires slow their encroachment. Even so, the white fires were still slowly consuming Han Sen's soul. The white fire did not physically damage the body. To god spirits, it still dealt an incredible amount of damage. This is the break world power. Han Sen suddenly thought it was familiar. It was the same feeling when Night God No Moon used break world power, but both of their elements were different. This layer of power could not be misidentified. Han Sen still felt that this power was weaker than Night God No Moon break world power. It was not as scary as he thought it might end up being. Without a shadow of a doubt, Han Sen broke the suppression of the world's rules and entered Super God Spirit mode. Only Super God Spirit mode could fight the break world power. The burning white fire came out of Han Sen's eyes. It spread all over his body. It turned his body into a white shadow. His body looked as if it was no longer solid. The power of Super God Spirit mode was finally able to put an end to the fires that corroded his spirit. Han Sen's eyes flashed. The entire world's substance chains were in his eyes. His hands were going toward those substance chains. It broke the white fire's substance chains. The white flame on him was suddenly extinguished. Stillness and silence returned. With the absence of the white flame, there were no scorch marks left behind. It was like he had never been on fire. In the living room of an old house, Rocky D's white paper man was suddenly turned to dust. Rocky D coughed up some blood. Interesting. He was able to break my underworld silhouette. It is no wonder he was able to kill Decapitation Queen. Rocky D's eyes flashed with surprise. He put out his red tongue and wiped away the blood. A flare of excitement started to cross his face. That is good. This beginning is quite interesting. Han Sen, you have what it takes to be my prey. Super God Spirit mode provided invincibility. Han Sen was finally able to extinguish the white flame that plagued his body, but it didn't bring him any joy. God Chaos Party was scarier than he had imagined. He was not allowed to use the Super God Spirit mode to sort out his problems all the time. I must learn the break world power quickly, Han Sen thought. The God altar moved. A man stood atop the God altar. It was God, who Han Sen was very familiar with. He was the superior being that controlled the Geno Hall. You broke the rules again. God looked at Han Sen as he spoke. I had to. People from the God Chaos Party tried to kill me. I could not just stand by and do nothing. Han Sen shrugged. God blinked. It looked like he was smiling, but he wasn't smiling. I am okay with it, but 2 worlds are suffering damage because of you. When the worlds are destroyed, don't say I did not warn you. Is it really that bad? Han Sen did not believe his breaking the rules could cause so much damage. Qin Shu must have done it a lot in the past. You have been in this universe for quite a while of time now, haven't you? God asked. Therefore, being the curious being that you are, you must know quite a bit about this world and how it operates by now. Am I correct? If so, have you heard about how this universe came to have so many God pulses and gene eggs in the first place? Regarding that, I heard the reason that there are so many God pulses and gene eggs is that the Geno universe had too many God spirits die, Han Sen said. That is one of the reasons. The opposite of a creature being born is dying. God pulses and land pulses are not. God paused and asked, how about that? After your fight with Qin Shu, the 2 universes underwent big changes. What became clear to us was that creatures grow quickly. Things that were not supposed to be here have shown up far too early. Is this connected to me breaking the rules of the universe? Han Sen asked. To be accurate, these mysterious and weird scenes that happen are because the universe itself is in a fixing and balancing mode. The powers that should not be here have been activated. It's like humans using their potential. If this keeps going, and the universe becomes exhausted, the universe cannot go back to running how it has been. That means the machine of the universe will stop operating. When that happens, there will be darkness and destruction. That sounds very complicated, but I don't care, Han Sen said. I can stop breaking the rules of the world, but you need to make sure I don't die in here." Before God could speak, Han Sen smiled and said, "God Chaos Party's minister has a frightening amount of power. Even with Moment God, he cannot be beaten. How did you guys defeat the God Chaos Party in the past?" God knew what Han Sen was getting at, but he still said, "It is very simple." "What makes you think God spirits need to give blood pulses to humans? Are you saying humans give power to the God spirits for the God spirits to be stronger and perhaps even use break world powers?" Han Sen did not quite believe it. Break world powers are too destructive and tolling on the universe. God spirits cannot use the power. As protectors of the universe, God spirits can use this world's power, whether from humans or gene races, to aid them. It's like you having Decapitation Queen. When she became your sub-god, your god powers actually became stronger. She can also use her powers to assist you in combat. In that capacity, humans are similar. The more you have on your side, the more they achieve. The power they can give you can also be more. What level must I reach to challenge the members of God Chaos Party? That was what Han Sen cared about. That is very simple. Your god of wealth is not a fighting god spirit, so it is a bit weak on that front. You could destroy the 8 annihilation god spirits and make them your sub-gods, but it would be best if they were 8 wild annihilation god spirits instead. Then, fighting Rocky D would be easy. God laughed. Han Sen rolled his eyes. "Wow, you sure make it sound easy as pie. How am I supposed to find wild annihilation god spirits with ease?" "It isn't easy. If it was, the God Chaos Party would not have just almost broken the Geno Hall. He made the last leader reopen the universe to destroy the God Chaos Party." God sighed. Chapter 3160 Humans that should not exist. Han Sen hurriedly asked, "What? The universe was rebooted once. Is this the consequence of it being rebooted? Does this mean everything in the universe has to start from scratch?" God shook his head. "It's not like that. Reboot god spirits can reboot things, but they cannot really return the universe to how it was in the beginning. There is so much I could explain, but I don't have the time to tell you everything." "Aren't you a reboot god spirit? How can you not explain your own powers?" Han Sen looked at God with a look of disbelief. God seriously said, "I really am a reboot god spirit, and I can reset things. But do you know the price it costs to reboot the universe?" "What price would you pay?" Han Sen asked. "Didn't I tell you the last temple owner rebooted the universe?" God asked with a smile. Han Sen froze. He suddenly realized something. God meant that the last Geno Hall owner activated the universe reboot powers. That was why he was the last one. Han Sen looked at him strangely as he asked, "Are you saying you are the leader of the Geno Hall now?" God nodded and said, "It is lucky you aren't too dumb. Even if I have reboot powers, the consequences of me rebooting are something that not even I can comprehend." After pausing, God went on to say, "Rebooting the universe did not sort out our issues with the God Chaos Party. We dealt great damage to the God Chaos Party, but most of God Chaos Party's members were reborn to become new creatures without any connection to their past life. Unfortunately, some fish were able to escape the net. After all these years, they have grown up again. When the God spirits were rebooted, they suffered a lot as well. The God spirits that had already reached their zenith were beaten back down to their paltry beginnings. They had to start their own developments all over again. Because the universe was rebooted, the resources of the universe were quite lacking as well. The God spirits evolved very slowly. Otherwise, in the past, when you looked at the high-level God temples, there would not be just one main God." After saying that, God laughed. "The universe was messed up by you and Qin Shu. To God spirits, it has provided an opportunity. The resources they have been able to get in the universe are far more than before. They were able to grow up fast. Many God spirits have been able to get back into their prior prime." Han Sen looked at God and said, "I have some questions. Why did the humans of the universe of kingdoms earn the protection of God spirits or even have the ability to become a god to fight alongside them? Why are humans only able to make a wish and get scammed in the Geno universe?" These were questions he had been unable to determine answers for. The treatment of beings in both universes was vastly different. God looked at Han Sen. After a while, he replied, "The Geno universe did not used to have humans. Still, there should be no humans. Humans should only belong in the universe of kingdoms." "What does that mean?" Han Sen did not understand. "The universe of kingdoms is positive," God slowly said. "The Geno universe is negative. Humans, these creatures, only belong to the positive. They should not exist in the negative world. Han Sen froze when he heard that. He finally understood. Indeed, the Geno universe did not have any humans. They were able to go there because of Qin Shu, but they were not really humans. To use a saying of the modern world, the universe of kingdoms was like the real world. It was yang. The Geno universe was yin. It was hell. How could human beings go to hell? Therefore, humans could not have and should not have existed in the Geno universe. Of course, that was just a saying. In fact, there was no saying about yin and yang. Both of them were living worlds. It was just that one was positive and the other was negative. If I were you, I would find a way to level up God powers instead of breaking the rules of the universe all the time. God patted Han Sen on the shoulder. Han Sen wanted to say something. When he turned around, God was gone. Han Sen had sensed that God had been busy lately. The last 2 times he saw him, he had arrived almost as quickly as he left. It seemed as if he was squeezing in chats in between other important tasks that demanded his attention. It looks like the God Chaos Party is really giving him a headache. Han Sen felt bad for him. He shook his head in dismay. He had a headache too. Rocky D was still alive. In the God Chaos Party, there were sure to be scary existences that rivaled or even surpassed him. He was now an enemy of the God Chaos Party. Han Sen suspected his life was going to get a whole lot more miserable. No matter what, I am going to find 8 sub-gods. I need more people backing me up. God was right, I cannot keep breaking the rules for every fight. Even if the universe can endure it, I myself never can. Han Sen's heart jumped when he thought about that. He thought about the god spirits in the Sea of Soul. He did not care about other god spirits. Inside his Sea of Soul was an annihilation class moment god. I don't know if I can summon my god spirit to be a sub-god spirit. It will be great if I can. That is one of the 12 main gods. It should be able to be a sub-god in my temple. It is a shame there are no free god bases, and I cannot test it. After Han Sen thought about it, he felt a headache come on. If he wanted a god base, he required more members. Members brought back powers to assemble more god bases. Han Sen only had 1 member in his God of Wealth temple. It was the little bald baby who looked like burning lamp. The only problem he had was that he was a bit too small. If he ever wanted him to be useful, he might have to wait many years. No, I will have to get a few members that can give me things immediately. Han Sen thought about Feng Yin Yin again. Yin Yin has great potential. Even if she doesn't, I can make her stronger. I will recruit her at the God of Wealth temple first. After thinking about it, he departed the God of Wealth temple. He went straight to the Feng family's castle. San Mu, are you okay? When Feng Yin Yin saw Han Sen return, she worriedly looked at him. She and Bauer had seen Han Sen be burned by a black flame. She was worried, so she stayed in the garden waiting for him to return. I am fine. Han Sen seized this opportunity to ask, by the way, Yin Yin, what god spirit blood pulse do you have? I don't have a god spirit blood pulse, Feng Yin Yin said. My auntie says she will find me the best of the best Sonic class god spirit blood pulse, but she hasn't had much luck. Therefore, I do not have a god spirit blood pulse. I only have a blood pulse from a land pulse. She looked at Han Sen with curiosity and asked, why are you asking me that? I know of a god temple, Han Sen said. The god spirit there is very good. If you are willing to, I can help you inherit the god spirit's blood pulse. Sure, what kind of god spirit is it? Feng Yin Yin trusted Han Sen, so she agreed. She still wanted to know what kind of god spirit it was. It's God of Wealth. Han Sen gave her the title. Feng Yin Yin did not say anything. Feng Fei Fei rushed over, shouting, no, absolutely not. Yin Yin is very talented in music. She cannot go with God of Wealth. Her god spirit blood pulse must be Sonic class. Chapter 3161 The Test of Feng Yin Yin's Talent. Feng Fei Fei walked over and told Han Sen, Mr. Han and Fei Fei, I understand your noble intentions, but little Yin's Sonic talents are exceptional. We still hope she can receive a Sonic god spirit blood pulse. Aside from the reason Han Fei Fei pointed out, there was an additional reason that she merely felt bad for suggesting. The God of Wealth Han Sen suggested was something Feng Fei Fei had never of before. Besides the fact it wasn't one of the 12 Annihilation class main gods, there wasn't a God of Wealth amid the famous disaster god spirits. Feng Fei Fei had explored for many years, hoping to find a Sonic Annihilation god spirit blood pulse for little Yin, but Annihilation god spirit blood pulses were hard to find. Even if Feng Yin-yin's talent tempted the spirits, the 12 annihilation god spirits were controlled by the kings of the 7 kingdoms. Commoners had no chance of praying for a god spirit blood pulse. Among the 12 annihilation god spirits, there were only 2 connected with sonic powers. One was a pure sonic god spirit, and the other one only had a connection to it. Feng Fei had been busy on Feng Yin-yin's behalf. She hoped she would be able to one day have her try inside the pure sonic god spirit's temple. It was a shame that the sonic god spirit was owned by the kings of the Chu kingdom. Only the royals of the Chu kingdom could go into that god temple and pray for a blood pulse. Feng Fei had tried her best, but she was never successful. There was still a chance with the other god spirits, and Feng Fei had left home because of that. God never answered prayers. For some reason, Feng Fei failed. She had only recently returned. After that, Feng Fei had some ideas. She believed some methods would enable her to have a chance with Feng Yin-yin. "Auntie, it is fine," Feng Yin-yin said with a laugh. "The god spirit San Mu has introduced me to must be good." She did not just say that because she trusted Han Sen. She did not want Feng Fei to incur so much trouble on her behalf. Feng Yin-yin knew Feng Fei had suffered a lot because of her tireless search for a god spirit blood pulse. She had given it a lot of effort. Feng Fei was one of the most popular singers. To do something this big, she also had to beg a lot of people. She would have probably suffered much in her struggle. As a result, Feng Yin-yin felt bad for her. Thus, she did not want her to continue suffering on her behalf. Feng Fei quickly said, "I know the god spirit Mr. Han has suggested cannot be too bad, but your musical talents are more than exceptional. If you earn the element from another god spirit blood pulse, it will be a waste of your natural gift." After hearing Feng Fei say that, Han Sen did not know what to say. He knew Feng Fei's musical talents were extraordinary. It really was a shame if she was unable to get a sonic god spirit to capitalize on her talent. Han Sen also wanted to find a sonic sub-god to be in the God of Wealth temple, but he did not think he could get that done anytime soon. Feng Fei probably wouldn't believe in an empty promise. Seeing Han Sen not insist any further, Feng Fei felt relieved. She stroked Feng Yin-yin's head and said, "Don't worry, Yin-yin. I know where to get you a god spirit blood pulse. You just need to give me another month and a half, and you will have a god spirit blood pulse." Although Han Sen did not believe her, he did not say anything about it. Even if Feng Fei did give Feng Yin-yin a chance, she would only get a complete blood pulse. It would not be a blood pulse that could be inherited, so it was not very meaningful. They were both annihilation class. God of Wealth, however, was not sonic class. Feng Fei would have a blood pulse that could be inherited. They were very different from each other. This was something Han Sen could not push. He just needed to convince Feng Fei. He could not rush it. He needed Feng Yin-yin to go on his side. He could not allow Feng Yin-yin to start obeying other god spirits. The next day, Feng Fei was in a rush to go again. Based on her expression, there was an 80% to 90% chance she was going to do something for Feng Yin-yin. Not long after Feng Fei was gone, Feng Yin-yin ran to Han Sen and seriously asked, "San Mu, can you take me to the God of Wealth temple?" "Of course, I can. Don't you need to confirm this with your auntie? Doesn't she need to agree?" Han Sen did not want Feng Fei and Feng Yin-yin to fall out with each other because of this. Han Sen knew that Feng Fei really adored Feng Yin-yin. After all, Feng Yin-yin lost her mother when she very young. Feng Fei was the one who raised her. She was a cousin, but the relationship was more like that of a mother and daughter. "Actually, it is because I do not want auntie to be busy on my behalf. She never tells me, but I know the god spirit she begs for me is very nice. I like it too, but that god temple belongs to a king of the Qin kingdom that has a different name. That king with a different surname happens to like little auntie. I am afraid." After saying that, Feng Yin-yin suddenly stopped talking. Han Sen understood what she meant. He admired Feng Yin-yin's sensitivity. She was so young, but she saw a lot. It was no wonder she was Shang Yin reborn. "Okay, I will take you to the God of Wealth temple," Han Sen said with a smile. "The God of Wealth is not a sonic god spirit, but he will not disappoint you." "San Mu has never disappointed me," Feng Yin-yin said with a blink of her eyes. It was too late to take Feng Yin-yin to the gold crystal system, so Han Sen used the sky god crown. He picked up Bauer and Feng Yin and took them into the God of Wealth temple. They appeared on the altar. Feng Yin looked at Han Sen with shock. How did you do that? How can you go to a god temple from home so quickly? It is because this is my god temple, Han Sen said with a smile. I can come and go as I please. Your god temple, are you a god spirit, San Mu? Feng Yin looked at Han Sen with curiosity. Kind of, Han Sen replied. This god statue does not look like you. Feng Yin looked at the god of wealth statue. It was Han Sen's god statue, and it was made from a god base. Han Sen was wearing the sky god crown, which was how he had become a god spirit. He was not actually a god spirit, which was why the god statue did not look like him. The god statue's face was very blurry, so no one could really identify it. The sky god crown on the god statue's head was the same as the sky god crown on his head. Put 1 drop of your blood onto the god stove. Han Sen did not explain things further. He pointed at the stove on the gold altar. Feng Yin nodded. She walked to the stove and picked up a knife. Her nervous hands trembled. Don't worry, Han Sen said. This place is mine. No matter what your talent is, you can get an inheritable blood pulse. Thank you, San Mu. Feng Yin was not as nervous now, so she cut her finger and dropped some of her blood onto the god stove. A moment later, the god stove played a god sound. Some gold light was released. A tree of gold light appeared out of the stove. The gold tree shot up into the sky. It had many different coins on it. It was a money tree. Chapter 3162 God of Wealth Blood Pulse. He knew it was just an illusion in a weird scene. Still, seeing the money tree with lots of coins hanging from its boughs and feeling the aura of the gold money tree and a sky full of stars made him open his eyes wide. The coins on the money tree fell off. They were going straight for Feng Yin. They melted into her body. Her body was given a god spirit mark that resembled a coin. It immediately started to shine. Its luminosity grew brighter and brighter. The tree full of coins fell. It all melted into Feng Yin's body. At the same time, the sky god crown received a wonderful message. Spirit strength. 10-star gene potential. 10-star compatibility. 9-star overall. S-class blood pulse inheritor. Do the god spirits use this to decide who to give their blood pulses to? At the same time, Han Sen received even more messages from the sky god crown. There were options for giving the person's blood pulse. There were 4 choices. 1 corner, broken, perfect, and inheritor. 1 corner meant 1 god spirit blood pulse would be given at random. It was the lowest level a god spirit blood pulse could impart. It gave a person a small god spirit blood pulse. It did not do much. It just made people a beginner level gene caster. Broken god spirit blood pulses were better. Some features of the god spirits were there, but they were not complete. They were not strong either. There was no need to explain things about perfect. It basically meant giving a person a perfect god spirit blood pulse and creating a contract. When the person needed it, they could call upon the god spirit's contract to combine and fight with their aid. God spirits were able to use their inherited blood pulse. It gave them extra power to fight. Of course, god spirits gave humans these benefits to make humans grow. When humans had a contract with a gene race, god spirits would take some of that power for themselves. It was mutually beneficial, as it helped humans grow. When humans gained a gene race, god spirits were able to take some of that power. The stronger the gene race was, the more power they were able to take for themselves. The power taken away was used to make a god base. When god spirits gave humans a blood pulse, it also meant risking the chance of causing damage to themselves. If the human selected was not very good, a god spirit would not dare give them a perfect blood pulse. It would not give out an inheritor blood pulse. Feng Yin was quite excellent. Although she was not a perfect match, an S-rank ranking made her worthy of an inheritor blood pulse. Regardless of how poor Feng Yin's review might have been, Han Sen would have still given her an inheritor blood pulse. In his eyes, Feng Yin was perfect enough. In the name of God of Wealth, I give you my blood pulse. Feng Yin, do you want to be my inheritor? Han Sen's hands touched Feng Yin's forehead. The sky god crown shone with a god light. It put Feng Yin inside the god light. I am willing, Feng Yin seriously answered. Boom. Sky god crown's gold god light was like a spring of water. It gushed down onto the coin mark on her mark forehead. A weird connection formed between them. After the inheritor ritual was performed, Han Sen felt the sky god crown power lessen. The whole of the God of Wealth Temple's light started to dim. If God of Wealth Temple did not have Decapitation Queen guarding it, it would have become a disaster god spirit. The God of Wealth Temple was not able to suppress it. Han Sen thought, I don't know when the power of the Sky God Crown will be restored. Inheritor blood pulses cannot be given out like candy. San Mu, you really are a god spirit. Feng Yin knew Han Sen was the god of wealth, but her attitude did not change. She joyfully smiled and looked extremely excited. Han Sen told Feng Fei, this is our secret. Don't tell anyone, and that includes your auntie. He did not want people looking at him like he was a monster. This will be a secret between you and me, Feng Yin said as she blinked her eyes. Now, we wait for Feng Yin to get a gene race. After that, I will start reaping my benefits. Han Sen was very hopeful, but he did not know how many gene races Feng Yin could earn before giving him the necessary power to make a god base. After thinking it over, Han Sen decided to bring out a king-class gene egg to give to Feng Yin. He smiled and said, try this out. Can you use your god of wealth blood pulse to hatch it? Feng Yin did not mind trying. She accepted the gene egg and used the god of wealth blood pulse to try and tame it. An annihilation god spirit blood pulse was very good. The king-class gene egg was absorbed into the god spirit mark. It quickly hatched. At the same time, Han Sen felt a weird power come from the god spirit mark. It went into the sky god crown. Han Sen felt disappointed. While wearing the sky god crown, that power was like pouring a glass of water into a swimming pool. It did not do much. To create a god base, he needed a lot more power than that. Fortunately, if a gene race evolved in Feng Yin's god spirit mark in the future, Han Sen could take some of that power. The greater the power of the gene race was, the more power he would receive in return. Now, it was just hatching. It was understandable that the power gained was low. It is no wonder why god spirits favor many members. If it was just one member, who knows how long it could ever take to form another god base. Han Sen ransacked his mind for solutions on how to bring more members to his god temple. After thinking it over, killing the God Chaos Party's members could earn him a god base with each kill. That was a more direct way to his woes than slaving away to recruit members. I wonder where Rocky D's god temple is. Han Sen wanted to kill Rocky D, but he was unable to locate him. He could not even find his god temple. He took Feng Yin and Bauer back to Feng Castle. Feng Fei was already back, and she had been looking for them. When Feng Fei saw them in the garden, she asked with confusion, where have you guys been? I've been looking all over for you. She had already asked the maids in the castle, and no one had seen them around. They were nowhere to be found. Little auntie, why are you looking for us? Feng Yin tried to change the subject. Feng Fei's mood was fine. She did not ask any more about her last question. She pulled Feng Yin's hand and said, Little Yin, I spoke to God Speak King. He has allowed you to pray before the prophet God for a god spirit blood pulse. You should ready yourself. We are going to Prophet God Temple tomorrow. Feng Yin looked a little irritated as she said, Auntie, there is no need. I have a god spirit blood pulse now. What? Feng Fei was frozen. She looked to be in a state of disbelief. How could you have a god spirit blood pulse? With mustered courage, Feng Yin said, Auntie, I asked San Mu to take me to God of Wealth Temple. I received the God of Wealth blood pulse from the God of Wealth Temple. Feng Fei was shocked. Her face kept morphing into different expressions. No words could describe how she felt. She had put so much effort into this happening. The amount of effort she had put in, the favors she owed, and the strings she had pulled to earn this opportunity for Feng Yin were unquantifiable. One sentence from Feng Yin threw it all away. Chapter 3163 It really is annihilation class. Little Yin, you have made little auntie very sad. Feng Fei's eyes were so red that tears were about to flow. God only knew what kind of trouble she had gone through to get a god spirit blood pulse for Feng Yin. The amount of effort she must have put in could not have been described in words. She had given up so much for Feng Yin. Now, it was like someone had poured a bucket of ice over her head. It felt terrible. If this was anyone else, it would have driven them insane. Feng Fei was handling it surprisingly well. When Feng Yin saw her auntie looking the way she was, she put out her hands and tried her best to explain. Auntie, I am sorry. I know you have tried your hardest for me, but the god spirit San Mu found is really good. It is better than Prophet God. No matter how good it is, can it be better than Prophet God? Whatever. You have grown up now. You do not need me to watch over you anymore. Feng Fei felt very depressed. If Han Sen had not saved her life, she would have tried to kill him. Feng Yin's eyes turned red too. She held Feng Fei's hands and tried to explain what had happened. Auntie, don't do this. It hurts me to see this. The god spirit San Mu introduced is really good. It is an annihilation god spirit. An annihilation god spirit, which one? What kind of blood pulse did you receive? Feng Fei could not completely stop looking out for Feng Yin. When she heard Feng Yin had received an annihilation god spirit blood pulse, some glimmer of hope was regained. Although it was not a sonic god spirit, it was annihilation class. That made it not too bad. It was better than just finding a random, low-class blood pulse. It was the one San Mu mentioned earlier, Feng Yin quickly said. It was that god of wealth. When Feng Fei heard about the god of wealth again, she was immeasurably disappointed. Out of the 12 annihilation class main gods, there weren't any that she knew of called god of wealth. Don't try to comfort me, Feng Fei said with a sigh. Whatever happened, happened. I cannot help you change your blood pulse. I guess staying angry is pointless. Feng Yin sensed that Feng Fei did not believe her, so she hurriedly tried to explain it to her. Auntie, I am not lying to you. God of wealth really is an annihilation god spirit. It was the main god of a god temple that blessed me. Even the sub-god of that god temple was annihilation class. You're joking. You're being a bit too ridiculous now, don't you think? I told you that I wouldn't be angry with you. But if you continue to lie, I really will get mad. Feng Fei did not believe her at all. Out of the 12 annihilation class main god temples, there were sub-gods, but there were not many. Sub-gods were usually disaster class. No god spirit had a sub-god that was the same class as the main god. Auntie, I am really not lying. Feng Yin didn't know how to explain it any better, so she just tried to be honest. God of wealth and its sub-god are both annihilation god spirits. God of wealth gave me an inheritor blood pulse. Feng Fei froze after hearing about an inheritor blood pulse. She did not believe it. An inheritor blood pulse was not something just anyone was able to get. Even a destroyed class inheritor blood pulse was rare. Many gene casters begged for it. What Feng Yin had said was too ridiculous. Feng Fei could not believe it. Ordinary god spirits only chose one family to give an inheritor blood pulse. The 12 annihilation god spirits already had their inheritors. They were royals or leaders. It was obscenely rare to gain. Han Sen whispered into her ear, Yin, show your god spirit mark to Feng Fei. She will believe you. Feng Yin had been too pushy. She only recognized that now. She quickly showed her god spirit mark off. A sparkling coin appeared in the middle of Feng Yin's forehead. It was like a gold sun. The word, wealth, was on the coin. It was shining with a miraculous god light. A scary god spirit presence enveloped the entire garden. On top of that, there was the symbol of an annihilation god spirit mark. It really is annihilation class, little Yin, is this really an annihilation class inheritor god spirit blood pulse? Upon seeing the symbol, Feng Fei was as surprised and happy. Just as Feng Yin said, she had an annihilation class inheritor god spirit blood pulse. This was incredibly good news. This was many times better than what Prophet God could have given her. Prophet God was annihilation class too, but he could only offer Feng Yin a perfect blood pulse. He could not give her an inheritor blood pulse. An inheritor blood pulse was very important. It did not just benefit one person. The children and grandchildren would also have this honor. Even if Feng Yin received Prophet God's perfect blood pulse, it would only be good for her lifetime. Having an inheritor blood pulse meant all her children and grandchildren would benefit just as much. Generations would be respected and treated like nobles. The differences were incomparable. While annihilation class was unexpected, even a disaster class would have been an achievement. Even a destroyed class inheritor blood pulse would have made Feng Fei give up her life for Feng Yin to receive. God spirits did not pick their inheritors easily. Feng Yin's talents and position were very rare. Even a destroyed class inheritor blood pulse would have been hard for her to get. Auntie, when have I ever lied to you? Feng Yin asked. This god of wealth San Mu found me really as an annihilation god spirit, and it gave me an inheritor blood pulse. God of wealth's sub-god is annihilation class 2. Now, I have the buffs of 2 annihilation class authority god powers. One is wealth, and the other is death sentence. The mark could only reveal that it was annihilation class. She could not properly prove if it was an inheritor blood, pulse. Feng Fei looked at Han Sen as if she wanted his confirmation. Han Sen nodded. Feng Fei felt shocked and happy, but she still struggled to believe it. This was a bit too against everything she knew. It was too hard to believe. Feng Fei's heart jumped. She transferred her Holy Phoenix to Feng Yin. Her Holy Phoenix was a God-class gene race. It was in ultimate mode, but Feng Yin was not the one who had raised it. If Feng Yin did not have an annihilation class inheritor blood pulse when Feng Fei transferred it, Feng Yin would have a hard time controlling it. Little Yin, see if you can combine with the Holy Phoenix. Feng Fei was as excited as she was nervous. She really hoped what Feng Yin said was real, but she was afraid of it being a lie. Feng Yin accepted the Holy Phoenix. She summoned the Holy Phoenix to combine with it. The Holy Phoenix was very powerful. Under the powers of 2 annihilation-class god spirits, it did not refuse or resist. It allowed Feng Yin to summon it and combine with it. It was done very simply. It was like they had already done it a million times. Feng Yin was afraid Feng Fei that did not believe her. She used the Holy Phoenix combination skill Phoenix Sound. When Feng Fei heard the sound and saw Feng Yin use a Holy Sound gene combination skill, her tears kept falling. Auntie, what is wrong? Have I not just performed it? Feng Yin was shocked. She went to hold Feng Fei. Feng Fei kneeled before Han Sen and said, Mr. Han has done so much for the Feng family. Me and little Yin have nothing to pay you back with. Before she went to the floor, Han Sen reached out his hand to stop her. Me and Yin were fated to meet. I have merely helped her. This was my pleasure. Please, just don't be mad that I made this decision. I was ignorant and blamed you by mistake. You can punish me and make me do whatever you want me to do. Feng Fei blushed. Chapter 3164 Loving Bad Women. Miss Feng, you are being too polite, Han Sen said. I would not dare to punish you, but there is one thing I would like your help with. If there is something you need, I will try my best to do it, Feng Fei seriously said. Even if it costs me everything, I will do all in my power to fulfill your wishes. It is not that serious, Han Sen said. I just wanted to ask you to take care of Bauer while I am away. You can take her to certain places to play. I have been quite busy recently, and I still won't have much time to spend with her anytime soon. Do not worry, Mr. Han. I will treat Bauer as if she was my own daughter. After Feng Fei said that, she thought there was something wrong with what she said and blushed. Feng Fei knew she could not explain it. Otherwise, it would only become awkward. She just pretended that nothing had happened. In that case, please take care of Bauer, Miss Feng, Han Sen said with a laugh. Mr. Han, you should just call me Fei. Feng Fei said as she gently tugged Bauer's hands. In front of you, I would not dare risk having you call me Miss. Sure, Han Sen nodded. He then told Bauer, if you want to play something or eat something, just tell Miss Fei. Your father has things to do. I do not have time for you. I understand, Dad, Bauer said as she blinked her eyes. Han Sen looked at her face. He knew she had already come up with some heinous ideas, but he could not be bothered guessing what Bauer was going to do. Recently, he had a few ideas he wanted to act on. He hoped to get the Blood Pulse Sutra and Zhen Yellow Sutra to combine for Break World Power. Although Break World Power could affect the entire rotation of the world spinning, if he could not save his own life, it would not matter how well the world spun. Rocky D and the God Chaos Party were keeping an eye on him, so he needed to be prepared. Han Sen went back to his room and started researching Break World Power, hoping he could learn it before the god fights started. Bauer, are there any places you would like to go? Feng Fei crouched in front of Bauer. I do not know where we can go for fun, Bauer nicely said. Why don't you be the one in charge, Sister Fei? Feng Fei receded into thought for a while before suggesting, why don't I take you to the playground? That is a place for kids. I am not going. Bauer shook her head. In that case, where would you like to go? Feng Fei asked with a smile. She thought Bauer acted like an adult. Bauer rolled her eyes as she asked, is there a place like a pub nearby? Such a place is not for you to go. You are too young. Feng Fei felt bad to decline the request. Bauer blinked. She looked at Feng Fei and said, Sister Fei, you cannot do this. Do what? Feng Fei looked at Bauer with confusion. She did not know why she said that. Bauer looked as if she was smiling at Feng Fei, but she was not smiling. She asked, "Do you like my dad?" Feng Fei blushed. "What are you talking about? That is exactly why I said you cannot do this," Bauer seriously said. "I have a mother. If you do this, you will not stand a chance." Feng Fei looked disappointed. She still held Bauer's hands, crouched in front of her, and smiled. "Bauer, you think too much. I only admire and feel grateful to Mr. Han. There is nothing more to it than that. I do not want to ruin your family." "Wrong. Very wrong. Sister Fei, you are so wrong. My mother is in another world. In this world, only my dad exists. Do you know how lonely he is? He is like a single man having to take care of a daughter. Do you know how difficult it has been for him? Don't you want to help him?" Bauer spoke with visible excitement. If Han Sen had heard what Bauer said, he would have coughed up blood. After hanging out with Han Jinji for a while, it was evident she had turned naughty. Although it was the truth, she made it sound very wrong. "Your mother," Feng Fei misunderstood. Her eyes looked soft. They shone with a motherly light. She wanted to put Bauer into her chest to comfort her. Bauer used her small hands to stop her. She sounded like an adult as she said, "So, Sister Fei, the way you currently are is no good. Men love bad women. Women like you, who are so nice and pretty, will never snare the hearts of men." "Han, does your dad like bad women?" Feng Fei wondered aloud. "Not really bad women," Bauer said with seriousness. "It's more appearance-wise. They want you looking bad, but the heart of a nice woman is something you have in display. You just lack that distinct, kinky feeling my dad really enjoys. If you work harder, my dad will love you very much. I guarantee it." Feng Fei looked at Bauer and asked, "In that case, how do I achieve this naughty feeling?" She had the best reputation among the three famous singers. She was widely adored for being holy, innocent, and pure. Her appearance radiated that. In fact, her face and her personality were elegant. She wasn't the sort of woman that just looked attractive and charming. "You need to observe more in day-to-day life," Bauer said. "Let's go to the pub so I can show you the sort of women my dad likes." She pulled Feng Fei outside by the hand. Although Feng Fei felt as if something was wrong, Bauer suddenly occupied her mind. She found herself following her outside of Feng Castle. Han Sen did not know Bauer was using him to take advantage of Feng Fei and making her take her to a pub. He was in his room, trying to make progress with Break World Powers. The Zhen Yellow Sutra and the Blood Pulse Sutra came from the same skill set, but they had opposite elements. They were like ice and fire, so it was really hard to combine them. Plus, because of the problems with the rules of the world, it was hard to combine them into one. Han Sen had been researching this for a long time, but he had yet to make any progress. He turned into the god of wealth and used some god spirit authority. That gave him some ideas. The god spirits can use the bodies of humans to descend. They can maximize their own powers and unleash them, and the rules do not inhibit them. Does that work with me too? Han Sen had been researching this quite a bit. Of course, Han Sen was not going to descend like an actual god spirit. He had his real body. To be more accurate, it was the part that he practiced, such as the Dongshuan Sutra armor or the story of Gene's spell. If they were able to run with a main Geno art and his body ran a negative Geno art, their conflict would be minimized. At the same time, his body would have the effects of the two Geno arts. The only problem was that Han Sen had no reverse Dongshuan Sutra or reverse the story of Gene's, so the Blood Pulse Sutra did not have items to use. I wonder if Spell's body can reverse my Blood Pulse Sutra. Han Sen wanted to do this test. Chapter 3165 God Fight begins. Han Sen forced himself to break the rules of the world. In the short amount of time he had, he summoned Spell. Spell hadn't really changed much. Her white armor, long white hair, and white eyes all looked beautiful. She looked like a Venus statue. He did not have much time to admire Spell's face. In this small window he had, Han Sen could not last too long. His heart jumped. The Blood Pulse Sutra's power started to run through Spell's body. After running once, it was gone. It did not generate any power. Han Sen felt cold. He knew he had failed. He ran it again. He confirmed that the Blood Pulse Sutra could not run in Spell's body. He put the power away and accepted the restrictions of the world. Without my body for support, it looks like even Spell cannot use the Blood Pulse Sutra. All my expectations have failed. Han Sen felt depressed. Han Sen was most surprised by the fact that he did not use power to break the rules of the world. He thought spell would return to his body because of the rules of the world. Spell did not move. She stood where she was. Her body was not restricted by the world. How could this happen? She is a product of the story of genes. She has power from the Geno universe. How could she? Han Sen was shocked. He thought about the story of genes, ancient text. His heart jumped. Han Sen tried to let spell use her power. In haste, Han Sen was able to discover spell could freely use her power. She was not restricted by the rules of the world. If Han Sen used the story of genes' power, he was restricted by the rules of the world. That made Han Sen very depressed. He could not think of an explanation for it. Spell came from his own. While spell could use power, he could not. After this happened, Han Sen thought of a good thing. If spell freely used the powers of the story of genes, he only needed to research the reverse the story of genes. If he was able to combine with spell, he could go into his break world mode. In that event, no matter if it was the main version of the story of genes or the version in reverse, it would not be restricted by the powers of the world. To research the reversed version of the story of genes will not be easy. If Old Cat was able to research the reverse blood pulse sutra, there is no way I will fail. Han Sen made up his mind. He needed to research the reverse version of the story of genes. Researching a new Geno art was not something that could be accomplished in 1 or 2 days. Not even elders could do that. He wanted to research the break world power before the god fights began. Now, that wasn't looking likely. Of course, his research of the story of genes was not without its flaws. There were many technical issues involved, so reversing a Geno art was not easy. When the god fights began, Han Sen's the story of genes research was still in its early stages. Even though Han Sen was someone who had always seen big scenes, seeing the god fights begin was something that surprised him a great deal. No matter which system one was in, a big beam of light was fired into the sky. It was a light beam cast by every god temple. The brightest ones came from the 12 Annihilation God temples. The whole sky was a forest of light. The lights of the 12 Annihilation God temples were the brightest in the forest. They were like 12 big trees. The other lights were weaker, but they still had a strong force of light that shot into the sky. Where does this god light come from? The civilians of the 7 kingdoms suddenly realized there was another beam of light. This beam was prettier than the lights of the other 12 Annihilation God temples. The light of each Annihilation God temple was different. They all carried the elements of the god temples and the overbearingness of the god spirits themselves. This Annihilation class light beam was all gold. It was like a giant, gold pillar that was supporting the sky and the ground. It looked very decadent. It gave off the feeling of a very rich person. The god light lasted a short amount of time. Everything soon dimmed. Many elites could only predict that the gold god light came from the gold crystal system. As to where it precisely came from, no one seemed to know. Han Sen gathered Feng Yin Yin and Bauer to teleport back to the God of Wealth Temple. He noticed there was a screen of light in front of God of Wealth Temple. A weird sky was displayed on the light screen. Although Feng Yin Yin had only just received a God Spirit blood pulse, her God Spirit blood pulse was very strong. She was able to use an extremely strong gene race with ease, even though the Holy Phoenix had been raised by Feng Fei Fei. Since it was more compatible with Feng Fei Fei, Feng Yin Yin would have to raise her own. Feng Fei Fei gave her a God-class gene race, but it was a baby. It was not very strong. In the beginning, Feng Fei Fei would not let Feng Yin Yin participate in the God fights, but Feng Yin Yin really wanted to be a part of them. So, she agreed not to participate in the fight. She would instead control her gene race to fight. In the God fights, a person could enter or use a gene race to fight. If one encountered an enemy that was not too strong, one often would use a gene race to fight. That was what Han Sen thought, but he was a god spirit. He could not sign up. He took off the Sky God crown and signed up. Han Sen used the name Dollar to join. Upon seeing him use that nickname, used the title, Ingo. She wanted to join. Feng Yin Yin thought it was funny. She thought about her own name and decided on Lucky. This day was just for them to register. The real god fights would not start for another 3 days. On that day, they would find out who their opponents were. Han Sen saw Bauer was signing up, but he knew she did not have a powerful gene race. Therefore, he said, "Bauer, I can give you the gold wing peacock king." Bauer was holding small cat. As she played with small cat, she said, "Do not worry. I have small fly and small cat. Can they represent you and join the god fights?" Han Sen was shocked. He thought only claimed gene races could take part. The small flying fish and small cat were wild. "I suppose I can." Bauer was not entirely sure, but it did not matter much to her. She only joined because it was fun. In that case, we shall see, Han Sen thought. He gave the gold-winged peacock king to Feng Yin Yin instead. "Yin Yin, your gene race is not bad, but it is only a baby. It will not go far. I can lend you this gold-winged peacock king." "Sure." Feng Yin Yin did not decline the offer. She accepted the gold-winged peacock king. If it was an ordinary person, or even another inheritor of an annihilation god spirit, they could not control the gold-winged peacock king in a short amount of time. After all, the gold-winged peacock king had Han Sen's mark to display who its master really was. If one wanted to transfer it, it took a long time for the full process of claiming to be done. Feng Yin Yin was different. She was Han Sen's successor. She had Han Sen's god power, and she had 2 annihilation god spirit god authority buffs. That gave her a basic grasp on how to control the gold-winged peacock king. Han Sen was willing to lend out the gold-winged peacock king because the evolution of the blood god dragon was finished. Although he did not have the support of a blood pulse, with the blood god dragon, having the gold-winged peacock did not matter much. Chapter 3166 The fight begins. Blood god dragon. Mutant god class ultimate mode. Gene skills. Blood dragon flying into the sky. Dragon consummation. God blood change. The blood god dragon's 3 gene skills were very good. They were similar to the gold-winged peacock king, but the blood god dragon had the blood dragon god pulse buff. The golden-winged peacock king's combat prowess was far inferior. Han Sen originally planned on using the caste god court to make a god spirit gene race, but he knew doing that would take a long time. The battles were going to start soon, so he delayed his plans. The 3 days flew by. Feng Fei Fei's god spirit blood pulse was not from Jade Wall City, so she left Jade Wall City to participate in the god fights. Li Bingyu used it as an excuse to depart Jade Wall City for a time and return to Wu Wei Dao Palace. Before she went, Li Bingyu believed she could kill Qin Bai and destroy the bloodline of the Qin kingdom. In fact, she had many chances. After she learned more about Han Sen, she realized any attempt she made would not be successful. Even if Han Sen was not around, she would be unable to kill Qin Bai. If Gnbugu and Bauer, with her small flying fish, were around, she could not accomplish her task. Everyone around her was insanely powerful. "Leader, you have returned." All the members of the palace witnessed Li Bingyu's return. It surprised them. Su Ling'er looked happy. Li Bingyu said her trip would be dangerous. Her making it back was enough to make Su Ling'er and the others feel very happy. "Is the group still good?" Li Bingyu coldly asked. "With Teacher Ling here, the party has been fine," Su Ling'er replied. Upon seeing their faces, Li Bingyu knew something must have happened. Back in the day, Gnbugu exiled the Wu Wei Dao Palace out of the Qin kingdom. Li Bingyu's teacher died in the middle of their battle. The leader didn't have a successor in line to succeed him, so the young Li Bingyu took over the position of leadership. She was only 20 years old at the time and shouldered the critical task of leading the company. Wu Wei Dao Palace was comprised of 9 big sects. Wei Group was the weakest of them all. For Li Bingyu to lead Bu Wei Group until this day took her a lot of effort. The things she had done were things most people could not imagine. After all, this was a dog-eat-dog world. Even in the Wu Wei Dao Palace, Bu Wei Group was the most bullied sect. Students in Bu Wei Group were always bullied. Li Bingyu tried her best to change that. Without someone strong sitting there, it was hard for the group to be considered on par with the other 8 groups. Su Ling'er, from now on, you will control Bu Wei Group. You will be the leader for now. The door to the Bu Wei Group's hall was accessed by a token. Li Bingyu gave Su Ling'er the token that provided access to the Bu Wei Group. "Leader, what is this?" Su Ling'er did not take the token. She sincerely looked at Li Bingyu. "I am going to Bu Wei well," Li Bingyu coldly said. Su Ling'er was shocked. "Leader, you cannot go. It is too dangerous there. Bu Wei Group has had so many people enter Bu Wei well, and none of them made it back out alive. Maybe 1,000 didn't go inside, but there had to be at least 800. Li Bingyu stopped Su Ling'er from talking any further. Han Sen's face kept flashing in her mind. She started to look determined. This world is changing. More and more elites are showing up. If we cannot follow the rhythm of the world, we will eventually be exiled from it. You don't have to go to the Bu way well, Su Ling'er said. There are many other ways to become stronger. Li Bingyu shook her head. They're not good enough. Those other ways cannot make me stronger. Only the gene races of the Bu way well can push me to be stronger and make me capable of fighting the elites. Su Ling'er wished to say something, but Li Bingyu stopped her again. With this thing, if I don't make it out from Bu way well, you will be Bu way group's leader. Li Bingyu passed the token on to Su Ling'er. She then turned around and left. Su Ling'er wished to chase after her, but she heard Li Bingyu coldly shout, "Stop it. Do your duty. This is my life, and that is your life." Su Ling'er's eyes trembled. Seeing the back of Li Bingyu fade into the darkness of Bu Wei Group's farthest reaches, she did not say another word. 3 days later, the fighting roster was finally available for all to see. In front of the light screen, people's names were everywhere. Each name had a title. They all had some kind of god associated with them. Han Sen used dollar for his title. The words before his name were God of Wealth. That meant dollar's blood pulse came from God of Wealth. He was representing God of Wealth. Han Sen went to look further and saw Bauer's ingot and Feng Yinyan's lucky also had the additional title of God Wealth too. While Feng Yinyan had God of Wealth's blood pulse, neither Han Sen nor Bauer did. He still had the title of God of Wealth all the same. Han Sen guessed it might have been because of them joining the fight from the God of Wealth temple. Bauer was very excited. She was checking out her opponent. The opponent's name was surprisingly ordinary. It was very normal. It was the sort of name one would not pick out from a list. None of those gods had fame. Han Sen had never heard of such god spirits before. He thought they couldn't be high-class god spirits supporting them. Feng Yinyan's opponents were the same. Han Sen imagined they could easily get through the first round of knockouts, so he went ahead to check out his opponent. He had never heard of his opponent's name before either. That being said, the name of the god spirit supporting his opponent was a name Han Sen was familiar with. It was Empty God. It was one of the 12 annihilation god spirits that were space elements, but it was not an absolute space element. It also had the buffs of a mysterious element. It was the most mysterious god spirit out of the 12 annihilation god spirits. Legends claimed that Empty God was born in the chaos of the sky and the ground opening. It was a very old and powerful god spirit. Now, Empty God was a guardian god spirit of the Yan kingdom. The opponent's name was Yan Bei Fei. Han Sen could tell he was a royal of the Yan kingdom. Although Han Sen did not know Yan Bei Fei, the man was very famous in the universe. When people spoke about the Fei Yan swordsman, it was something known by everyone in the 7 kingdoms. Yan Bei Fei was also looking at the roster list. He noticed his opponent was Dollar, who belonged to God of Wealth. "Second brother, I can't believe you and I have such a big difference. I am afraid we can only fight when we are in the top 8. A man was at Yan Bei Fei and laughing. "Yan Dan, this fight will get you up. I will let the world know that the Yan kingdom has a new hero too." Yan Bei Fei looked at the man with confidence. "Second brother, you do not have to say that," Yan Dan said. "Your talent and potential are greater than mine. You are stronger as well. We have a chance." Yan Bei Fei shook his head. "I checked the roster. If nothing goes awry, we will encounter Zhou Donglai in the top 8. It's him." Yan Dan's face changed. Yan Bei Fei's eyes looked aflame. "That's good. I will use all the power to prevent Zhou Donglai from breaching the top 8. I will clear a path for you to get to the top 4. Do not disappoint me." Yan Dan looked serious. He bowed on the ground and said, "Dan will go into the top 2. Chapter 3167 Yan Bei Fei. When the matches started, Bauer and Feng Yinyan only used their gene races to fight. They did not bother going into the battlegrounds, so there was no reason to fear for their safety. When Han Sen saw the small flying fish, which was under Bauer's control, enter the space battleground, he knew it would be difficult for her to lose. Han Sen thought about it. He combined with the Blood God Dragon and went through the God Light screen to enter the space battleground. The Blood God Dragon was very strong, but it still hadn't absorbed the Blood Dragon God Pulse to become a God Spirit gene race. If he encountered an opponent with a God Spirit gene race, beating such a fiend would be an incredibly tough task. Yan Bei Fei was a royal of the Yan kingdom. There was no guarantee that he did not have a weird gene race up his sleeve. Therefore, Han Sen decided to take part in the fight. He did not want to risk being kicked out from the god fights in the first round. Chen 7 was in a good. He made his king-class gene race ascend to adult mode. He was ready to fight in the god fights. He did not have any lofty, high-rank expectations. If he could at least perform reasonably well in the god fights, perhaps the god spirit he believed in would be more impressed with him. That meant he had a chance to receive a better god spirit blood pulse. The god fights were only for humans to participate in. For god spirits, it was like a trial. The god spirits could see their believers fight. By watching them, the god spirits could measure the strength of someone and see if they had a bright future ahead of them or not. If there was a member of its congregation that did not look outstanding but performed really well in the god fights, they might be given a second blood pulse. Of course, it had to be a sensational performance. If it was nothing special, the god spirits were unlikely to be tempted. Of course, that all came with the caveat of it being a very low chance of occurring. Although Han Sen had the authority of a god spirit, the god of wealth only had Feng Yin Yin. He had already given her the highest class god spirit blood pulse, so there was no need to test her. Aside from that, every time Feng Yin Yin won, the god of wealth received some god power as a reward. The higher the rank Feng Yin Yin earned, the more power the god of wealth could receive. If Feng Yin Yin won first place, the power reward given to the god of wealth was quite shocking. It would have been enough to compose another god base. It was a shame that even though Feng Yin Yin had the gold-wing peacock king, it was unlikely she could emerge victorious as first place. So, Han Sen did not place that much hope in her yet. Chen 7's target was lower. He only wanted to display a decent performance. When he noticed his first opponent was a nameless god of wealth member called Ingot, he was delighted. He was afraid to meet members of a famous god spirit. Putting aside the 12 annihilation god spirit members, even a disaster god spirit member was unlikely to be something he could overcome. Chen 7 investigated all the known god spirits. The god of wealth didn't appear to be an annihilation or disaster god spirit. It was also not a famous destroyed god spirit. He had never heard of the name Ingot either. Therefore, he thought he had a good chance of winning when Chen 7 saw a white jade flying fish, which was about a foot long, appear in the battleground. He almost laughed out loud. Obviously, his opponent was too scared to enter the fight and had only sent a gene race in. He kept his cool and made no fuss. The small flying fish looked like something of a joke. It was tiny, and it had wings. It looked cute, but being cute was completely pointless. Seeing its face, it looked like one slap would be enough to send it flying. Don't blame me, Chen 7, for being cruel. Blame it on the world for being too cruel. Chen 7 laughed. He summoned his king-class gene race Tyrannosaurus Rex King. Facing that small flying fish, Chen 7 did not plan on entering the fight himself. He wanted to use the Tyrannosaurus Rex King to crush the small flying fish in a flash. The adult body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex King was large. It was 3 stories high. When it landed on the battleground, it raised its head to the sky and roared. The roar was enough to shake the mountains and rivers. It looked like a mean and violent beast. It was a big difference compared to the cute, small, and docile-looking fish that merrily flapped its fins. Number 7, you are the best. It is no wonder you are my son. Brother 7, you are the best. Son, muster the courage to bum rush the enemy. Old 7, murder that small fish. Do not play nice. Being nice to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Chen 7's friends and family were watching the video in front of a god temple. They were very hyped in their support of Chen 7. Although he could not hear their voices, Chen 7 was exuberant. He commanded the Tyrannosaurus Rex King to rush the small flying fish. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the small flying fish. Seeing the small flying fish about to be swallowed, Chen 7 and his friends and family thought it was already over. In the next second, the small flying fish spit out some small fire. It was not much. It looked like nothing hazardous. It looked like the small spark of a tiny, freshly ignited flame in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex King. It landed on the Tyrannosaurus Rex King's nose. Boom! Suddenly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex King was burning. Within the blink of an eye, it turned into charcoal. It was like a black charcoal statue had been placed there, depicting a monster with its mouth open wanting to bite into food. The wind blew. The charcoal-looking Tyrannosaurus Rex King turned into dust and vanished. Chen 7 and his friends and family were crazily excited a second ago. Now, they looked petrified. Their mouths were agape, and their eyes were open wide. It looked as if they might roll out of their sockets. They suddenly felt that the world was FC King cruel. Chen 7 instantly reacted. In a whoosh, he departed the battleground. He was afraid to go any closer, fearing the small flying fish would toast him too. My Tyrannosaurus Rex King, Chen 7 kept running away while crying. His heart was broken in little bits. When Han Sen entered his battleground, Yan Beifei was already waiting for him. His title was Flying Yan Swordsman. A knife was attached to his waist. The knife was called Flying Yan. It was one of the 7 most famous knives in the history of the Yan Kingdom. It had been crafted out of the bones of a rare gene race. No matter how good a knife was, it was useless if its owner was no good with it. Yan Beifei was a good knife owner. He had the Yan Kingdom's inheritor blood pulse, which was imparted to him by Empty God. He also had the power of a powerful gene race. Regarding his fierceness, the most important thing was the fact that he could use all of that at max capacity. Once it left its scabbard, the Flying Yan knife was something no one had ever survived. Yan Beifei noticed his opponent was wrapped up in a red air that veiled his face. His eyes became blurry. He did not know what his opponent was like. Seeing him combine with a gene race, he knew his gene race was different. To Yan Beifei, there was no difference. Even if his opponent had an ultimate god-class gene race, he could kill it. I do not want to kill people today, Yan Beifei said to Han Sen as he looked at him. He knew it was overwhelmingly possible. If it was possible, he preferred to not have to use the knife. I do not like killing either, Han Sen said. Oh, Yan Beifei replied. He said nothing else. He knew Han Sen's answer, so he grabbed the knife on his waist. Chapter 3168 Yan Return. Yan Beifei gripped the handle of the knife as his entire body summoned a strange and mysterious aura. His body did not move, but it looked like it was emitting some light. It was like time was coldly fading. Han Sen was still casually standing where he was. It did not look like he was going to fight. Instead, he just watched Yan Beifei with interest. Ever since he had come to this world, humans mainly used power from the outside. It was rare to witness an elite use their own powers. Alongside the likes of GNBUGU, Yan Beifei had to be a rare elite. He had practiced a knife mind, which was what Han Sen was best at. Han Sen was interested to see what level Yan Beifei's knife skills were. Han Sen looked at Yan Beifei and thought, using gene race powers to practice a knife mind is such a complicated game. This is interesting. Upon seeing Han Sen not bother to make a move, Yan Beifei shouted, "Fight! I will fight when I need to," Han Sen coldly replied. After Han Sen said that, the nobles and teenagers from the Yan Kingdom watching Yan Beifei were all riled up and angered. They thought Han Sen was very ignorant. Yan Beifei had the title of Flying Yan Swordsman. Aside from his knife's name, Flying Yan, it primarily described how fast he struck. When he thrust the knife out of the scabbard, it always determined the end of someone's life. Han Sen wanted Yan Beifei to strike first. From what they could tell, he looked like a simpleton with a death wish. What a crazy and ignorant man, a nobleman from the Yan Kingdom said. He wants Mr. Yan to strike first. This man will be slashed, and he will not continue living. How dare he play cocky before Flying Yan Swordsman, the princes of the Yan Kingdom angrily said. He must have a death wish. Yan Beifei was not thinking of things the same way as the nobles of the Yan Kingdom. Although Han Sen was just casually standing where he was, he felt as if he was facing off with a mountain. Yan Beifei knew he had encountered an elite. He had never heard of Dollar before, but he knew he was very strong. Yan Beifei realized that, but he did not fall back. His will for fighting grew stronger. He steeled his will to not feel any fear. It did not matter who his opponent was. He was confident that he would emerge victoriously. If he didn't, he would lose before things truly got going. The aura around Yan Beifei's body was stronger. When it reached the top, it suddenly disappeared. His presence looked like it was something that used an endless abyss for a stomping ground and made all others unable to find a bottom. Looking at him made one feel as if one had fallen into the abyss. Yan Beifei suddenly moved. The Flying Yan knife rushed out of its scabbard. The knife had no shadow. It was like it vanished in the air. Zhou Donglai was watching. When he saw Yan Beifei's knife, he complimented him. Flying Yan moves, and all becomes silent. Heads roll across the floor without knowing what happened. Very good Flying Yan Swordsman. Very good Flying Yan sword skill. The most powerful knife on earth. The Yan Kingdom's nobles complimented him too. They did so despite not knowing what was great about it. Yan Beifei unleashed his strike, but he had been unable to take Han Sen's head off. Yan Beifei's knife was very fast. It was so fast that most people could see the knife light. Han Sen saw it, but he did not just watch it. He fell back a little and dodged the flying Yan knife. Yan return. Yan Beifei did not feel bad about his knife missing. His knife mind did not relent. It accelerated. At the same time, the flying Yan knife returned to its scabbard. His movement created an overbearing, ultimate knife power that came out of Han Sen's back. It was faster and crueler. It was even more brutal than Yan Beifei's slash. Yan Beifei poured his blood pulse, gene race, power, and talent into that knife skill. He planned on using Yan return for Zhou Donglai, but he felt threatened by Han Sen. He could not help but use the secret skill Yan return. He wanted to kill his opponent and strike down Han Sen, who was extremely strong. Very good Yan return, Zhou Donglai said in shock. It is incredible. If that was me down there, and I did not know this, I would have been hurt. Yan Dan had already finished dealing with his opponent. He came back and saw Yan Beifei using Yan return. He frowned. He remembered Yan Beifei's first opponent was a nameless person. How was he able to push Yan Beifei into using Yan return? He remembered that Yan Beifei had only learned that secret murderous skill in the past 2 years. He never used it on a whim. Only Yan Dan knew that Yan Beifei had Yan return. Yan Dan thought he would see it when Yan Beifei fought Zhou Donglai, but he was seeing it now. It was clear how scared he was. In the next second, Yan Dan's shock became something unbelievable. Yan Beifei's opponent made a single dodge to evade Yan return's knife air. It seemed to be a very light move. It was as if it was done casually. Even Zhou Donglai's face changed. He looked at Han Sen with a strange expression. Yan Beifei shouted. His body was like a mountain, and his knife was like a flying yan. Knife air shook the sky and slashed toward Han Sen. Yan Beifei kept slashing until the sky and the ground changed color, and the suns and the moon stopped glowing. Han Sen behaved as if it was nothing special. He moved his feet and traveled through all the knife air that shocked the sky. From top to bottom, he had not used his skills. Yet, Yan Beifei's knife skills had not come close enough to ruffle his sleeves. Since when did such a powerful elite enter this universe? Zhou Donglai was shocked. He looked at Han Sen with eyes that were on fire. Han Sen's body looked like it was on fire. Zhou Donglai wanted to see who this person was. Yan Dan's face looked dim. He understood Yan Beifei. Yan Beifei's knife was too heavy. Yan return was his absolute best skill. If those two skills were unable to harm his opponent, he knew who was going to lose. The people of the Yan kingdom were shouting. For a nameless, small character to compete against Yan Beifei in such a way was too shocking. They could not believe it. At this time, everyone looked at Yan Beifei's opponent. They did not know who he was. Before this, no one cared who Yan Beifei's opponent was or which god spirit he belonged to. Aside from his opponent being some kind of famous elite, they did not think Yan Beifei could ever lose. They had only glanced at the roster and seen it was some unknown person. They did not even remember the name of the opponent and god spirit. After checking it again, they were confused. God of wealth, can someone tell me who this is? Even people like Yan Dan and Zhou Donglai were just as confused as everyone else. A competitor could have a random name, and many people used fake names, but the name of a god spirit could not be faked. They had never heard of this god of wealth. They also did not know what level they were. Does anyone here know which god spirit god of wealth is? Yan Dan looked at his teammates, but they all looked confused too. God of wealth, interesting. Zhou Donglai looked at Han Sen with great interest. Chapter 3169. Not really nice skill. Han Sen was disappointed. Yan Beifei's knife mind was not bad, but there was still a distance between it and the universe of kingdoms truly top-class elites. Yan Beifei suddenly stopped unleashing his knife skills. He stopped attacking Han Sen and held a knife up to the sky. Yan Beifei looked at Han Sen and asked, "Do you use a knife?" Han Sen did not use a skill. Yan Beifei was a swordsman, so his keen senses noticed something. Han Sen looked like he was complimenting him. Although Yan Beifei's skills were not something supreme, the potential was still there inside him. He would have plenty of time to improve in the future. Not bad, Han Sen said with a nod. You seem to know a thing or two. Regarding knife skills, I am not as good as you. I lost this fight. Yan Beifei said that, but he still went on to say, but this is a fight I must win. Therefore, I apologize. After that, Yan Bei Fei's body was ablaze with a space-ripping power. The wings of a blackbird arose behind him. Who is Dollar? How was he able to force Yan Bei Fei to use the noble Yan family's rare gene race, Rip Space 9 Rob Yan? The nobles of the Yan kingdom saw Yan Bei Fei's body look weird. It gave them all a shock. The Rip Space 9 Rob Yan was a gene race of the Yan kingdom's royal ancestors. It had been living for a few dozen generations, but it had yet to reach ultimate mode. It still only had an adult body. It was incredibly hard for rare gene races to evolve. Even with a lot of resources, success was not always guaranteed. That was the case with this Rip Space 9 Rob Yan. Throughout its entire life, it had to endure 9 robberies to reach ultimate mode. The Yan kingdom did not have many generations. It had only experienced 8 sky robberies. As such, it had failed to reach ultimate mode. Even so, since competitors in the god fights could not combine with a god spirit in the god fights, it was the biggest amount of power he could muster. Every kingdom had god spirit gene races. In an event like the god fights, no one dared to use one. It would have also exposed the potential trump cards of a kingdom and likely result in other kingdoms trying to take advantage of them. Therefore, of the gene races that could take part, the strongest potential gene race was a rare gene race with an ultimate body. The Rip Space 9 Rob Yan was almost that strong. If it were a normal fight, Yan Bei Fei would have rather lost than used the Rip Space 9 Rob Yan. This time, he needed to help Yan Dan. No matter what it took, he was not going to lose. The moment he finished combining with the Rip Space 9 Rob Yan, Yan Bei Fei's entire body was like a god in the sky. Every move he made was able to tear through space. It carried a powerful space power. Han Sen looked at Yan Bei Fei and coldly said, "That is nothing. A gene race is an extension of one's power. Bring out your best power." "As you wish, I will try my best this time." Yan Bei Fei slowly put the flying Yan knife back into its scabbard. He touched the handle again. Time appeared to freeze. Space was frozen too. When Yan Bei Fei drew the knife, space looked like it had been ripped by his strike. He carried an incredible speed and power as he slashed toward Han Sen. The knife, which ripped through space, was like a teleportation strike. Ordinary humans were unable to dodge something like that. It was a shame that Han Sen was not a normal human. He was excellent when it came to teleporting, and he had fought against elites that could infinitely teleport. A power like that was something people believe resulted in a one-hit kill. To him, it was not going to be as effective as the Yan return. Han Sen sighed. He raised his right hand and used his palm like a knife. He moved his body. He was going to go against Yan Bei Fei's Rip Space Knife Air. Like a fleeting shadow, Han Sen and Yan Bei Fei suddenly had their backs facing each other. Ordinary people had not been able to see what happened. Yan Bei Fei slowly turned around. He asked Han Sen, "What was that knife skill?" "It was just a random wave. It was not a knife skill." After Han Sen said that, he did not look back at Yan Bei Fei. He merely walked to the exit. Blurg. Yan Bei Fei's chest gushed blood. Several knife marks appeared across his shoulders and all the way down to his belly. They dyed his armor red. His body fell out of the space battleground. The nobles and young people of the Yan kingdom watching the fight went silent. No one believed that after using the ultimate gene race Rip Space 9 Rob Yan, the very famous flying Yan swordsman of the Yan kingdom was killed with one hit. Very good, but not really a knife skill. I am afraid this person's knife skills are too rare. Zhou Donglai looked at Han Sen with a strange sort of stare. He looked as if he was ready to fight. He was supposed to just watch Yan Bei Fei. He did not expect to witness this turn of events. Go and dig me up some information on this. Find out where the God of Wealth Temple lies. Yan Dan looked calm as he made his commands. In his eyes, the zest for murder blazed. Yan Bei Fei was not born from the same mother, but their relationship was like that of real brothers. He was going to avenge Yan Bei Fei's death no matter what it took. "Dan, I could not help you this time." Yan Bei Fei was shaky as he walked out of the screen of light. He was covered in blood, but he was not dead. "Brother too, you are not dead." Yan Dan was as much shocked as he was happy. He quickly ran forward to hold Yan Bei Fei. "That person kept me alive," Yan Bei Fei said. "That guy is certainly mysterious. My knife skills were like child's play in front of him. You will have to be careful when you encounter him." He then passed out in Yan Dan's arms. Yan Dan shouted, "Hurry! Get a doctor to heal brother too." Because it was just the beginning, no one thought Yan Beifei would lose. Not many people believed the fight would be that exciting. Aside from the nobles of the Yan Kingdom who focused on Yan Beifei, very few people watched that fight. People quickly noticed that Yan Beifei had been kicked out in the first round. It shocked everyone. When they looked at Yan Beifei's opponent, their faces were frozen. The names Dollar and God of Wealth were too strange for them to comprehend. In the Yan Kingdom, those two names had become famous. No one knew the names before, but now everyone did. That was especially true about Dollar. When the Yan Kingdom's nobles and civilians talked about what happened, their teeth felt itchy. Killing people was just having heads strewn across the floor. Yan Beifei lost. When Han Sen said that it was just a random wave and not a knife skill, it humiliated the people of the Yan Kingdom. They thought Han Sen had deliberately humiliated Yan Beifei. They did not know that Han Sen really did randomly wave. He did not employ any knife skill. Han Sen was merely being honest. In this world, what hurt people the most was the truth. So the people of the Yan Kingdom hated Han Sen to the bone. They wanted his next opponent to teach him a lesson. They wanted him to get stepped on and humiliated. No matter what, the people of the Yan Kingdom remembered Dollar and God of Wealth. It was like sharp knives had been used to carve those names in their hearts. They could not forget this, even if they wanted to. It was a bloody humiliation. Chapter 3170 Zhang Miao Yin. When Han Sen won, Feng Yin and Bauer had already achieved victories of their own and returned. They had easily crushed their opponents. Feng Yin was delighted, but Bauer was upset. I couldn't go in and play. It was so lame. What is the point of fighting and killing? Why not just have a pet and take your fish for a walk? Isn't that interesting? Han Sen laughed. The opponents are too weak, Bauer said as she lifted her small lips. This is pointless. From now on, there will be a lot of elites, Han Sen said to comfort her. They left the God of Wealth temple and returned to the Feng family residence. Jian Bugu already had lunch prepared for them. Mr. Jian, this meat pie is very nice. Han Sen and Bauer, the two of them, each held a meat pie. They kept scarfing the food down, dishing out compliments. Bauer had only mentioned once that she wanted to eat a meat pie, but Jian Bugu had immediately gone to learn a few recipes and tirelessly practiced them. On this day, he finally finished a meat pie that tasted very good. No one who tried it could stop eating. It was unknown what kind of meat Jian Bugu used, but he had cut it very thin. It was likely thinner than a cicada wing. There was no point in describing the taste. The texture of it was soft. It melted in one's mouth. There was also pastry on the outside that was delightfully crispy. After taking a bite, the juice came out with the meat and combined with the pastry. Eating it was like going to heaven. Mister, your compliments are too lofty, Jian Bugu answered with a smile. It was just something small that I learned. I used to hobo everywhere. I never had the money to afford a hotel and eat food, so I learned to do things myself. Ergo, I learned how to cook pretty well. Old Jian, with your skills, you would blow up the entire universe if you opened up a restaurant. Bauer had oil all over her face. She kept talking as she chewed. I am glad you like it, Miss Bauer. Jian Bugu smiled at Bauer as he spoke. In a god temple, Rocky D was watching the roster of the god fights. He paid attention to Dollar's name. Dollar is probably Han Sen. He has the God of Wealth blood pulse. When did this God of Wealth appear? When Han Sen broke my underworld silhouette power, was that done through the power of the God of Wealth? Rocky D liked talking to himself. A dragon maid politely said, Mr. Minister, Han Sen has defenses. It will be harder for us to kill him now. Why don't we wait a little bit? Rocky D laughed. There is no need for us to wait. These god fights are the perfect chance. The dragon maid was surprised to hear that. She was confused, so she said, the god fights are fights between main god members. We should not get ourselves involved in such a thing. Rocky D smiled. He looked at the roster and saw Yan Dan. Of course, we cannot join the god fights, but we can find someone to talk to. I am sure this fellow will not reject our offer. Mr. Minister, do you want to lure Dan Yan to the dark side? The dragon maid thought. She thought that was wrong. She said, Yan Dan is an inheritor blood pulse of empty god. It will be hard to lure him to the dark side. No. We will just give him a tincture of aid, Rocky D said with a smile. There's no need to push him into the dark side. That would be a bit too much. Han Sen and the others did not have a powerful opponent up next. They all proceeded to the next round with ease. Even Feng Yin had it easy. During the fourth round, Feng Yin met a famous person from the Qin kingdom. It was Zhang Miaoyin, who was one of the other three big singers of the Qin kingdom like Feng Feifei. She was very famous in the Qin kingdom. She was above Feng Feifei in status. Zhang Miaoyin was not more famous because she was better than Feng Feifei. They were both special in their own way. Feng Feifei was elegant, whereas Zhang Miaoyin was cute. Their genres of music diverged and did not overlap. Zhang Miaoyin's fame was greater than Feng Feifei was because Zhang Miaoyin was the child of the singer King Zhang Liqing. She was born noble, so her identity was higher than an ordinary singer that rose to stardom. Zhang Miaoyin had a lot of fans all over the seven kingdoms. For this fight, many people across the kingdoms made sure to pay attention to the battle. Zhang Miaoyin's voice was very pure, and she had a lovely presence when she was young. She combined with a high-class gene race. A holy god-light sound surrounded her. She looked like a fairy that had descended onto the earth. Miss Miaoyin must win. Seeing Zhang Miaoyin on the battleground, lots of fans were screaming hard enough to break their throats even though she could not hear them. At the same time, a golden peacock flew into the space battleground. It was the gold-winged peacock King Han Sen had given to Feng Yin. How dare she? She is fighting with our Miaoyin goddess, and she does not even show up. She only sent a gene race to fight. This is insane. Her name is Lucky too. I bet this fighter's power is as bad as her name since she doesn't dare to fight Miaoyin goddess directly. I think so too. I have never heard of the god of wealth before. It must be a low-class god spirit. It won't be like our Miaoyin goddess. She has a sonic annihilation god spirit blood pulse. Regarding Feng Yin only sending out a gene race to fight, Zhang Miaoyin fans were very angry. They kept complaining. Feng Yin thought it was fine. She did not want to win. Winning or losing did not matter to her. She did not care about losing to Zhang Miaoyin. When Zhang Miaoyin saw the gold-winged peacock king flying, she was not in the mood to fight a gene race. To do so made her look low. Instead, she summoned a gene race to battle the gold-winged peacock king. It was a god-class sonic god bird. Zhang Miaoyin had raised it to possess an ultimate body. It was very powerful. It was a top-class gene race with sonic elements. The sonic god bird flew to the gold-winged peacock king. It also made a bird-like sound. Many shockwaves erupted. Everything that encountered the shockwaves was turned to dust. The sonic god bird's gene skill was shaking sonic. It was a powerful area of effect skill. The gold-winged peacock king ignored shaking sonic. Its eyes turned gold as it flapped its wings. It suddenly turned into a bolt of gold light. It was like it was cutting the sky like a screen. It broke the sonic powers and went across the sonic god bird. Suddenly, there was a sad sound. God blood was everywhere. The sonic god bird was cut in half by the gold-winged peacock king. It died right where it stood. Before the frozen fans could react, the gold-winged peacock king's eyes shone with an evil light. It opened its mouth and sucked the sonic god bird's body up. The sonic god bird's body and blood were pulled into its belly. Holy sh*t. What is going on? Han Sen was surprised when he watched this scene. When normal gene races were tamed, without the master's permission, they would not consume another gene race. Even if they wanted to eat, they would require the approval of the master. Now, the gold-winged peacock king was openly eating the sonic god bird aggressively. Feng Yin did not command it to do that either. He knew that because Feng Yin's face was full of surprise. Is there something wrong about this gold-winged peacock king? Han Sen wondered. The gold-winged peacock king was a mutant god-class gene race, but its origins were weird. It came from a mysterious stone stove. Han Sen always wondered why the mysterious stone stove possessed a gene egg. Chapter 3171 Absorbing a gene skill. The gold-winged peacock king swallowed the sonic god bird's body. The gold light glowed even stronger. The peacock opened its beak and made some bird sounds in Zhang Miaoyin's direction. Suddenly, shaky shockwaves were felt throughout the place. It was the sonic god bird's shaky shockwave from moments before. Han Sen was shocked. Other people might have thought the gold-winged peacock king already knew sonic shockwave, but he knew that none of the gold-winged peacock's 3 gene skills were a sonic element. Thus, it was impossible for it to be using the shaky shockwave. Zhang Miaoyin quickly gathered up power and fought the shaky shockwave. Fortunately, she always used the shaky shockwave. She was very familiar with it, so she knew how to break it. Stop. Zhang Miaoyin shouted one word and some invisible, godly power made the shaky shockwave stop 9 feet away from her. Seeing her appear so powerful, Zhang Miaoyin's fans swooned with happiness. Many of them screamed out their support at the top of their lungs. Zhang Miaoyin was just as much shocked as they were. Her shouting involved the Demon Sound Beast Gene combination skill Demon Sound Seal. The Demon Sound Seal was able to restrict the Sonic God Bird's shaky shockwaves. The Demon Sound Beast and Sonic God Bird had practiced the Sonic Sound Seal before. She discovered it was able to stop the shaky shockwave. This time, the Demon Sound Seal only protected her in a 9-foot bubble. It had been unable to stop the shaky shockwave completely. It proved to her that the Gold-Winged Peacock King's shaky shockwave was stronger than the Sonic God Bird's version. Zhang Miaoyin was shocked. She saw the wings on the Gold-Winged Peacock's back spread. It had become a gold peacock shield. It released 10,000 gold lights. It resulted in a sky full of arrows that came violently raining down on Zhang Miaoyin. Zhang Miaoyin had a hard time blocking the shaky shockwave. She did not have any more powers to block the scary, sky full of arrows. Although she felt bad about doing it, she had no choice but to concede and depart the space battleground. Thus, she escaped the crisis of being turned into a hedgehog. Oh, my god, he used a gene race to beat Zhang Miaoyin, one of the 3 big singers. What was that gene race? That was too scary. I don't know who the owner of the gene race is. Is one gene race really that powerful? If the owner went and fought, I wonder how powerful such a combo would be. Everyone went to look at who Zhang Miaoyin's opponent was. When they saw who it was, they were very surprised. Obviously, the name Lucky was an alias, but the title God of Wealth was nothing false. Yet, none of them had heard of a god being this strong before. When the Yan Kingdom's people saw God of Wealth's name again, they were given a fright. How is this God of Wealth and its members so powerful? Earlier, Dollar had used one skill to defeat the flying Yan swordsman. This time, Lucky only sent out a gene race to defeat Zhang Miaoyin, one of the 3 big singers of the Qin Kingdom. What is this god spirit called God of Wealth? I want to go to God of Wealth Temple to have a look. Along with the Yan Kingdom's people, many other people were starting to pay attention to the god spirit known as God of Wealth. After the list was investigated, they learned there were 3 members of God of Wealth taking part in the god fights. One of them was called Dollar. He was the one who had knocked out Yan Bei Fei. Ingot and Lucky had been winning too. No one had been able to stop them. What was particularly scary about them was that they had not revealed themselves in the battlegrounds. They had beaten all of their challengers by merely using their gene races. Many people paid attention to the God of Wealth, Dollar, and the others. Han Sen did not know anything about it. Even if he did know of the traction he was garnering, he wouldn't have cared. Han Sen was busy investigating the Gold-Winged Peacock King. It now the shaky sonic shockwave in its skillset. It had obviously come from the Sonic God Bird. The Gold-Winged Peacock King now had this kind of power. So, does all it have to do is consume another gene race to get another gene skill? If it eats a lot of gene races, it will earn many. Han Sen knew Bai Mo would not put any ordinary gene egg inside that mystery stove. Back in the day, Bai Mo accepted a quest from Qin Shu to find a way to revive Qin Wanner. He had discovered the black crystal stone and the stone stove that possessed the story of genes from an old tribe. Qin Shu had taken the black crystal stone to the Geno universe. Bai Mo had investigated the stone stove. Bai Mo died a very long time ago, but the Gold-Winged Peacock King's eggs were burning in the stone stove day and night until Han Sen found it and hatched it. Although the Gold-Winged Peacock King was already a top-class gene race, Han Sen always wondered if it was a mutant god-class gene egg. He did not think Bai Mo cherished it that much. Judging from Bai Mo's identity, he might have hidden a gene egg there. But inside the stone stove, it was the Gold-Winged Peacock King. It looks like there is more than meets the eye with this Gold-Winged Peacock King. Han Sen had no idea what use the Gold-Winged Peacock King had. He had waited a long time to see its true potential. There was one thing known for sure. The Gold-Winged Peacock King was able to keep eating gene races to evolve and develop its skillset. Regarding the direction it could evolve into, whether it would end up as a god spirit or a gene race, Han Sen could not accurately predict the outcome. Han Sen and the other 2 from the God of Wealth kept fighting and kept winning. They were unstoppable. It was only a matter of time before they breached the top 100. God of Wealth and the 3 aliases they used were already being discussed across the 7 kingdoms. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms fervently debated what level of god spirit the god of wealth was and how its agents were so strong. They wondered about the true identity of dollar, lucky, and ingot too. People like that were definitely not nobodies. Feng Fei Fei sadly returned to the Feng family castle. She wanted to perform well, but she had suffered bad luck. She encountered a powerful elite, so she just fell short of the top 100. Feng Fei Fei was not too disappointed. She rushed back to the Feng family castle, wanting to ask if Feng Yin had heard about dollar, lucky, and ingot. Feng Fei Fei wanted to know who the consuming god was as well as who those three people were. There were no matches that day, so Feng Yin had remained home. When Feng Fei Fei kept asking her, Feng Yin replied, "Are you asking about those three people?" "Of course, I know them." "Who are they?" Feng Fei Fei curiously asked. "It is San Mu, Bauer, and me." Feng Yin pointed at her nose as she answered. "What? It's you guys. Which one are you?" Feng Fei Fei looked at Feng Yin strangely. "My nickname is Lucky." Feng Yin was being honest. Feng Fei Fei looked at Feng Yin as she asked, "Where did you get the powerful peacock gene race?" She looked super weirded out. "San Mu let me borrow it," Feng Yin replied. Feng Fei Fei's expression looked even more strange. She did not say anything. On the inside, her heart struggled. She thought, Han Sen and Little Yin are not related, yet he treats Little Yin very well. Is he hitting on Little Yin? But Little Yin is just a kid. How could he? Chapter 3172 Misunderstanding. Fei Fei, do you have something to say? Ever since Feng Fei Fei had returned, Han Sen felt as if she had been looking at him differently. Feng Fei Fei felt weirded out. She strangely looked at Han Sen. She hesitated for a while before mustering the courage to finally ask, "Mr. Han, do you like Yin?" "Of course, who wouldn't love a cute little girl like Yin?" Han Sen replied with a laugh. Feng Fei Fei had a nasty flare of the heebie-jeebies. She thought, is that so? It is no wonder he has done so much for Yin. He has been crazily helpful, even going so far as to give Yin a mutant 8-sound bug. He even gave her an annihilation inheritor blood pulse and an extremely powerful gene race. After thinking about all of that, Feng Fei Fei's heart was starting to be poisoned with a tincture of sourness. She once thought Han Sen had done as much as he had for Feng Yin because he liked her. Now, it seemed as if that was not the case. At the very least, Han Sen hadn't tried to do anything too sordid to her. Even though Han Sen lived in the Feng family's castle, he never spoke with her too much. Everything was explained. Han Sen was not there on her behalf. He was only in the castle for Feng Yin. "Mr. Han, Yin is only a child." Feng Fei Fei did not know what else to say. Although Han Sen was an excellent man, he was already the father of one child. Feng Yin was just a kid. To let her marry a single father was something she could not accept. "Don't worry, Yin knows her stuff. She knows how to measure things and make sound decisions. She will not be led astray." Han Sen thought Feng Fei Fei was suggesting that he had been spoiling Feng Yin too much and risked turning her into a spoiled brat. When those words entered Feng Fei Fei's ears, they made her face start looking even weirder. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Mr. Han, you are free to say that, but Yin is too small. She cannot really explain how she truly feels. She is not ready to be a stepmother just yet. Please, give her some time. When she grows up, she can choose as she sees fit. If she still decides to be with you, then that is fine. I will not stand in the way." Han Sen was frozen. He had a strange and shocked expression. "What? No. What are you talking about?" "I am sorry, Mr. Han. I cannot let Yin be with you right now." Feng Fei Fei lowered her head and bowed. "Peef." Han Sen almost spat out all the water he had in his mouth. "Me, you." Han Sen had never thought about things this way before. After a while, he looked at Feng Fei Fei and displayed a wry smile. "Miss Feng, I think you've been overthinking this. Your imagination has really gone places. I am not interested in underdeveloped girls. I love large and mature women. The type with a big booty. Even if I was to search for a woman to involve myself with romantically, it would be someone quite like you, Miss Feng. What kind of man do you think I am?" When Feng Fei Fei heard what he had to say about himself, she profusely blushed. No, Han Sen was too nervous. He felt as if he had said too much. He realized he had said something wrong. "Mr. Han, I understand what you are trying to tell me." After that, Feng Fei blushed and left. No, I do not think you understand. That is not what I meant. Han Sen was frozen. He did not know how to explain it to her. Before Han Sen could formulate a sentence of some shaky cohesion, Feng Fei was long gone. He was left alone. Han Sen felt depressed about it, but he also felt a nasty chill run down his spine. It was like there was a spirit staring at him from behind. Han Sen turned around to have a look at what it might have been. He saw Bauer holding small cat. She was sitting on a small, flowery altar. Her were flashing with a weird type of light. She was also smiling at him. Dad, I saw everything that happened there. Bauer's lips were lifted. She smiled at Han Sen. What do you want from me? Han Sen knew that explaining this to Bauer was probably a futile endeavor. That little girl always wanted to cause chaos. Bauer ran into Han Sen's arms. She grabbed Han Sen by the neck and acted as cute as she could. I know you love Bauer the most. You love me more than anyone, so I would never think of selling you out. Whatever happens here will be kept on the hush-hush. That is a promise I can keep for you. I will not let my mom know, but Han Sen once made a deal with Bauer that he had to go to a street to eat snacks or some other unfair treaty like that. It had satisfied Bauer, that little demon. Who did I provoke? Han Sen glumly sighed. The god fights were still going on. After reaching the top 100 rankings, the performances of Dollar, Lucky, and Ingot caught the eyes of many more people. The small flying fish that no one knew about was now a hot topic. It was now a creature recognized by all. Because of the small, flying fish, many people were trying to guess who Ingot was. At the very least, Sky King knew that Ingot was Bauer. An annihilation god spirit gene race has joined the god fights. Isn't that cheating? Sky King was happy this had happened. Because people could not combine with god spirits to fight, ordinary elites would not use a god spirit gene race. So, the small flying fish in the god fights was like a big fish in a pond full of small fish. It was a boss. This boss was going up against Sky King's sworn enemy, God Word King. How could Sky King not be happy about that? Sky King could not wait to see God Word King square off against the small flying fish. He suspected the small flying fish would chase him into the sky, where there was no way out, and then chase him to the ground, where there were no doors. Even God Word King has not yet exposed his trump card risk, which will be him using a god spirit gene race. I am only afraid he is not the opponent of the small flying fish. Sky King felt very cocky about the outcome. It was like he could picture the God Word King being fried alive by the small flying fish. In fact, the elites of all the other kingdoms turned their focus to this fight. It was a fight with one of the God of Wealth's team, which consisted of 3 people. They were to square off against a real, overbearing elite. They hoped this fight would make Ingot show her true self. They wanted to know who Ingot was. On the day of the fight, it was not just the Qin kingdom tuning in. The elites of every other kingdom were keen to spectate this fight. The other fights, which were supposed to have many viewers, did not have many people watching. Even Dollars and Lucky's matches did not have many people watching them. After all, their opponents were far weaker than the God Word King. There was nothing particularly interesting about their fights to watch. When the match started, people saw the jade-white flying fish enter the space battleground. It flapped its white wings and sailed slowly through space. It looked like a lazy, small fish that was afloat in a sky of water. It did not look as if it was harmful at all. Now, people of the 7 kingdoms knew how scary that flying fish was. It even turned god-class gene races into dust. Everyone waited for God Word King to show himself. They wanted to watch this fight, which could shock the world. They even imagined the master of the small flying fish would show themselves to fight God World King. It was a shame the small flying fish's master did not show up. It looked like it was going to use the small flying fish to fight. Using a gene race to fight an annihilation god spirit blood pulse was more ignorant than words could describe. People were earnestly hoping to watch a good fight. Time went by, but God Word King had yet to reveal himself. Is God World King forfeiting? Impossible. People like God Word King would not give up, no matter what. It doesn't matter how strong that gene race is. God World King is the strongest. Why has God World King not shown himself yet? Everyone was talking about it. When the space battleground's time limit ended, God World King had yet to show up. People were able to confirm that one of the Qin kingdom's 2 kings with a different surname, God World King, had thrown in the towel. He did not dare fight the small flying fish. Chapter 3173 Zhou Donglai. All the people throughout the kingdoms were in complete shock. An inheritor of a blood pulse from one of the 12 annihilation god spirits, God Word King, had chosen not to do battle. It made Ingot, who was the least threatening of the 3 God of Wealth members, suddenly very popular. Everyone started to gossip about why God Word King had decided to avoid fighting. They wondered if it was because he didn't think he could win or if it had to do with something else. Sky King felt a bit depressed. He had not expected God Word King to give up the fight. He wondered, where did God Word King get this news from? A middle-aged man, who looked like a scholar, was in God Word King's manor. He was watering the flowers. He kept watering the flowers while he spoke to himself. On September 18th, which is today, I should not go out, make use of any type of weaponry, or try getting into a fight. I should not do anything of the sort. Meanwhile, Bauer thought this turn of events was very boring. She wanted to play, but her opponent had given up. It upset her. Was her feelings of dismay only increased when God Word King completely gave up the fight? The fun she had been looking forward to was delayed. Since God Word King had given up, no one dared to fight the small flying fish. All future opponents gave up the idea of fighting her, so Bauer was able to climb the ranks without anything impeding her progress. She did not have to do any more fighting. Compared to the others, the Gold-Wing Peacock King had faced quite a few challengers. The fights were all very close, but the Gold-Wing Peacock King was able to gobble up a few more Geno races. Han Sen noticed that the Gold-Wing Peacock King was not able to eat just any gene race it wanted. It had to eat bird gene races. It also was able to absorb God-class gene races. As for taking a gene race's power, that did not seem to be something that was guaranteed. Sometimes it worked, and sometimes it didn't work. The gene skill it adopted also seemed to be rather random. Han Sen had yet to figure out a pattern for why it did what it did. Regarding Han Sen, he had been leveling up fine. The Blood God Dragon with the Blood Dragon God Pulse crushed practically every enemy he went up against. Soon enough, Han Sen found himself ranked among the top 16 fighters. After reaching that rank, he imagined he would get into the top 8 before too long. To enter that highest echelon, he had to go up against Zhou Donglai. Han Sen had heard that person's name before, but he did not bother trying to find out who he was. He had heard about him simply because the man was too prestigious of a character. Zhou Donglai was a student of Sky Group from Wu Wei Dao Palace. The legends surrounding him claimed that his parents were once being chased, so they sought refuge inside a god pulse. His mother was pregnant at the time, and she gave birth to Zhou Donglai inside that god pulse. According to the legends, when Zhou Donglai was born, a purple air was released and landed on him. A lot of purple mist seemed to have targeted him. Mysterious text had also appeared. After examination, it was revealed he had been born with a god spirit blood pulse. Because of that, people called him the man who was blessed by the gods. It led to him receiving the name, Donglai. Zhou Donglai was taken in as a student of Wu Wei Dao Palace's Sky Party leader, who was the leader of the biggest of the 9 sects of Wu Wei Dao Palace. Within a dozen years, he was able to reveal his horns. He was extremely popular and famous in Wu Wei Dao Palace. People claimed he was the greatest student Wu Wei Dao Palace had claimed in more than 1,000 years. Some legends also stated that Zhou Donglai singly fought off students from each sect while they all came at him together during Wu Wei Dao Palace's 9-sect competition. At the time, he was laughing and chatting as he managed to beat down each of the 9 students coming at him. He was then drawn into the skill pool and given the Alpha's inheritor gene race. There were too many fantastical legends about Zhou Donglai. If someone gathered and wrote down all of the legends, a storybook could have been created. Han Sen remembering things about Zhou Donglai was not a testament to Zhou Donglai's legacy and strength. It was because the name held a special memory in Han Sen's heart. Back in the Alliance, a demigod association featured a man named Zhou Donglai. He practiced the Purple Manner Sutra. It was one of the hardest Zon Men Geno arts to learn. Back in the day, Zhou Donglai wanted Han Sen to be a student so he could give him the Purple Manner Sutra. For some reason, there was still this lingering sense that he had always missed a great opportunity. When Han Sen learned that Zhou Donglai had died, he felt sad. He was sad that the Purple Manner Sutra had no heir to learn it. When Han Sen heard the name Zhou Donglai, it triggered a tidal wave of memories. It was something he could not forget. In Sky Party, Zhou Donglai was sitting in a stone pavilion. He stared at the fish in the pond. An old man, who looked rather dull, came to sit down in the same stone pavilion. He looked at Zhou Donglai, who was perched in a frozen position upon the banister, and said, "Brother Zhou, you will be fighting Dollar tomorrow. What do you think? Are you sufficiently prepared?" "No," Zhou Donglai casually said. His eyes were still fixed on the fish in the water. He did not move much. "The leader is hoping you will be able to win this next fight," the elder said with a frown. He was feeling a bit angry, but he managed to keep it down. Zhou Donglai finally turned around and asked, "What if I am unable to claim victory? You have one of the Alpha's 4 rare gene races, and you have the purple mist holy cloves," the old man said. "If you want to win, then I do not see a reason why you cannot win." Zhou Donglai coldly asked, "What? Do you mean using a god spirit gene race in the god fights? Do you want me to make a god spirit mad?" The god fights were opened because the god spirits wanted to test their followers. A god spirit gene race was like an extension of the god spirits. Using a god spirit's power to fight would likely embarrass the god spirits. In a worst-case scenario, they could take back the god spirit blood pulse. That was why no human used a god spirit gene race in the middle of a god fight. The purple mist holy clothes were one of the 4 rarest gene races in Wu Wei Dao Palace. They had already combined with an annihilation blood pulse. They had become god-class gene races. The old man wanted Zhou Donglai to use the purple mist holy clothes. There was an 80% to 90% chance that doing so would provoke the god spirit and incite its wrath. "But Brother Zhou, you do not care about that," the old man said with a smile. "So, what? Who cares if you make it mad? Is that really what the teacher wants?" Zhou Donglai calmly asked. "The leader has not said anything, but I suspect he wants you to win, brother," the old man said. "After all, you are very talented. You will be the next to assert leadership in the Sky Party. The teacher will want you to do something that can cement your fame and legacy. In that way, when he gives you the throne, people from the other parties will not be able to whisper a single negative word about his decision. If things are truly that way, please go and tell the teacher I will try my best." Zhou Donglai suddenly looked depressed. He stopped looking at the old man and went back to the stone railing. He cradled his jaw in his hands as he watched the fish swim. "I hope you succeed, Brother Zhou, and I hope you become famous," the old man said as he left. After he turned around, he looked disdainful. "Famous, huh?" Zhou Donglai lifted his lips. He looked disdainful too. "That is fine. Maybe this Dollar will be an interesting guy." After a while, Zhou Donglai stood up. His eyes looked focused. He was emitting some light. In the dark night, there was some weird purple light. On the day of the fight that determined the top 16, many people had a hard time deciding which fight to watch. Everyone who had come this far was famous across the entire universe. They had all shocked the world in some capacity, and it sucked having to miss out watching any of them. After hesitating for a while, many people settled on watching the matches that featured members of the God of Wealth. They were particularly keen on watching Dollar's bout. Chapter 3174 Purple Mist that comes from the east. Everyone chose to watch this fight because God of Wealth's name had become rather outstanding in the fights. 3 people from the same god spirit had already reached the top 16. It was a magnificently rare achievement. Plus, his opponent was to be the supremely talented young man from Wu Wei Dao Palace, Zhou Donglai, whose name was already known throughout the world. Aside from the Qin Kingdom, the power of the Wu Wei Dao Palace was something that lurked in the dark fringes. To the other 6 kingdoms, the power of the Wu Wei Dao Palace was considered the greatest in the universe. Zhou Donglai's name instantly attracted people's attention. It was unknown how many young men must have treated him like an idol, but it had to be a lot. "Brother 2, who do you think will reign as victor?" Yan Dan was going to watch the battle with Yan Bei Fei. Yan Bei Fei's wounds had yet to recover, so he was still looking a little bit pale. He sat in front of the god temple and looked at the god screen. He looked at the screen. Without a shadow of a doubt, he immediately said, "Dollar." Yan Dan nodded and said nothing in return. Yan Bei Fei saw his face. He knew for a fact he was thinking differently. "Mr. Crown Prince, Zhou Donglai is very powerful," Yan Bei Fei said. "Even if I do not try my hardest and still fail to beat him, I guarantee I will be able to make him bleed. As for this person, Dollar, he makes me feel rather hopeless. Something tells me we are not on the same level." He was afraid that if Yan Dan ended up squaring off against Dollar, he would be careless. Carelessness often proved fatal. Yan Dan replied, dollar might be very strong, but one power can level down 10 times. Zhou Donglai was blessed by God, and he has the gene race given to him by the Wu Wei Dao Alpha, the purple mist holy clothes. I am afraid dollar will not be able to gain an advantage over him with that. The purple mist holy clothes are powerful, but would Zhou Donglai dare to whip it out in the middle of a god fight? Yan Bei Fei looked surprised as he spoke. Yan Dan laughed. Even if he did not use it, someone will let him use it. Do you happen to know something you aren't letting me know about, Mr. Crown Prince? Yan Bei Fei sensed that something was veiled within Yan Dan's words. Yan Dan had a sip of tea. He laughed and said, back in the day, when Sky Group leader took Zhou Donglai, he treated him like a son. He tried his best to teach him. He treated him like the future leader of Sky Group as he raised him. Besides his talent and personal effort, Zhou Donglai has been able to achieve as much as he has mainly because of the way Sky Group leader treated him. He was half of it. What does that have to do with Zhou Donglai using the purple mist holy clothes? Yan Bei Fei asked. Yan Dan sighed. The saddest thing in the world is a hero getting old. When a person becomes old, they think about a lot of things. That presence of a hero will be ground away by the furious, unceasing advancements of time. By the time they are done, all they have left are favors and calculations. Sky Group leader is very old, but he still managed to have a son in his old age. Before he died, he was able to have a son. Yan Bei Fei suddenly understood. He did have a son. Of course, he hopes his son can succeed on the throne and lead Sky Group. With Zhou Donglai in Sky Group, not even his son will be able to overcome Zhou Donglai. So, Yan Dan laughed. Because of that, the relationship between Sky Group leader and Zhou Donglai has not been too good the past 2 years. Even us outsiders can clearly see that. Zhou Donglai and Sky Group leader, one of those two, is going to end up hurt. Does that mean if Sky Group leader has some notion of that, Zhou Donglai might use the purple mist holy clothes? Yan Bei Fei now seemed to understand everything. While the two were talking, a shadow was rushing into the space battleground. It was the famous teenager genius, Zhou Donglai. Zhou Donglai was wearing snow-white clothing. He had very long hair. It flowed like a waterfall. He had not combined with a gene race. He just sat atop a white crane. He slowly flew to the space battleground. He is certainly scarier than he was 1 year ago, Yan Bei Fei seriously said. When I saw him last year, I was able to gauge his strength at 30%. Now, I am no longer able to calculate him. He only just turned 20, right? The genius of the sky. Those 4 words, I believe, are only suitable for this man, Zhou Donglai. So, brother 2, who do you think will win today's battle? Yan Dan asked with a smile. Yan Bei Fei hesitated a little but still said, dollar. Yan Dan looked at Yan Bei Fei with shock. Do you really think dollar can win against the purple mist holy clothes? Yan Bei Fei shook his head and looked bitter. Maybe it is because I have been traumatized, but while Zhou Donglai and his purple mist holy clothes are supremely strong, they will still not be enough to overcome dollar. He will not lose. Yan Dan receded into deep thought. Yan Bei Fei's heart had always been strong. He knew if Yan Bei Fei was that scared of dollar and even had trauma, then dollar had to be someone quite different. He was a foe who needed to be treated with great caution. A shadow suddenly flashed into the space battleground. A blood-like flame surrounded the shadow that had entered the space. It stared at Zhou Donglai, who was sitting upon the white crane from afar. You are finally here. Sky King had guessed that Han Sen was dollar a long time ago, so he was very interested in seeing what would happen during this fight. He wanted an example of Han Sen's true power to see how strong he really was. Rocky D was tuning into this fight too. He wanted to know how strong God of Wealth was, as it was supposedly backing Han Sen. Everyone who was focused on this fight sat at the edge of their seats in giddy anticipation. They stared at the godlight screen waiting for the 2 scary elites to start fighting. Han Sen was looking at Zhou Donglai. He started to look weird. He had been thinking for a while about whether or not this Zhou Donglai was the same Zhou Donglai from the Alliance. As he looked at him, he almost wanted to forget about his guessing. The Zhou Donglai from the Alliance was old. He had a beard like a goat. He was not ugly, but he was far from what could be defined as handsome. This Zhou Donglai had a jade face and black hair. His eyes were like ink, and his body was very long and strong. Although he was sitting, he exuded a presence that placed him far away from being a commoner. As for his appearance, He was at least a lot more beautiful than the old man Han Sen used to know. Zhou Donglai checked out Han Sen too. He did not even look as if he had come there to fight. He seemed rather relaxed as he asked, aside from knife skills, what else are you good at? I know a bit about everything, Han Sen replied. I am a jack of all trades and master of none. A bit is enough, Zhou Donglai said with a laugh. I have recently made strides with my swordsmanship. Are you interested? I know a few sword skills. I can play with you. Han Sen looked at Zhou Donglai with interest. He thought this person was intriguing. That is great. I have spent a year training with the sword, so I only know one sword skill. Will you try to combat my purple mist that comes from the east? Zhou Donglai stood up and balanced atop the white crane. He put his left and middle finger together to perform the beginning of a sword skill. Zhou Donglai did not combine with a Gene race, but he had purple air manifest around him. It was like a mist from the east. The purple mist gathered around his fingertips. At this moment, the whole audience was unable to control themselves. They had to stare at the mist gathering around his fingertips. It felt like the ground, sky, and space around them had been wholly swallowed by that purple mist. Nothing else could be looked at. In Wu Wei Dao Palace, an old man screamed, $1 sword mind. Chapter 3175. One sword destroys a kingdom. How is that possible? Hasn't he only been practicing sword skills for a year? The old man looked at Sky Group Leader high above with shock. Sky Group Leader saw the godlight screen was displaying a bit of purple mist. After a while, he sighed and said, Zhou Donglai really is some strange sort of genius, which is very rare to find. The old man looked rather perplexed, but he did not know how to respond. $1 sword mind was not just any sword mind. It was a top-class Geno art of the Wu Wei Dao Palace. It was created by the Wu Wei Dao Alpha. Everything in this world started with 1. 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 3. 3 makes 10,000 things. $1 sword mind started a path to the infinite. The whole Wu Wei Dao Palace legacy started with 1. A Gene race of any element was able to practice with the $1 sword mind. The sword mind would become a $1 sword mind, and a knife mind would become a $1 knife mind. Any Wu Wei Dao Palace student could try their hand at learning the $1 sword mind, but the one who could truly be exceptional with the mind was considered a rare and prestigious student in Wu Wei Dao Palace. It took Sky Group Leader 30 years to start basic proficiency with the $1 sword mind. He finally had entered the door to the big path. Zhou Donglai had only practiced his skills with a sword for a year, yet he already had $1 sword mind. It was very hard to believe. Han Sen saw the purple mist swirl around Zhou Donglai's fingertips. His eyes turned bright at the sight. In the universe of kingdoms, people rarely saw people practice the power of their minds. Zhou Donglai's sword mind was far greater than that of Yan Bei Fei. It made Han Sen's heart feel a twitch. Han Sen used his finger as a sword too. He pointed it at Zhou Donglai's fingertips from afar. Before the sword could move, the sword mind was already breaking through the sky. Suddenly, the entire audience felt as if two sword minds were rising. They did not see any knife lights or sword shadows, but it was enough to make people feel a chill. It was like some scary swords were piercing their bodies. It made them want to fall back. After people reacted to this, they noticed the sword mind was only inside the space battleground. It was unable to hurt them as they watched. That's a very powerful sword mind. Yan Bei Fei's face changed. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. The nobles of all the kingdoms were frozen as they watched. Han Sen and Zhou Donglai casually moved at the same time. They suddenly reached a spot where the two men could wave their arms for sword airs to cross each other. They did not have the powers of destroying the sky or destroying the ground. Nothing was brought any harm, but it gave people the feeling that an entire army was being slaughtered. Just watching them fight was enough to make people's blood boil. They wanted to go and kill as well. They wanted to see their blood spill across the yellow sand. Today, I have noticed what can be accomplished if one takes up the sword, a noble who practiced with a sword said with a sigh. The humans of the universe of kingdoms were obsessed with power, but they lacked power themselves. Thus, the fight between Zhou Donglai and Han Sen was a unique one to witness. It opened people's eyes to what was possible. The skills of both men seemed fairly normal. They did not use any powers that could break mountains and rivers. There were no bright lights. Still, every thrust of a knife went into one's heart. Even the audience felt a chill in their hearts. In a sword palace to the east, a white-bearded old man sighed and said, Practicing with the sword costs 50 springs and autumns. Only by watching this sword fight can I truly realize what it means to take up a sword. Han Sen was getting excited. He had been in the universe of kingdoms for a long time. On this day, he had finally encountered an elite. No matter how strong someone's power was, their power still came from the outside. Only self-knowledge and one's willpower defined and made someone truly strong. Han Sen thought elites like Zhou Donglai had a powerful sense of willpower and faith. He did not just have extreme power. Han Sen used all of the sword skills he had learned to do battle with Zhou Donglai. Zhou Donglai only knew one skill, which was purple mist that comes from the east. He kept on using it, but it had many different facets. There were many layers and moves to use within the same skill set. $1 sword mind provided 2 machines. 4 machines resulted in 4 elephants. 4 elephants turned into gossip. To be able to bring a sword skill to this level, it was obvious that Zhou Donglai understood a lot. He was a swordsman who was as good as Lone Bamboo. He was also different from Lone Bamboo. Zhou Donglai's sword skills were bright and obvious. They gave people a sense of righteousness. As a person, along with his sword, he gave people a sense of hope and not destruction. Suddenly, Han Sen fell back. He ran away from the battleground. Han Sen frowned and looked at Zhou Donglai as he asked, "Why do you want to die?" Zhou Donglai's sword skills kept pushing forward, making the fight very intense. In the most intense moment, there was no sense of victory. Han Sen felt he was driving toward death. Zhou Donglai happily laughed. "I owe someone a life. Now, he wants to take it back. Therefore, I must pay. To be able to die against a swordsman of your talent, I can only say it has been worth it." "Can the life you owe only be paid back with your own life?" Han Sen asked with a frown. "Yes," Zhou Donglai said with a nod. "Without him, I wouldn't be here today." Han Sen replied, "Fine. Use all the power you have to fight me. I want to kill a strong swordsman, not a man with a death wish." The blood dragon god Pulse exploded. His blood-red dragon air almost looked solid. It was like a blood dragon was surrounding Han Sen's body. "Okay." Zhou Donglai looked at Han Sen and nodded. The purple air was like a mist that appeared on Zhou Donglai. It turned into a purple and misty pair of clothes that draped over Zhou Donglai's body. They created 10,000 purple lights, which made him look like a purple sun god king. His black hair turned purple. The light was like a sun that gave people warmth. His eyes were like a sun in the sky staring at everything. A scary presence suddenly covered all of space. It was like the whole battleground only had light left in it. Zhou Donglai used purple mist holy clothes. Yan Bei Fei sighed. The purple mist holy clothes moved. It did not matter if Zhou Donglai died or not, but no god spirit would allow their members to fight a god spirit's power to win in a god fight. His god spirit blood pulse would be taken away. This just proved his god spirit was no good. "This strong power matches your sword skills," Han Sen said with a nod. "In that case, come," Zhou Donglai said. "Let me die when it is the brightest time in my life." His fingers were swords again. This time, it was not just a purple light that appeared on his fingertips. The entire sky looked like it was overwhelmed with a purple light. It seemed as if it all stemmed from his fingertips. The purple mist holy clothes were surrounded by a holy light. It was like 10,000 misty lights were there. Zhou Donglai waved his sword. Countless misty lights moved. They unceasingly came roaring at Han Sen. Suddenly, the sky, ground, and space only had a purple sword light in it. It was like a flood or a disaster drowning space. The power of a sword could kill a god. Or a Buddha. Even a sky full of god spirits would change their expressions at this sight. The Annihilation God Spirit Gene Race's Purple Mist Holy Clothes Gene Skill and Purple Mist Holy Light buff released a misty light that was like Zhou Donglai unleashing a full power attack. It was too scary to imagine. Back in the day, Wu Wei Dao Palace's Alpha used one sword to destroy a kingdom, Yan Dan said with a sigh. Today, Zhou Donglai is doing something similar. It is a shame he was born in the wrong place and grew up with the wrong person. Chapter 3176 Losing a Blood Pulse. Although Zhou Donglai did not combine with an Annihilation God Spirit, every sword light power is like an Annihilation God Spirit's attack. This scary power is so shocking. No wonder the Wu Wei Dao Palace Alpha once used the Purple Mist Holy Clothes to strike down a kingdom with a single sword hit. It was so overbearing, so how does Han Sen hope to compete against it? Sky King squinted his eyes as if he was watching a movie. Rocky D sighed and said, Back then, the Wu Wei Dao Palace Alpha really was a genius who shocked the world. Even our leader made sure to avoid him. It is a shame that he chose not to join my God Chaos party. If he had, I could have guaranteed him the chance to become someone really big. Everyone had their will stolen by that beautiful sword. They felt as if they could not beat it. Han Sen saw the scary sword mind coming for him, but he was not afraid. He used his finger like a sword and pointed it at Zhou Donglai's attacks, all of which were headed for this direction. No sword air shook the sky. He did not muster a powerful sword light. It was like he was gently threading a needle. He did not even try to compare his might with Zhou Donglai's sword skills, which were shaking the sky. When Han Sen thrust forward, the entire audience's heart brimmed with shock. They all felt as if the knives were striking their hearts and perforating them. Some people felt terrible about it, so they fell back. Many people coughed out blood in awe of the sight. Even though the powerful elites had calm hearts, they looked shocked. This was the spirit sword skill Han Sen had learned from Six Paths Emperor. The spirit sword skill was not a spirit body sword skill. It was a sword skill that went straight to one's heart. This was a sword skill that depended on one's heart and will. The sword pointed straight to the heart. If one's heart was lacking in some way, it would be harmed by the sword. This skill had a name, but it meant nothing. It had a spirit, but it was not solid. The spirit sword did not have the power to harm anyone, but people who were struck by the spirit sword skill would make themselves their enemy. Zhou Donglai looked at Han Sen's sword, which was coming for him. It was like he had suddenly fallen into the grasp of a terrible nightmare. His mind was flooded with all sorts of weird scenes. The guard he had on his will was lost. The strongest purple air coming from the mist was broken. It simply vanished. What kind of evil sword skill was that? The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were as much scared as they were shocked. They did not understand what kind of power Han Sen had just used to enable such a weird effect on his opponent. They always thought the actual power was the base. They forgot about the power they had inside them. Not many people saw how truly amazing Han Sen's skill was. Only some top-class elites had been able to witness the granular details of Han Sen's sword skill. They could not help but compliment him profusely, comparing him to a god when it came to his prowess with a blade. Han Sen frowned and looked at Zhou Donglai. Because the spirit sword skill was powerful, he did not think Zhou Donglai would be defeated by the spirit sword skill so easily. He felt as if there was another reason for Zhou Donglai being broken. Suddenly, some god light appeared in space, and a light came down after. It landed on Zhou Donglai and made his body possess some strange blue light. It was like some power was being pulled away from his body. Blood pulses taken, Yan Bei Fei let out a long sigh. By now, everyone was able to understand what had happened. The god spirit blood pulse that a god spirit had given to Zhou Donglai was being taken away. The god spirit blood pulse was leaving him. The blue lights, which kept shining on him, gradually wore away the gracious image of power that was once Zhou Donglai. It was like the man's life force was slowly escaping him. He was sort of like a dead person. Boom. As Zhou Donglai's god spirit blood pulse faded, his purple mist holy clothes were snatched from his body. To the humans of the universe of kingdoms, the god spirit blood pulse was the base in which to control gene races. Now, Zhou Donglai's god spirit blood pulse had been taken back. The purple mist holy clothes, which was a rare gene race, were no longer bound to him. They had been set free. Sky Group leader looked happy about it. The elder on his side looked happy too. He said, "The purple mist holy clothes are now free. They will return to the pool. When little brother goes into the pool, you and I can help him. Little brother will be protected by the gene race. Then, he can carry on the legacy of the Sky Group." Sky Group leader wanted to force Zhou Donglai out. It was not just because he wanted him to quit fighting for the Sky Group leader position. The most important reason was for him to obtain the purple mist holy clothes for himself. Without actual power, even if the Sky Group leader forced his son to take on the mantle of being the next Sky Group leader, he would not be there for long. If he could get aid from the purple mist holy clothes, the Sky Group leader's seat was solidified. Sky Group leader had been planning this for a long time. If the purple mist holy clothes returned to the pool, he had a secret skill and treasure to bolster his son's power. Even though he had wasted his life and all his efforts, he wanted a future for his son. Although Sky Group leader felt guilty about Zhou Donglai, the nature of a real bloodline and an old body and heart still ensured he would do all that he could for his son. What made Sky Group leader and the old man feel weird was the fact that the purple mist holy clothes left Zhou Donglai's body but did not return to the pool. It floated in front of Zhou Donglai as if it was looking at Zhou Donglai. The purple mist flickered like a robe of cloth made of sky mist. A man and some clothes were floating. The man was old like dry grass. The clothes were shining with a misty light. The scene was very weird. Zhou Donglai's god spirit blood pulse had been taken away, and the mysterious light disappeared into space. Zhou Donglai had lost all the power he once had. He no longer looked like a god. His long purple hair had no more purple mist. His black hair was gone too. His long hair had become white. It was like he had grown old overnight. Seeing a powerful and pretty man reduced to that drove many women and ladies to feel sorry for him. It made the waterworks come on. They sobbed for their loss. Many powerful elites felt it was a great shame. They could no longer watch a rare, talented person like that come to such an end. Sky Group leader, this guy is too much. In Wu Wei Dao Palace, some people felt extremely sorry for Zhou Donglai, but that was Sky Group's business. Even if they wanted to exact vengeance, they were not able to. At this time, the purple mist holy clothes continued to float with a purple mist. It was like a god spirit was descending. It was releasing an endless holy presence of purple mist. Are the purple mist holy clothes going to return to the pool? Sky Group leader felt terrible about this too. When he saw the purple mist holy clothes rise, he felt excited again. In the next second, Sky Group leader's eyes opened wide. He looked on in utter disbelief. The purple mist holy clothes descended onto Zhou Donglai, whose hair was now totally white. They draped and clothed him again like a godly robe. Purple air endlessly covered the sky, making Zhou Donglai's body brim with purple air. His presence recovered quickly. He was like some god who had just woken up from a long slumber. How is that possible? Impossible. Zhou Donglai no longer has a god spirit blood pulse. How can the purple mist holy clothes still select him? That is unbelievable. Sky Group leader stood up. He stared at the purple mist holy clothes and Zhou Donglai in utter disbelief. Chapter 3177 Breaking the World. Han Sen complicatedly looked at Zhou Donglai, who was exuding a strange sort of power that was different from the power elicited by the purple mist holy clothes. Zhou Donglai's body emitted a purple mist and glass-like words. The words looked as if they had been branded onto Zhou Donglai's flesh. It was like when he was born, it had already been carved into his flesh. The rumors are true. Zhou Donglai really is a man who was blessed by God. Those mysterious words, are they the words that he was born with? Special people really are special people, even though he might not have a god spirit blood pulse. The face of the Sky Group leader must be looking rather funny right now. Many of the elites in the world were looking rather strange. Many of them felt happy about what was happening, whereas others felt extremely jealous. Only Han Sen's feelings could not be described. The mysterious text on Zhou Donglai read, Purple Manner Sutra. Although Han Sen had never bothered to learn the Purple Manner Sutra, seeing Zhou Donglai use it, he still knew some of it. Upon seeing the text, it was obviously Purple Manner Sutra's content. Now, I see, he is Zhou Donglai reborn. When he was reborn, he could not erase his thoughts and memories of the past. They were deep inside his soul and bones. It was always there inside his blood. How stubborn of a man must he be? He forgot who he was, but even the reincarnation process could not scrub him clean and prevent him from carrying on the legacy of the Purple Manner Sutra. Did he encounter something lucky before his death? Did the Purple Manner Sutra residing inside his spirit go with him through his death? Han Sen was shocked. After seeing the Purple Manner Sutra, Han Sen finally knew why there was no support of a god spirit blood pulse. He also now understood why the purple mist holy clothes still decided to cling onto Zhou Donglai. In that world, everything had a cause. The purple mist holy clothes and the power of the Purple Manner Sutra had their main and opposite sides. They were two different existences. If Zhou Donglai was one day able to use the Purple Mist Holy Clothes and Purple Manner Sutra's power, it meant that he had reached a level that would enable him to break the world. It was a shame that Han Sen's power was too weak as it was, and the power of the Purple Manner Sutra was restricted by the forces of that universe. The only reason it was showing itself now was that the power of the Purple Manner Sutra was triggered by the Purple Mist Holy Clothes. Zhou Donglai still had a way to go before breaking the world. To ordinary people, his chance of breaking the world was much higher. To say he was a talented genius was exactly right. When ordinary people were reborn, they were not permitted to cling to the memories of their past life. Yet, he had kept a geno art from his past life. If someone like that was not called a genius, then geniuses could not exist in that world. When the Purple Manor Sutra's text started to fade, Zhou Donglai woke up. Although he had lost his god spirit blood pulse, the feelings he gave off were much more powerful. Before, the purple mist holy clothes were just clothes that existed around him. Now, the purple mist holy clothes were part of his body. They gave people the feeling that he was the holy clothes, and the holy clothes were him. Now is the time we can decide the victor, Zhou Donglai said to Han Sen with a smile. His smile was like a spring sun that could melt the sun. It made people smile along with him. The young girls and women were watching with eyes that glowed. Okay, Han Sen nodded. He saw Zhou Donglai start with purple mist that comes from the east. He did not use a sword skill again. Zhou Donglai's sword mind and spirit were already perfect. Using a spirit sword path was not going to work on him. Zhou Donglai turned his two fingers into a sword and pointed them at Han Sen. This time, there was no power like 10,000 swords coming together. There was just a little bit of purple light that came flying over to Han Sen. When the purple light was flying, even the sky and ground shook like there was some purple air coming. They were going to the purple light. It was like all the power of the sky and ground were focused on that purple light. The purple light got close to Han Sen, which made the purple air heavier. It started from a small dot and formed a line. From a line, it turned into a sword. The purple air gathered to form a sword. It was like a life force that had just been born. It made the chaotic sky and ground have infinite changes. One sword split up the sky and the ground. Han Sen felt as if there was no going back. One sword power could split the sky and the ground, but he was just a person. In Wu Wei Dao Palace's main sect, a man locked down in a tower opened his eyes. He said to himself, the sky and the ground are reincarnating. They are ending so they can begin anew. Purple mist comes from the east. One sword that can break the world. Wu Wei Dao Palace finally has someone that has awoken. Which group is he from to become like this? Wu Wei Dao Palace has another very strong elite. It will be very difficult for the Qin kingdom to improve with this. A king stood before a god. He looked at the power of the sword and looked sad. Han Sen was confused. He thought Zhou Donglai had the conditions to break the world, but breaking the world would still take a while. He never thought his sword had reached the max. It went from yang to yin. It went from positive straight to negative. He had used another way to combine and reverse the break world power. Han Sen had made a mistake with this assumption. The break world power on display did not come from Zhou Donglai. It came from the purple mist holy clothes. The purple mist holy clothes followed Wu Wei Dao Palace. Wu Wei Dao Alpha had unlocked a shortcut to breaking the world. Now, it was accepting Zhou Donglai so he could use its power. Although Zhou Donglai understood, his power still had not reached that level. Seeing the sword come, it was like the sky and the ground was crushing him. It made Han Sen feel incredible amounts of restriction. Ever since the fight with Rocky D, Han Sen had yet to encounter another incredible type of power that could be put on par with what was used against him. He felt as if his heart was going to get ripped apart. Han Sen was standing in the air. His long hair waved with the wind. He felt as if there was an emotion within him that he could not accurately discern. He had an urge to improve. After coming to the universe of kingdoms, Han Sen had been fighting all types of power. Throughout it all, no one had been able to touch his heart. Even Rocky D had made Han Sen feel as if he was a character that would be hard to get rid of. It never invoked real emotion in Han Sen's heart. Now, Zhou Donglai understood how to break the world. He achieved his super sword, which struck fear into Han Sen's heart. It gave him the feeling that he wanted to practice. Zhan Yellow Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra ran through Han Sen's body at the same time. These two opposite powers ran at the same time, but they did not create conflict with each other. Han Sen had tried to do this many times, but it had never worked. Now, it was triggered by Zhou Donglai's sword mind. It was like he had just received the aid of a god. The two powers ran through his body with friction. It was not like before. It was working. The sword light did not go back. It went forward. Han Sen stepped forward and slashed with his hand. It was like a ship breaking against rough waters. His hand felt as if great waves were crashing against him. It felt as if there were 10,000 mountains and hellish creations trying to stop his bob and roll. Open. Han Sen's eyes were on fire. His entire body was burning with a life force that one could not see. His hands were like axes as he slashed toward the sword light. One purple and one red halo flashed in space, but only for 1 second. No one could see what was going on. The 2 bolts of lightning disappeared. The 2 cracks in space did not heal. A small crack appeared in the fabric of space. It was defined by the shape of an X. It burned in space. It seemed as if it would never fade. Everyone felt their hearts tremble. They were still trying to remember how good this was. Han Sen and Zhou Donglai had somehow ended up standing in front of each other, and Han Sen's hand was up against Zhou Donglai's neck. Chapter 3178 Life belongs to you, Zhou Donglai lost. Yan Dan looked on in disbelief. It was not just Yan Dan feeling that way. All the elites from every kingdom were now reeling in shock. Zhou Donglai, who had almost broken the world, still lost. The incredible sword he had used was still incapable of defeating Han Sen. He lost. In an old tower, the person inside looked surprised. Wu Wei Dao Palace had not had someone in its ranks who could break the world in many years. Now, someone had managed to achieve the $1 sword mind. He was able to use one sword to break the world, but he still lost the fight. In the years I have isolated myself, what happened here in the universe? A person was deep in thought. I lost, Zhou Donglai said after lowering his hands. Han Sen looked at Zhou Donglai and asked, now your life belongs to me, right? Yes, my life is folded to you now, Zhou Donglai said with a serious nod. I will have you do one thing for me, and you will not reject me, Han Sen said with a smile. My life is yours, Zhou Donglai said. You can do whatever you want with it, but this life is cheap. If you want to use me to take the life of another, I do not think I will be able to do that. Han Sen shook his head. I do not want you to kill people for me. I want you to leave Wu Wei Dao Palace and obey the God of Wealth. You must become a member of God of Wealth. Okay, I will pay back whatever I owe to Wu Wei Dao Palace. You are the one calling the shots now. Zhou Donglai did not ask any questions about the deal. He just simply agreed. Han Sen put his hand on Zhou Donglai's neck. He touched Zhou Donglai on his shoulder. He got closer and whispered something into his ear. He then smiled and started to depart. Zhou Donglai nodded and departed the space battleground. Han Sen did the same and left the space battleground. What? That person who just broke the world is going to betray my Wu Wei Dao Palace. The person inside the tower had a very strong will. He almost did sky and man combined together, but now he was very angry. The elites and students of Wu Wei Dao Palace felt the same way about things. Zhou Donglai was such a powerful character, and now he was going to abandon Wu Wei Dao Palace. The people who knew what was going on inside Wu Wei Dao Palace could not really hate Zhou Donglai for what he did. Zhou Donglai returned everything he was able to. Sky Group leader wanted his life and God Spirit blood pulse. He also wanted his purple mist holy clothes. Zhou Donglai could have left, but he didn't. He returned everything that was given to him. Zhou Donglai no longer had the God Spirit blood pulse of Wu Wei Dao Palace. The purple mist holy clothes left him. His life belonged to $. Whatever Wu Wei Dao Palace had given him was returned. He betrayed Wu Wei Dao Palace, but the people of Wu Wei Dao Palace could not find a reason to hate him. Sky Group, what have you guys done? A party leader in the Wu Wei Dao Palace was blisteringly angry. He waved his sleeves and turned a mountain into flat ground. He is an elite who can break the world, yet he just betrayed Wu Wei Dao Palace. King Jing Zhen slapped the table and laughed. He almost had tears come out because he was laughing so hard. Wu Wei Dao Palace, Sky Group, this is interesting, Yan Dan looked on strangely. He looked as if he wanted to laugh, but he held it in. Who is this God of Wealth God Spirit? How can there be some powerful existence like that? Now, Zhou Donglai is in its ranks. This rhythm goes against the sky. Of the 12 annihilation God Spirits, are there that many scary elites in their ranks? Everyone was suddenly wide awake. Out of the 16 rank fights that determined the top 8, there were another 2 God of Wealth member fights going on. Everyone watched the fights with Ingot and Lucky. Ingot's fight had already come to an end. Just as they thought, Ingot achieved victory and gained a place among the top 8. Lucky's fight was still happening. There had yet to be a winner determined. Many people watched the fight. Compared to this, the fights won by Han Sen and Ingot weren't half as bad. Unlike Zhou Donglai, who had used a God Spirit gene race, the others were just 2 scary gene races in a heated battle. Lucky's gold-winged peacock king had been seen many times. The gold-winged peacock king's opponent was a Gene race too. The masters had not shown themselves on the battleground. It was like no one recognized the gold-winged peacock king, and no one knew what the other Gene race was called. They could only tell it was a white tiger. The white tiger was about 2 feet long. It looked like a juvenile. Still, a small tiger like that was having no issue fighting against the gold-winged peacock king. In fact, it was doing rather well against it. Ha Sen sensed that the small tiger was a rare Gene race, but it had not evolved enough. Otherwise, the gold-winged peacock king would have been unable to fight it. He looked at Feng Yin Yin's opponent. That person's name was Little White. The god spirit it belonged to was Moment God. One who pledges allegiance to Moment God, huh? Han Sen developed an evil grin. If his god of wealth temple could have Moment God, he wondered what sort of god could actually reside in Moment God's temple. The small tiger was weird, but it was just a baby. It had not yet grown up. It was unable to defeat the gold-winged peacock king. After a while of battle, the gold-winged peacock king damaged it quite a bit. The small tiger's master summoned the tiger back. It did not want the little tiger to die. Feng Yin Yin smoothly proceeded. To the top 8, everybody from God of Wealth, the 3 of them, all reached the top 8. Among the top 8, 3 of them hailed from the same god spirit, which was extremely rare. It made the God of Wealth's name blow up in the universe. What kind of level is God of Wealth's god spirit? How come we have never heard of it? It must be a high-class god spirit. Otherwise, why would so many scary elites become a member of it? I want to go and see the god of Wei Temple. If that God of Wealth looked at me and made me become its member, I would most assuredly be blessed. Do you guys not remember the gold pillar when the god fight started? Do you think that might have been a beam of light belonging to God of Wealth? I think it very well could be. I say, why else would there be a pillar that was brighter than the current 12 annihilation god spirits? I think the gold pillar came from the gold crystal system. Does the God of Wealth hail from the gold crystal system? Everyone in the universe was guessing where the God of Wealth temple came from. They also really wanted to uncover the identities of Dollar, Ingot, and Lucky. Some nobles actually sent out people to the gold crystal system to seek out the God of Wealth temple. It was a shame the God of Wealth was guarded by Sky King's big dragon riders. No one was able to get close, so no one was able to find the God temple they sought. Only one person was able to get past the big dragon riders. This person went to God of Wealth River and headed into the God of Wealth temple. This person went in front of the god statue, put down a droplet of blood, and became a member of the temple. The dragon maid went back to Rocky D and said with a bow, "Mr. Minister, I have done what you wanted me to do." "Good job," Rocky D said with a laugh. "The real good stuff is going to start. I hope Han Sen will not disappoint me." Chapter 3179 Fighting Yan Dan. The fights whittling down the roster from 8 to 4 annoyed Han Sen. His opponent was going to be Yan Dan from the Yan Kingdom. That was fine with him, but Bauer and Feng Yin Yin had to fight each other. Regardless of who won, one of them would lose a slot that cost a lot of god power to get. There was nothing he could do about it. Feng Yin Yin did not want to win. She said she would leave the fights and return the gold-winged peacock king to Han Sen. "Bauer, you must work hard and win the part one have lost," Feng Yin Yin said as she stroked Bauer's head. "I will," Bauer said as she blinked her eyes. In the Yan Kingdom, King Yan Yunshao secretly met with the Crown Prince, Yan Dan. Yan Yunshao looked very grave as he asked, "My son, do you think you will be able to defeat Dollar?" "Truth be told, I am not confident," Yan Dan replied. "That Dollar is an impossible character to predict. If he can break Zhou Donglai, who wielded a power that could break the world, I think he must be an elite who can break the world too." Yan Yunshao nodded and said, "You are correct. Those kinds of elites are like phoenix feathers and Kirin horns in this world. All of them are so good like the sky, but they are scary. However, they are still beatable. Powers to break the world are taboo ones abandoned by god spirits. There are a lot of taboos in this world, so getting that kind of power may not be a good thing." Yan Dan just quietly listened to his father speak. He knew Yan Yunshao had likely called him over for another reason. Those powers are strong, but the powers of a god spirit can still combat it, Yan Yunshao went on to say. If you say that a break world power is a sharp blade, then god spirit powers will be a shield. You can use the power of a god spirit to restrict break world powers. But the god fights do not permit you to combine. With a god spirit, Yan Dan said. We can only depend on our God spirit blood pulse. It will be very hard to break the world. Of course, it will not work if you are left to depend on your own powers, but it is not as if there is not another way. Yan Yunxiao pointed at a rectangular wooden box on the table and said, Dan, my son, open the wooden box. Yan Dan's heart jumped. He seemed to think of something, so he happily opened the wooden box and looked inside it. His eyes turned bright. He seemed surprised as he asked, Father, is that the Yan Kingdom's sacrificial god tool, Flying Yan Spear? A short spear was inside the wooden box. The spear's body was made of black metal. There was a mysterious symbol on top. The spear's head was very strange. It was like a flying yan that was pulling its wings back. Not bad, Yan Yunxiao said with a laugh. This is the Yan Kingdom's sacrificial tool, which has been passed down the many generations. It is the Flying Yan Spear. The sacrificial tool was placed on this table day and night, gathering God's spirit power. When humans get their blood pulse tested, they sacrifice a morsel of their blood. This sacrificial tool contains the blood of countless members, and it has absorbed the blood of those members. The Yan Kingdom's sacrifice is the Flying Yan Spear. It was placed on the God table for empty God. After many generations of kings have gone by, I cannot imagine how much blood from members it has managed to absorb to have the powerful power it wields. In Long Da King's time, the Yan Kingdom was thrust into a crisis. We had to use the sacrifice to defeat the evil and help our country prevail against that crisis. The Flying Yan Spear left the God altar that time, and we had to produce a new spear on the God altar. The new Flying Yan Spear was special too. It was made from a rare Gene race's horn. It had God power cultivating it day and night, and it was dyed with the blood of our members. It has been here absorbing them throughout many centuries of our glorious kingdom. The godly power it contains can be no worse than the first Flying Yan Spear. In the end, when our kingdom prevailed and overcame that crisis, the two Flying Yan Spears were always kept atop the God altar. They can only be used when there is a big crisis. Yan Yunxiao stroked the Flying Yan Spear. With an overbearing presence, he said, the Flying Yan Spears are not a God spirit, but their power can rival a God spirit. They can be a fine substitute for empty God. With the aid of these two spears, even if you square off against an elite who can break the world, you will have no issue. Father, do you want me to use the Flying Yan Spears to combat Dollar? Yan Dan looked at Yan Yunxiao with shock. The Flying Yan Spears were very important to the kingdom. No one ever thought they would see them used unless there was a major crisis. To learn there were two of them going to be used now might have been seen as overkill. Yan Yunxiao saw the worry scrawled over Yan Dan's face. He sighed and said, right now, it is just you and I, a father and son, here. As a father, I am not going to hide things from you. Our Yan family is the weakest ever seen in the Yan Kingdom. Things have only gotten worse in the past few years. Other kingdoms might not do much for a rare gene race, but to the Yan Kingdom, it has been many years since we had a rare gene race. It would be excellent if we managed to get one more. Do not worry, father, Yan Dan said with seriousness as he bowed. I will try my best. I will try to get first place on behalf of the Yan Kingdom in these god fights and claim a rare gene egg for us. As a father, I believe in your abilities, Yan Yunxiao said with sharp eyes. You are a very smart person. The whole of the Yan Kingdom is putting its hopes in you. This time, using the Flying Yan Spears is not for the sole purpose of obtaining a rare gene race. It is merely because I want the people who want to take advantage of the Yan Kingdom to know we still have mighty people in our midst and cannot be bullied so easily. Yes, Yan Dan replied. He sighed on the inside and thought, as the Yan Kingdom that bad that we need to use this trick to show off. It looks like the situation in the Yan Kingdom is in direr straits than I thought. The Flying Yan Spears were blessed by empty God's God power, Yan Yunxiao said as he put the wooden box in Yan Dan's hands. They can work as a substitute for empty God. Only the Yan Kingdom's royal blood pulse can enable one to use them. With the power of your talents and the two spears, I think you will be able to fight Dollar. It was like he had just given him a 1,000-pound burden. Upon receiving this request, Yan Dan felt a lot of pressure fall upon his shoulders. Do not worry, father. I am going to win. Yan Dan accepted the wooden box and spoke with utter seriousness. He was still wondering whether or not he should use it, but now he was fairly certain of his decision. If he was unable to defeat Dollar, he would have to use it. He had to win no matter what. The fights whittling down the roster from 8 to 4 did not occur simultaneously. The fights happened sequentially. The first fight featured Bauer in a contest with Feng Yin. All the audience hoped to see ones from the same group killing each other, but Lucky decided not to join the fight. Therefore, Ingot was able to reach the top 4. The second fight was between Dollar and Yan Dan. It was unknown whether or not it was a coincidence, but the fights with the God of Wealth all came first. In the Geno Hall, a god spirit walked in. His right hand was placed on his chest as he bowed to the leader. He said, "Mr. Leader, the fight between Dollar and Yan Dan is about to begin." The leader of the hall squinted his eyes. The two sides of the hall had 12 powerful god spirits. They all looked at the floor in space. In that space, it was recognized as the God Space Battleground. Chapter 3180 Fighting Yan Dan 2. When Han Sen entered the space battleground, Yan Dan was already waiting inside. Upon seeing Han Sen arrive, Yan Dan immediately combined with his gene race. His back featured a spread of glorious bird wings. His power vastly increased in a short amount of time. Isn't that Yan Bei Fei's Rip Space 9 Rob Yan? It looks like Yan Dan wants to fight Dollar to the death this time. Sky King noticed the difference in Yan Dan's demeanor, so he could not help but express his surprise. In fact, most elites who knew anything about the Yan Kingdom could tell Yan Bei Fei was using his Rip Space 9 Rob Yan. After combining with it, Yan Dan's body brimmed with a scary power movement. A gray presence spread across his body, covering it in a gray fire. He grew a horn on his head and a snake tail on his backside. It's the Yan Kingdom's demon-eyed unicorn snake. He has combined with 2 gene races. They are adult classes. Yan Dan should not be able to do much more than that. The demon-eyed unicorn snake was a very famous gene race in the Yan Kingdom. Many people knew about it. In the next second, Yan Dan's presence exploded. Red flames blew up across his body. He looked like a volcano in the midst of an eruption. It turned everything around him red. Several fiery, red feathers spread across Yan Dan's back. They were like the feathers of a phoenix. Southbound leaving bird, another rare gene race that happens to be in ultimate mode. This time, the Yan Kingdom really has invested quite a bit. Sky King looked at Dan Yan with genuine shock. It was not as if he was shocked that the Yan Kingdom possessed so many rare gene races. He was more shocked that Yan Dan could use 3 rare gene races and combine with them all at once. That required a high level of body fitness. If ordinary humans tried to do something like that, the chances of success were low. Most people who tried were usually overwhelmed by the power of the gene races and ended up self-destructing. Yan Dan seemed to be displaying trouble, but he ultimately managed to do it. His body released 3 distinct colors: red, gray, and black in the shape of fire. His entire body looked like a demon god descending. It was an incredibly weird and strange sight. Han Sen did not react to the spectacle, but the nobles of all the 6 kingdoms were incredibly shocked. Even King Jing Zhen looked surprised as he remarked, "What does Yan Yunxiao want? This is just a god fight," yet he brought out the flying Yan spears. Is it really worth all of this? When Rocky D witnessed the reveal of the flying Yan spears, he was also shocked. He has even brought out the 2 sacrificial god tools. Clearly, I might have underestimated the Yan Kingdom's desire to fight and win. This is going to be interesting. If you win, it is legal, Han Sen coldly said. If you lose, it is illegal. It doesn't really matter. Well said. In that case, we must certainly try our best. Yan Dan did not wish to waste any time. Combining with 3 rare gene races put a lot of strain on his body. Yan Dan put all of his scary power into the flying Yan spears. The black bodies of the spears emitted a scary fire. They were like demonic spears wreathed in a hellish fire. Combining the powers of 3 rare gene races to use the flying Yan spears is bound to unleash an attack even greater than if Empty God himself walked down here and tried attacking, 1,000-mile reach said. Jia Zhen shook his head. It might be even scarier than that. The flying Yan spears are 2 sacrificial god tools. They are sacrifices of Empty God himself. Yan Dan must be an inheritor of Empty God. If he uses it with 3 rare gene race power buffs, it will be scarier. Before 1,000-mile reach said anything in response, Yan Dan's hands wielded the flying Yan spears. The pair of short spears were already coming for Han Sen from space. At that moment, the once lost short spears had become a black demonic Yan. They broke space and came flying toward Han Sen. That Empty God power came from Empty God. It made the demonic Yan disappear in space. When they appeared again, they were piercing through Han Sen's body. The power of those attacks was stronger than Zhou Donglai's purple mist that comes from the east. In Han Sen's eyes, he was not at all interested in it. Yan Dan's power was full of outside power. The outside power was overwhelmingly strong, but he could hardly hold on. No matter how strong that power was, Han Sen would not see it as anything else except a mask. Han Sen used his finger as a sword. He pointed at Yan Dan. He was going to use the spirit sword skill. Blurg. Yan Dan immediately felt the spirit sword skill's sword mind. His crushed heart finally broke. He spat out some blood. The power around his body erupted into chaos. He coughed up some blood due to the power inside his body being messed up. The three gene races uncombined from his form. The flying Yan spears lost control and fell out from the nothingness. The elites of all the kingdoms gasped. Yan Dan had put a lot of effort into his attack, but Han Sen had been able to wreck his attempt with just a finger. Yan Yunshao's face looked ashen. He expected Yan Dan might lose, but he did not expect his son to lose that way. He did not expect one sole finger to be his bane. Yan Dan had not expected such a result. He had prepared for so long, yet he had been hit like that and made to lose badly. Rocky D was excited. He looked at Yan Dan with eyes that were on fire. Right, it is this look. It does not matter if you are a god or a demon. If you don't have stubbornness in your heart, then you are nothing but rubbish. That is the right kind of stare. That is the stare an elite should have. Bring it out, right now, that is what you need. Yan Dan wiped the blood from his mouth. He stood up. He did not care what it took. He was determined not to lose. Yan Dan could not lose. The Yan Kingdom could not afford another loss, which was why he was going to keep on fighting. It did not matter how much it cost. He had to win. He pulled something out from his chest. Yan Dan held it tightly in his hands. He briefly looked frozen. He then used all his strength to crush whatever was in his hands. Many weird powers came out from his clenched fist. The powers floated into Yan Dan's body like a blizzard of snowflakes. The moment the power touched down on him, it was absorbed into his skin. When the weird power melted into him, Yan Dan's loose body presence was back in full force. The three gene races were resummoned, and they combined with him. This time, Yan Dan's body did not look exhausted. It was like he was happily eating rice and drinking tea. It was now that easy for him. Yan Dan's face even managed to muster a smile. Our fight has just begun. Yan Dan opened his eyes and looked at Han Sen. His eyes had turned pure black. There were no pupils or white of the eyes to be seen. It was like he had the eyes of a demon. You are not Yan Dan. Han Sen frowned. He looked at Yan Dan and asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 3181, Fighting Yan Dan. 3. Can you tell that quickly? Yan Dan asked with an evil smile. Your feelings are certainly quite sensitive, but we are old friends. Therefore, you are free to guess who I am. Rocky D, Han Sen said with a frown. Your feelings are very accurate, but you have only guessed it partially correct, Yan Dan said. Right now, I am Rocky D and Yan Dan. He waved his hand. The flying Yan spears returned to his hands. The spears had a demon-like flame wreathing all around them. The flames were greater than before. One spear was held in front of his chest, and one spear was pointing at Han Sen. Yan Dan looked like his eyes were on fire as he said, "Come on, fight me. Let us see just how strong you are. Stop using those small tricks of yours to trick people. My heart is like the heart of a god or a demon. Even with 1,000 moves, I will not slip and create a single flaw. The powers of your sword are useless to me." After that, one of the short spears in Yan Dan's hands came thrusting toward Han Sen. The short spear looked like a flying yan. It ripped through space and disappeared. Kai, Han Sen's body retreated. The flying yan spear went right past his cheek. It scraped the skin on his face, leaving a small red mark behind. The powers of a god spirit are very interesting, Yan Dan said with a laugh. He then took out the other short spear. 2 short spears turned into flying yans. They disappeared from the zone of space around Han Sen. They were transparent. It looked like they were going to attack Han Sen. Han Sen frowned a little. He was good at teleporting. He might have even been a master at it, but the powers of Empty God did not solely rely on teleportation. Its powers turned bodies into nothingness. Teleporting required breaking space. It was a movement in space that allowed Han Sen to predict where the flying yan spears would come out. Empty God's powers did not require someone to rip space. It was like two flying yan spears went invisible in front of Han Sen. He was unable to their presence or movement. Even if Han Sen used his powers, he could still not feel the presence of the two short spears. Han Sen was fighting two enemies he could not see. Until his body was hit by a flying yan spear, he could not react. No matter how fast Han Sen's reaction was, he was one step too late. If it was not for his body being very strong, the flying yan spears would have killed him. He would have likely had his head chopped off. The empty god powers are very interesting. Yan Dan looked at Han Sen, who was continuing to be hurt by the flying yan spears. He laughed and said, "It looks like you cannot do anything to deny this power." Han Sen did not answer. He was still trying to feel where the flying yan spears were, but he kept failing every time. "Who cares if you have powers that can break the world?" Yan Dan asked. "You cannot sense where the flying yan spears are. Even though you have enough power to destroy everything, you do not know where they are. Having all that power is useless." Han Sen ignored him, but he was incurring more and more wounds. "Is San Mu going to be okay?" Feng Yin Yin worriedly asked. Bauer licked her lips and replied, "It is fine. My daddy just needs to figure out the empty god's powers. Otherwise, he would have killed the two Yans already." Just as Bauer said, Han Sen wanted to figure out the empty god's powers. Dealing with two flying yan spears was not difficult for him, but empty god power was a bit weird. It was able to prohibit him from sensing the movement of the power. If he met it again, there would be no way to counter it. Han Sen had to figure out how to overcome the empty god powers. That was why he kept allowing the flying yan spears to attack him. It is no wonder this is empty god sacrifice. Even elites like Dollar cannot do anything about it. If this keeps going on, Dollar will be killed. I do not think so. Did you not see that Dollar has only been slightly wounded? I believe he has found a way to break it. Speaking of that, Dollar is really strong, isn't he? Sacrificial items like the flying yan spears with 3 ultimate gene race buffs have only been able to damage his skin a bit. No matter how strong he is, it doesn't matter. Even if it takes a long time, repeatedly getting hit will eventually result in his death. He will lose. Yan Bei Fei was a bit worried. Yan Dan had combined with another creature's soul, which was forbidden. He was worried about what might happen to Yan Dan after this fight in the aftermath of his actions. Kai, there was another armor cracking noise. Han Sen's blood god dragon and combined protection scales armor was cracked by the flying yan spears. I see it. Han Sen cared little for the injuries he had sustained. He took a deep breath. It was as if he had sorted out all of his confusion. Are you going to give up? Yan Dan saw that Han Sen had stopped. He stopped dodging the flying yan spear's attack and frowned. In the next second, Han Sen's hands suddenly moved. It was so fast that one could not even follow where it went. The 2 flying yan spears were being held in his hands. The flying yan spears buzzed in his hands. They were going to break space and leave, but Han Sen held onto them tightly. The weapons were unable to break free and escape. Yan Dan clapped his hands and said, "That is very powerful. You can grab the flying yan spears that contain empty god power. I must say that is very impressive." His mood did not change just because his spears were being controlled. "It is a shame that grabbing them is a useless waste of your effort," Yan Dan said. "Don't you know that these are god sacrifices? Only god spirits or god spirit inheritors can use them. Even in your hands, they still possess what it takes to kill you." His 3 powers started to blaze as they became empty god powers burning all around him. The flying yan spear's powers exploded. A scary power made the tools escape Han Sen's hands. They were going to fly into his chest, which was very close to them. When the 2 spears left Han Sen's hands, they disappeared into space. He knew they were going toward his chest, but he could not feel them or see them. Blood God Dragon is a bit bad. Han Sen did not move. He cast the Zhen Yellow Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra at the same time and entered Break World mode. The moment his chest felt pain, Han Sen's hands broke space. He suddenly grabbed the flying yan spears. He did not need to waste time thinking. The power in Han Sen's body was greater and faster than he gave himself credit for. The direction of his body enabled him to grab the 2 spears while they were coming toward him. This time, Yan Dan was really shocked. This is a scary guy. Does he have a battle power that is this immense? In this universe, when it comes to the battle power of the body, you are the best. It is a shame that in this world, there is more than one way to fight. Using your body to fight is the most stupid thing. After that, Yan Dan pulled in the space around him. The Rip Space 9 Rob Yan power turned into a bow, and the demon-eyed unicorn snake power turned into an arrow. Yan Dan pulled the bowstring as far back as he could. God light exploded as the arrow was released. It turned the arrow into a light that was soaring toward Han Sen. Chapter 3182, Weakness. Han Sen's hands fought the flying Yan spears. He did not have any more power to endure the arrow Yan Dan had fired. When the arrow left its cradling string, it was hidden by empty power. He could not see where the arrow went. The arrow's power looked like it was touching Han Sen's body, but it wasn't actually touching him. It crushed his skin downward. It was about to puncture his skin, but Han Sen's body had already reacted. He slightly leaned to the side of the arrow. Han Sen's body was able to endure the power of the arrow. Unfortunately, his entire body's power was focused on combating the flying Yan spears. If his body was hit, it would likely break the balance he had struck. Therefore, Han Sen did not opt to immediately tackle the arrow. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Yan Dan drew his bow again. The rain of arrows he fired at Han Sen was something akin to a meteor shower. It was like they could block every possible angle Han Sen could turn. Feng Yin was very worried. She clenched her hands tightly. She put her hands atop her chest as if she was praying for Han Sen's safety. Bauer was different. She looked like she didn't care at all. She just sipped on a carton of juice. Han Sen did not move. He kept using his combination of Blood Pulse Sutra and Zhen Yellow Sutra to put into the flying Yan spears. The Blood Pulse Sutra's power was blood inherited. The Zhen Yellow Sutra's power could force a return to origin. The positive and negative, those two powers combined, could create a remarkable chemical reaction. The powers that could break the world were related to the Blood Pulse Sutra and Zhen Yellow Sutra, but they were completely different. The breaking world powers kept invading the flying Yan spears. Han Sen clearly felt that the flying Yan spears were exhibiting some changes. Those changes made him start to feel there was some weird connection between him and the flying Yan spears. It was now a very critical moment. Han Sen did not have the time to take care of anything else. He let his body go and used his power to handle the flying Yan spears. Han Sen was quite scary when he focused on the fight, but it would have been scarier if he had not put any effort into it. His body moved amid the arrows. It was like his body had no measure of weight. Many scary, invisible arrows landed on him. They might have pushed against his body, but none of them were able to perforate him. No matter how cruel and scary that power was, it could not damage Han Sen. His body's touch and reflective power was very granular in its detail. Any type of movement could react to it. The humans of the universe were all frozen. They used the powers of gene races to fight, so they had never seen anything like this before. The fact that he was able to push his self-battle power to this level was frightening. After this fight, many humans started to focus on self-battle power practice. Although they might never reach Han Sen's level, it made the humans of the universe of kingdoms strive to improve their inner power. Overall, it brought them up to a higher tier. Yan Dan frowned slightly. He coldly said, "No matter how fast your body is, I do not believe you will be able to dodge all of my powers." Yan Dan's body moved. It was like a shadow surrounding Han Sen, and it was moving fast. The bow in Yan Dan's hands kept firing as he went. The rain of arrows came from 4 sides in 8 directions. Yet, Yan Dan did not dare get too close to his enemy. He knew he could not compete with the scary self-battle body power. He did not dare fight Han Sen face to face. In fact, Han Sen cared very little about Yan Dan. He was in a critical moment when it came to fighting the flying Yan spears. He felt as if he improved once more, he could break the core powers of the flying Yan spears. By doing that, the tide would be turned. Even Han Sen's heart was not moved during this fight. He had already pushed his body to the max. It made him able to move swiftly and smoothly amid the rain of arrows as easily as if it was a walk in the park. Traveling by 10,000 flowers and bushes without a single leaf touching him, Dollar's body battle power is terrifying. Sky King could not help but compliment what he was witnessing. In the Geno Hall, the hall's leader and 12 god spirits watched the battle unfold with their heads held low. They saw Han Sen having a chill stroll in the midst of an invisible rain of arrows. Han Sen's battle body power has reached the max, a god spirit said with a sigh. I do not think any one of us will be able to beat him here. This power is not unchangeable, Empty God coldly said. Even if his body's battle power does not allow him to lose, it does not mean his body is invincible. So, what? His body is better than that of a god spirit. He is invincible. Do you really think there is a power in this world that can stop him? Another god spirit did not agree with Empty God's assessment. Even if he is invincible, he still has to play by the rules, Empty God coldly said. The break world power can hurt him, and my power can affect him too. I have faith in $. Perhaps he really can reach that step. Hardly. Qin Shu wanted to reach that level too, but he failed. Do you guys believe Qin Shu was weaker than Han Sen is right now? Qin Shu achieved an invincible body, but even he still failed. The 12 high-level god spirits continued their discussions. Meanwhile, the hall leader only smiled and continued to watch the fight between Han Sen and Yan Dan unfold. He said nothing. Yan Dan used many tricks, but he was unable to harm Han Sen's body. Over time, the power of the flying Yan spears grew steadily weaker. Many people knew Yan Dan's power was fading. He did not stand a chance. When $. Completely controlled the flying Yan spears, Yan Dan would lose. Yan Dan did not look disappointed. He was still holding his bow but had stopped firing arrows. He looked at Han Sen and smiled. You are a very powerful person. It is a shame the people around you might not be as strong as you are. I am counting down the time until Rocky D arrives. When Han Sen heard those words, he immediately frowned. The time is now. Yan Dan suddenly moved his bow. Many arrows suddenly fired. In Jade Wall City's Feng family castle, a man and a woman arrived at the castle's door. The man was wearing a top hat and three-piece suit. He had a very thick, big, black beard. He was holding a beautiful cane. The woman looked like a maid, but her head had a dragon horn. The castle's guards walked before them and asked, "Do you need something?" Rocky D continued walking ahead as if the guards did not exist. The guards tried to stop him, but the dragon lady's eyes froze. The guards felt as if they had been stared at by a big dragon. They were filled with a terrifying fear of the big, scary dragon. Their bodies were pushed to the ground. Their limbs were spread out across the floor. They were unable to move. Han Sen, no matter how strong you become, you are a human with weaknesses. Therefore, you can only lose. Rocky D squinted his eyes as he held the cane. He was going inside the Feng family castle. Feng Fei Fei, Feng Yin Yin, and the others were all there watching the god fights when they heard the guards scream. They hurried out to have a look. They saw Rocky D and the dragon maid coming. Their faces immediately changed. Han Sen had told them about Rocky D. They recognized who this character was because Rocky D's shape and appearance were very easy to remember. Chapter 3183, Wooden Sword, Who are you people? How dare you come to the Feng family? Are you not afraid of the Qin Kingdom's law? Feng Fei Fei was protecting Feng Yin Yin and Bauer as she shouted at Rocky D. Beautiful lady, if this was a normal day, I could spend all day discussing the law and other knowledgeable things with you. Alas, today is not a normal day. I have come here for her. Therefore, I am sorry. Rocky D used his cane to point at Bauer. Feng Yin Yin protected Bauer, but the dragon maid stared at her. A scary sort of power suddenly whelmed and suppressed her. It affected Feng Fei Fei too. She and Feng Yin Yin were pinned to the ground and unable to move. Boom! Fire blazed as a small white fish appeared in front of them. The power of the dragon maid vanished. It was like her power had been burned to a crisp by the fire. You can play with the small fish, Rocky D coldly said. The dragon maid nodded. Her body expanded, tearing the black maid outfit she was wearing. She turned into a black dragon standing on all fours. Everyone in the Feng family's castle trembled as the dragon's breath came bearing down on the little flying fish. The small flying fish spewed white fire that struck the big black dragon's dragon breath. It created a scene in which neither of the two could win. One white and one black, two different fires, collided and erased each other out. Rocky D circled the battleground and walked toward Bauer at the back. His face had a gentleman's smile as he said, "You are a cute little princess. You should not be afraid. Uncle is going to take you to a beautiful castle where you will be a privileged guest there." "Really?" Bauer asked with a weird blink. "Bauer, do not trust that man. He is a bad guy." Feng Yin Yin grabbed Bauer and retreated. "I am not exactly a bad guy," Rocky D said with a smile as he started walking toward Bauer. "That is because I am not human. I am a god. You can call me a bad god or an evil god. One of those two will work. My name is Rocky D, and my god title is Paper God." Let's go. Feng Fei Fei tried her best to protect them. She wanted to run away with them. Rocky D waved his hands. 2 paper pieces flew out of his hands. One of his hands looked like it was a crane holding a cold blade. The 2 sheets of paper were suddenly cut into 2 paper persons. The 2 paper men stood up. According to their actions, Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin no longer had control of their bodies. They behaved as the paper men did. Unable to do anything about it, they let go of Bauer and walked to the side. Do not worry, you 2 beautiful ladies, Rocky D said with a smile. I am an honorable god spirit. I wouldn't dare dream of killing a woman. He walked past both of them and approached Bauer. Beautiful little princess, do you want to come to my castle as an esteemed guest? Rocky D lowered his body to perform a gracious gesture. Okay, Bauer laughed and said with a nod. She put a small hand in Rocky D's hand. Rocky D smiled, but Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin looked as if they were in a desperate rush. Unfortunately, they could not move or speak. They had to watch Bauer be taken by Rocky D to the castle's door. Let go of Lady Bauer. A calm voice sounded from in the castle. Rocky D looked back. He saw a middle-aged man holding a tea set going toward them. Judging from his clothing, one was able to tell that he must have been a servant at the castle. When Rocky D saw that person, his eyes froze. He looked at the middle-aged man and called out his name. He did so slowly and word by word. Gn, Bu, Gu, please let Miss Bauer go. Gn Bu Gu stepped forward with an expression that did not change. Rocky D was holding Bauer by the hand. He did not let her go. He smiled and said, Gn Bu Gu, the oath you made has yet to see you released. So, what, are you really going to stop me by fighting me? Are you going to break your oath? Or, are you just going to do nothing and watch me walk away? Gn Bu Gu coldly said, I did make an oath. Of course, I will not break it. What is the point of you stepping forward now? Rocky D asked with a lift of his lips. So, what, does it matter that you are Gn Bu Gu? A Gn Bu Gu that cannot wield a sword is no better than a gutter rat. Gn Bu Gu did not answer. He walked toward Bauer. He put the tea set in front of Bauer and said, Miss Bauer, this is a gift for you. Rocky D was scared of Gn Bu Gu, but he did not do anything. He looked at what was on the tea set. It was a sword. It was a short sword made of wood. It was only 1 foot long and looked like a toy for children. Rocky D and the others could tell the wooden sword was not a gene race or a sacrifice. It was like an ordinary decoration that had been made from wood. What is this? Bauer picked up the sword and asked with curiosity. This is a wooden sword I always carry around with me, Gn Bu Gu said. My father made it for me when I was young. It was a birthday gift. This is so important, I cannot take this from you. Bauer shook her head. She wanted to return it to Gn Bu Gu. Gn Bu Gu put away the tea set and smiled. Do not worry about it, Miss Bauer. My father was just an ordinary man who did not have a god spirit blood pulse. It did not matter what type of wood or the craftsmanship, the wooden sword he made for me is just a common thing. Please, do not think of it as useless. Take it, I love this gift, Bauer said as she held the wooden sword. Rocky D looked at the wooden sword and coldly asked, Gn Bu Gu, do you think that wooden sword is going to stop me? He could not tell what was so amazing about that wooden sword. It was just as Gn Bu Gu said. It was an ordinary wooden sword with nothing remarkable about it. The material and craftsmanship were decidedly average. It seemed that if he wanted to, he could crush it with ease. No, Gn Bu shook his head and said nothing more. He walked away with the tea set in his hands, making no effort to stop Rocky D. Rocky D looked weird. After watching Gn Bu Gu return to the garden, he turned his gaze back to Bauer's new wooden sword. There was nothing special or powerful about it. Princess Bauer, let's go. Rocky D was confused. If Gn Bu Gu was not going to fight, then he did not worry. He did not think a wooden sword could do anything much to him. Bauer nodded and said to Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin, Sister Fei Fei and Sister Yin Yin, I will go to his home to play. I will be right back. Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin were worried, but they could not move or speak. They could only watch Bauer hold Rocky D's hand and head for the castle's gates. The castle's gates were twisted by some power. After they went through the gates, they vanished. The dragon maid still had the form of a big black dragon. She spat out a dragon breath that shook the little fish back a bit. She soon returned to her image of a dragon maid. After that, she fled through the castle's gates. When the little flying fish followed, the door into space returned to normal. The little flying fish went outside, but it could no longer see Rocky D or the dragon maid. Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin were given back control of their bodies. When they ran outside of the castle, they could not see Bauer. Chapter 3184. I want to kill people in the space battleground. Yan Dan kept firing his arrows. He was like a crazy storm, flinging arrows at Han Sen without reprieve. He thought he could expose flaws in Han Sen's heart by telling him what had happened in his absence. The arrows did not harm Han Sen. His body was still able to keep that fight to survive mode going. Not a single arrow was able to bring harm to his body. Han Sen still tried his best to break the flying Yan spear's defense. He had a feeling that once he succeeded, he would be given something quite surprising. Yan Dan coldly grunted. The southbound leaving bird gene race exploded. The arrows were given fire. They were no longer only operating in empty power mode. A sky full of arrows came raining down on Han Sen. They were not transparent anymore. They came with very powerful fire arrow power. The moment they touched down on Han Sen's body, the arrows exploded like a sun. Many suns were exploding near Han Sen. Scary powers seemed to be able to melt space. After the group of suns was extinguished, Han Sen's body broke out from space. It was still complete. It was not damaged. Yan Dan frowned. Out of the 3 rare gene races with an ultimate body, the southbound leaving bird had the greatest amount of power. Yet, not even the power of the southbound leaving bird could damage Han Sen's almighty body. By comparison, the other gene races were beyond useless. Suddenly, Yan Dan's eyes turned bright. It was like he had just felt something from amid all that was going on. He had combined with Rocky D's small amount of God Spirit juice. Although it was still Yan Dan, and he was not really controlled by Rocky D's soul, he somehow had a weird connection to Rocky D. Your daughter is in Rocky D's hands. If you want her to be safe, exit the fight now. Yan Dan used a secretive voice to speak to Han Sen. He did not want people to know he had used this dirty method to win the fight. Really? Han Sen finally said something, but he quickly stopped speaking. The flying Yan spears in his hands came to a stop. They were like dead objects fixed in Han Sen's grasp. If people were to look closer, they would have seen red markings upon those spooky black spears. They were like bloody, enlarged veins that had started to creep all across the flying Yan spears. The blood pulse break world powers completely took control of the flying Yan spears. They were now under Han Sen's control. Han Sen was feeling rather sublime. The structure of the flying Yan spears was now inside his head. He felt the heartbeats and souls that resided inside the flying Yan spears. It was a feeling that could not be described. It was like the flying Yan spears were his own creation. He was the god that made the flying Yan spears. But it did not feel like it. Even a god might not be able to understand someone's heart completely, but Han Sen's feeling made him think he fully understood the flying Yan spears. Yan Dan's voice sounded again. Han Sen, did you hear what I said? You need to lose to me or else your daughter will die. Han Sen's eyes looked cold. He looked at Yan Dan with a razor-like glare that was sharper than any blade. Han Sen did not enjoy killing people. He did even enjoy killing his greatest enemies. It was because he was able to understand. From the viewpoint of an opponent, it was normal to want to kill them. He treated people the way they treated him. There was no reason to add unnecessary emotions into the mix. Yan Dan's words made Han Sen fill up with a lust for murder. The look Yan Dan received from Han Sen gave him the creeps. In shock, he suddenly started to step back. He quickly looked normal again. Bauer was in Rocky D's hands. He was now in the space battleground. Even if Han Sen did not care about his daughter's life, he could concede and leave the space battleground. He did not have to be afraid of Han Sen. Han Sen, if you do not believe me, I can tell you that your daughter is wearing sunglasses. Those sunglasses are. Yan Dan did not think Han Sen believed the story about Bauer being taken away by Rocky D. Therefore, he described to him what Bauer was wearing. I have never seen your daughter before, so I have no idea what she looked like, Yan Dan said. Do you believe me now? If you do not lose, then your daughter will have to die. Han Sen looked at Yan Dan coldly and said, I believe you. I believed you from the beginning. He was holding the flying Yan spears. They exploded with a weird power. Yan Dan looked at Han Sen and asked, if you believe it, then what are you going to do? Kill you. Han Sen was cold and emotionless when he said that. When Han Sen's voice was heard, the two flying yan spears in his hands underwent some changes. The indestructible spears were dissolved. They became the most primitive of substances. They appeared like smoke surrounding Han Sen. The flying yan spear's souls followed Han Sen's thoughts. He used their origins as a blueprint and dissolved the flying yan spears. This process did not require fire to burn them or a hammer to break them. This was a swap of the substance's original form. It was perfect for others to reforge. Emptiness and mist were going toward Han Sen's hands. They formed the shape of something in Han Sen's hands. A black short bow appeared in Han Sen's left hand, and a black arrow manifested in his right hand. The bow and arrow were releasing a powerful empty god power. Yan Dan's eyes turned red. He madly spoke to Han Sen. Do you not want your daughter to live? Is this fight more important than her life? If you do not concede, she will die. It will be a gruesome death too. No one can kill my daughter. And you will die. Even a sky full of gods and demons will be unable to save you. Han Sen put the black arrow against the short bow's string and tugged it. The bow was not big. The moment Han Sen pulled the string, Yan Dan's heart still jumped. He developed a cold sweat. It was like he had suddenly been shrouded by an aura of death. Yan Dan felt as if he was in the middle of a strong crisis that could quickly result in his doom. He knew Han Sen was going to kill him. He was not joking around. Without hesitation, Yan Dan conceded. Although he did not like it, he could not keep going. Han Sen, your daughter is dead. Yan Dan madly whispered to Han Sen. At the same time, a space tunnel appeared next to him. Yan Dan entered it, ready to leave the space battleground. The audience of the Seven Kingdoms could not hear them speak, but they saw Yan Dan conceding. They knew the fight was going to end with Dollar emerging victorious. They then heard Han Sen's mad voice. I said you are dying today. Yan Dan's body was about to pass through the space tunnel. He looked as if he underestimated the scenario. It is a shame you cannot kill me today, and you will never be able to. Yan Dan already knew he had conceded and earned the protection of a god spirit. A god spirit would not allow a person who had conceded to be attacked, and he had already entered the space tunnel. Han Sen pulled the bowstring as hard as he could and yelled, no matter which god spirit controls the space battleground, I, Dollar, will seal the space battleground and not allow anyone to leave. I want to kill someone. Is he crazy? When everyone heard Han Sen's words, they were surprised. Yan Dan looked disdained. Chapter 3185. Extra story for commemorating 2 years. The end is not the end. My name is Han Jinji, a 5-year-old child in Elephant Kindergarten, Year 3. I should be at the stage of a flower with a colorful life. To me, all I see is darkness. I am from a family of liars. My father was a liar. My grandfather was a liar. My granddad's granddad was a liar. I don't know which granddad it started with, but we are a family of scammers. The scammers are an organization. The people in this organization disguise themselves as fortune tellers. All they do is lie to people. Although the organization's members can tell fortunes, none of them believe in fate. The so-called fate is just a tool for scammers to lie with. The scammers do not believe in fate and reincarnation. They do not believe in karma. They do not talk about relationships. They are good at watching people and calculating their decision. If people become a target of the scammers, it means nothing but bad luck for them. They would end up losing money easily. If their luck was very bad, the family would probably be broken, and people would die. I come from a family with that kind of background, but I believe in fate. More accurately, I can see fate. Yes, to use words that modern people use, you might say that I have superpowers. My powers enable me to see things. My powers enable me to see more than the fate of a person. Every substance in this world can be seen through by me, and I can analyze the fate of all. For example, I can see the results of the next lottery. I will be able to tell what the lottery numbers are. If I wanted to, I could see which horse will win in the next horse race. I can even tell what job people will end up doing, who they will end up marrying, and where they'll die. If I choose to, I can see everyone's ending. Although my powers cannot enable me to see one's progress, seeing the end, which is all I can do, is enough. I am like a cheater who can see all the answers to an exam. It does not matter how I get somewhere. As long as I can see the answers, it does not matter. I cannot be wrong. Some people think this is great. It is like living the life of a cheater. It certainly makes people jealous and crazy, but I would rather not have any power. The power to see the fates of all has led me down a dark life. Although I am only 5 years old, I carry the weight of an old man on his deathbed. I am not interested in anything. In kindergarten, I have a very good friend. He loves to play football. His dream is to become a football-playing superstar. He also wants me to practice playing football with him so I can become his best partner. He wants to win the World Cup and become a superstar. I thought, this was a great idea. After thinking about it, my superpower started. I saw my little friend's future. In the future, I can see he is not a football player. He is a fat, middle-aged salesman who gets drunk every day. Not even mentioning football, after running 150 feet, he would probably end up collapsing due to exhaustion. It was at that moment I lost all interest in football. No matter how hard I tried to play with him, I knew he would not end up being a football player. It would just be a waste of time. The fates I see are never wrong, and they can never be changed. In Elephant Kindergarten, I have a very beautiful classmate. I like her a lot. I would like to be her best friend. I might even like to be more than that. When I think about her, my superpowers kick in. It enables me to see into her future. She will be married to a 40-year-old bald guy. She will wear a wedding dress and go down the aisle of a church with that man. At that moment, my life was ruined. I lost interest in everything because no matter what I did, I saw the end of all futures. I go to watch football, but I know the result. I go and watch a movie, but I know what the ending will entail. If I go to watch pretty women swim, but I see the pretty women become old before they die. This world is cruel to me. Darkness is all around me. It's all there is. I have tried to change fate, such as me hating onions. I saw that my mother was going to make onions and fried eggs in the morning, so I threw all the onions away at home and bought all the onions in the supermarkets and markets of 3 shopping districts. Don't ask me why a 5-year-old kid can do this. Money has never been a concern for me. The next morning, I saw that the eggs for breakfast still contained onions. It broke my little heart. Baby, you should eat more onions. Recently, Granddad from the countryside has grown a lot of onions. It was a great harvest this year. We have lots and lots of them. Mom was happy as she was telling me this. So, we ate onions for a month. I started to think it was a punishment from God for me trying to change fate. No one can understand my pain. In this world, there are no unknowns to me. There is nothing fresh for me. I have lost the thing in my life I most cherished. What was that? It was a hope for the future. On my way home from school, I watched the sunset above the river. It made me feel extremely sad. I asked myself why a 5-year-old kindergartner would end up walking home alone. It was no big deal because my mother, father, grandfather, grandmother, uncles, and aunties are all scammers. They are the masters of it. They have always been busy. They never had the time to pick me up from school. Of course, my mother tried to take me to school. On our way there, she scammed 2 wallets in a car from someone. By the time we reached school, she tried to scam my kindergarten teacher. I forced her out of the school and begged them to never take me there again. Sigh, what is the point of my life? Sitting near a river, my heart just felt sad. Going home was meaningless to me. There would be no one at home. I heard that everyone will be taking part in an operation to scam a rich man. It has been half a month since I saw them. Little brother, why are you here? Did you lose your family? A soft voice sounded in my head. From the tip of my nose, I detected a very young presence. I raised my head to take a look. I realized it was a big sister wearing white sports clothing. Her hair was up in a ponytail. I was shocked. I had never seen such a beautiful woman there before. She was obviously out for a jog. She must have been living in the area. The big sister noticed I did not respond. She crouched to my level, took my hand, and asked me, "Little brother, what is your name?" "My name is Han Jinji." I could not help but answer. Usually, I did not talk to people, but I was a kindergartner who judged people by their appearance. This girl was mega pretty and cute. I was more than obliged to answer her. "Your name is pretty funny," the big sister said with a soft smile. "It does not sound like a name someone this young should have." "My name was given to me by my grandfather," I replied. "He said our family cannot be made to obey ghosts and gods, nor do we need to have manners. We don't need to be kind or care about ethics and moralities, but we must be respectful. Otherwise, we are not human. That is why they gave me the name Han Jinji. It was so I could have a bit of humanity." Actually, I never understood what my grandfather meant. When they started to lie, they never seemed to care about the well-being of others. When they got home, they never talked about lying. Your grandfather is funny, the big sister said with a smile. Maybe she thought I was joking. I did not dare look at her. I was afraid I might accidentally see her future and end up watching her die or have sex with an old man. That would only make me sad. Little Gigi, would you like to come and drink a milk tea with me? The big sister asked. Although I did not like milk tea, I was a kindergartner who judged people via their appearance. Therefore, I nodded in acceptance. I grabbed her hand and followed her to a milk tea shop. I was not afraid of her being a human trafficker. When I was free, I helped 2 human traffickers who once tried to sell me. When I left, they thanked me. The big sister was cute and nice. Drinking milk tea with her made me very happy. It made my sorrows fall out of mind for a time, which led me to eventually look at her. It was at this time my damned abilities of clairvoyance kicked in. The scene that broke my heart played in my head. The beautiful and cute big sister got out of a red sports car. Then, a group of people dressed in black gunned her down. Her blood spilled out like flowers. Without a doubt, she was going to die. My mood dropped into another realm of darkness. I only saw the future without knowing how or when it would happen. I also did not know where it would happen. Whatever the case might have been, I could not stop it from happening. I hated myself for having powers like that, and I hated myself for being even more useless. I did not want things to end that way. The big sister could see I was looking upset. With genuine worry, she asked me what was wrong. Little Gigi, what is wrong? Big sister, can you not drive a red sports car for a while? I tried again to change her fate. Why? The big sister asked with a weird look. I can see the future. If you drive a red sports car, your life will be cut short. I knew this would be very hard for her to believe, but I really wanted to convince her. I did not want to watch her die. The big sister looked surprised. She used her soft hands to touch my head. She smiled and said, "Little Gigi, you are concerned for my well-being. I thank you very much for that, but I am not going to die. I knew you would not believe me, but the future cannot be changed." I was very disappointed. I felt an ache in my heart. I hated myself for being so useless. The big sister grabbed my hand and looked serious. She said, "I believe you, little Gigi. You just need to remember that the end is not the end. If you really have a superpower that enables you to see the future, if you see people down the line who require assistance, you should not give up the pursuit to course correct and help them. It does not matter what happens in the end. Just try your best to do your job. Is that okay?" My mood was terrible. All I did was nod. I didn't even listen to her properly. I left the big sister in a sour mood, but I kept thinking that I could not let this go. She was a kind and cute big sister. I could not sit idly by and let her die. Even if God wants her dead, I must do what I can to save her. My heart suddenly mustered the courage needed to fight. Although I did not know her name or know where she lived, it was not a big problem for people who were born into a family of scammers. Scammers were very good at gathering information and predicting things. I thought about the future scenes. The location where the big sister got killed was at a large crossroads. There were no signs. Judging from the plants near the road, there was only one place in the city it could have been. The telltale sign was the allen grass. When it happened, it had to be in this city. The width of the main road was 120 feet. There are only 3 main roads with a width like that. I kept analyzing the images I had. I studied a map to try and find my target. Judging from the moon's location, the time should be around 10 a.m. It is tonight. I looked at the time. It was 5 minutes away from the time of the hit. No, I hated myself for not trying to save the big sister sooner. If I had been able to do things sooner, I might have been able to keep her safe. Before we parted ways, I should have gotten her phone number. That could have helped this situation be avoided. I madly ran out of the room. I stole the bike my mom rode to buy food each day and went as fast as I could to the location I had determined the event would be taking place. The traffic rules and lights could all go to hell. I had to save big sister. I rode as fast as I was able to, but the bike felt as if it was no quicker than a snail. I watched time go by. I was in a huge rush. Finally, I arrived at the street I saw in my future vision. I saw big sister's red sports car. She got out of the car. She was very pretty that night. She was wearing a red jacket and stockings. Her heels looked very attractive. At the same time, I saw men in black holding machine guns. "Big sis, tear, hurry, run," I was too late to save Big Sister. I rode as fast as I could to the men in black and shouted. Ta 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 ta, pang. The sound of the guns in a collision made their noises louder. I steered my bike to hit the men in black. The men in black fired their guns, but they did not hit the Big Sister. This is great. I did not think about what the result might have been. I just felt happy about saving the Big Sister. I had never felt this happy before. Cut, cut, cut. Who is this kid? I am sorry, director. That is my friend. After falling onto the ground, I saw a middle-aged man with a megaphone. He was shouting madly. People were using all kinds of tools around. The Big Sister apologized to the middle-aged man. I had an emotion overwhelm me that had never happened before. I was frozen. The Big Sister came in front of me. She held me in her arms and asked with worry, "Little Gigi, thank you for saving me. Are you okay?" "I am fine. I am just glad you are okay." I was finally starting to realize what had happened. I was not annoyed by my mistake. I actually thought it was rather wonderful. After I told my 5-year-old story, I lit up a cigarette and breathed deeply. I exhaled the smoke. With a righteous look, I said, "Ever since that time, I understood that the end was not the end. If I found people who needed help, I would help. I would ask for their phone numbers. Although the chances are 1 in a million, I have decided to save whoever I can." It was the promise I made to that Big Sister. The pretty girl sitting next to me looked at me. She looked scary. She was like a volcano about to erupt. She madly shouted, "Han Jinji, is that why when I went to the bathroom you decided to ask that pretty woman for her phone number?" Slap. What happened next was a slap. There was then the scene of a pretty woman madly leaving. Fine, I admit it, the story is real, but I only wanted to hit on the hot woman. I couldn't help it because I am Han Jinji. I am a guy who judges people by their appearances. Seeing the pretty woman leave, I picked up a cigarette and took another hefty puff. I let the smoke flow out. In my eyes, I looked into the future of the beautiful woman. There was a fire where Han Sen was. Fire was everywhere in the bar. Wires sparked. Lots of lights fell from the roof. A big, circular light hit the beautiful girl's head while she was running. Ding! The fire alarm started ringing. Can I change the future? Seeing everyone running in fear with the fire spreading, I calmly sat in front of the bar. I picked up a drink and looked at the light in the center of the bar. The scammers are an organization, the people of which are scammers that disguise themselves as fortune tellers. All they do is lie to people. Although the organization's members can tell fortunes, none of them believe in fate. The so-called fate is just a tool for scammers to lie with. The scammers do not believe in fate and reincarnation. They do not believe in karma. They do not talk about relationships. They are good at watching people and calculating their decision. If people become a target of the scammers, it was nothing but bad luck for them. They would end up losing money easily. If the luck was worse, the family would probably break and people would die. I came from a family with that kind of background, but I believe in fate. More accurately, I can see fate. Yes, to use words that modern people use, you might say I have superpowers. My powers enable me to see things. My powers enable me to see more than the fate of a person. Every substance in this world can be seen through by me, and I can analyze the fate of all. Such as, I can see what the results of the next lottery will be. I will be able to tell what the lottery numbers are. And if I want to, I can see which horse will win in the next horse race. I can even tell what job people will end doing and who they will end up marrying, where they'll die. If I want, I can see the ends of everyone. Although my powers cannot enable me to see one's progress, seeing the end, which is all I can do, is enough. I am like a cheater that can see all the answers to an exam. It does not matter how I get somewhere, but as long as I can see the answers, it does not matter. I cannot be wrong. Some people think this is great. It is like living the life of a cheater. It certainly makes people jealous and crazy, but I would rather not have any power. The power to see the fates of all has led me down a dark life. Although I am only 5 years old, I carry the weight of an old man on his deathbed. I am not interested in anything. In kindergarten, I have a very good friend. He loves to play football quite a lot, and his dream is to become a football-playing superstar. He also wants me to practice playing football with him, so I can become his best partner. He wants to win the World Cup and become a superstar. I thought this was great, but after thinking about it, my superpower had only just started. I saw my little friend's future. But in the future, I can see he is not a football player. He is a fat, middle-aged salesman that gets drunk every day. Let's not even mention football, but after running 50 meters, he would probably end up collapsing due to exhaustion. It was at that moment I lost all interest in football. That was because, no matter how hard I try to play with him, he will not end up being a football player. It would just be a waste of time. The fates I see are never wrong and they can never be changed. In our elephant kindergarten, there is a very beautiful classmate of mine. I like her a lot. I would like to be her best friend. I might even like to be more than that. But when I think about her, my superpowers kick in. It enables me to see into her future, and in the future, she will be married to a 40-year-old bald guy. She will wear a wedding dress and go down the aisle of a church with that man. At that moment, my life was ruined. I lost interest in everything because no matter what I do, I see the end of all futures. I go to watch football, I know the result. I go and watch a movie, I know what the ending will entail. If I go to watch pretty women swim, I will see the pretty women become so old before they die. This world is so cruel to me. Darkness is all around me. It's all there is. I have tried to change fate, like me hating onions. I see in the future that my mother will make onions and fried eggs in the morning. So, I throw all the onions away at home and buy all the onions in the supermarkets and markets of 3 shopping districts. Don't ask me why a 5-year-old kid can do this. Money has never been a concern for me. But the next morning, I can see the eggs for breakfast still contain onions. It breaks my little heart. Baby, you should eat more onions. Recently, Granddad from the countryside has grown a lot of onions. It was a great harvest this year. We have lots and lots of them. Mum was so happy when she was telling me this. So, we ate onions for a month. I started to think this was a punishment from God for me trying to change fate. No one can understand my pain. In this world, there are no unknowns to me. There is nothing fresh for me. I have lost the thing in my life I most cherished. And what was that? It was a hope for the future. On my way home from school, I watched the sunset above the river. It made me feel so sad. I asked myself why a 5-year-old kindergarten kid would end up walking home alone. It was no big deal, as my mother, father, grandfather, grandmother, uncles, and aunties are all scammers. And they are the masters of it. They have always been busy, never having the time to pick me up from school. Of course, my mother has tried to send me to school. But on my way to school, she scammed 2 wallets in a car from someone. By the time we reached school, she tried to scam my kindergarten teacher. I forced her out of the kindergarten and begged them never to come to take me to school again. Sigh, what is the point of my life? Sitting near a river, my heart just feels sad. Going home is meaningless to me. There will be no one at home, as I have heard everyone will be taking part in an operation to scam a rich man. It has been half a month since I saw them. Little brother, why are you here? Did you lose your family? A soft voice sounded in my head. From the tip of my nose, I detect a very young presence. I raise my head to take a look, and I realize it is a big sister that is wearing white sports clothing. She also has her hair done in a ponytail. I was shocked. I had never seen such a beautiful woman near there before. She was obviously out for a jog. She must have been living in the area. Little brother, what is your name? The big sister noticed I did not respond. She crouched to my level, took my hand, and asked me this question. My name is Han Jinji, I could not help but answer. Usually, I would not talk to people, but I was a kindergarten boy that judged people by their appearance. And this girl, she was mega pretty and ultra cute. I was more than obliged to answer her. Your name is pretty funny. It does not look like a name someone this young should have, the big sister said with a soft smile. This is a name that was given to me by my grandfather. He said our family cannot be made to obey ghosts and gods. And neither do we need to have manners. We don't need to be kind or care about ethics and moralities, but we must be respectful. Otherwise, we are not human. That is why they gave me the name Han Jinji. It was so I could have a bit of humanity, I said. Actually, I never did understand what my grandfather meant. When they started to lie, they never seemed to care about the well-being of others. But when they got home, they never talked about lying. Your grandfather is funny, the big sister said with a smile. Maybe she really did think I was joking. I did not dare look at her because I was afraid I might see her future by accident, end up watching her die or have sex with an old man. That would only make me sad. Little Gigi, would you like to come and drink a milk tea with big sister? The big sister asked. Although I did not like milk tea, I was a kindergarten school kid that judged people via their appearance. Therefore, I nodded in acceptance. I grabbed the big sister's hand and followed her to a milk tea shop. I was not afraid of her being a human trafficker. That was because, when I was free, I sold 2 human traffickers that once tried to sell me before. And when I left, they thanked me. The big sister was so cute and nice. To drink milk tea with her made me so happy. It made my sorrows fall out of mind for a time, which led me to eventually look at her. But it was at this time my damned abilities of clairvoyance kicked in. The scene that broke my heart played in my head. The beautiful and cute big sister got out of a red supercar and then, a group of people that were dressed in black gunned her down. The blood of her body spilled out like flowers. Without a doubt, she was going to die. My mood dropped into another realm of darkness. I could only see the future, without knowing how or when it might happen. Neither did I know where it might happen. But whatever the case might have been, I could not stop it from happening. I hated myself for having powers like that, and I hated myself for being useless even more. I did not want things to end that way. Little Gigi, what is wrong? The big sister could see I was looking upset, and with genuine worry, she asked me what was wrong. Big sister, can you not drive a red supercar for a while? I tried again, to change this fate of hers. Why? The big sister asked with a weird look. It is because I can see the future. If you drive a red supercar, your life will be cut short. I knew this would be very hard for her to believe, but I really wanted to convince her. I really did not want to watch her die. The big sister looked surprised. She used her soft hands to touch my head. She smiled and said, "Little Gigi, you are concerned for my well-being. I thank you very much for this, but I am not going to die. I knew you would not believe me, but the future cannot be changed." I was so disappointed. I felt an ache in my heart. I hated myself for being so useless. The big sister grabbed my hand and looked serious. She said, "I believe you, little Gigi. You just need to remember that the end is not the end. If you really have a superpower that enables you to see the future, if you see people down the line that require assistance, you should not give up the pursuit to course correct and help them. It does not matter what happens in the end. Just try your best to do your job. Is that okay?" My mood was terrible. All I did was nod, not even listening to her properly. I left the big sister in a sour mood, but I kept thinking that I could not let this go. She was such a kind and cute big sister, I could not sit idly by and let her die. Even if God wants her dead, I must do what I can to save her. All of a sudden, my heart mustered the courage needed to fight. Although I did not even know her name or know where she lived, this was not a big problem for people who were born into a family of scammers. Scammers were very good at gathering information and being able to predict things. I thought about the future scenes, and where the big sister got killed was at a large crossroad. There were no signs, but judging from the plants near the road, there was only one place in the city it could have been. The telltale sign was the allen grass. So, when it happened, it had to be in this city. The width of the main road was 40 meters. There are only 3 main roads with a width like that. I kept analyzing the images I had. And I studied a map to try and find my target. The time should be around 10 o'clock, judging from the moon's location. It is tonight. I look at the time. It was 5 minutes away from the time of the hit. No, I hate myself for not trying to save the big sister sooner. If I had been able to do things sooner, I might have been able to keep her safe. Or before we parted ways, I got her phone number. This could have definitely been avoided. I ran out of the room like mad. I stole the bike my mum rode to buy food each day and I went as fast as I could to the location I had determined the event to be. The traffic rules, the lights, they could all go to hell. I had to save big sister. I drive as fast as I was able to, but the bike felt as if it was no quicker than a snail. I watched the time go by and I was in a huge rush. Finally, I came to the street I saw in my future vision. I saw big sister's red supercar. She got out of the car, so pretty that night. She was wearing a red jacket and stockings. Her heel also looked very attractive. But at the same time, I saw the men in black hold their machine guns. Big sis, tear, hurry, run, it was too late to save big sister. I drove as fast as I could to the men in black and shouted. Ta 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 ta, pang. The sound of the guns and the sound of a collision made their noises together. I and my bike hit the men in black. The men in black fired their guns a bit, but they did not hit big sister. This is great. I did not think about what the result of this might have been, but I felt so happy about saving Big Sister. I had never felt this happy before. Cut, cut, cut. Who is this kid? I am sorry, director. But that is my friend. After falling onto the floor, he saw a middle-aged man on a megaphone. He was shouting madly. People were using all kinds of tools around. Big Sister apologized to the middle-aged man. I had an emotion overwhelm me that had never happened before. I was frozen. Little Gigi, thank you for saving me. Are you okay? Big Sister came in front of me. She held me in her arms and asked with worry. I am fine. I am just glad you are okay. I was finally starting to realize what had been happening. I was not annoyed by my mistake. I actually thought this was rather wonderful. After I told my 5-year-old story, I lit up a cigarette and breathed deeply. I exhaled the smoke and with a righteous look said, ever since that time, I understood that the end was not the end. If I found people that needed help, I would help. I would ask for their phone numbers. Although the chances are 1 in a million, I have decided to save whoever I can. It was the promise I made to that Big Sister. The pretty girl that sat next to me looked at me. She looked so scary. She was like a volcanic eruption. She madly shouted at me, Han Jinji, is that why when I went to the bathroom you decided to ask that pretty woman for her phone number? Slap. What happened next was a slap. And then there was the scene of a pretty woman leaving madly. Fine, I admit it, the story is real, but I only wanted to hit on the hot woman. I couldn't help it because I am Han Jinji. I am a guy who judges people by their appearances. Seeing the pretty woman leave, I pick up a cigarette and take another hefty puff. I let the smoke flow out, and in my eyes, I looked into the future of the beautiful woman. Where Han Sen was now, there was a fire. In the bar, a fire was everywhere. Wires sparked, lots of lights fell from the roof. A big, circular light hit the beautiful girl's head while she was running. Ding! The fire alarm rang. Can I change the future? Seeing everyone running in fear with the fire spreading, I calmly sat in front of the bar. I picked up a glass with a drink and looked at the light that was in the center of the bar. Chapter 3186. One arrow pierces through the heart. The God fights were a fighting competition governed by God spirits. Every rule was conducted and enforced by God spirits. If people conceded, they earned the protection of a God spirit. Not even the royals of the 7 kingdoms and those with inherited blood pulses were allowed to break the rules. Han Sen was making a God spirit lock in a person who had already conceded the fight and was leaving the space battleground. This seemed impossible. It was not just Yan Dan that did not believe this. No one believed it. Han Sen knew the God spirits would not listen to his commands, but he had not said what he had to control the God spirits. He wanted to tell the God spirits that the fleeing man was a dead man and that they should not be a part of this. When Han Sen spoke, he broke the rules of the world. He pushed his power to the max and kept pumping power into the bow he wielded. This Han Sen is getting too cocky, Empty God coldly said. How dare he threaten us? Yan Dan was a blood pulse inheritor, so Han Sen's words made Empty God very upset. Moment God bowed to the leader of the hall and said, Mr. Han Sen is breaking the rules again. I am afraid he is only going to become the next Qin Shu. Are we really going to stand back and let him do whatever he wishes to? Although Han Sen is wrong, it is not a big deal, another God spirit said. There is no need to be hung up over such trivial matters. After all, he has the chance to take the next step. Can we just let him destroy the world we have tirelessly cultivated just because he might walk that step? Empty God looked angry as he spoke. What you said is wrong. Everything happens for a reason. The God Chaos Party sent people to eliminate him. Do you expect Han Sen to just stand around and allow those people to strike him down? Are you calling him a sitting duck? The 12 God spirits were split down the middle with each side sharing one of two opinions. One side wished to put a leash on Han Sen or even kill him when it was necessary. The other side thought they should not interfere and let Han Sen's actions slide. Only 1 or 2 God spirits were ambivalent or neutral about it all. The hall leader sighed and said, let's just lock the space battleground. Otherwise, the entire space battleground will be destroyed. Yes, Master. The hall leader had decided. Although some God spirits did not agree with the choice, they held their tongues about it. Plus, they knew that if they allowed Han Sen to destroy the space battleground, it would reflect more poorly on the God spirits. Space and time in the Geno Hall were different from the outside world. The God spirits had been talking for a long time. To the outside world, Only a second had gone by. Yan Dan had not left the battleground, but the space tunnel was on the cusp of shutting down. At this time, the closing space tunnel reopened. Yan Dan had almost escaped, but he immediately teleported back into the space battleground. Yan Dan looked shocked about being back on the space battleground. His face could not be described. The space tunnel behind him was gone. Why is it like this? I conceded. I already conceded. Mr. God Spirit, I already conceded. Why? Yan Dan pleaded his conceding again, but the space battleground made no movement. No tunnel through space appeared. The whole of the space battleground was dead silent. The big universe was dead silent too. No one believed this would happen. The God Spirits were really doing as Dollar said. They were locking down the space battleground. Gods, why? I am a loyal devotee. I do everything properly and have never once offended you. Why are you treating me this way? Where is the justice? Where are the laws we abide by? Where are the gods now? Yan Dan sadly roared. He questioned the sky. The Yan Kingdom's people and nobles all looked angry. From what they saw, Yan Dan had received unfair treatment. You disobeyed the God Spirits. That means you should die. Han Sen's voice sounded cold. It was like he was commanding God's judgment. He let go of the bowstring he had pulled back as far as he could. It looked like a full moon. Bzzzt. The moment the arrow left its string, it vanished. Yan Dan could not see the arrow. He was shocked and scared. He knew he could not protect himself from the power in that arrow. He wanted to live, so he released the 3 rare gene races that combined with him. There was a god bird made of fire, a demon-eye weird snake, and a black-backed white-belly Yan. They all appeared in front of Yan Dan. They all shielded him. The power of the 3 rare gene races exploded. They formed a line in front of Yan Dan. At that moment, it was like an invisible power pierced through the bulwark. The bodies of the 3 rare gene races were blown through, leaving a bloody hole in each as the invisible force passed through. The invisible power did not stop there. Yan Dan's head, behind all the gene races, became the recipient of a hole. Now, the audience was able to see that the black arrow had managed to stick into Yan Dan's forehead. It went through the back of his head and disappeared into the nether. Pang! The 3 rare gene races exploded at the same time. They turned into a sky full of blood rain. Yan Dan's corpse fell from space with his eyes wide open. The universe went dead silent. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. One arrow had managed to eliminate 3 rare gene races and kill the elite, Yan Dan. That violent arrow technique frightened all those who watched it. The most shocking part was the fact that the arrow was able to kill Yan Dan after he had conceded the fight. The implications of this were far scarier than the arrow itself. Although Dollar said Yan Dan had committed blasphemy upon the God Spirits, people who knew about this suspected that Yan Dan had done something he shouldn't have. He should not have associated himself with the God Chaos Party. Even so, the God Spirits still broke their own rules. A man who made the God Spirits bend one of their own rules was scarier than the arrows he could fire. People were frightened to think about something like that. This arrow did not just murder someone. It killed the hearts of many people. The kings of the 7 kingdoms all strangely looked at the body on the space battleground. The royals represented law and order, but that body was able to break the rules of the God Spirits. That rule destroyer made them feel extremely worried. Is Dollar a God Chaos Party member? An elite thought. Most did not think so. A member of the God Chaos Party could not participate in a God fight. Otherwise, Rocky D would not have helped Yan Dan. He could have done this himself. Yet, Dollar was not a member of the God Chaos Party member but could still do that. It made people feel weird. Dollar belongs to the God of Wealth. Who is that God of Wealth? How can his members make the God Spirits all agree with him? How powerful must the God of Wealth be? Is he a reboot God Spirit? People really wanted to find out where the God of Wealth temple resided. After this fight, the 7 kingdoms sent out many people to scour the universe for the God of Wealth temple. After Han Sen murdered Yan Dan, he quit the space battleground and returned to the Feng Castle. He knew Bauer was probably fine, but he was still worried. Chapter 3187, Cutting Paper. A mountain pierced through the skies. A strange God temple was on its peak. The God temple structure was very defined. The primary hall was only 9 feet tall. It had a few side halls. Overall, it looked very large, but a large God temple like that gave people the feeling that it could easily break. It was hard to describe how weird it was. When one looked a bit closer, one realized that the God temple was composed of a white substance. It looked like it was made of paper. It was no wonder that it looked like a place that could easily tumble with one stab. Everything about the White Temple was strange. Even the tables, god altar, god stove, and god statues were made of paper. It felt like a very spooky and scary place. Bauer looked at the god temple with interest. She seemed to be rather interested in the locale. Bauer looked at Rocky D and asked with a blink of her eyes, "What would happen if I lit a match in here?" "This is a god temple. It is not ordinary paper. Water, fire, or any other kind of weapon cannot actually deal harm to this temple." Rocky D sat on a paper chair. He flicked his hands and had two human-sized paper people bring a plate forward. They brought over paper plates and paper cups. They poured out a cup of coffee for Rocky D. Rocky D drank his coffee in an elegant posture as he asked Bauer, "What does the cute little princess want to drink?" "I want to drink tea." Bauer was not polite. She just sat down on the paper chair. The thin white paper turned into an S shape. Bauer sat on it. The paper trembled like the thin wings of a cicada, but it did not break. In some ways, it was like a rocking chair. The paper maid quickly brought a cup of tea over. Bauer looked at the paper man made of paper with genuine curiosity. "These paper people look rather funny," Bauer said. She watched the paper people with keen interest as she picked up the cup of tea to wet her whistle. "If you like, I can give you a few of these paper people. I can cut them out into any face you like. If there is some handsome celebrity or general you admire, I can cut them out for you." Rocky D drank his coffee with a warm smile. "I like your face. Why don't you give me a paper person that looks just like you?" Bauer happily looked at Rocky D. Rocky D's eyes twitched a little. He looked at Bauer, who had a big pair of gleaming eyes. She looked like a clear spring without any dust. It did not look as if she was making a joke or toying with him. Plus, Bauer had followed him there without issue. Rocky D just thought she was a child who enjoyed playing around. After thinking about it, Rocky D's lips developed a smile. His beard lifted as he thought, "I really am a handsome gentleman who has thousands of women and goddesses loving me. Despite how troublesome it is to look this fine, I cannot help being so attractive." He looked very cocky as his eyebrows raised. Rocky D put down his cup. He coughed lightly and asked, "Do you really want it that much?" Bauer nodded. Her little hands became two little fists in front of her chest. She looked at Rocky D happily as she answered, "Yes. I really, really, really want it. If your face became a paper person, it would look so good." Rocky D smiled and nodded. "Okay, since you are being so sincere about this, I can make one for you. But this is a limited edition, okay? There will only be one in this entire universe. You need to look after it with the utmost care. I will treat it like the most important thing in my life." Bauer raised her head as if she was making a solemn and profound promise. Rocky D loved Bauer's attitude. He took out a white sheet of paper and said, "After I make you this, you must stay here nicely until your father comes to pick you up. With your paper copy, it is fine if my father does not come," Bauer said. Rocky D felt very cocky and thought, being too charming is a bad thing. Even a small little girl like her fancies me to be her daddy. Sigh, this is so troublesome. After that, Rocky D picked up a sheet of paper. His right hand's index and middle fingers behaved like a pair of scissors that cut through the sheet. He kept cutting to cut out his face. He put a lot of effort into the task. It must be stated that Rocky D's skills were very good. Although it was only going to be something like a silhouette without any precise facial details, it looked a lot like him. Even the little beard on it was a bit raised. After cutting, Rocky D trimmed it a little and happily gave it to Bauer. "You must look after this thing as if it were your child. This is a unique silhouette." Bauer picked up the paper silhouette and looked as if she cherished it greatly. She said, "Thank you, Uncle." "Uncle." Rocky D's eyes twitched. He patted Bauer on the head and smiled. "Little princess, you should think about calling me Mr. God. If you really want to start calling me handsome Mr. Minister, I think that would be rather dandy. It is up to you, of course. I think calling you an uncle is very fitting," Bauer said as she looked at Rocky D. Rocky D's face looked rather glum. He grunted, "Whatever, you just stay here and sit still until Han Sen comes to pick you up." "Okay, if you are here with me, it is fine if my father does not show," Bauer said with a laugh. "I do not have any time to play around with you. You can entertain yourself to pass the time." After Rocky D said that, he readied himself to leave. "No, I want you to play with me," Bauer said with a shake of her head. "Who in this world would waste time playing with you? Besides, I am a very busy man. Rocky D wanted to ignore Bauer. He turned around and walked out of the god temple. After walking a few steps, he felt as if his body was no longer listening to him. He could no longer control his body. He walked back to Bauer. What is going on? Rocky D's face changed. He tried using power to control his body, but it did not work. He then saw Bauer playing with the paper man he had just made. Salute. Bauer was holding the paper man. She made the paper man perform a saluting gesture. Rocky D's body lifted its right hand by its own volition. He had no say in it. He was suddenly just like the paper man. He performed the saluting gesture. Rocky D's face changed. What? How is this possible? She has that control power, isn't she a human girl? A human girl at that age should not have such wicked powers. Even with a powerful gene race, there is no way she could channel so much power without fault. She did not even combine with a gene race. What is going on? Rocky D now regretted his deeds. If he had not cut out his own silhouette for Bauer and given it to her, no matter how strong she was, she would have been unable to control him. Aside from himself and one of the 12 annihilation god spirits, he never thought there would be another being with the same type of power and powerful enough to control him. Even the god spirit from the 12 annihilation god spirits would have been unable to control him completely with his paper shape. Take a dump. Bauer moved the paper man to open its legs and squat into a pooping position. No, I am a gentleman, how could I perform such an embarrassing action? Rocky D shouted at the top of his lungs. His face turned red, he wanted to smack a wall. But he could not control his body. He looked like the paper man who was taking a dump. Chapter 3188. Blood Pulse Test. Pick your nose, crawl like a dog, pee like a dog. Bauer was playing with the paper man. Rocky D was feeling grossly embarrassed. Why don't you just kill me? Rocky D madly shouted at Bauer. Uncle, why would I kill you? You are such a nice person. If you die, no one will be able to play with me, Bauer replied as she tilted her head and looked at Rocky D. Rocky D had asserted the position of a dog peeing as he madly replied, who are you? There is no way you are Han Sen's daughter. He felt as if he had been well and truly tricked. She was such a powerful person, so how could she have been the daughter of a human? Uncle, your question is so strange, Bauer said as she looked at Rocky D with confusion. I am my father's daughter. That is impossible. You cannot be Han Sen's daughter. There is no way a human can bear a daughter like you. Rocky D could tell that Bauer was not lying. Despite how little he believed it, it appeared as if she was telling the truth. His heart jumped. He blinked and he said, I think Han Sen must have told you a white lie. He is not a father. He is a fake one. That is complete and utter nonsense, Bauer said with a smile. I am my father's daughter. Rocky D quickly replied, it is easy to find out if you are Han Sen's true daughter. All we have to do is conduct a test to find out the truth. How would we test that? Bauer asked with curiosity. There is a treasure behind the god temple, Rocky D said. It is a treasure that belongs to the god Chaos Party. All you must do is put a drop of blood into that god item. The god item can then analyze your genes. It will trace you back to your very origin and find out where you were from. It can trace your ancestors. Really, that is interesting. After Bauer said that, she walked behind the god temple. She was still holding the paper man. Rocky D followed Bauer behind the god temple, but not by his own will. The two of them went to the back of the primary hall. They saw something that sort of looked like a well. A bronze tripod was in the center of the well. Although the tripod was only 3 feet high, it looked very old. The tripod had many mysterious symbols on it. Bauer looked at the bronze tripod and asked, is that the treasure you are referring to? That is so simple. Rocky D quickly said, do not look at it like that. Of course, it may look very normal, but this bronze tripod was made from the genes of a god. It has an incredible amount of power, and there is only of them in existence. You will never be able to find another one of these for as long as you live. Is it really that unique and good? Bauer asked as she looked at the tripod. Did you say I can find out who my family is through one drop of blood? Yes, Rocky D said. Although it cannot be like the 3-life stone that can find out 3 lives and 3 past lives, this tripod can find out the truth of the bloodline in your family. If you would like to join the God Chaos Party, you will have to use this tripod to find out. It has never been wrong through all the years it has been used. In that case, let's give it a try, Bauer said. She moved the paper man. Rocky D was pushed toward the bronze tripod. Rocky D was so scared that he shouted, "No, no, no," it was a shame he was being controlled by a paper man and unable to resist or move away. He walked in front of the bronze tripod. He reached out his finger and placed it on the bronze tripod. Bauer picked up the small wooden sword Genbugu had given her. She used it to cut Rocky D's finger. That ordinary-looking sword possessed a sword mind, and thus it was able to cut Rocky D's finger. For just one sword mind to hurt Rocky D's body like that, not even Rocky D would have believed it was a wooden sword had he not been there to witness it. That asshole Genbugu. His sword mind is already at such a stage. Rocky D was shocked. A drop of blood oozed from Rocky D's finger and fell into the tripod. The symbols on the tripod suddenly lit up. Bauer's eyes opened wide as she looked upon the tripod in shock. The light on the tripod kept changing. It was like an endless font of light was now in operation. Not long later, a light shadow came out of the tripod. The light shadows were like a projector. It was like a hologram that created the shape of a body. It revealed Paper God, also known as Rocky D. It looked just like Rocky D minus the clothes he wore. Rocky D's body started to change. He became smaller and smaller. Then, his body started to change. In the end, he turned into a normal cat with a black shadow. It was the shadow of a cat, so it was not solid, but it also had life. It was very weird. The shadow of the cat became smaller. It turned into a fat and cute, albeit small, cat. It then turned into a Gene egg. "Uncle, you are a cat." Bauer weirdly looked at Rocky D. "I am not a cat. That was a shadow phantom. You do not understand what a shadow phantom is." Rocky D, who was feeling embarrassed, tried to correct Bauer. "But it looks like a cat," Bauer said with honesty. Rocky D felt destroyed. His face turned red, but he kept his mouth shut. He did not want to talk to Bauer anymore. After Rocky D turned into a Gene egg, the video stopped playing. The bronze tripod returned to normal. Bauer tilted her head as she asked, "Why did I not see your mother and father?" "I am a rare gene race that was born in a god pulse," Rocky D said. "Of course, I do not have any parents. If you have parents, the bronze tripod will show them." "Okay." Bauer had a brief time to think about it. She walked in front of the bronze tripod, reached out her finger, bit it, and let a drop of blood fall on it. Bauer knew she originally came out of a gourd, but she wanted to know if there was any other bloodline she was related to. She did not really want to find out whether or not she was Han Sen's daughter. Bauer's blood entered the bronze tripod. The bronze tripod started to glow. The symbols on the tripod started to glow like the sun. They started to melt. Rocky D's eyes went straight while watching this. He was the minister of the God Chaos Party. He had seen many of these tests before. He had seen rare gene races that turned into God Spirit gene races or even fallen annihilation God Spirits. Whenever he had tested it in the past, this had never happened before. The bronze tripod was burned into steel juice. It melted rapidly. Lots of red, bronze juice dripped. The moment the bronze tripod collapsed, the bronze tripod had a shadow. The light shadow formed in the air. The bronze tripod collapsed. There was boiling bronze juice everywhere as the shadow faded. Rocky D was frozen as he looked at the bronze tripod. His eyes widened, and his lips started to quake. He had no idea what he had just seen. When he regained his composure, he looked at Bauer. His vocal cords had the shakes as he said, You, Rocky D is a sinner, so please forgive me." If Rocky D could have moved, he would have been kowtowing before Bauer. Chapter 3189, A. Name that cannot be spoken. Bauer blinked and looked at Rocky D. After a while, she asked, "Do you know who I am?" "Yes, no, Rocky D was not making much sense. "So, do you know me or not?" Bauer asked with a frown. "I am aware of your existence, but I have never seen you before," Rocky D quickly said. "Oh, in that case, tell me who you think I am," Bauer said. She squinted her eyes as she peered at Rocky D. Rocky D displayed a wry smile as he said, "I would not dare say to say it. Therefore, I will not say it. If I dare say your name, this world will be thrown into chaos." "What is that supposed to mean?" Bauer's eyes repeatedly blinked. "You must believe that I, Rocky D, only obey you diligently," Rocky D said with sincerity. "If you are willing for me to die, I will gladly die. I will die in your service with honor." "I do not like the way you are talking to me now," Bauer said. "If you speak to me like this again, I will tear this paper man in half. She held the paper man high up. It looked as if she was going to rip it up. Rocky D remained calm. If that can keep your secret, I am willing to give up my life for that cause. After that, Rocky D closed his eyes as if he was willingly ready to embrace a demise. Do you really think I am not capable of killing someone? Bauer's face looked dim. If my death can bring you pleasure, then the pleasure is all mine, Rocky D said with seriousness. Bauer stared at Rocky D for a bit. She then picked up the paper man and waved it in Rocky D's direction. Rocky D's body flew toward the paper man. His body grew smaller. He combined with the paper man. The paper man was just a silhouette, but it now had color and a face. It had become a colorful paper man. When you want to tell me, you can come and talk to me. Bauer looked rather annoyed. She pulled out a book and stuck Rocky D, the paper man, inside the pages of the book. After doing that, Bauer pushed the sunglasses on her face and said to herself, "What is wrong with this guy? It really does look like he is not afraid to die." The dragon maid had received an order to wait outside Feng Castle and wait for Han Sen's return. She eventually saw Han Sen emerge from the castle, so she walked forward and casually said, "Come here. Follow me if you wish to see Bauer." "Sure." Han Sen did not say anything else. He nodded and followed the dragon maid. The dragon maid opened a tunnel through space. She took Han Sen with her to travel through it. They arrived at the paper god temple atop a mountain. "You wait here." The dragon maid walked in front of the god temple and stopped. She bowed and shouted into the paper god temple, "Mr. Minister, Han Sen is here." After a while of waiting for a response, none came from Rocky D. This made the dragon maid frown. She bowed again and said, "Mr. Minister, I have brought Han Sen here." Still, no one answered her. The paper door of the paper god temple opened. A cute little girl emerged from beyond it. Upon seeing Bauer walk out, the dragon maid was given a fright. She quickly seemed to understand something. She was furious, so she grabbed Bauer and shouted, "What did you do to Mr. Minister?" Bzzzt. A wooden sword flew above Bauer. It went in front of her. The wooden sword was ordinary, but the sword mind was so holy that it was like a god one could not dare to offend. It crushed the dragon maid and pinned her to the ground. She could not straighten her back. It felt like a terrifyingly heavy sword was crushing her. Bauer jumped into Han Sen's chest and complained, "Dad, you were so slow. I was worried that I had come too soon and ruined your fun." Han Sen smiled. Seeing Bauer safe and sound, he felt immeasurably relieved and asked, "Where is Rocky D?" "He is here." Bauer opened the book she kept next to her chest. She took out Rocky D's paper form. "This is Rocky D." Han Sen looked at the paper man with shock. It did look like Rocky D. It was like a miniature version of him. It looked like a paper man that was drawn on top. "What are you looking at? If it was not for Master Bauer, you would be dead." Rocky D felt furious to be looked at by Han Sen. "You weren't kidding, and he can speak." Han Sen thought this was rather interesting. He held the head of the paper man and remarked how much it felt like paper. Rocky D felt very embarrassed, so he shouted, let go of me." He was still trapped in paper form, so he could not fight back. Han Sen lifted his head. "Let go of Mr. Minister." The dragon maid madly shouted. She wanted to stand up, but the sword mind power made her bones crack. It looked as if she was going to break. She could not stand up. That is a very powerful sword mind. Mr. Jian is stronger than I thought. It is no wonder why he is regarded as the biggest swordsman in the Qin Kingdom. Han Sen looked at the wooden sword in shock. The dragon maid's power was almost similar to Decapitation Queen, but a wooden sword was able to keep her suppressed. The sword mind of its master must have been frightening. Han Sen gave the paper man of Rocky D to Bauer and asked her with curiosity, how could he be like that? Bauer pushed her sunglasses and smiled. "I simulated his power and used it back on himself. His powers were quite interesting. I forgot about that trick." Han Sen only just remembered the treasure sunglasses she had. He did not expect the power of the sunglasses was effective even in the universe of kingdoms. Bauer looked strange. She told Han Sen about her experience with Rocky D. Han Sen was surprised to hear it. He looked at the paper man version of Rocky D and asked, "Rocky D, do you know something about Bauer's history? If you tell me, I can let you go." Rocky D looked at him with disdain. He lifted his lips and said, "You do not have the credentials needed to talk to me. Talk to my dad nicely." Bauer reached out her hand and squeezed Rocky D's face. "Ow, ow, ow," Rocky D screamed. "Whatever, Han Sen said. Let's just go back. Bring Mr. Jian's wooden sword. I am sure it is very important to him, so we should do our best to return it to Mr. Jian. The wooden sword was an ordinary item, but the sword had Jian Bu Gu's sword mind. It was like Jian Bu Gu's self-sword. Han Sen did not understand why Jian Bu Gu would use a wooden sword for a self-sword. No matter how strong a sword mind was, it was very weak. If Mr. Jian encountered an enemy that was as strong as he was, the sword would be rendered useless. Bauer took back the wooden sword. The dragon maid was free. She turned into a big, black dragon and roared at Han Sen and Bauer. Pang! Han Sen gathered up power. He punched the dragon maid and sent her flying. The giant body was like a mountain that was shaking. Do not kill her, Rocky D shouted. Dad, just let her live, Bauer said with a blink of her eyes. Chapter 3190, Guessing. Han Sen and Bauer went to the Feng family castle. The dragon maid followed them from behind. She knew she would be unable to fight them, but her resolve had not been completely dissolved. Han Sen was a bit worried. Instead of chasing the dragon maid away, he had allowed her to come back to the Feng family castle. He took the Rocky D paper man from Bauer and went into the garden. Rocky D, I have things I would like to tell you. Han Sen put Rocky D on a stone table. He glanced at the dragon maid, who was staring at them intently. Rocky D moved his paper body. He was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but he still told the dragon maid, you can wait outside the garden. The dragon maid adhered to the command and waited outside the garden. Even from there, she still watched. After the dragon maid left, Han Sen spoke to Rocky D. Rocky D, you seem to know something. Why don't you spill the beans? Rocky D patted himself on the chest and coldly replied, what makes you think you have what it takes to talk to me in such a capacity? I am Bauer's father, Han Sen coldly said. Rocky D immediately jumped and said, you do not have what it takes. If you dare to say that you are Master Bauer's father, I will kill you. Han Sen smiled. You cannot deny I was the one who raised her from a baby. Rocky D moved his lips, but he did not say anything. If you are not willing to say anything more, then how about I guess? Han Sen asked with a smile. He had experienced far too many problems in his lifetime. He was confused about many things. The more time he had spent guessing, the more experience he had when it came to guessing. Upon seeing Rocky D not speak, Han Sen started to talk to himself. You call her Master Bauer and are so polite to her. That must mean she has a higher position than you. That also means she is stronger than you. People like you would go and fight a god spirit. At the end of the day, you managed to be stronger and at a higher level than them. So, why would you treat a child like a master? Yet, you are. For that, there can only be one possibility. You and Bauer have some sort of connection, or perhaps you owe her a favor of some sort. HMPH. Rocky D coldly grunted. He did not actually say anything. Han Sen laughed and went on to say, no matter whether or not you owe her a favor or if you two are related, people like you would remember her. You would not forget her. There is no way you did not recognize her in the beginning, yet you did not recognize her in the beginning. It was not until you conducted the test did you change your approach to her. You obviously saw something in the test that enabled you to recognize her. Rocky D did not say anything. He merely coldly stared at Han Sen. I heard Bauer say that the bronze tripod was a treasure of the God Chaos Party. It is an item that enables a member to test their blood, and there is only one such tool in existence. Han Sen looked at Rocky D and said, but this bronze tripod is only able to test blood. It cannot determine one's past life. If it was like that, it would not be a reincarnation. You only saw Bauer in this life, and you only recognized who she was in this life. Why did you not recognize her in the beginning? You only recognized her after seeing Bauer's blood pulse light shadow. Han Sen squinted and peered at Rocky D. He then asked, do I need to keep talking? I do not know what you are talking about, Rocky D coldly replied. Han Sen looked at Rocky D and said, Bauer is in danger. She is in big danger. Am I correct? Yes. If I were you, I would let her go. Let me and Bauer leave this place. Rocky D spoke the words in an ordinary tone of voice. I believe what you say is true. If I do not let Bauer leave and do not want you to return to your former self, what do you expect will happen? I think the God Chaos Party will not let you, Mr. Minister, simply vanish and disappear from the world. Rocky D's heart jumped. Before he spoke again, Han Sen said, I and Bauer are like father and daughter. It does not matter whether you accept that fact or not. I will not allow her to leave my side. I do not think Bauer will want to leave my side either. You do not have the power to change that. So, if you really are standing on Bauer's side, I think there is a thing or two you can tell me. This time, Rocky D did not deny things. He remained silent but did not speak. His eyes lingered on Han Sen. After a while, he said, "You need to know that if Master Bauer's identity is revealed, there will be a disaster that will shake the sky. I cannot hold it, and you cannot hold it. You should really tell me who she is," Han Sen said. "That is the only way we can be prepared, right?" Rocky D shook his head. "I cannot tell you her name, and I cannot disclose her history. If I tell you these things, the universe will be thrown upside down." "That seems really serious." Han Sen looked at Rocky D and asked, "There has to be something you can tell me, right?" Rocky D hesitated and said, "Hide her. Do not let the god spirits realize who she really is. Do not let the god chaos party find her, or there will be a grand disaster." "I cannot put her in hiding forever," Han Sen coldly said. "Bauer will not agree with that. Even if she did agree with it, I would not accept that." "At least not now," Rocky D said. "You need to wait until she grows up. Maybe then she can." "How far must she develop? Must she become reboot class?" Han Sen asked as a test. "I do not know," Rocky D said. He looked weird as he spoke. "Master Bauer's limit is not something we can guess or even try to understand." Han Sen stared at Rocky D and said, "Fine. This is the last question. Aside from you, are there any other creatures that can reveal Bauer's identity?" "Yes, or maybe there are none," Rocky D weirdly said. "Be clearer." Han Sen frowned. Rocky D sighed and said, "Back in the day, perhaps some people might have been able to tell. These days, I cannot even be sure if those guys are alive. Even if they were, I cannot be certain they would notice. If Master Bauer did a test like the bronze tripod again, people might recognize something. According to your theory, Bauer is safe." Han Sen felt a bit relieved. "If I was unable to recognize who she was in the first place, I doubt there are many in this world that can do what I could not," Rocky D said with seriousness. "Still, it would be best for her not to be flaunted around, just in case." "I understand," Han Sen said. "You should go. The restrictions on your body can now be removed. I don't think you need Bauer to undo the spell put on you." "Are you really letting me go?" Rocky D looked shocked. "Keeping you here is sure to attract more trouble," Han Sen casually said. "I do not want to kill you, therefore I will just choose to let you go. Are you not afraid that I will leak the secrets about Master Bauer?" Rocky D asked. "I am afraid, but I do not think you will. After Bauer left, you could have run, but you didn't." Han Sen smiled. "HMPH. Rocky D coldly grunted. He twisted the paper and jumped. In the air, he became his real self again. He reached out the paper man in his hand to Han Sen. "Give this paper man to Master Bauer. If she needs it, she only has to use the paper man, and I will lend her my assistance." After that, Rocky D threw the paper man at Han Sen like a card. He turned around and left the garden, taking the dragon maid with him. Chapter 3191, God Fight Reward. Before the space tunnel closed for their departure, Rocky D turned around and asked Han Sen, "Do you not think breaking the world is awesome? There is strength in between breaking the world, and you just broke the world. Not many elites can kill you, but there are still one or two that might. If I were you, I would let Master Bauer go with me." "I am not going to hand my daughter over to anybody," Han Sen calmly said. "I will not let anyone hurt her." Rocky D grunted coldly. He did not turn his head as he left through the space tunnel. Seeing the space tunnel shut down, Han Sen said to himself, "If this really is how I think it is, then this will all be a great deal of trouble." Han Sen entered the top 4 rounds of fights, and Bauer joined in too. Their luck wasn't too shabby either. They were not pitted against each other. They had to fight the others who were also in the top 4. Han Sen was quite surprised by the turnout. In their semifinal matches, neither Han Sen's nor Bauer's opponents showed up. They had given up and quit. It was the most boring set of semifinals ever witnessed, and the same was going to hold true for the finale. The semifinals did not happen, and the finals weren't going to depict a grand bout either. Bauer immediately quit, which enabled Han Sen to achieve the number 1 rank in the God Fights. The other 2 people were very famous in the Geno universe. As for them conceding, people did not say much about it. Everyone knew that fighting Han Sen was likely futile, so everyone thought they too would quit if they were in their shoes. The same was true for going up against Bauer. After all, they had even managed to make the god spirits break the rules. It would have been weird for them to actually consider fighting the pair. No one wanted to risk their lives in a battle with such an unfair environment. If they entered the space battleground, they might not have been able to make it out alive even if they conceded. If they did not concede, they could not use god spirit gene races. If they used them, they would be punished by the god spirits they had pledged their loyalty to. If they did not use them and could not fight Dollar and Ingot, it would have been a fight in which they were practically throwing themselves into the furnace. It was a death wish. Even stupid people knew the best course of action. Han Sen was the most dishonorable winner in the history of the god fights, but no one questioned his claim to be a victor and the might that secured him the #1 position. Although he had won without fighting, Han Sen felt good about it. He did not have time to waste concerning himself about whether or not it was right to win the god fights without battling. All he cared about were the results. When Han Sen earned first place in the god fights, a light fired into the space battleground. It landed on Han Sen, making his body disappear. Han Sen did not fight back. It was a teleportation light. It did not harm him. Han Sen's vision constantly flashed. When he was able to see again, he realized he was inside a giant god hall. The god halls were the most obvious things to recognize. There was a light in the center that was very old and mysterious. The light had small lights. There had to have at least been 10,000 of them. Han Sen was no stranger to these lanterns. The 10,000 lanterns were race lanterns. Every race lantern had the race's name on it. The first was still the very high. Han Sen carefully looked at the race lanterns. He did not, strangely enough, see a human race lantern. Obviously, the humans had yet to light up their lanterns. The elusive god was sitting on the god throne of the god hall. Han Sen was very familiar with that bloke. Now, he should have called him God Hall Master, the strongest reboot god spirit in the universe. It is impossible for humans to light up a lantern for themselves, God Hall leader coldly said. I have already told you that humans should not exist in the Geno universe. Their existence makes sense, Han Sen said with a laugh. If humans already exist in the Geno universe, why can we not light up a lantern? The fact you can't means you can't, God Hall leader said. There is no why, you just can't. If humans really did light up a lantern in the Geno universe, let's not mention the others for a moment, but even god spirits like me would not ignore such an event. Letting the crystallizers light a lantern is the best we can do. Fine, I don't really care about humans lighting up lanterns, anyway. The reward for coming first in the god fights should be mine now, shouldn't it? Han Sen smiled at God Hall leader as he spoke. Fine. God Hall leader did not mention anything about Han Sen breaking the rules again. He agreed with him rather quickly. He lobbed the gene egg at Han Sen. It landed in his hands. God Hall leader smiled at Han Sen. He looked at him as he said, that is a rare gene egg. It is a Zhen holy turtle. Are you satisfied now? I thought you said the #1 would be able to pick which rare gene egg he wanted. Can I not be given a turtle? Han Sen looked at the pitch black thing. It looked very average. Okay. God Hall leader clapped his hands. A wheel of fortune appeared in front of Han Sen. Han Sen looked at the wheel of fortune as he asked, how are the slices all so empty? How am I supposed to know what I am going to get? God Hall leader laughed. You just spin it. No matter which slice you get, I will write down Zhen holy turtle. If you do that, then why did you need a wheel of fortune for it? Han Sen looked at God Hall leader with an icy expression. What is important is that it can make you feel like you are in control. It can satisfy and provide your heart with a bit of a thrill. God Hall leader pointed at the wheel and said, hurry up and spin the thing. What is the point of spinning? Do you think I am that free? Han Sen's eyes twitched as he spoke. Okay, that will save you some time. God Hall leader admired Han Sen's ability to understand so much. He clapped his hands. The big wheel of fortune disappeared. Usually, you do not need to come here to claim your reward, God Hall leader said as he smiled at Han Sen. Today, I asked you to come because there is something that I would like to bend your ear for. I'm busy. I still have my kids to feed. Why don't we talk about this another time? He did not believe God Hall leader was so willing to just invite him in for telling stories. That is fine by me, God Hall leader said, acting as if he did not care. I suppose the extinction of humanity is no big deal. What is going on? Han Sen had to concede. God Hall leader asked, "You have been to outer sky where the very high roam, correct? You know what that place is like. I have heard it resides in a zone between the real world and the anti-material world," Han Sen said. "I never did find out if there was any validity to the claims." God Hall leader nodded. "Yes, outer sky really is a buffer zone that resides between the real world and the anti-material world. There should not be any glitches in a buffer zone like that, such as the lake that resides in outer sky. It is an outright crack between the real world and anti-material worlds. That is why people can fish up some stuff from that anti-material lake." Han Sen had already been able to guess that much. He had always been curious to learn about why a glitch like that existed. God Hall leader seemed to see what Han Sen was thinking. He sighed and said, "This has something to do with God Chaos Party and the war against the God spirits. To put it simply, after a big fight and a reboot, the universe did not totally recover. There are many glitches in it now. That is why people like you and Qin Shu are allowed to exist. You reincarnate between the real world and the anti-material world. That is why there are spirits like Moon God and Zhou Dong Lai. They carry memories over from a past life. You are not going to make me fix those glitches, are you?" Han Sen quickly asked. "I don't have the power to do that." God Hall leader rolled his eyes. "I know you don't have that power. The God Chaos Party is in a buffer zone. They are trying to open a path through the real world and the anti-material world. Although they have not yet succeeded in doing so, it would be best if their antics were put to an end. Therefore," after saying that, God Hall leader smiled and looked at Han Sen. Chapter 3192, God Chaos Party Old Nest. When Han Sen returned to the Feng family castle, he felt a bit depressed. The Zhen Holy Turtle was good stuff. It was a rare gene race. It was just that it was a newborn baby that had recently hatched. It had a scary level of defense. After combining with it, one had a Zhen Holy body. It enabled the body's strength to increase and gave it a shake-back power. The Zhen Holy Turtle was good at everything. The only problem was the fact the Zhen Holy Turtle used earth elemental powers. It did not go well with the Dongshuan Sutra or Jadeskin. Therefore, it could not be used with the reverse gene races of those two skills. Han Sen was wondering if God Hall leader was enacting payback for his behavior in the God fights. While giving him a decent reward might have seemed great, it was basically God Hall leader giving him a gene race Han Sen had no use for. It made Han Sen feel terrible. It looks like I will have to go to that buffer zone. Otherwise, getting rare gene races will be too difficult, Han Sen said with a sigh. He still used the black crystal armor to evolve the Zhen Holy Turtle. Although he could not use it as a reverse gene race, it was still Han Sen's first rare gene race. If he was able to find a God Spirit blood pulse that went well with it, he could level it up as a God Spirit gene race. It would at least be useful in some capacity. Seeing the Zhen Holy Turtle in his Sea of Soul swallow the black crystal armor, it turned into a black orb. Han Sen remembered the things God Hall leader told him. According to the theories of God Hall leader, the powers to break the world were called Break World. Not many elites were actually able to use Break World. God Chaos Party's leader was one such individual, and Qin Shin was barely half of that, but others couldn't. The reason Qin Shu was only half of that was that he used a glitch in the world to access the Geno universe. He did not use his own power to accomplish that. Han Sen was unable to break the world. The reason he was able to go to the universe of kingdoms was because of World God King's power. The Super God Spirit mode was strong, but he could not use it to break into another world. Han Sen had only just reached the Break World level. He was practically a beginner. He was still far away from the real Break World level. In fact, Han Sen was not just able to break the world. Even God Chaos Party's leader, who was the vice president of the God Chaos Party in the past, was unable to reach a Break World level. When there was a big fight and the universe had to be rebooted, the world was fractured with glitches. Now, God Chaos Party's leader was planning to use those glitches to make a tunnel that would enable access to the other universe. Han Sen did not know how forging a path between the worlds would benefit the God Chaos Party, so he asked about it. God Hall leader looked at Han Sen, licked his lips, and said, "The two are made from opposites. To the Geno universe, the universe of kingdoms is the anti-material world. To the universe of kingdoms, the Geno universe is the anti-material world. That means to one universe, the other can be considered hell. When the tunnel between both worlds opens, the creatures of these two universes can go between the universes. That would be like demons from hell crawling into the ordinary world. The two universes would be in chaos. Han Sen rubbed his nose. He knew God Hall leader meant he was a demon, and he had nothing to defend himself against that claim. Since he had been in the universe of kingdoms, he hadn't exactly done anything positive. God Hall leader also told Han Sen the creatures of the universe of kingdoms would have an extremely hard time when trying to practice break world powers. If the two worlds were to be opened, there would be many creatures like Han Sen or Qin Shu appearing who could easily learn break world powers. The God Chaos Party wanted to absorb those creatures. If that situation did come to pass, there would be too many break world people appearing. Even God spirits would be unable to maintain control of the world. The aftermath would undoubtedly be something quite severe. Fortunately, for now, the world had glitches. Breaking the worlds would not be easy. The God Chaos Party was only in the initial stages of planning. Putting aside if it would work, if they wanted to break through it and did work, it would take a billion years to punch through a hole in the fabric of the universe. The God Hall leader did not really expect Han Sen to be capable of destroying the God Chaos Party. He only wanted Han Sen to give the God Chaos Party some trouble. After rebooting, the two universes' buffer zones had been torn to shreds. Each layer did not connect. The outer sky, which belonged to the very high, was just one layer. It was the one that was the closest to the Geno universe. There were 33 buffer zones in existence, similar to that of the outer sky. They were in places God spirits were unable to occupy. It was dangerous for God spirits to venture to such places. Because the two universes had a space between them, the Geno Hall and the God Temple palaces would be unable to work. If the God spirits died there, they would be unable to respawn in their God temples. According to the news he had received in the past, the God Chaos Party had broken 7 layers near the universe of kingdoms. It would still take them a long time to break through the rest. Now, the 7 layers were all occupied by the God Chaos Party. If God spirits entered such a place, they would have to be careful. It had been a long time since news of their progress had been received. God Hall leader was saying he wanted Han Sen to get in there and kill as many members of the God Chaos Party as he was able to. If he was unable to kill them, he could at least harvest some information. That way, he could find out how many layers the God Chaos Party had managed to break through. God Hall leader promised that if Han Sen delivered him accurate news, he could give Han Sen a very special and rare gene race. Apparently, Han Sen was going to love it. It was a tempting proposition, but the territory of the God Chaos Party was not the sort of place one could freely waltz into. The only thing Han Sen had on his side was that the two universes' powers would not be suppressed when inside a buffer zone. By being there, Han Sen could use all of his powers and not be restricted. Of course, what tempted Han Sen even more was the God temples of the God Chaos Party's members. By destroying God temples, he could get more God bases. No one wanted fewer God bases. Han Sen had asked God Hall leader why the members of the God Chaos Party were not called God spirits despite them having God temples and God bases. The God Hall leader did not answer him. He just told Han Sen how to get there. Han Sen was interested to see it. Before that, he wanted to see the Qin Kingdom's Alpha Temple. The Qin Kingdom must have had people who could break the world. Let's not mention anyone else, but GNBUGU must have been a break world elite. My powers are restricted by the universe. Breaking an Alpha Temple would be difficult. Han Sen kept thinking. He still planned on sneaking into the Alpha Temple to have a look. To prevent trouble pursuing him, Han Sen went looking for Qin Bai. He planned to take Qin Bai with him to the Alpha Temple. Having the Qin Kingdom's future king Qin Bai there could make a big problem become a very small problem if he was discovered. He could turn a very small problem into not a problem at all. He could avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. Qin Bai, is Bauer at home? When Qin Bai went to the Feng family castle, he did not go inside. He asked his men to bring Han Sen out. He looked angry. I am playing in the garden with Feng Yin, Han Sen said with a smile. If the Crown Prince wants her, then I can go get her. No, no, no. Qin Bai's face turned white as he pulled Han Sen. Chapter 3193 Destiny. Well, Qin Bai pulled Han Sen away from the doors of the Feng family castle and asked, Han Sen, why have you come looking for me? Han Sen looked at Qin Bai as he asked, Mr. Crown Prince, have you been to the Alpha Temple? Of course, I have been there. Every year, when we perform sacrifices, we have to kneel for half the day. We have to kowtow and bow. It is all so very annoying. Qin Bai looked as if he did not have many fond memories of his trips to the Alpha Temple. He looked like he hated the place quite a bit. He strangely asked, "Why are you asking me about it?" Han Sen laughed and said, "I have heard there is a very powerful treasure in the Alpha Temple." "Do you know what it is, Crown Prince?" "What are you talking about? How can a place like the Alpha Temple have great treasure?" "It is just a temple with an Alpha statue inside it and a few tools for sacrifices, of course. There is nothing else there, so why would there be treasure?" Qin Bai joined the sacrifices every year. He knew what was inside the Alpha Temple. "Aside from these things, are you sure there is nothing?" When Han Sen heard that, he felt disappointed. If Qin Shu really had put Wanner's dead body inside the Alpha Temple, there should have been some kind of evidence. There couldn't be nothing at all. Qin Bai thought for a bit and said, "There are some weird things, but they are not treasures. For instance, there is a well there." "What kind of well?" Han Sen's eyes suddenly brightened. After thinking a moment, Qin Bai said, "The Alpha Temple has one main and two sub-halls. There are 3 halls in total. The right hall features an old well. It is octagon-shaped. The well has the Alpha's writing on it." He wrote down the word, "Destiny." "Therefore, the well is called Destiny Well. People frequently call it the Country Well." After pausing, Qin Bai looked around and saw that nobody was around. He quietly told Han Sen, "I have heard that the well can be quite creepy. There is a chain thicker than an arm on the platform. The chain leads all the way down the well. I heard that the chains have locked up a suppressed pulse god beast from the Qin Kingdom. I heard these stories when I was a young boy. The suppressed pulse god beast helped the Qin Kingdom suppress luck. It has kept the Qin Kingdom going for 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations and made the kingdom rich forever." After Han Sen heard that, he was so happy. He thought, if Wanner's body is in the Alpha Temple, it will probably be in the Destiny Well. After thinking about it, Han Sen told Qin Bai, "I have heard about the powerful treasure residing inside Destiny Well." Qin Bai's head shook like a drum. "Impossible. I do not know if Destiny Well has a suppressed pulse god beast, but that is an odd place to put treasure. The legends claim that the Alpha put the Qin Kingdom in a very good situation. In the second generation, it was said the Alpha's son was very naughty. During a sacrifice, he decided to answer the call of nature right inside Destiny Well. Afterward, the Qin Kingdom's fortune soured. It was bad for many years. It almost destroyed the kingdom. It was all because of that incident. As a result, all the kings used this story to educate their family members. They must not do anything bad to the Destiny Well. If it was not for having to attend ritual sacrifice, I'd never visit the Alpha Temple of my own volition." Although Qin Bai was a bit naughty and spoiled, there were limits to his own tenacity. "Han Sen, you are not planning on doing anything in the Destiny Well, are you? I would advise you to put those thoughts to bed right now." Qin Bai looked around and pulled Han Sen into a corner. He quickly said, "You must not go there. There are very scary elites guarding there. They are the greatest defenders of the Qin Kingdom. Even if Jade Wall City was broken, you could not infiltrate that one zone. Without the permission of my father, not even I can visit there freely. You are strong, but if you went there alone, not even you would make it back." Qin Bai was sincerely looking out for Han Sen's best interest. He would not have told Han Sen the secrets of the temple if he did not want what was best for him. "Oh, what kind of scary characters?" Han Sen asked. Qin Bai shook his head. "I am not entirely sure. That is just what my father told me. When I have been by Destiny Well, I have never seen anyone guarding the place. I am fairly sure it is the truth. What father tells me is never incorrect, and he never lets me tell anyone else about this stuff. He says that if I ever encounter a crisis in which I cannot solve and my life is threatened, all I must do is escape to the Alpha Temple. Once there, I can find help and someone to save me." Hearing Qin Bai say that, Han Sen was sure there was something unusual about the Alpha Temple. Even if it was not Wanner's body, it likely had something important to do with the Qin Kingdom. The Alpha Temple has the Qin Kingdom's strongest guardians. If I forced entry, it might end up bad for me. Although Han Sen was strong, under the suppression of the world's rules, he was not sure if he had what it took to fend off the Qin Kingdom if it entirely turned against him. "This is giving me a headache." In Han Sen's heart, he was feeling a bit depressed. "Han Sen, if you really want to look at Destiny Well, I can take you there during a time of sacrifice," Qin Bai said. "Outside of those times, it is not wise to visit." Han Sen's eyes looked bright as he asked Qin Bai, When the next sacrifice rolls around, can you take me there? Yes, I can. Qin Bai smiled and said, there will only be royals, officers, and chosen people that are allowed to go in. If you would like to enter, you can disguise yourself as my servant. Are your servants expected to be eunuchs? Han Sen asked with a weird look. They are eunuchs, Qin Bai answered with a nod. Han Sen did not want to become a eunuch. Aside from that, there did not seem to be another way to get close to destiny well. It was the only thing he could do. He told Qin Bai that the next time there was a sacrifice, he wanted to be taken along. For now, Han Sen gave up on the plans of infiltrating the Qin Kingdom's Alpha Temple. Han Sen, 1,000-mile reach and teacher Jia have not stopped being mean to me. My days have been poor. Do you think there is a way in which they might stop being so mean to me? Qin Bai looked at Han Sen as if he was a beacon of hope. They are being harsh because they want you to be good, Han Sen said with a smile. You only need to do your homework. Do that, and you will be fine. You say that like it is easy, Qin Bai said while he cried. There are 6 teachers and a dozen nannies. There are so many of them teaching me. I have to learn everything. If I don't eat or sleep, it is likely I still wouldn't learn it all before the day I die. Han Sen pitied Qin Bai. He loved to fool around, but he was born to a royal family. Furthermore, he was the only successor. He could tell how much the Qin Kingdom king wanted him to be good before he ascended. Normal people would just control how to use gene races. Qin Bai was the Qin Kingdom's future king. Controlling gene races was not enough. There was too much he had to learn. After thinking a moment, Han Sen had an idea. How about this? I have been planning a trip recently. Why don't you go to the king and ask for permission to join me on this trip to learn? Chapter 3194 Traveling and Studying. When Qin Bai heard what he said, he developed a wry smile and replied, it is very hard for me to leave the palace for any duration of time. I always have to come up with excuses to leave the palace and see you. Why would my father allow me to travel and study with you? Just give it a go, Han Sen said with a smile. Perhaps your father might agree. By the way, when you ask your father, you can tell him that Mr. Zhen is going too. I would not dare tell my father something like that, Qin Bai said with a sigh. He is going to say I am a loser. If you give it a go, you might have a chance, Han Sen said with a tilt of his head. You can never know anything unless you try, so why not? I have given you the option. It is up to you if you want to act on it. What do you think the percentage of this working is? Qin Bai asked with a gnash of his teeth. I would say there is a 50% chance, Han Sen casually said. Whatever happened before always meant there was still a 50% chance. When Qin Bai heard that, he felt excited. If there is a 50% chance, I will risk getting told off. Let's go give it a shot. After sending Qin Bai on his way, Han Sen returned to the castle. He saw Bauer playing with a wooden sword. It was the same one Jian Bugu had given her. Did I not ask you to give it back to Mr. Jian? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Bauer said, Mr. Jian said he didn't need it. He said it was a gift for me, so I don't have to give it back. Han Sen remained silent. He then walked to Mr. Jian's room. Han Sen knocked on the door. Mr. Jian's voice soon sounded from beyond. The door is not locked, so please come in. Han Sen pushed the door and went in. He saw Mr. Jian was holding a needle and stitching up clothes. He thought it was weird. He was the Qin Kingdom's first elite. He was a person who could use a sword mind to suppress a god spirit. Strangely, he was now looking like a family man. Please sit, Mr. Jian said. He kept fixing clothes as he spoke. Mr. Jian, I am planning a long-distance trip, Han Sen said with seriousness. Would you be willing to come with me? You bought me as a slave, so you can tell me to do whatever you want, Jian Bugu flippantly said. I am going to a place called 33 Days, Han Sen said to Jian Bugu while he looked at him. I am sure it is a place that you are no stranger to. Jian Bugu put down his needle, looked at Han Sen, and asked, will you be taking Qin Bai to 33 Days? 33 days is dangerous, but I can look after myself, Han Sen casually said. There is no need to worry about that. Qin Bai is the Qin Kingdom's crown prince. He is the future of the Qin Kingdom. He should experience more. It will only bring him goodness. It will not be anything bad. What do you think, Mr. Jian? Although you might be able to say that place is too dangerous, Jian Bugu said. I have been through 7 skies and almost died. Plus, You have a rivalry with the God Chaos Party. Going there is like a lamb waltzing up to the slaughter. Mister, if you have been, I am sure you must know that place relatively well, Han Sen said with a smile. I have never been there before. Would you mind introducing me? Gnbugu tried to remember the locale. 7 skies is for fallen people. They obey the evil gods of the God Chaos Party. That place is different from the universe of kingdoms. Fallen humans and gene races are all full of hatred there, and they are under the effect of the mysterious powers of 33 days. Humans and gene races undergo scary changes in that place. You have seen what Rocky D is capable of. If you have, then you should know how scary the gene races there might be. Aside from that, there are many other scary things there. Even god spirits can die in that place, and we are talking about Qin Bai. Gnbugu made an oath not to care about the Qin kingdom, but he was from there. His heart still cared about the Qin kingdom. There's no need to worry about my problems with the God Chaos Party. I have a way to sort things out, and it will not affect this trip. After pausing, Han Sen said, plus, this time I want to see one sky. I will not go deep. I do not think there will be many dangers. It would be fantastic if you could go so you could watch out for Qin Bai. Gnbugu looked at Han Sen, but he did not say anything. His eyes looked weird. I said my life is indebted to you. You can ask me to do anything your heart desires. In that case, please ready yourself, Han Sen said. It does not matter if Qin Bai comes or not, but you and I are still leaving come tomorrow. He left after speaking. That night, someone broke into the Feng family castle. They put something down in Gnbugu's room. Gnbugu left the Feng family castle. He went out in the middle of the night. It was unknown where he went. Han Sen saw everything, but he learned nothing the next day. Han Sen heard Qin Bai's happy voice call out, Han Sen, where are you? Why are you not up? Come and pack. We have to go. Why are you so early? Han Sen yawned and emerged from his room. He saw Qin Bai looking very excited. He knew Qin Jinjun had permitted him to go on the journey. Han Sen, you are a god. Father did not agree right away. After I mentioned Mr. Jian, as you said to do, father immediately acted differently. His determination to not permit me to go was weakened. He did not fully agree either. At first, I thought it failed. This morning, my father told 1,000 Mile Reach that I would be allowed to travel with you. Qin Bai looked at Han Sen with sheer admiration. As I expected, Han Sen blushed and pretended to gasp. Qin Bai wanted to say something, but Bauer walked in. He immediately hid behind Han Sen. He forced a smile and said, Bauer, hello. Crown Prince, hello, Bauer said with a blink of her eyes. It has been a while since we played chess together. Why don't we play some? No, Qin Bai's face had turned white. He shook his head and said, I have stuff to do with Han Sen. I can't play chess today. Perhaps next time. Bauer, have you packed your things? Han Sen asked while doing his best not to laugh. Bauer lowered her head. Her left hand held the small flying fish whereas her right hand had small cat in it. She nodded and said, I have packed. When Qin Bai heard that, his face changed. In shock, he said, Bauer is so young. Are we studying together? Traveling is better than studying books, Han Sen said with a smile. It will be nice to have her learn something new too. Bauer did not speak. She looked at Qin Bai as if she was smiling, but she was not smiling. Qin Bai now regretted his decision to come. If he knew that Demon Child was going, he would not have been so excited. Qin Bai made up his mind that he was not going to do anything to invoke her ire. He would not promise to play chess with her either. Everyone was packed and ready to go. Before they departed the Feng family castle, they saw a man and a woman waiting outside. Qin Bai looked and noticed it was his teacher, 1,000 Mile Reach, whom he admired. The other was Jia Shizhen. He knew something bad must have happened. 1,000 Mile Reach and Jia Shizhen bowed to Han Sen, but they both looked at the small flying fish Bauer was holding. The small flying fish had a bit of notoriety. After all, it had recently shocked the universe. Everyone knew about it. It was only Qin Bai who did not fight or watch the fights who did not know about the small flying fish. Everyone else knew. 1,000 Mile Reach said, Mr. Han, the king has asked us to accompany Mr. Crown Prince on your journey. Will this disturb you? Qin Bai's face immediately collapsed. Chapter 3195 Soldier Weapon Sky. Even the universe's buffer zones were places ordinary people could not go. Han Sen used break world powers at a spot God Hall leader told him to go to gain access. When he did as he was instructed, he created a space tunnel. He then took many people inside. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. It was so huge that one could not imagine it. All kinds of big, small, strange, and weird weaponry were strewn about all over the place, including knives, lances, swords, halberds, axes, onos, hooks, tridents, arrows, shields, knives, hammers. They were looking at a forest of weapons that reached far into the distance. It was further than the eye could see. The whole place was full of weapons. There were knives so big that they were like little mountains. There were some godly lances high up in the sky that could easily kill. There were rotten knives and swords. There were bronze, steel, wood, and stone weapons. The weapons were made from all sorts of materials, had countless types of textures, and were many different shapes. Jia Zhen and Thousand Mile Reach had heard stories about this place. This was the first time they had seen the place. Jia Zhen was utterly flabbergasted. The legends claim the first sky is Soldier Knife Sky. It is heaven for weapons. It is true. Thousand Mile Reach looked at the ocean of weapons with shock and sighed. Qin Bai did not look overjoyed on the way there, but he was now looking surprised. He asked, "Are the weapons here real? Can you kill people with them?" Thousand Mile Reach said, 33 days is better than the universe because this place is not hampered by the rules of the universe. You cannot use the rules and theories of the big universe to explain anything here. In Soldier Knife Sky, all the weapons are like the universe's flowers, grasses, trees, and woods. They have lives and souls of their own. Unless they are willing to follow you on your departure, they will become dust if you try to force them out. After pausing, Thousand Mile Reach added, if they are willing to follow you after you take them away from here, they can serve you as brilliant weapons. Of course, these weapons are like ordinary flowers, grasses, woods, and trees. There are different species. Their qualities and powers are different. Most of them would be ordinary weapons. They would be like Baron or Viscount class weapons in the Qin Kingdom. That is not too bad, Qin Bai naively said. If we can ship a lot of them back, the armies of our kingdom would never have to worry about a weapon shortage. It is not that easy, Thousand Mile Reach said. Let's not mention the fact that ordinary people can't enter the Soldier Knife Sky realm, but even if they could only take a weapon one by one. If we force them out, most of them will become dust. You cannot take them all. Plus, some of these weapons have scary existences. Their powers can be scarier than those of a god spirit. Even if you could take them back, if you shock them, you might not stay alive to even start doing that. Does that mean these weapons are actually gene races? Han Sen asked. You might say that, but these weapons are different from ordinary gene races, Thousand Mile Reach said after a brief think. For starters, they are not in egg mode. They cannot have a god spirit mark. They are only half weapons and half gene races, so they cannot move by themselves. Even while they are asleep, they will only wake up when pulled out. 0.11 inches. If I can pull out a weapon that is as good as a god spirit, does that mean we can have a god weapon? Qin Bai was showing a lot of interest. He looked at the weapons around him. He seemed to really want to give it a go. If you can get the approval of a weapon, that can work, Thousand Mile Reach said with a streak of seriousness. It would be best not to try that. If you do not get the approval of a weapon and pull it out, it might result in a fighting scene. If you lose, it will self-destruct and turn into dust. It won't allow itself to be used by people. I see. Qin Bai shrugged and gave up the whole idea of obtaining a new weapon. God weapons were great, but Qin Bai did not think they were anything fun. He had some at home already, so there was no need for him to risk his life for any of these. Han Sen did not say anything. He looked around. He was quite interested in the weapons he saw. If there was a powerful weapon that was like a god spirit, he would not mind pulling some out to try. The weapons were all asleep. One could not tell if one was good or if one was bad from their image alone. On top of that, there were too many of them. He could not go and check out all of them. If he wanted to try and do that, he'd die of old age. Bauer's interest was far greater. She ran to a little gem-like sword that was sunk into the ground. She reached her hands out to pick it up. Careful, Thousand Mile Reach and Jia Zhen exclaimed with shock. When Bauer pulled out the emerald short sword, the emerald short sword made a crunchy sword sound. It flew from Bauer's hands. Thousand Mile Reach and Jia Zhen felt nervous. They were going to save her, but they recognized the small flying fish and knew how strong that little critter was. Still, they did not think Bauer, who was just a kid, possessed that much power. If the small flying fish did not react next to Bauer, she would be in danger. Before they could move, they heard Bauer say, "Turn around." The small, emerald sword listened to her. It circled Bauer and drew a circle for her. Bauer thought it was very funny. She waved at the green, gem-like short sword that was flying around. She was having a lot of fun with it. She behaved like it was not that fun. Bauer was holding the emerald short sword in one hand. It looked like it had many pieces of broken emerald all over it. She pulled them all out. Suddenly, there were 30 to 40 emerald short swords. 1,000-mile reach and Jia Shizhen were shocked. They wanted to stop her, but Han Sen did not say anything. They bit their tongues and did not say what they wished to. The way she was pulling them out made it seem that if there was one emerald short sword that did not listen, Bauer would be in danger. They were prepared for something to happen, so they were ready to save her at any moment. The emerald short swords all adhered to Bauer's will. None of them rejected her. After Bauer pulled them all out, all the emerald short swords listened to her commands. They turned into a human shape. Next, they formed the shape of the Chinese character for big. They flew around in the air like soldiers learning a formation. Qin Bai thought this was really funny. He thought, it looks like 1,000-mile reach is just bluffing people. Bauer has pulled out so many, yet she is fine. All of these things must be really easy to pull out. I am going to get one. Qin Bai watched the group of emerald short swords being controlled by Bauer with ease. It was funny. He could not help himself from trying to do the same. He looked around and thought about which would be best for him to pick up. "Mr. Crown Prince, you have to be careful," 1,000-mile reach quickly said. "I know," Qin Bai said in agreement. He did not keep it in mind. He locked onto a 3-foot-long diamond great sword that was taller than him. Qin Bai thought, Bauer is so small, so it makes sense that she draws short swords. I am a crown prince. I need a big one to look cool. He walked toward the diamond great sword. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.